An hour away from the start of the stream starting. 1 hour 7 minutes. So if you're watching the VOD, you want to fast forward to the action. 1 hour 7 minutes in is when the stream should be starting. This is an unofficial restream of the event. I'm not casting this weekend, unfortunately, in Chicago. But obviously, I want to watch it. I was watching quite a lot yesterday off stream. I was actually doing some paper recording. We have got the bracket. We've got all the deck lists. So I thought, let's do a bracket prediction. We're going to try and see if we can predict who wins. Looking at all the deck lists. Should be pretty fun. There was, unfortunately, I've done a video already as well on the top 64 deck list because they're all public. There was, unfortunately, an error on Index side of things, which meant that some of the lists weren't correct. So I have got a list of all of them that have been changed from the video that I looked at. So what I'll do is I'll pull those up now. First one, a Steel Emerald deck. Okay, well, who cares? Quite possible that that was one of the decks from last set. There's a Ruby Amethyst deck here, which looks a little bit different. I mean, this looks like very, very similar to a list that we looked at. So I don't think there's a huge difference there. Just see if there's anything that really jumps out at us. And then we'll do the little bracket prediction. Nothing really to see there, to be honest. Just wondering if there's anything like really spicy. Oh my goodness, there we go. That's spicy. Triton's Decree ×2. So Triton's Decree is a really bad card, but it's a tech for Bucky. In particular, because it's like a fire the cannons, which your opponent chooses which card it hits. So obviously that's bad unless there's only one character on the board and it has ward, aka Bucky Boy. So Triton's Decree can hit Bucky. It's obviously going to be mega clunky in your hand every other time though. So I'm not super convinced by it. What I will say, it's not a bad card going, you know, on turn 1 or turn 2. If your opponent's just got one character down, like a Robin Hood, then Triton's Decree, it's just the same as a Fire the Cannons, which can be really, really powerful, right? But yeah, it's definitely a tech. I think Pick a Fight is actually a better tech. Okay, Brennan DeCanio's deck. Thank goodness it wasn't actually this 3-cost beast. It was showing up as the 3-cost beast earlier, which I was incredibly critical of, but it is beast hard-headed, and I think there's a couple of decks like that. This Mufasa deck is looking slightly different. I mean, it looks the same from what we saw. This deck looks the same from what we saw. I'm just seeing if there's anything super spicy, then we'll do a little bracket predictor. Yeah, doesn't look like, it looks like it was just a beast hard-headed, to be honest, and maybe like one other deck was wrong, so it wasn't actually a big deal. Nowhere near as big a deal as I was worrying about. Just taking a look through these other ones, and they all look very, very standard. Yeah. So I would imagine, I'm very interested to see if the Rats deck was actually basically the set 4 Emerald discard. Welcome everyone. If you're enjoying, let's go Gabriel. Good luck, mate. Best of luck. We're rooting for you. Best of luck, everyone playing today. Let's do a bracket prediction. Can I just say, how is paint so bad? Look, so I can zoom in by 50%, 100%, 200%, and that's it. Hello? Bruv, it's 2024 paint. How are you going to literally have it in increments of that? That is absolutely shocking. But anyway, starting off with Zach Bivens at the top. Let's do a meta or a bracket prediction. This sounds like fun, guys, right? I guess we can get some little background music going as well. We are about an hour away, as I mentioned before, from the event starting, but I've just been kind of sat here waiting. I did watch a lot of games yesterday. I didn't watch all of them. I actually did a lot of paper recording for the first time yesterday. So expect some paper videos very, very soon. I've got a lot of new equipment. Still haven't got everything I need just yet, but we're getting there slowly but surely. So pretty excited to share all that with you. Oh, my green screen's also been a bit dodgy. Let me sort that out. I say a bit dodgy. Very dodgy, apparently. All right, let's have a gander. So Zach Bivens is player number 1. Let me also sort my just put my taskbar on so I don't have to keep. There we go. Oh, brilliant! It's not actually on the side of the screen. The monitor I actually want the taskbar on. It's not there still. Fantastic. All right, so Zach Bivens. I'm having a bit of a calamity. I'm all over the shop, mate. All right, Zach Bivens. He's up against the 64th seed, which is Patrick. Let's have a gander, shall we? Oh, it's a tough first break for Mr. Bivens. So Zach Bivens finished top in Swiss. Very impressively. Very, very impressively. With Amber Steel Songs. The only Amber Steel Songs player. There is another Amber Steel player, but it's a Mufasa player. What? Someone needs to top a challenge with a 69 Mufasa deck that runs Scuttles. Brilliant. So it's only top 4 which get Mickeys as well, guys. Bear in mind, because it's a 1,000 player tournament, not a 2,000. So Zach is on Amber Steel. We talked about the deck a lot. If you want to see like more in-depth discussion over all the decks, then you can check my video out, which I've already posted. But he's on Flutes and Pride Lands. What don't I like about Scuttle? The maths on Scuttle just doesn't check out, basically. You can check my video earlier. I talked about it a lot. The maths on Skull's just not very good. I mean, Ariel, the maths on Ariel's not that good. Even if, like, 20 songs, she's hitting 75% of the time. But if she misses, she's still a good card, right? Being able to have Singer 5 is still very, very good. And the card she's tutoring at, I don't want to say more important than Scuttle, but she's still a good card, even if she misses, in theory, right? Like, the Gaston card with Singer 5 is not that bad of a card. You would play it, probably, if Ariel didn't exist. Maybe. Whereas Scuttle is just complete garbage if it misses. There's just better options, basically. So they're up against Ruby Sapphire for Corey. Now, specifically, this is one of the most interesting builds from Ruby Sapphire we saw, because it's got the McDuck Mana, Dragon's Fire, 3 B prepareds. How many? Only one bare necessities for Zach. It's open deck lists. So Pride Lands and Flute. There's obviously no way for Corey to deal with that. So, I mean, maybe Zach with the Pride Lands and the Flute is going to be able to get to 20 quick enough. Zach with the higher seeding will be going first twice. Chicago starts in about an hour, Christopher. We're going to do a little bracket prediction for the hour before. And then we're going to be getting straight into things. Welcome everyone on Twitch too. Live on Twitch and YouTube. Hopefully the Restream bot starts working shortly. It's working, cool. No, the coverage starts earlier today, Don, so it should be in an hour, is my understanding. Hopefully I've not got that wrong. Anyone confirm? Pretty sure it starts an hour sooner. I can pull up a graphic, and you guys can tell me if I got it right or wrong. Time zones are hard, man, but I'm pretty sure it starts in 1 hour. Let me pull up a graphic, which says the start time. Open image in new tab. 11 a.m. CT. So it's an hour and a half earlier start than it was yesterday, basically. Does that sound right to me? Hope players and judges will improve soon. Might have misplays and mistakes not corrected by judge were huge yesterday. I didn't see any that caught my eye yesterday, but I was kind of watching. I was watching quite closely, but I wasn't watching super close like I will be today, because I was with some friends doing some I had like 10 hours of Lorcana footage yesterday recording. Really, really fun. Hey Geek, you could see you. Okay, so there's 2 dimes, 4 brawls, Tamatoa, no Bell, no Aerial. I wonder if Zach's deck is just quick enough to cause this a lot of trouble. The Dragonfires don't look like they're going to be that impactful, maybe. But maybe even just being able to Dragonfire like Rapunzel, the Queen, for example. Now, there's also 3 copies of World's Greatest Criminal Mind for Zach, which, in terms of targets, it can hit Maui, Sisu, Tamatoa, and Maleficent. So you can really see what Zach's looking to do with his build. I haven't checked yet if Zach is... I really hope we get to see this game first. This is the game I would want to watch first, by the way. I really don't know if Zach is played against much Ruby Sapphire on day 1. If anyone could link me day 1 bracket, we could take a quick check. But I think with Zach having the higher seed, I think with this being Ruby Sapphire, which is traditionally Zach's worst matchup, but to be fair, Zach's build might just be able to do it. I don't know. I think it would be rude to bet against Zach in round 1. Yeah, I should be in Bochum. It's my first live stream in like a month, guys. It's crazy. Great to see you all. All right, press 1 if you think Zach is going to win. Press 2 if you think Corey's going to win. He 2-0'd it in round 6. Interesting. GMG. That's all. Press 1 for Zach. Top seed. Press 2 for Patrick. Obviously, traditionally, if you just looked at the matchup without the decks, you would have to back the Ruby Sapphire player. But yeah, maybe Pride Lands and Flutes can get him there. Hey, Vortex. Chat's pretty confident about Zach here. Do you know what? I don't think Zach's going to win the whole thing. I think he's going to come unstuck against Ruby Sapphire at some point. But I'm not sure it's going to happen in round 1 necessarily. So, let's go over to Paint. Patrick, I'm sorry, mate. But we're putting some respect on the Bivens. Do you guys like my handwriting? Pretty good, right? Can you tell I used to be a teacher? Look at that cursive. Insane. I don't know which game's going to be broadcast. I have no idea. All right, then we've got Martin versus Alberto. Let me pull those up. 32 versus 33. So the 32nd seed will be going first. Martin versus... Oh, they're not even... Oh, no, it's Mark. Sorry, Mark. Oh, okay, spicy. Mark is on. Bufasa? No, it's Bufasa-less Bufasa. So it's like Mufasa without the boo. Or something. Oh, this... Oh, okay. This is a saucy little matchup. So, we've got the hybrid control. This is one of the 2 Ruby and Amber decks. Where's my chat? I've lost you. There you are. This is one of the 2 Ruby Amber decks. Yo, Diz. Well, I mean, it's cool, mate. I respect it. When I say I'm not a big fan, I wouldn't say I'm not a fan. I'd say I'm just a non-believer. But I'm really excited to see it. That's for sure. I'd love to see that as the first game too. So this one is Mark. And Mark is the higher seed by 1. But that makes all the difference. So they'll be going first twice, which is a big deal for this deck. Now, Amber Ruby. I built a deck of Amber Ruby yesterday on paper with Ariel. In fact, I got my locals on Friday. Brotherhood Games in London, which is like a very big store for London. Reese, the guy that finished 2nd in Lille, goes to that store. The guy that won the locals was on a Ariel Ruby Amber deck. Quite a similar concept, except Mark is not actually playing the Ariel. Doesn't have the Bufasa. It beats red, purple, and blue steel. Goes 50-50 against green steel and red, blue. Nice one. I'm looking forward to seeing it in action. That would be awesome. All right, so Mulan is the only 1 drop. That's like a big concern. So Mark hitting that's going to be a big deal. Teeth and Ambitions, Bare Necessities, Brawls. There's Agrabah in here. It does look like a bit of a pile. And what I mean by a pile, I mean it in the kindest way possible, most respectful way. It doesn't look like a very good deck. Like, it doesn't look optimal. But it might still be good. I mean, if you were to ask me to put 120 cards in the deck for Amber Ruby, I still wouldn't play Agrabah. But maybe I'm missing something. What I do like about this deck is the 1 Chernobog, B Preps. I like the Medusa Tremaines. I like the You Have Forgotten Me. I do think Ariel might have been a better bet to go. I do quite like Ariel being able to sing Be King Undisputed, for example. You can shoot your B Preps. But what I will say is I played 1 game with a similar looking deck yesterday with Ariel. I queued into Bucky. I say queued. I played against my friend who was on Bucky. I got absolutely destroyed. And I was like, yep, I never want to play this deck again. I just cannot stand losing to Bucky. Prince Eric is good into Bucky. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, no ramp. It does look like a bit of a weird build. This is a kind of example of a deck which I would be surprised if it was to make a top cut in a 2,000 player tournament. Because it's, you know, it's still only a top 64 cut in the 2,000 player tournament. So the top cut's not increasing, which I do find not ideal, to be honest. I would definitely like to see a top 124 cut for the 2,000 player tournaments. Now, what they're doing in Bochum, which is the next event after this, which I will be at, is that there's a Friday and a Saturday with 1,000 people, and the top 32 from each of those make it through. So again, the cut for the top cut is half still, right? You basically have a top 32, whereas this is a top 36. So in this one, Mark would have still made it, actually, interestingly. For the Bochum one, Mark would have still made day 2, whereas Albert wouldn't have, because he would have bubbled out by 1 place, right? Because it's 32nd versus 33rd seed. Anyway, so I don't think this looks like a very good setup. However, it does... I do think that Ruby Amber is a very good approach. And I don't know the best way to build it. I do think that Rapunzel has a lot of potential. I think this deck is probably going to struggle into Bucky, but could be very, very good elsewhere. So, they're up against Albert Garcia, who's on set 3 Ruby Amethyst. Nothing new here. No frenemies. No Sisus. 1 spellbook. Frenemy Sisu is an option for Mark, and they're going first. I think the fact that Mark is going first, I'm going to put Mark through, guys. Let me know what you think. Yo, J-Tin. Chiptin, thanks so much for the flipping 3 months, mate. I really appreciate it. It was a top 64 in Chicago. Yeah. I have the wrong list for Albert. Eh? Do I? Index took care. Yeah, I mean, I'm on the new site. It should be correct. But yeah, I mean, that would make sense because this does look like a set 3 deck. But this is the link you've just sent me. It's the same deck, no? Yeah, it's not the wrong deck. This is just a set 3 deck. I think this is actually just a set 3 deck. All of them should be updated, right? Unless it's like something wrong with my cache because I clicked on it earlier. I don't know. But yeah, no, this looks like the actual deck. Can anyone verify their end? Welcome in, everyone. So good to have you all. I haven't streamed in so long. I've really missed you guys. I have got... The game should be starting in an hour. I believe. Alright, so let us... Did I play Saturday? No, I didn't. I mean, I played in a side event. I played in a side event and won. So that was cool. I beat Moyne in the final. So I'm going to go ahead, guys. I'm putting Mark through. Wait, it is? That's... Okay, I'm confused. Guys, I'm confused. Something's going wrong with my... with Inkdex for me. Because you've got an updated list here, whereas I don't. Is it like something to do with my cache? Catch? I don't know how you pronounce that word. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah, you do seem to be right, though. That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? It's an index problem? Okay. Let's go, Rogers. Well, thanks so much for the catch. That's a big deal. Thank you. That makes a lot more sense. If someone could message Inkdex that this one's an issue, I'm sure they can get it updated. Hopefully we can avoid this in the future because it's definitely not ideal. They've been very good with stuff, though, in the past, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Mistakes happen, live and learn. Right, Albert Garcia on Chernobog's Pascal. Much better opening compared with this. I'm already more hopeful for them. Flynn Rider, Brawl. I have to say, I've changed my mind. I'm putting through Albert. Albert is going second, which I do think is a big deal. But I think they're gonna come through it. They can answer their opponent. So the player going first also has the bigger Sisu. But I think this B King Undisputed is going to make a big difference. I just don't think that Mark's setup is clean enough, you know. So after all, is there an undo? Sorry, Mark. We're going for Alberto. Maybe there's a better way of doing this in general, right? Maybe rather than writing it, I just put an arrow. Right, so Zach's through. So is Alberto. And then we have to decide who's winning, Zach or Alberto. My tabs are a mess already. Let's try and sort this out a bit. So we got Zach. Versus Albert. Sorry, not Al. Is it Albert or Alberto? Nobody knows. You can select the name in a box and move it. I don't think so. I'm not that high tech, mate. So, Zach would be going first, as they're the higher seed. Ruby Amethyst, relying on like the Chernobogs and Pascal and the Flynn and the Kuzco can all just get removed by Cinderella, Storm Rage on. But Zach is only on 2 Cindy's. So that, like, if Zach hits Cindy, you'd back them to do the business, right? If they don't, World's Greatest Criminal Mind is only hitting Maui. Flynn Rider Sisu could be pretty difficult for Zach to deal with, although they're on 2 Zeus. This is a tricky one to predict. What do you guys think? Amber Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. It's like a classic matchup, but both decks are very different from what we've seen before. Well, the flutes cannot be removed by Albert. No item removal. Not a single bit of item removal. So you've got to think that that's a pretty good card for this matchup with the flute. Yep, no Pinocchio for Albert. That's also a really good point. Zach being the higher seed. I think we're putting Zach through. Let's be honest, guys. We're putting Zach through. I don't think Zach's going to win the whole thing, by the way. So let's put Zach here. I'm going to actually write it now. It's incredible. So Alberto's Albert out. Is that humble that we just looked at? I mean, what's the secret sauce? What's secret about it? It doesn't look very secret to me. It looks very cookie cutter. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I do like the Tremaine, by the way. Corey Patrick. Okay, cool. All right, let's look. Next up, we've got Dominique versus Dominique versus John. Let's have a gander. Let's pull these up. So 17th seed, Dominic. Ruby Sapphire versus John. Ruby Sapphire versus John. Jonathan Crow, is it? No, John Herb. John Herb, where art thou? Got him. Alright, let's have a gander. Ruby Sapphire is going to be going first. They've got Scuttle. Well, you know what that means. Would the action pick a fight, bypass ward? Yes. I mean, yeah. Because you pick your character and then they can challenge ready characters. I'm actually currently playing one pick a fight in a purple steel deck. Right, so it's going to be Ruby Sapphire versus Bucky, and Ruby Sapphire goes first. I'm picking Ruby Sapphire every single time. Every single time Dominic goes through for me, and that's not even worth talking about anymore. Definitely a favoured matchup for Ruby Sapphire. We've got George versus Colby next. Let's have a gander. George is the 16th seed. They're on Ruby Amethyst. And Colby is the 49th seed. Colby. All right, we've got in this one then going first the Ruby Amethyst player, and they're up against Sapphire Steel. It's actually a pretty tricky matchup potentially for Sapphire Steel. Did we hit Corey Patrick yet? Who you guys keep talking about? No, we didn't, did we? We need to speed up a bit here. I want to get through this whole thing. Right, Ruby Amethyst with minis. 3 Tremaine, 3 Medusa. It's pretty slow in terms of 1-drops, but it does have Pinocchio, which I'm not sure is really what you want for this matchup. So this beast is probably not the correct beast either. It's probably hard-headed, because that issue happened with with the Candios list. So Flynn Rider Frenemy is really good in this matchup, but George doesn't have it. Like, George with Frenemy going first could really punish the 1 Fire the Cannons Nova Booms, which is outrageous, by the way. I think that's so greedy. So I would have picked Ruby Amethyst if they had Frenemy Sisu, but they don't. So I'm going to go for Colby. Colby! Feel that might be a set 3 list again. It's possible, isn't it? Has anyone... Oh, do you know what? I've got it. Let me just make sure I don't leak my WhatsApp. 1 second. I'm just going to hide my screen for a sec. I've actually got a different document with all the lists in, which I'll probably use that for the lists. Might be a bit more reliable. All right. So, Colby was here, right? Colby! Dreamborn. Let's have a butcher's. It does look like it was a set 3 list. What's going on, Inkdex? Come on, boys and girls. Let's sort this out. All right, so Colby's on Frenemy. Good catch on that being maybe a... I was just checking what I've done. Yeah, so George... Sorry, guys, for the confusion here. Obviously, out of my hands a bit. So, George... Wait, I'm confused. Colby... I'm so confused, guys. Colby. Huh? Wait. So this... Okay, I'm now just beyond confused. This doesn't look like the right deck, right? Huh? What is going on? Yo, Lorcana, great to see you, man. Hope you're good. Maybe they have 4 decks. And this was just one of them they saved on their Dreamborn. Emerald Steel Chicago, Ruby Sapphire. I'm very confused. Well, let's assume that it is. I'm so confused, bro. All right, well, let's just make this simple, right? Let's just put Zach through because we know what his list is, right? Let's put... I don't know. We don't know what's going on here, mate. So I'm sorry, Dominic. You suffer. Zach continues on because that is just a mess. I just want to move on and stop being confused. Right, we've got Scott versus Scott. Oh my goodness. Scott versus Scott. That's insane. That's the matchup that the people want to see. So Scott, the Scott that's going second here is on red-blue. And the Scott that's going first, we're just going to go by ink decks now. And if a deck looks dated, then we assume it's probably like the same deck but different. All right. Scott versus Scott. We've got Bucky versus Ruby Sapphire. Bucky's going first, and the Ruby Sapphire build has triple Sisu, so it can shift into Sisu pretty early. I'm picking Ruby Sapphire, even though it's going second. I just am. I think it's a really bad matchup for Bucky at this level. So we're putting Scott the second through. Sorry, Scott, but good job, Scott. All right, next we've got Tainu versus Jimmy. 24th versus 32. Or 56. No, 24 versus 41. Where are you, son? Looks like they're missing. Don't have their deck. So we don't have the 24th Seeds deck, it seems. Or maybe I'm being blind. I think I'm being blind. I'm blind. It's Sisu. So we got Sisu versus Jimmy, 41. Jimmy. Alright, we've got a Sisu mirror. How similar are the decks? They look very similar. Is it the same deck? Looks slightly different. One jump, brawl. 3-drop Sisu. There's one difference there, and there's a Tremaine. 3 Medusa, 3 B preps, 4 Medusa. I like the Tremaines, maybe. The Tremaine versus a B prep. I mean, it's a close one. Chat, you get to vote for this. Press 1 for Ty and you. Press 2 for Jimmy. You get to pick this one. 1 for Ty and you. 2 for Jimmy. Tinyu's going first. Yo, what's up, Carlum? Hope you're good. I'm not playing today, mate. Just watching. Just watching. Not casting. But I appreciate you. Does seem like we've got some errors of the deck list, which is a bummer. Yeah, we're going to be watching. It starts in 40 minutes. Alright, so Knight goes 1. So does Scott. Well, you two have spoken. There wasn't much participation there, guys. I'm a bit disappointed. Alright, everyone's saying 1. Alright, cool. We go with the coin flip. I don't think the coin flip's super duper important, though, but it is what it is. Alright, up next we've got Brian versus... I guess we can do actually... Let's do this part of the bracket. So Scott versus Ty and you, since we have them up. So it's another Sisu mirror in this round, with Ty and you going first. I guess we just put them through again, to be fair, right? Since they're going first. Hedge our bets. Sure. This is getting messy. I'm already confused. Alright. Brian I didn't get to yet, sorry. I misspoke. It was Scott versus Ty and you who we looked at earlier. Now we're at Brian versus... That's why. Because there's 2 Scotts. That's why we got confused. Now we're at Brian versus Scott Page. Got a million tabs, mate. It's not ideal. We're going to soldier on, though. Scott versus Brian. So we've got the 25th seeds. There's a lot of Scots. So if you're called Scott, you're probably good at Lorcana. That's what we're learning. So we've got an Emerald Steel deck versus Scott Page, 24th of what was it? 52nd, 40th. Scott Page. All right, we've got Emerald Steel going first. This is the one with the Flynn Rider. 1 drop to shift in this Flynn. It's actually a combo I quite like the idea of, but honestly now you've got like Pegasus and that. This is the kind of like, if this was like a set 3 deck, I could get behind this with Bucky, but I'm not really convinced I can get behind it with Pegasus. And then for Scott Page, it is 4 Babooms, double Rise of the Titans, 4 Let It Goes, 2 Grab Swords, 1 jumps, How Far Goes Tala's. This is the guy whose deck I said I like the most from my video, right? From the video I did earlier, this is the deck I like the most, and I think it's going to beat Bucky. 4 Babooms, only 2 Grab Your Swords is a little bit lacking. I did say I don't love the Rise of the Titans times 2. I would have liked to have seen an Avalanche in there. 4 Let It Goes was also a lot, but I like the 1 jump ahead, Tala, How Far I'll Go with 4 Babooms. I do like the setup. I don't like that there's 4 Let It Goes. And I also don't like that there's 2 Rise of the Titans. And I also don't like there's only 2 Grab Your Swords. The rest of it, I like. I really like. So we're putting Scott Page through. Scott Page was who I predicted to win in my video earlier. I might not stick with that, but I'm certainly going to stick with it on this matchup based simply on the matchup. You have to favour Scott. Up next, we've got Justin versus Jason. Justin versus Jason. So we've got the 8th seed, Justin, who's on Sisu, versus Jason Joro's the 57th seed, who's also on Sisu. Alright. There's not really much in these decks. Justin's a much higher seed, so you probably would favour them. See if there's anything that stands out here. Not really. 4 How Far I Go, 3 Sisu. This one, the Great Stone Dragon, does stand out a bit. Could be pretty good in the mirror. No Judy Hopps for either player. I don't know. I think we're just going to go for Jason because they're a significantly higher seed here, guys. They had a much better... Sorry, we're going to go for Justin. And then we've got Scott versus Justin. So then the question is can Scott Page... Can Scott Page overcome this deck? They have 2 aerials, which is the anti-Sisu. It's not that many. It's not that many. They have no Whole New World. Absolutely they can. The Whole New World's very bad against Ruby Sapphire, and Scott Page does not have it. They're ramping with How Far I'll Go Tala for card draw instead. It's going to Scott Page, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Page! I'm your biggest fan. Alright? I want Scott Page merch. Please. So Justin, you're gonzo. Scott Page marches forwards. We've almost completed a quarter of the bracket, and we're running out of time. We need to speed run this. So then we've got Tianyu versus Scott Page. Ruby Sapphire for Tianyu. Tianyu's the higher seed. And listen, again, it's Scott Page. It just is. I just love the look of this build. Again, there's a few things I don't love about it. 4 Let It Go seems excessive, but it's probably good against Ruby Sapphire, mind you. All right, good job, Scott Page. You've won again. The Mickey is almost Scott's. So, we've then got a Bivens versus Scott Page. And this is where I think it might be time for Zach to say goodbye, unfortunately. The top quarter of our bracket. Let's pull Bivens back up. Bivens, of course, going to be going first as the highest seed. So, let's have a look at how Bivens might do against Sapphire Steel. You've got to imagine it's got to be a bad matchup for Zach, right? The Sapphire Steel. Sapphire Steel has more ramp. Having said that, what Zach does have is he has the flutes and the Pride Lands, which is not going to be that easy for Scott. For most Sapphire Steel decks to deal with. Obviously, they might play Beast hard-headed for the flutes. They might play Rise of the Titans Avalanche for Pride Lands. Of course, the Rise of the Titans can hit flute. Well, the good news for Mr. Page is they're on double Rise of the Titans. 4 Babooms is going to be nice for the old Cindy, for the old Robin Hood. Zach is going to be going first, of course. You have to think the longer the game goes on, the better it's going to be for Scott. The Beast is going to be pretty good. The world's greatest criminal minds are not going to pop off unless they can hit the Tamatoa. 4 Tinkerbells. I think this is where it's going to all fall down for Zach. I did say I don't think he's going to win it. I'm sorry, but I'm just the biggest Scott Page fanboy in the world. So, Zach falls out wherever this is. And in here we have Scott Page. I'm pretty good at handwriting, aren't I? If you guys want a handwriting lesson, I did used to teach. Look at that cursive. That's insane. The stream's, I believe, starting in 30 minutes. Let's try and speed run this because I want to try and finish this. All right, we've got the 4th seed, Doi versus Hans. Disney deck. It's Ruby Sapphire. I'm not even going to pull it up, mate. They're all identical. We've got Ruby Sapphire, just in the interest of time, versus... Let's have a look. Number 61, Hans. Oh, it's Mufasa. All right, we'll pull it up. That's actually a quick way of doing it. Get in. All right. Mufasa versus Ruby Sapphire. It's Mufasa with flipping Brawl, B King Undisputed, B Prep. I mean, we're giving it to Mufasa. If Mufasa can't beat Ruby Sapphire, why are you playing it? You know? If you can't beat Ruby Sapphire with Mufasa, why are you playing it? And we have to respect that Hans got to the top 64. I'm sorry to all the people in the chat that love Doi, but we're giving it to Mufasa. I'm not convinced myself, but come on. I do like a bit of Mufasa every now and then. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure. All right, up next we've got the Amber Emerald guy, who chat's going to really want me to put through. Joseph... Wait, do we have the Ruby? Maybe I got that wrong. Joseph Johnson. Oh, no, we don't, sorry. Not just yet. Maybe soon. Joseph Johnson, 29th seed. Where art thou? Right, we've got a Ruby Sapphire deck. versus Joshua Graham. Josh Graham on Steel Emerald. Yeah, that looks right to me. It says Josh Graham here, and on there it says Joshua, but I think it's safe to assume it's the same person. All right, this is the Ruby Sapphire with 3 Vitalis Spheres, 4 Judy Hops. Joshua's on Diablo, so I definitely do like Ruby Sapphire in this matchup usually. 3 Fishbone Quills, 3 one-jumper heads. I don't know about that, mate. I'm not convinced about that. 4 Judy Hops. Do you know what? Joseph Johnson versus Josh Graham. Joseph Johnson is the higher seed. We have to be quick. I do tend to give this one to Ruby Sapphire. Yeah, know how far I'll go. I'm gonna do you know what, mate? If they miss this, like, if they miss the Fishbone, they're so doomed. No Sisu shifts. 4 Be Prepareds is a lot. No Sisu? No Sisu? No Sisu? No Sisu? You're out. I'm sorry. Good luck, though. Joshua Graham takes it for me. First time I've put Bucky through, I think. Bucky boy! Alright, then we got Hans versus Joshua. Bucky versus Bufasa. Easiest Bucky win of my life. Joshua's through. Mufasa is terrible into Bucky. That's why the deck is just not something I'm interested in. Dallas versus Jonathan. 20th seed. Dallas. Sisu versus... Where's Jonathan? Number 45. Jonathan Tin. Where are ya? Sisu versus Bucky. Well, as I've told you, I definitely think that Sisu's favoured in this one. However, I think we have to give... we have to really consider the fact that Jonathan's got a really good deck name. Up All Night to Get Bucky. So, that's pretty epic. However, 2 Sisus. Moana! That's not a real card. 1 Judy Hops. 4 Fishbone Quill, thank goodness. 2 Sisu. Tremaine. The higher seed is Dallas as well. So we're going to give it to Dallas. Championship should start in 25. I believe. We can finish this bracket off like when there's downtime as well, I guess. We don't have to rush it. Dominic versus Josh. I mean, I want to try and finish it before, but... Dominic versus Josh. Oh, I love the Witcher 3 music, man. It's so good. Dominic DeRose is on Sisu. Is it? Oh, it's not Dominic DeRose. It's a different Dominic. Good thing I said that. It's Dominic Couch. Dominic Couch. Oh my goodness, Bucky. I've never seen that deck before. That's amazing. Versus Josh Snyder. Who's on Sapphire Steel. Guys, I think Bucky is going to really struggle in the top cut, is my prediction. I mean, I made that prediction before looking at all the matchups. I just don't think Bucky's where it's at, mate. If you're playing a deck that doesn't beat Bucky, why are you playing it? That would be my outlook on a tournament coming into it. Probably. So we've got Bucky boy. Let's look at this. 1-5 the cannons, no babooms. Oh, goodness gracious me. Why? Where are your babooms, boy? I do like the rest of the list quite a bit. 3 grab your swords, not 4. Only 1 fire the cannons. This could easily lose to Bucky boy. 4 Zeus. Oh, do you know what? I think I might give this one to Dominic. I don't know though. What do you guys think? You've got to think. This is Savige's list. Okay, I've got some. Is it really? Is this really? I have some opinions on the Savige list. Is this the Savige's? I didn't even know. See, when I saw the Savige list, I almost liked it, but not really. And I didn't even know this was the Savige list, but I feel the same. I almost like it. It feels a little bit. It feels a little bit too greedy on the removal stuff. I want to see more babooms. I want to see more grab your swords, maybe even. I want to see aerial. I don't really like the list particularly. I don't dislike it. Obviously, the Zeus with Tala's good. I do think the one jump ahead approach is the way to go with these decks. Personally, I also like the Whole New World, although I do think dropping Whole New World and playing How Far I'll Go is an interesting idea. I do like Bell as well with the Whole New World. I do like the list overall, but I'm gonna say that this is gonna miss its removal, and Diablo is gonna. I just think it looks a little bit too greedy for me. The biggest thing that's missing for me is Baboom and Aerial. These cards are too good for me. Baboom is too good as an inkable option. I do like Fire the Cannons, mind you. But Baboom and Aerial, for me, are almost non-negotiables in these decks. Especially Aerial, to be honest. I think no Aerial is absolutely wild. I just can't see how that could be correct. I really, really don't. But obviously, Savage knows what they're doing. Savage is a great deck builder, great player. And it's just my opinion. And Josh is probably good too, but I'm going to put... I don't know, maybe I'm going to put this through. What do you guys think? I'm going to let chat vote on this one. Press 1 for Bucky Boy. Press 2 for Bell. 1 for Bucky, 2 for Bell. Vote now or forever hold your peace. He had Babooms in for a while until the last update. Interesting. 1 for Bucky, 2 for Bell. Also, little opportunity. If you're enjoying the stream, give it a like. Oh my god, wait, guys. Did I get $99 and I didn't notice? What the heck just happened? When did that happen? Oh my goodness, guys. I got donated $99 by Kaiser. Love your content. Thank you and everything you do for the community. Mate, I didn't even realize. When did that happen? What the... What? Brother, dude, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Bucky's got it. Bucky's got it. Oh my goodness, $99. What does it mean by restream? It just means that I'm going to restream the stream. It's like me, I'm watching the stream. It's like unofficial. Sorry, Josh. You should have played Baboom. Josh is going to win the whole thing now, isn't he? That's how this one's going to go. All right, then we've got Dallas versus Dominic. So it's Bucky versus Sisu. We're putting Sisu through every day of the week. But I could definitely see... And also, Josh has got no aerial. I don't know about the no aerial, no Babooms, man. I don't know. Especially no aerial. I think no aerial is outrageous. Aerial is insane. Aerial is the reason I want to play Sapphire Steel. I don't know about you, but Aerial is the reason I want to play that deck. Anti-Sisu, don't mind if I do. All right, we've got Joshua versus Dominic. So, wait, no. Joshua versus Dallas. So Joshua was on what? Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. We're going for the Ruby Sapphire player, so we're putting Dallas through. All right. I'm not even going to, like, that's just a matchup that you would expect to go Ruby Sapphire's favourite at this level. So we've got Dallas making it through from this one, Ruby Sapphire. All right. Then we've got Kurt, but equally, if not, I could also see he's my underdog, all right? Even though I put him out in the first round, he's the underdog. Underdog. Definitely you can read that, right? Trust me. All right, we've got Kurt versus Drew. Kurt versus Drew. $99. Thanks again so much. Oh my goodness. That's more money than I don't even know what to do with. I'm going to spend it on equipment. I'm bringing loads of paper gameplay soon. Kurt's on Ruby Amethyst and Drew Dillon is on what now? Drew Dillon. Where are you? Where are you? I can't find Drew Dillon. What see was it? 53. Drew Dillon. I found a different Dillon, but not Drew Dillon. Dylan Brown. Drew Dillon. I can't find them, mate. They don't seem to be on this. I guess I'll count up. They might just have a different name here. 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53. Eh? I don't know, man. I guess we're just going to put him out. I'm so sorry. It's Kurtz. Because that's going to save me a headache. Jose versus Tommy. 21 versus 44. Jose's on red-blue. Tommy Williams is also on red-blue. It's a red-blue mirror. See if there's anything that really stands out for the mirror. Maybe like a Judy Hops or something. Tremaine. Fortisphere's not doing much in a mirror, probably. 2 Judy Hops. We're giving it to Tommy just for the Judy Hops. Alright, then it's Kurt versus Tommy. What was Kurt playing again? Oh my goodness, I've got so many tabs. Oh, Kurt we didn't even look at. So Kurt's on Ruby Amethyst. And Tommy's on Ruby Sapphire. This is a pretty interesting matchup, I think. Now, I have to say, this is the Ruby Amethyst, one of the Ruby Amethyst decks I like the most. The Mim, I don't like. I really like Tremaine B King Undisputed. I think the way to go for this deck is maybe even dropping the Be Prepared entirely. This is my latest theory craft. I'll be bringing you a deck guide pretty soon on it. My theory is you drop the B Preps, you play Tremaine, you play 4 B King Undisputed, and then you go back to bouncing your Tremaine. Imagine you like sing B King with a goat and you play Tremaine the same turn. That sounds so good. Now, the Frenemy is kind of the key to success in this one, right? You go Frenemy on 2. Who's the highest seed? Kurt's the highest seed, which is a huge deal. I think I'm going to give it to Kurt. Kurt is on red-yellow. Doesn't look like it to me. Doesn't look like it to me. Based off the information I have, which is the best information I could possibly find, we're going to go for Kurt on Ruby Amethyst. Alright, then we've got Edmund versus Chance. Did the official stream start like a counting down thing yet, by the way? Savaganda. I hope it did. Thanks all for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm really excited for watching the games. No, I didn't yet. We got nothing. Yo, Poke, thanks so much. Where can you find the bracket? I just have an image of it. I just found it on Twitter. I just found it on Twitter, mate. Zach Bivens tweeted it out. There you go. What time does the stream start? And are they doing the ignorant 3-hour delay thing? I don't know what they're doing. I believe the stream starts in 15 minutes. Yeah, no worries, Matthew. That is interesting to know. I'm not familiar with a lot of the American players. Obviously, I'm more familiar with the European players. Edmund versus Chance. 28 versus 37. But I'm excited to learn more about the... I didn't get to watch Atlanta either, right? Edmund versus Chance. Ruby Amethyst for Edmund going first. Chance down at the 37th seed. He's on green steel. That's an awful... that is a really bad matchup for Ruby Amethyst. That's like why I don't want to play Ruby Amethyst, because of this matchup. I do like the list somewhat. So you might think the Teeth and Ambitions give him a chance, but I really don't think it does. This also looks like it might be a flipping... Oh, they're on Brawl. Yeah, we're giving it to Green Steel every single time. Every single time. Green Steel takes down Ruby Amethyst, I think. Sorry, Edmund. We've got Chris versus Sky. Oh, come on, Sky. We're rooting for you. Chris versus Sky. It's Ruby Sapphire versus Sky's wheelless wheel deck. Thank goodness he's not playing the flipping Scuttle. I told him, do not play Scuttle. I told him to send him my deck and I would critique it, and he didn't. He didn't want my critique, but He didn't put Scuttle in, so that's all I care about. How do I feel about Sky's list? Well, how many aerials is he on? He's on 3 and 4 Tamatoas. That's what I like to see. That is what I like to see. So I do like that he's on 3 and 4. That gives him a pretty good chance into Ruby Sapphire. 3 Hades. 3 Beasts. Beasts are pretty pants here against Medusas and Brawls. So the Beast Tragic Heroes are really, really bad. This is where the hard-headed would have been nice to deal with the ice blocks and such. So no item removal is a concern that I have here for Sky. The fire the cannons should be Babooms, because this is going to be terrible in the matchup, especially with no whole new world. I don't like Sky's list. I'm going to be honest. I really don't. I really, really don't like it. But he is the GOAT of Sapphire Steel, right? He is the GOAT of Sapphire Steel. Yeah, and he's on Mickey Mouse. Rather than... which, I mean, Mickey Mouse into Tremaine's nice, but there's no Tremaines. I'm sorry, Sky. I really want you to win, but I don't think it's happening. Sky would be the person I would most like to win the whole tournament. But I think he's getting taken out. I really hope it's not the case. Then we got Chance versus... I'm sorry, Sky, alright? I'm sorry. I want you to win, bro. You can do it. I just don't think this is the list, man. I really don't. Yo, Senef, let's go, bro. Mate, that's crazy that that's you. You know how you got like a Twitch name and a face, and they're completely unassociated, but now I... Whoosh! Super interesting. Thank you. I will probably take a look at that another time, because we're middle of the bracket. But thank you so much. GG's the other day. I do, yeah. I do like the non-whole new world versions, but I think they need to be one jump Grammatala. I don't think I don't like the list at all, Sky. I'm really sorry, mate. I really don't. I really don't. I asked him to send me the list and I would give it some critique, and he didn't. I think he knew I wasn't gonna like it. I think he knew I wasn't gonna like it, mate. Is this the next one? Chance versus yeah, Chance versus Chris. We're giving it to Chris because it's a pretty bad matchup for Bucky. You're not going to see much Bucky making it through for me. I just don't think the deck's that good. I just think it's too bad it's too good that you have to be playing a deck which beats it, basically. Or why are you bothering? So then we've got Kurt versus Chris. I think Kurt was also on... Oh no, Kurt's on Ruby Amethyst. He doesn't have the coin, which is probably a big deal for a Flynn Rider gamer. So Chris is going first. Up against this deck. Because it's Sky, I'd assume he sees something that we don't. I mean, sure. Sky's very good at Sapphire Steel, but the deck just looks a bit wonky. It doesn't look like he's got a good matchup. If he was playing against... Bucky in the first round, I absolutely would have put him through. But losing the coin against like a very, very good Sapphire Steel player with that build. Open deck list. The Fire the Cannons jumps out at me as being absolutely horrifically bad in a non-whole new world deck. I don't know. Yeah, look. Yeah, it might be good. He could win the whole thing. I hope he does. I just again, I think if you're going no whole new world, you want Grammatala's how far I'll go. That's what my brain tells me. Or you want like lots of the items, like the Maurice's Workshop. He's got Beast Tragic Hero, like he's got no item removal. I don't know. I don't think it's happening for him. So Chris versus Kurt. Very, very interesting one. So Kurt's going second. I think if Kurt was going first, I would probably give them the edge. The Flynn is really struggling when going second potentially. What I will say, there's no free drop Sisu. They're uninkable. But there is Brawl, right? So Kurt can go Flynn. Bam, Brawl. That's pretty bad, isn't it? It's not great. The Crab's pretty slow. I do like the Chernobyls and Brooms. I like from Kurt a lot. Exactly the 1-drops I would recommend playing in Ruby Amethyst. Because you can do the quest in, and then just before the Sisu comes up, you draw cards. Very, very good cards. I'm a big Chernobog's Broom believer. Big fan of I've always been a big fan of Chernobog's. My kind of Gwent deck building brain tells me that Chernobog's is absolutely broken. It's a very cool card, but Magic Broom is very similar. So Magic Broom has the better stat line because it's more difficult to remove. However, Magic Broom can often, you want to draw with it, but you just don't have a character. Like, you want to play Queen's Castle that turn, so you can't, for example. Hey, Lorcana on Twitch TV. Hope you are. Wait, are you saying seed is going to matter who goes first? Yeah, it did in Lille. Yeah, it's the top cut, so the player with the higher seed, as long as it's the same as Lille, does get to decide if they go first or second in game 1. I do think Kurt will take it because of the draw power. Let's have a look. Queen's Castle can be problematic for Chris, potentially. No Scar, no Vitalosphere. 4 of these Sisus, mate, is pretty spicy. That's going to be a problem for the Flynn Rider. This is a really tricky one. My heart tells me give it to Kurt, but my mind tells me Chris is going to do it. I think the 4 Sisus are a bit of a difference maker here. It allows Chris to contest the early board, shut down the Flynn Rider. This is the trickiest one so far. I want to give it to Kurt, but I'm going to give it to Chris. Considering Chris is going first twice, considering they have 4 of this Sisu, well, no matches. I believe it starts in 5 minutes. I really hope it starts in 5 minutes. If it doesn't start in 5 minutes, I suck at time zones, apparently. Let me double check. It either starts in 5 minutes or 1 hour, 5 minutes. I think it's in 5. I hope it's in 5. No one's told me I'm wrong. So if I'm wrong, blame chat. Easy. Right, so the stream starts at 11 AM CT. Which is, yeah, 5 minutes time. Pog. I was not wrong. Alright, guys. This is a really tricky one. Kurt or Chris? I would love to watch this game. This would be a really interesting game to watch. I'm going for Chris. I'm going for Chris. I think Chris's deck is built in a way which it's going to be able to do the business. And they're going first. I wanted to go Kurt, but I'm going Chris. But that'll be... I mean, I really want to watch this game. Yeah, probably won't actually happen. But we're going for Chris. So then, we have... Who was it? Dallas versus Chris. Do we have Dallas's deck still up? No, let me pull it back up. Dallas versus Chris. What seed was Dallas at? Dallas versus Chris, the 20th seed. Sisu, Mirror. Moana? What the? Miss watching me play. Well, I've got paper videos coming soon. I did my first paper recording yesterday. It's not going to be the best quality initially. There's a lot to work on. I want to get to the point where I have face cams, where I have live recordings, where I could do streams. That's where I'm going to try and build up towards. But to be honest, it not only requires a lot of experience, it requires a lot of money. I need to buy like a really new fancy laptop, cameras, microphones. But basically my plan is spend all my... If I get to do more casting, spend all my casting money on equipment. And then hopefully I can get to a point where I can do some paper live streams. That's the objective. We're not a million miles away. I'll get there. And also, I'll do some webcam streams, like webcam game streams soon. I need to buy a new desk as well, because I need a bigger desk space. Set up Patreon, thanks. I do have a Patreon, to be fair, but it's not. I've not been doing much, but yeah, I appreciate that. That's very kind. All right. Judy Hopps for Dallas is nice in the mirror. Moana is not very nice, is it? I'm just going to give it to Chris, I think. I don't know, though. The Moana's so random. Lady Tremaine Medusa. Lady Tremaine does seem good in the mirror. 2B prepared, 2B prepared. 2 Sisu, 3 Sisu. Let's go, Chris. And then we've got Scott Page versus Chris. Wait. I wasn't supposed to write Scott Page in there yet, was I? So we're saying that Chris and Scott are the 2 Mickey Mouse winners from this side of the bracket, all right? But then it's Scott versus Chris. I mean, you guys know I'm picking Scott already. I'm the biggest fan of Scott in the world. I don't know who he is, but I'm their biggest fan, just based off their deck. So, Scott versus Chris. They've only got 2 aerials. The Babooms are pretty bad in this matchup. They've got no Beast hard-headed. Guys, is this where it all ends for Scott Page? Are we putting Chris through? I think I might be. I think the Beast tragic hero is tragically gonna die to Medusa. Maybe I don't like Scott's deck that much. Where's the Cogsworth, bro? Oh man, I think it's time to give up on my Scott Page dream. Sorry, Scott. We're going for Chris. But Scott, you got a Mickey. You beat Zach Bivens, according to us. Good job. All right, is the stream started yet? It should have started. Hello? Guys, where is it? Where is it? Going or casting Bochum? I'm going to Bochum. I don't know in what capacity yet, but I'll either play it or cast. Hopefully. I'll be there. I'll be there. I want to cast every Disney event. That's what I want to do. I want to go to America and cast American events too. That's what I want to be doing this weekend. But here I am, stuck with you lot. That was a joke. Who uses light mode? Yeah, I don't know. Not me, usually. Is there a dark mode on Twitch? I don't know. Are we going to see the first match in 1-2 hours? No. They said the stream's live at this time. Can't be predicting your guy. Who did we say they were losing to? Oh, didn't we... They're playing Mufasa. Is that the guy that's playing into Mufasa? Yeah, they're playing against Mufasa. Come on, I have to give Mufasa at least 1 win. They're playing Mufasa. How are you going to play Mufasa and lose to Ruby Sapphire? Come on. They got to top cut with Mufasa. They have to be beating Ruby Sapphire. Their Mufasa is going to get destroyed and it's going to summon Exodia. GG. No, the stream's supposed to start this time. I mean, I don't see why putting women on the stream would be an issue personally. I'm all for it. I think it's really good to put women on stream actually, even if they're underrepresented in the competition. I think it actually makes sense that they should therefore be overrepresented in terms of a proportion on the stream. because that is going to encourage more women to come and play, and I think that's what that would be great. So I actually think it's good to put women on the stream. Let's say there was 5% women, I would still be very happy for the 25% of the games shown to be women, for example, right? Because, okay, it's disproportionately overrepresenting the percentage of players that are women, but there's still going to be, you know, there's still going to be less women on stream than men. Like, who cares, man, about someone's gender, to be honest? But I think it's good. Like, there's, like, little kids that play this game. Like, little girls can see, like, older women playing on stream. I think that's sick. I think it's really important, personally. Who cares, though, honestly? Who cares, right? Let's just see some good Lorcana. Let's not get political. TMA, do you want to play? That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That is pretty damn cool. I think did I introduce Tia to Lorcana? I don't know, maybe. Maybe not. I don't think I introduced her to it, but I definitely talked to her a lot about it before it came out. I had my eye on it for a very long time. Alright. Where's the stream, guys? We're late. Any stream havers? So, I got a deck for you guys while we're waiting. Oh, I've got a deck, guys. I've got a $100 meta breaker. Ready? Right, don't share this with anyone, okay? This is top secret, alright? This is just between me and you guys, okay? $100 meta breaker. So I probably would have played this weekend. I would have either played this or I would have played Sapphire Steel. Ready? $100 meta breaker. $99.47. Alright. So the idea of this deck is it's purple steel. Purple steel. Why purple steel? Well, mainly because Benja is very good against the Sapphire decks, particularly Sapphire Ruby. You Benja their Fishbone Quill and they're lost, right? Like, you can actually aggro them a bit. So Benja's very, very good against Sapphire Steel. Then you've got the legendary Baboom for Diablo, right? That's kind of the main idea, right? Benja for Ruby Sapphire, Baboom for Emerald Steel. Now, you could pair Steel with a lot of different things. Ruby lacks the card draw, of course. We did actually see a Ruby Steel deck on stream yesterday, which almost looked okay. So many ads. Yeah, welcome to Twitch. I'm also streaming on YouTube where there's less ads. Yeah, I did try a Yensid version of this deck as well with the 2-cost Broom and Yensid, but I found it to be too inconsistent. I removed it. You could play the Yensid version though, but I found it to be too inconsistent. Streams live? Awesome. Baited. I got absolutely baited. Oh, so baited, mate. Main issue with Purple Steel is Ruby Amethyst. That's an interesting comment because I actually think the Ruby Amethyst matchup is really good for me. With Pascal, they often really struggle to deal with it. It's live. It ain't. Look. Alright, let's see. I don't know why it's not on dark mode. Oh, it's live. I told you guys. Alright, starting soon. We're not missing anything. I'm going to keep it muted because I don't know about you guys, but I was not vibing with the music they had on in the background here. I was not vibing with the music they had on the background here. Yeah, I'm going to be watching the whole thing. So here's the list I've been playing. So, yeah, you're right. So, this deck is good into Ruby Sapphire. Very, very good when going first. You Benja them. You churn the bogs and Magic Broom. You quest until they can Sisu you, right? Or B-Prep. And that's when you start drawing cards, right? That's when you start... I really love these. Now, the Pascal is not very good against Ruby Sapphire because it is going to get wiped. But it's very, very good against Ruby Amethyst. Unless they're playing the Peter Pan, the 3-cost, which I do think the deck might start going towards. But that's also where the spell books come in. The spell books are really, really good against Ruby Amethyst. It's not a super duper clean matchup against Ruby Amethyst of this deck. It's pretty tight. But you have... Oh, I got excited. The song changed on my music, and I thought the stream was starting. Guys, as soon as the stream starts, spam me, please. Babooms, very good for the Flynn. Spellbook's good. Overall, the deck's really solid. It's like a solid B tier deck, right? If you've got S tier, maybe you've got A tier. This could be an A tier, but it's probably like higher B, lower A tier. I really like the deck. I really, really do. The Tinkerbell is in here, the Tiny Tink into Shift Tink for Bucky Boy. The problem is that I found in testing yesterday, and you're going to see this from the deck guide I post on this with a bunch of gameplay I recorded yesterday on paper cards. Oh my goodness. If Bucky goes Ursa the Deceiver of All, if Bucky's going first, and they go Ursa the Deceiver of All on turn 3, they can just remove your Tinkerbell, and then you can't shift in, and then you kind of lose. So the other tech option in this deck is Pick a Fight, which is the Wreck-It Ralph card, which costs 2, it's uninkable, and it gives one of your characters the ability to challenge readied characters that turn. It could be decent as a one-off because you can slam into Bucky with Broom or something, or you could slam your Smee or Snake into Ursula Deceiver as well. But Pick a Fight is such a bad top deck, my goodness. You're kind of just scraping the bottom of the barrel looking for answers for Bucky with something like that, right? But I really do like this color combo. In general, I do think that just a deck with Benja Baboom has to be good, like a low to the floor deck. So I do think that there's still room for experimentation. Like I could see still like Amber Steel Songs maybe with Benja, for example, being like an interesting approach. That command didn't work, did it? I didn't set that up. Check my YouTube, Crazy Duck. Sorry. I'll sort that out in a minute. Once the game starts, I'll sort that command out. But I did a YouTube video on all the decks. But yeah, this has been... I've tested it really, really well. It's favored into Sapphire Steel. No, sorry. Let me rephrase that. It's not favored into Sapphire. It's favored into Ruby Sapphire. Good matchup. Either side of the coin, particularly when going first. Going second, it's a little bit tighter. But it's... Okay, we're live. We are live.
These faces. Rebecca and I are going to be here on site to give you live commentary, and we have Tannen doing interviews in between the rounds.
Good luck, everyone.
Jonty and Liam have both done an awesome job doing their virtual games, so we can give you 2 matches hopefully for each round that we're going through.
Absolutely. Yeah, this team has been so great to work with. Excited for having so much more fun today.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great decks, really great players that are playing today, so I'm excited to
during the games I'll probably mute the casters.
Hopefully see some really exciting games.
Go see your
and these players are playing for some really cool stuff. So why don't we look at the pricing for
guys? Did you know you get if you have Amazon Prime, you get free Twitch Prime sub once a month.
So everyone who participated in the challenge earned this beautiful Dragonfire.
Yeah, there's a steel faster
again. So this was every single player got handed this on day 1.
Guys, these cards
and
are
then
so
there was
good.
also
Let me
this
pull out
new
my
edition
Dragonfire to show
of
you.
match point rewards
They're
where
so
players
good.
could earn prize tickets. And I think the players are really excited about this. We saw players sticking around throughout the day to earn those tickets to redeem for prizes.
They actually
yeah,
look
something
insane.
really cool happened yesterday where I think the retention rate of players all the way through round 9 in Atlanta was somewhere around 50%.
That's not a bad little folder,
but
is it?
over 80% of the players, of the just over 1,000 players that came to play yesterday, stayed all the way through round 9 because people are trying to hit that 30-point threshold so they can get some of the prize tickets and use it at the prize wall to get some of the really cool promos that are there. And then, of course, after that, we have the people who made it into day 2. The top 64 players were able to achieve this Let It Go promo. It's very beautiful art and foiling here on this art.
Let me tell my green screen
and also
for a sec.
anybody that had the same score as the top 64 player. So I think it was 43 points at the end of the day that pushed people into top 64. So everybody that got 43 points walked away with the Let It Go.
Yes, so beautiful. And then, of course, those who are moving on today in the top 64 have some more wonderful cards. We have the Cinderella Stout-Hearted that you can earn by making it to the top 32. A beautiful alternate art to that Stout-Hearted card with,
nice,
again,
man.
that gorgeous foiling.
This is the only one I got.
And then top 16
I have stout-hearted
earns this
Rapunzel
non-foil along with an invitation
well
to the North American Championship.
Yeah, and all of this is cumulative. So all of the players that are playing today, you know, they've already secured everything that you just saw in the last slide, and they're playing for all of these going on.
The
you know,
next
the
event
top
after
64
this
matches
is
are
in
on their way.
Bochum, Germany.
These
That's
are
a
the things that they're
2,000 player
looking
event,
forward
so the
to
prizes are
every
like
single
double,
match.
right?
They know if they
So
win
it's
the
like
match
top
and move
32
on to
for
this next
Rapunzel,
round,
top 8
they'll
get
get
Mickey
the
Mouse.
Cinderella. And so
Whereas it's only
there's
top
really
4
cool
for
stuff to
this
play
event, they get
for.
Mickey Boy.
If they make it all the way through past the top 16, then they get this really, really beautiful Rapunzel foiled playmat. I've gotten to see some of the foil playmats, and they look absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, they are so pretty, and I love this art on Rapunzel. Rapunzel is, I think, a favorite Disney character out there, so I love that they brought her for these prizes.
Absolutely. I love Rapunzel's golden hair.
I got the
She's
dragonfly
one of my
for
favorite princesses because that reason. She's just so pretty.
I have one behind the very disorganized. I'm actually going to do a collection organizing stream this week.
We have the golden Mickey for our top
I need to order a new desk.
players. And I mean, we've
I've
all
held one of these in my hand.
over this card so much.
Yeah, it is a spectacle to see in person. All of the videos don't do justice.
Pretty,
honestly, even this graphic doesn't do justice. The art is amazing that Nicholas Cole put together
playing
for
in
this, and
events.
the way that the card actually looks,
I'm hoping to cast all of them.
is stunning.
That's my objective.
Yes, and
I'd love to play
also, we didn't
at
say this
point,
yesterday, but this is a serialized card. There's only so many of these that are going to be made.
Yeah, so as you can see on the bottom of the card, it's numbered. It'll have a number out of 5,000 or 500. But after that, we move on to the top two.
Some Mickeys have sold. Yeah, I actually have a lot of info on the Mickeys.
2 boxes of Ursula's Return,
so,
plus 100 prize wall tickets.
I know that 3 or 4 in Europe have sold, and I don't believe maybe any in America sold.
We will look at
Not
after
sure.
we also see what the champion gets.
I know
the champion will get that
one was
Disney
sold
Lorcana
at the venue
trophy, along with a
alongside
complete
everything
foil
else for
set
about
of Ursula's Return,
15,000
including all of the
euros.
enchanted cards.
Yes, and I have to say these,
which I think was a very good deal for the person buying it.
Some of my favorite enchanted cards that we've seen so far.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite one?
Oh, Ariel.
Of course.
Yeah, I'll turn it down for a sec. Yeah, so with the Mickey Mouses, I know that one was sold. I want one of these hats, bro. They didn't have the hats in Lil. I want a hat. Okay, this is actually different to the hats that the artists have. The artists have a hat which is like full-blown logo. So this is slightly different. You had a 70,050. Yeah, I heard that there was one that got went through a couple days ago for 70,000. Yeah, 15,000. I think the guy who it is was very happy with it at the time, but I think probably regrets it a bit. And I also believe one was sold. I got told by Reese, who finished second in Lille, because I was with him on Friday. He told me that one got sold to the vendor in Lille for 12,000, which I assume is euros. They should have had the hats and shirts to buy. They're on the prize wall. Interesting. Okay. I thought it was a buy. Maybe it's like a lack of funds. For around 23,000 on Facebook, really? Is that? Wait, that's not how you spell Frank Carsten. Isn't his name spelled wrong? That doesn't look right to me. That's not how you spell his name, bro. It's an E. That's not ideal, is it? Oops. Bochum sold out so quickly. I watched someone in my lobby sell Let It Go Cindy and Rapunzel for 16K. That's not bad, is it? That's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal for the person selling it. Yeah, that's it, right? I think someone sold it at 15K. All of that plus the Mickey. Oof, that's not good. But to be fair, I don't 500, mate. They're gonna go down in price, aren't they? So I do think that the people, whoever sold it for 70 bags, whoever bought it for 70 bags. The thing is, if you've got that amount of money, you probably just don't care if you're overpaying, right? 70,000 for someone rich enough is hundreds for other people, right? Selling non-4 Cindy and Rapunzel for 500 and 700 day one. Oh my goodness. People are not very good at... I just don't understand. Who's buying this stuff for that much? Especially with these events, the Cindy's and the Rapunzels, there's just going to be so many events. They're just going to, like, the amount on the market's going to just be flooded, right? Crazy world. Crazy world, mate. All right, let's see what everyone's saying. Good luck to Brandon and Rebecca.
All the decks. With the new set, you know, things have really dramatically shifted, I think, in the deck list that you see out there. And I think that's evident in the deck list that we see in this top 64.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see what the majority of top 64 was made up of, what decks made it through. There was actually quite a few different ink pairings that
I was
made
not
their
surprised
way into
at
the top
all.
64, and we have the standings to show you guys of all the players that did make it into this day 2.
I was surprised that there's a Steel Mufasa deck.
So as Brandon mentioned,
that did surprise me.
Go
on, Sky.
Top 64 player.
So 43 was the cutoff.
That 43 points, whether they made it to top 64 or not, based on tiebreakers.
I'll be in Bockham.
Beautiful Let It Go card.
Right. There were some people that had 43 points and bubbled out, but those people still walked away with the Let It Go promo. And of course, as we move further into the standings, we can see that the 43 points.
You know when the tickets for Birmingham event go on sale? After Bologna, probably.
After that, we got the 48th ranked.
Bologna's not even on sale yet, mate. So
further.
Yes.
Not anytime soon, basically.
Carried us really far up into the standings, actually. You can see here all the way up to player at 17th standing even has.
Yeah, look how tight it is.
This
crazy.
High, and I believe there's a couple different records that people could have gone through for something like this. I think if you had 5 total games.
Website said after Lille. I mean, it is after Lille still, but yeah. It'll be after.
44 points.
The tickets for Bockham only just went on sale, which is like a month ahead of the event, right? So probably expect something similar.
At that point,
about a month before. I would expect maybe when Bologna finishes.
And then, of course, we have Zach Bivens, who finished yesterday at our top #1 spot with 48 points.
Yeah, so some of you might recognize the name of Zach Bivens.
Now, I do also want to mention, I know Zach's top, and like that's going to mean that everyone's going to be hyping his deck up, but the difference between first place and 15th is very, very small. I also believe that Zach, on his Twitter post, mentioned he did some like intentional draws, but potentially, like if you start off Swiss very well, you're more likely to continue to do well if you're taking these kind of draws. I'm not sure that's true though. On my bracket prediction that we've done, we did put Zach still to make it. It's very possible Zach gets rounded, but we did still put Zach getting quite far. But Zach's up against Ruby Sapphire round 1, but that's going to be really interesting to see if he can pull it off. I would love to watch that game. I did with the Candio, right?
Yeah. And
what's the tiebreaker for ranking? There's a lot of tiebreakers for ranking. The first one, I believe, is the amount of wins you had. So if you're level on points with draws and wins, because there's a few points, as Brandon was mentioning, I'm not sure, let's say like 44 points. You could get there with like 5 wins, 4 draws. Let's say, oh, cool, we're watching Zach. Let's go. All right, I'm excited. I'm super excited. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is the matchup I wanted to watch. So we put Zach through. Zach's on Emerald Amber Steel Songs, goes for the Queen, Corey with the Popsicle. Corey here is on the Ruby Sapphire. Very, very tough matchup for Zach in theory, right? So Zach's doing some hand shuffling. He inks, goes for the Prior Lands. The Queen's going to quest for 1. Zach takes the lead, ladies and gents. I need to find the best spot for me. Probably here. I don't want to cover the lore. This seems like a nice little spot, doesn't it? I'm covering the cards that are popping up, which is maybe also not ideal. There is a VOD on the Facebook channel, by the way, for Lorcana. Yeah, Zach does look a little bit nervous, which, I mean, it's understandable also on camera. After a really good day 1, it all comes down to this, right? Still got a bit of glare on the table, unfortunately, which is a real shame. I was a bit annoyed yesterday watching the glare, to be honest with you. I understand it's not super easy, but we had no glare problems in Lille, basically. I don't know. Feels like it shouldn't really be happening for an official event. That's just my honest opinion. All right, we see Popsicle come down. So Pride Lands is obviously ticking for 1 lore return. Wait, is he wearing a crown? I didn't even see. And is that Brawl that comes through? It is, removing the aerial. Pride Lands is going to gain its lore. This is what Zach's looking to do, right? Just get early lore. Oh my goodness, look at that. The double Pride Lands, the Queen quest, he's on 5. Next turn, threatening to get to 8. No, it's not mandatory, but it's possible they've been asked on the main stage to do it. Fishbone Crawl's going to get inked. In comes Maui. But Maui can't clean up Pride Lands in a single swoop. It's going to take 2 attempts. And that's why Pride Lands is pretty damn good. Goes for the Queen instead. Going to heal with the Popsicle on the Maui. And it goes over to Zach. Zach's going to obviously get that double Pride Lands up to 7. He's inching closer. In comes the Whole New World. Not exactly what you want to be playing against a Ruby Sapphire player. And yet... well, yeah. It's interesting. So Queen didn't go into Pride Lands. It's also worth mentioning these rounds are timed, whereas the top 8, I think, is untimed. I think it's like 50-minute rounds, 60-minute rounds or something. So there is like that element of wanting to make sure you play it relatively quickly. But yeah, I think the Queen could have gone into the Pride Lands. Not that it would have made any difference at all, because the Pride Lands is only giving extra willpower, right? So it really didn't make a difference. 70 minutes, nice one. Yeah, no second Maui for Corey off the top. It's sped up. Do you know what? It is sped up, isn't it? It is sped up. You're right. It is sped up. I don't know how we only just noticed that. What a catch. Rascal, can we have no spoilers? I'll ban you, please. We don't want anything. We don't want to know any of the other results because we don't know what game we're watching next. Thanks. So it does look like it's sped up a bit, which I actually kind of rate. There's a lot of breaks in the broadcast, right? So having some stuff a little bit pre-recorded means there's going to be less downtime in the stream later on. So I think that's cool. All good, mate. I can't say I'm surprised that the Mufasa deck lost. It looked pretty horrendous. I just wanted to prove to people I'm not the world's biggest Mufasa hater. Pride Lands almost cleared. It's looking pretty bad for Zach. No flutes down. The Pride Lands put in work. You can see what they're looking to do with the deck, the Amber Steel deck, but you can also see why Amber Steel looks like it's just not a good pick for the metagame in general and why it's a surprise deck to have come out on top. Was confused when catching up on your stream at 2 times. Let's go. It's open deck list day 2. Yes. Yes, it's open deck list day 2. Right. Play passes on over to Corey. It's pretty difficult to cast a game that's sped up. Wait. Play doesn't pass on over to Corey. Something went to Corey, but Zach's playing aerial now. I'm confused. It's difficult to track, to be honest. Yeah, it's a best of 3. But it is timed. It's about 70-minute rounds, we believe. Can I disable my GOG pop-ups? I don't play Gwen anymore. Let me see if I can do that quickly. Because no one wants to be seeing that. I'm just going to log out. That'll do the trick. So, Zach's on 12. They're getting closer. They are very much inching closer. It is now Corey's turn. There's a brawl in there to get rid of the aerial. The Medusa can trade out the Robin Hood. Maui comes through. Yeah, I was watching yesterday too. I was watching it with friends at someone else's house, so I wasn't streaming it. But I did watch almost all the games. I also went to sleep before it finished last night. Went to bed at like 1 a.m. and it was still going. I can see the logic of doing it. There's lots of downtime otherwise. But yeah, now Zach's got no board and no Pride Lands and is 8 away. Does look like there's at least 1 flute, maybe 2. There is a flute in there, so we see a flute. This is the money card really for Zach. Just going to look to cheese across the line. Goes for a Zeus. That's going to be 1 law. So Zach's up to 13. Meanwhile, Corey, going to like the position, but the flute on the board is going to be pretty concerning for them, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. In comes the Tala, going to look at 2. No idea what it is. I would much prefer to have the face cameras, I'm going to be honest. This hand cam ain't really doing it for me. I don't know about you guys. I think it's like nice to flick to the hand cam, but I want to see their faces, man. Is it just me? In Lille, we had the faces on all the time, and then occasionally it would pop to the hand view if it was relevant, but I don't know. I want to see the faces. Like, this now is a good time for the hand cam, right? So, Ursula and Strength are the kind of cards which Zach seems to be considering. Yeah, exactly, H4. Basically looking for Pride lands, and definitely flutes to cross the line is needed to have a chance against Ruby Sapphire. It's absolutely the game plan. It's a very interesting build. As soon as I saw it, I liked it, its chances. The main Pokemon casters have been doing it for years. What's that, sorry? Skepti? Doing what? Just so you love the hand cams? Yeah, fair. I also like the hand cams, but I want, like, right now, for example, Corey, I'd much rather see his face rather than his face down card. You know what I mean? I definitely like the hand cameras. I just think it could be a little bit... It could be improved. I'm being critical, but whatever. I just want to see it be the best broadcast it can possibly be. Maui's going to sing How Far I'll Go. One into the Inkwell, one into the hand. Develop is also going to be played. It's a McDuck Manor and something else. What's happening here? I feel like he didn't draw the second one off Develop, did he? Did he just put one on bottom? I don't know what happened, bro. Not gonna lie. I thought he put it in Inkwell. Second card on How Far went to the bottom instead of Inkwell. Oof. Stinker. That's not ideal, is it? That's the kind of thing I would do, though. Double McDuck Manor. Now, the Ursula Deceiver, there's no shift, so there's not threatening like that one extra law, but it can quest. The flute can go to 16. A second flute for Zach here would be tremendous. Does have the world's greatest criminal mind, which can deal with the Maui. And it certainly does. Goes for the sing-song, though, rather than hard casting it and gaining one law. Does allow Zach to go for the Robin Hood. The McDuck Manor's put Corey up to 7. Zach is threatening to get to 19 with the flute this turn. And a double quest. There's the Medusa onto the Robin Hood. Robin Hood didn't do much, but it does mean the Ursula's still alive. So Zach can go up to 17 here. The second flute is humongous. That is a huge, huge find. Only 1 damage doesn't seem that good off Strength, but it's 2 law. Ursula puts it to 3. The double McDuck Manor now comes through, up to 11. The Medusa can go to 12. It doesn't look like Corey is able to stop the Bivens and the flutes. It doesn't look possible. Bivens with the Pride lands in the early game and flutes to close it out. Absolutely popping off. Again, we did predict Bivens to take this one in our report, but it wasn't clean cut. And there's the grab swords and there's the flutes doing the business. Very, very impressive performance. This is the thing, right? Steel Songs looks great in the meta, apart from Ruby Sapphire. So if Zach can consistently be winning this matchup against very, very good players, it looks really, really good for him. It really, really does. So I respect it a lot. Good job to Zach. Game number 1 goes to them. They obviously were going first there as well. They're the highest seed. That's also going to be really important for them, right? The fact they did secure the top seed means they're going to be going first every single tournament game. We predicted them to get to the what? Semis or the quarters, I think. But I could definitely see them going the whole way. Very impressive first performance, that's for sure. Things to look out for, which Bivens might struggle with, is Sapphire Steel. Sapphire Steel, particularly with Avalanches or Titans. No, Bivens is playing 4 flutes. They're playing 4 flutes. It's just they had the second one at the end there. All right, Corey's going to be going first. Thought he was on 3. I think it's 4. I'm going to check. It's 4 flutes, 3 pride lands. Yeah, Zach and Decandio are opposite ends of the bracket. Yep. There's only one problem. Decandio has Scuttle in their deck. If Scuttle wins, I'm going to cry. Everyone's going to tell me, oh, first you said Mufasa was bad, then you said Scuttle was bad. Spoiler alert. Kind of. So odd it's delayed and sped up? I don't know. I think it's fine. Having it sped up is honestly better viewer experience, right? In a lot of ways. You're not waiting around for them to make decisions. We're going to get more Lorcana action this way as well. Yo, Chen, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. 3 prides and 4 flutes. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a cool final. I want Sky to do really well, but I did predict Sky to get knocked out round 1 in my bracket. Again, no spoilers. The Queen's going to come through for the Bivens. I like calling him the Bivens. Anyone else got some good nicknames? We need to give Corey a nickname. Corey Patrick. I don't know. I'm thinking of like the Star because of Patrick Star. We'll go with that. Don't think it's great. Hopefully it's not insulting. The Fishbone Quill is down for Corey. And in comes the Ice Block. Bivens with no Pride Lands. Obviously going second, the Pride Lands is going to be significantly less appealing because the Maui's able to come through significantly earlier. In comes Ariel. Does find a strength. Finds a couple strengths and a couple Rapunzels. So, see Rapunzels and strength are going to be going on the bottom. Strength into hand. Does take the time to decide which order to put them back on. Which makes sense. Pretty good start though for Zach. Getting the Queen in. Questing. It is time for the Maui man. Of course, can Ice Block the Queen as well to give Maui that little bit of extra strength. Could even heal up the Maui with the Popsicle if they so desire. How's the Seal Song in Red Purple? Good question. I have no idea. Not a clue. No one's playing Seal Songs apart from Zach. Zach is bringing it back. Which is really great. I really love it. It's going to just open the meta up a bit more. Really, really good stuff. I really thought Songs was dead. If you asked me yesterday, how do you build Songs, I would 100% tell you 4 flutes. Which Zach's got, and it's the flutes and the Pride Lands, which is giving it a real chance against Ruby Sapphire, it seems. Why do they continue to shuffle their hands? Well, good question. A little bit of it is kind of just, if you play lots of card games, you get used to it. But it's also a good habit because there is potentially information that your opponent could be gaining if they're really paying attention to the cards in your hand, right? So, for example, they see that you draw a card and then that you ink that card, right? That is information, but small information, but information is power, right? Whereas if you draw a card, start shuffling your hand and then ink that card, your opponent doesn't know that you just inked the card you drew, for example, right? So there is definitely merit to it. There's a reason for it. It is also kind of like a muscle memory thing that you just get used to, but there is also there is some inherent value of doing it, but then it also becomes like a reflex over time, right? I found it really funny watching Zan yesterday doing the magic. I got told it's the magic shuffle where I got half a deck of cards here. It's like, this is half of my set champs winning deck. This is randomly here. But like, where he's like shuffling like this, not looking. I found that very funny. It's like shuffling behind his back, bro. I'm always so intimidated if I sit across from my opponent and they start going. It's pretty intimidating stuff. Zach's on 6 lore. Corey's on nothing. I was really expecting to see the Maui come through a turn or two ago, but it was the Flavisham. I wonder if that was perhaps a wee bit greedy to leave this Queen on the board a little bit longer. It did deny the Rapunzel though coming through, so maybe it was a really big brain player, right? Like let's say, oh no, it doesn't deny Rapunzel. Maui comes through on Queen, and then it's not like Ariel can slam into Maui and be Rapunzel. There we go. Is that a sign? Be prepared. That's a sign. Be prepared or something. There's some writing on it. Is that a sign? Be prepared. Hello. That's crazy. That is wild. I actually have a signed Ariel, which I could play with. What else do I have signed? I have all of Emily's cards signed, so Beaking Undisputed, Peter Pan Shadow, Camillo, and Madrigal, and Friend Like Me. I have Madam Mim Fox signed. And I have Alice signed as well. Zach has 1 bare necessities. Is that allowed? I also asked the same thing yesterday. There was a signed card played yesterday. I was like, is that allowed? And apparently it is, as long as it's on the front. If it's on the front, it's allowed. I've actually signed some Friar Tuck, so maybe one day we'll see a specie Friar Tuck sign on the main stage. I doubt it. I doubt it. Alright. Zach's on 6, but has the Pride Lands down. The B prep. That's why the Corey didn't go for the Maui when they did, right? They went for the card draw instead. Confident enough with them going first that they don't have to Maui straight away. And get that full value. And that's going to allow Maui then to deal with the Pride Lands now, probably instead. Flaversham again. But Flaversham's got that 1 damage to go with the Maui to clean up the Pride Lands in a minute. So certainly makes some sense. The Fishbone's getting inked here. 3 ink. Oh no. Yeah, 3 remaining because Flaversham and the Ice Block came through. Man, I wish I was this clean with my ink, guys. What's bridge shuffling? I don't know that. I guess. I don't know. Sign cards are legal to play? Apparently so. As long as it's on the front, not the back. Or as long as the sleeve is not signed, but the card itself, I guess. Something like that. Yeah, Corey's on 2 or 3 Dragonfires, actually. And McDuck Manors. It's definitely not a cookie cutter list. Zach's got the Pride Lands down and the Sleepy's Flute. Playing Dragonfire and not using Dragonfire promo is criminal. I mean, they have more than 1 Dragonfire, so maybe there's a promo in there. It's very, very possible. They don't get their participation Dragonfires, I don't think. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they already got it. I got my Dragonfire participation after the event, but that's because I was casting, though. I wasn't playing, so... Not sure when they get their Dragonfire promos. I guess you could argue that you couldn't put it in, though, because it wasn't the first card. I don't know. But Corey, it does seem like Corey played in the last one because they have the sign Be Prepared, and apparently that was the... Another sign Be Prepared! That is such a flex, mate. I'm so into it. And then we do see the Flaversham as predicted from Corey. They didn't need to go for that Maui the previous turn because it wasn't able to clean it up. Let them get the Flaversham through for more card draw, giving them more flexibility over what to ink. But the double flute for Zach is definitely threatening the 2-0. Corey needs to start questing pretty quickly. Not that quickly, I don't think they're that scared, but the whole new world comes through. Be Prepared, signed into the discard. Zach's going to draw 7. The flutes are going to be exerted, and that's going to put Zach up to 9. And you can see what the flutes are here for. They're for this matchup. Got your Dragonfire promo at the start of round 3. Nice one. Where was that, in Lille? Comes Robin Hood. Play passes back on over to Corey, who's going to ready everything up. Going to draw. There's a Medusa in there, which is probably going to clean up this Robin Hood. Maui Boy is going to sing How Far I'll Go. Obviously, nothing to challenge. What a card How Far I'll Go is with Maui. Yeah, you can play promos. Do you guys want background music on, by the way? Let me know. Or is it a vibe as it is now? Link 2 times? I don't think so. Probably Fishbone Quill is what happened, if that's what you're talking about. In comes the Fishbone. Fishbone gets inked, and Fishbone's going to put Maui into the ink face down. 4 is spent on double 1 jump ahead. Bam! Bam! Look how neat Corey is with their ink. I could never dream of being this neat with my ink. My ink would be currently off the table, just in a straight line. Flaversham Man's going to get rid of the Fishbone, 2 cards drawn. Puts Corey up to 4, so they're still a long way away, but they do have the McDuck Manor down on the board now. Zach's going to take a little gander at those sign Be Prepared and ask him if he can buy one off him, probably. Here we go. Zach's on a lot of ink for a songs player. They'd love a 3rd flute, I'm sure. Queen's going to get inked. Didn't count 2 law from McDuck. Uh-oh. I mean, that could be a player issue. It could be a overlay issue. Might just be an error on the overlay, to be honest. From my experience, the overlay in Lille wasn't always perfect. Yeah, wait, Zach's up to 11 now with the flutes. Is that another sign? Be prepared, I saw. I had a little glimpse. Queen comes down. Cinderella. There's only 2 Cindy's in Zach's deck, which is the most controversial thing about the list. 2 1-drop Cindy's and 3 Ursula Vanessas. Obviously, Cindy can be removed quite easily by things like Baboon, whereas Ursula Vanessa can't. Looks like a double quest for Corey with the Flavisham Man and the Medusa. Does look like the law was bugging. So the McDuck Manor did get its value. It's not the easiest thing to follow when this happens. Again, it's just something that the broadcast hopefully can improve upon. I'll be giving a lot of feedback for sure. I gave a lot of feedback after Lille as well on things like this. So a learning curve. I do think the overlay is really nice. But it's really hard to follow the game if you can't trust the law counter, right? No music, just your wonderfully voice. Thanks. All right. Dragonfire in there. Looks like another signed B prep. That's why Corey's playing 4 B preps. It's all signed. World's Greatest Criminal Mind cleans up Sisu. I mean, the Bivens is not here to make friends with Ruby Sapphire players, that's for sure. Very, very cool deck with the 3 copies of World's Greatest Criminal Mind. It can hit Maui, it can hit Sisu, it can hit Tamatoa, it can hit Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. And of course, the Steel Songs deck should be very good into Bucky Boy. Corey's still 12 away. Bivens is 7 away. Obviously, with those 2 CP's food, that's 4 turns. It's quite a long way away. You would imagine Corey's going to have this one. Double Pride Lands comes through. Hello, Sunshine. Well, that is definitely going to be something that Corey's going to have to be answering, which is going to stop them questing. It's best of 3 now. The top cut is best of 3. Yeah, the McDuck Manor, though, for Corey is definitely getting the law. McDuck Manor putting in some serious work here. Really cool to see. Corey's going to take a little gander at Bivens' deck and say, mate, why none of your cards signed? That's kind of cringe. Couldn't be me. Corey's just a baller with those signed B prepares. I love it. I want to start playing with my signed cards. You've got to slam into these Pride Lands potentially, but it's also possible that Corey at this moment in time just doesn't even care. Isn't scared that Bivens can win it in 1. Obviously, Bivens with the Prior Lands would go up to 15. Then the flutes would get him to 17. It's not like a threat of like double flute song getting them there. So, in theory, the Medusa might just prefer to quest. And similarly, the Flavisham. Obviously, the Maui could sing potentially as well if Corey really doesn't care that much. Yeah, Diamond Hand for Corey. Is going to remove a Pride Lands with the Medusa rather than quest for 1. Obviously, you only need to get to 20, so maybe Corey decides that 1 extra law not necessary and would just rather play safe than sorry by removing that Pride Lands at this moment in time. Comes through with the dime. The dime is going to be tapped onto the Medusa, only for 1. It all counts. The Bivens is going to go back into the deck, the discard. Of course, it's open deck list. I don't know. I don't believe they actually have the deck list next to them, but they see the list before the game, and the Bivens is going to concede that 1, and it is a 1-1. So both players going first have 1 so far. And now it's all eyes on the Bivens and the opening hand. Can they deliver the goodness? Bivens going first again due to their higher seeding. Top seed of the tournament. Again, the bracket is... If you guys didn't see before, I did a bracket prediction. I did predict the Bivens to get to like here, but I did also say it's very possible they lose round 1. It just would have been a bit harsh. You've got to believe in the deck build that they can get there, and the fact they're the higher seed. If that was the lower seed, I would have bet against them here. But as the higher seed, we did support them in this one. I think that Sapphire Steel is probably going to be a deck which Zach might struggle against. I do think that Ruby Sapphire at some point is going to overcome him as well. But it's very possible. It's very, very possible that Zach makes it all the way to the top. We'll have to see. Here we go. Bivens versus Corey. Game number 3. The master of Amber Steel songs. Wait for it. Any moment. That's a nice stitch. I quite want that. I wouldn't mind a little stitch. You think Sky's deck is the best boost steal? I don't. I think his deck is really bad. I really don't like his list. In my bracket prediction, put him, look, quick, bracket prediction, I predicted him to lose. I feel bad. Don't tell him I said it. I want him to win. I'm rooting for him. Come on, Sky. Prove me wrong. But he's up against Ruby Sapphire game 1, round 1. And his deck is like not looking good against Ruby Sapphire particularly. But I really hope he does it. All right, here we go. Queen into Popsicle. Here we go, ladies and gents. The Bivens. Does he have the Pride Lands? He certainly does. He's got a Whole New World chilling in hand as well. Queen. Whole New World. Bam! The Bivens. Gets rid of that Fishbone Quill. See you later, alligator. 2-1 jump aheads. A Gonzo as well for Corey. Huge play from the Bivens. He's not messing around. I also don't like Savija's list, by the way. I actually think both lists are not how I would play it, but what do I know? That's the beauty of it. We've got like 3 different guys all wanting to play Sapphire Steel in 3 different ways. That's what I'm really loving about the game at the moment. But yeah, Savija's on no Baboom, no Aerial. Meanwhile, I'd play like 4 of each probably, maybe. I don't know. How did Moyen do? Moyen's not playing. He's not playing, unfortunately. I mean, Chicago's a long way from Germany, right? Definitely would love to see him playing in these in the future and over in the States. That would be awesome. What a guy. But the Biv has Cinderella in the Inkwell. Do we see a Pride Lands? There is a Pride Lands available. We certainly do. Turn 3 Pride Lands, definitely a little bit slower, but also does have a 1-drop Queen to follow it up and a Shift Queen to come through the next turn. 2 Whole New Worlds in hand. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is very exciting. The Biv exerts the Queen. Is it to sing or is it to quest? It looks like it's to quest. And over it goes to Corey. Corey's going to go for the Fishbone, which they're going to be very, very relieved to have drawn into off of the Whole New World. Zach's going to be a little bit upset to see that. However, look at Zach go. The Queen, the Pride Lands. All the board pressure in the world. And I think the other nice thing, I'm not sure the Bivens has seen any of the C-piece flutes. So the C-piece flutes are still there to be drawn into a little bit later on. Yeah, he's going to the one in Bochum. Confirmed. I know he is. Was there 2 C-piece flutes in the discard? It's possible. In comes Vanessa. Double quest. I'm trying to read chat and also follow the game, so yeah, it's possible. It's looking pretty good for the Bivens, isn't it? This is why I picked him. The fact they're going first, you just see the difference. Before, like, the Maui was able to come through that turn sooner, give some board presence. The Vanessa's going to be able to trade out the Maui, for example, here, potentially as well. This Pride Lands cannot even be removed by Maui in a single swoop. And then you're just thinking that Bivens is going to be crossing the line with the flutes. Really, really cool to see the Bivens popping off of the deck here. Love to see it. But it's not all over. Corey's going to play Maui for 5. Going to take out one of the 2 queens. Maui, of course, now damaged. They didn't put the rush tag. They have these little tags next to it, right? Next to the board that they can put on, like evasive and rush. But they didn't put it on. How do we know it's got rush? I'm being facetious, of course. Fishbone Claw's going to come through. I think that was the Brawl. Going to go face down. And in comes an Ice Block. And it's over to the Biv. I think. Considering maybe healing up now with Popsicle or 2, I think it's probably a good decision to do so. Ice Block does hit the Ursula for no good reason, but why the devil not? Yeah, of course, the problem with the Popsicles here is the Queen can be giving Ursula more strength. So it would need to be a double Popsicle. No, the Queen's 4 damage, right? Is it giving? And the flute in hand as well. Stormray John onto the Maui. See you later, Alligator. Pretty nice. That is one thing the Popsicle would have saved him from. In comes the flute as well. Corey. He's getting absolutely biven, didn't he? Zach is here. Popping off. Really, really awesome to see. I'm really glad they showed this match. Good job, team. Yesterday, I wasn't thrilled with some of the game selections. Like, we were in round 2 and we saw like an Emerald Steel mirror. Both players on 3 points. That wasn't great, but this is more like it. Whole New World Sing Song. 7 cards each for each player. Is that going to be looking for a Be Prepared? Sorry, Corey looking for Be Prepared, of course. Sisu's in the mixer as well. Thinking they're on 6 ink right now with the Fishbone, so the Sisu could come through this turn. But of course, what Sisu doesn't hit is Pride Lands or the Sleepy's Flute. I mean, it's not the end of the world hitting 2 Whole New Worlds. I think, to be fair, they're going to be pretty happy that they were able to get the Queen Whole New World through on turn 2. That's the most important part of their game plan. Having 2 Whole New Worlds in the second hand wasn't a big deal at all, really. Just means you're less likely to draw into another one, but you don't really care at this point. I think 2 Whole New Worlds is all that Zach's going to need, really. Don't think it mattered. Fishbone's going to ready itself. It looks like 6 ink in the Inkwell for Corey. With that Fishbone, of course, they can get to 8, which allows them to go for Sisu. Not going to take out the Queen, though. Even with the Ice Block available, the Queen's still going to be at 3 strength. Maleficent gets tucked away by the Fishbone Quill. Tala gets inked. In comes Sisu, you would imagine. To develop. Looking for the Be Prepared. I like this decision. I think basically what Corey's saying here is the Sisu ain't doing it. It's possible I've miscounted the ink as well, but it's very possible they're saying Sisu's still losing. I need Be Prepared or it's GG. Second Ice Block. Do they have enough for the Sisu? I don't believe that they do. But obviously if they do, then both Ice Blocks can go onto the Queen. It's a Medusa. They were digging for the Be Prepared there, I think. I think it was a good decision, right? Sisu just wasn't winning with the Queen. The Pride Lands, the Flutes being on the board. They needed Be Prepared. Yeah, Zach hit 2 Be Preps for the first Whole New World. That's a good point. Very good observation. Bivens with 11 lore. If they quest with both, and if the CP Flutes ticked, that's 14 lore going into the next turn. Using Quill before develop is kind of weird. Yeah, that's true, James. I think that they went for the Quill and then decided, actually, I need Be Prep or it's over. So, yeah. You're right. You're definitely not wrong. Wasn't super optimal. Definitely didn't impact anything, though. I think it was just like a case of they changed their mind over what play they were making after using the Quill. Another Flute. Look at Bivens pop off with the Pride Lands Flute deck. It's really great to see. It really, really is. And again, getting that top seed in day 1, mattering a lot as well by having the advantage of going first twice. And I think that's really important for the game. The fact that the player with the highest Swiss score does get to go first twice, I think is really great. Really, really important. But yeah, Corey's list with Dragonfires, for example, definitely, excuse me, there's definitely better decks into Bivens decks that are playing Ruby Sapphire. And of course, the other question for Zach is, okay, he's got this Amber Steel Songs deck, which is clearly teched very, very heavily to beat Ruby Sapphire, which is great that it's working out. But is it teched too heavily that it's going to be worse elsewhere, right? Sisu comes through. The board's cleared. But here's where the flutes and the Pride Lands do the business. Because those flutes are not going anywhere. The power of the locations and the flutes. The Pride Lands put Zach up to 16. Of course, if a song is sung, it's going to be 18. And the song is certainly going to be sung. Well, it doesn't need to be sung. It can just be played. Yeah, so the kind of cards which Ruby Sapphire could be playing to deal with the Pride Lands and the flutes a bit better is Vitalisphere, which one player has like 3 of those. It's like this new 1-cost inkable item. It's like a 1 use case. You gain Rush and 2 Challenger. So, for example, if you had it there, you could pay like 1 with a Vitalisphere on the board to give your Sisu Rush and 7 Strength. That would be really good. You can play Scar. That's 7 Strength. That's not going to be a very popular card. Has to put a flute on the bottom, unfortunately. I think actually... No, the Storm Ray John goes into hand. The flutes have put Zach up to 18 already. Time to buy some Greatest Criminal. Yeah, I can see it. Really, really awesome to see Zach popping off with the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. The Sisu being 5 Strength. Yeah, World's Greatest Criminal Mind always looked insane, but then you actually looked at the amount of cards in the game that were 5 Strength or more, and you're like, oh, Tamatoa, that's not a very good card. Because it wasn't when World's Greatest Criminal Mind was printed, right? You got Maui and Dragon, that was about it. Now you got Maui, Dragon, Sisu, and the Tamatoa. So it's even good against Sapphire Steel as well to an extent. Pretty much ideal start. Yeah, definitely very true. And it also had the coin. But Zach probably going to be mulliganing for that sort of opening as well. McDuck Manor comes down for Corey, but it's too little too late. The Bivens gets another victory into the top 32. Top 32 is getting a Cinderella? Cinderella Stout-Hearted. GG. Well played to the Bivens. Really, really awesome to see. Of course, if there's an interview, I'll get the stream audio for that. Because there will be an interview, I believe. Let's see what our casters are saying.
Both players played really well, but Zach, he was piloting that deck so well. I think a lot of people were wondering how strong Amber Steel was going to be in this new set, and Zach's showing that it's still a contender.
It's pretty crazy, honestly, because Amber Steel is not a favored matchup into Ruby Sapphire. At least it wasn't in the last set. So the fact that Zach is #1 seed in a top 64 where a third of the top 64 is Ruby Sapphire. Yes. He's already taken out 1. He's shown that he can do it. He might have to go through a couple more to make it to the end.
The Candios match. Oh, let's go. I can roast Scuttle when it misses.
Sure. All the Amber Steel players are shouting from home.
Absolutely. I think Zach has a lot of fans cheering from home.
Absolutely. Well done to both players. Congratulations, Corey, on making top 64, and congratulations to Zach on making it to top 32.
Yeah, we'll have a quick break, and then we'll be back for another top 64 match casted by...
Yeah, so with the broadcast, the other thing we need to improve on, and I say we, I say we because obviously I did the Lil broadcast. The BRB screens are not a vibe, in my opinion. Also, another thing which I really want to start seeing on these broadcasts is I want to see on day 2 deck lists on screen. I really, really want to see deck lists on screen. I asked you about Steel Song with Flutes and Pride Lands in your tier list video, so I can say I called it. Let's go, Gamut. Good job. Watch Mufasa win the event again. Yo, Erebos, great to see you. I think you mean Bufasa. Yeah, I think a big issue with the deck list on screen thing is that there's not an official Lorcana deck list image thing, right? Like, we use Dreamborn, but that's obviously unofficial. So hopefully we can get like an official deck list on screen thing. I mean, there's the app, but it doesn't display it in a particularly nice way, right? So yeah, getting rid of the BRB screens as much as possible would be great for the viewer experience. I also found that when I was watching it yesterday, that was definitely something that I felt as a viewer. I'm going to unmute it, but I really didn't like the music. Yeah, I'm going to leave it muted. I don't know. When I was oh look, I got it right, guys. I got it right. Woo! I'm one for 64 so far. 1 out of 64. Or something. I guess 32. Damn it. Maths is hard. I'm 1 out of 32 right so far. We didn't do the other side of the bracket. We didn't do the other side of the bracket yet. So we can try and catch up on that. I just don't want to miss anything, you know. 1 out of 16. No, it's a top 64 cut. It's a top 64 cut. Especially YouTube video music, not much better. How dare you insult the Witcher 3 soundtrack? Imagine us for Lil waiting 50 minutes because of Melee each match. Yeah. I made 16 predictions. That's true. I did only make... I made more like 24 something because I predicted the whole of the left side. Yeah, no spoilers, man. If people put spoilers in chat, I will ban you. Permanently. You've been warned, okay? If you put a spoiler in the chat, I will ban you permanently. Never unbanned, ever. Alright? I'm serious. Don't test me. You're like, I don't care. I don't even like you. Well, yeah, that's fair. I've got nothing to say about that. Big shout out to all the people in the stream. I'm going to show you guys again quickly what deck... Let's look at the Bivens list. Let's look at the Bivens list. I've got this. You can kind of see that we're still on the starting student screen in the background. So here's the Bivens list. Maybe we could talk about what we don't like about it, because I think that's important too. What do I not like about it? I don't like only 2 Cindy's. That's the biggest thing that jumped out to me. The only thing I don't really like about the deck is only 2 Cindy's. That seems outrageous to me. Now, obviously, it is a bit of a baboon meta, so the Ursula Vanessa is going to be sticking around a lot more, and it can sing Zeus. But Cindy on 1, so spicy. I guess the Bivens would argue that on 1, he's already got the Queen for going first, and when going second, the Cindy's getting baboomed. That's probably why he's only on 2. But I would personally prefer to see like 4 Cindy's, 1 Vanessa. Yeah, only 1 bare necessities. I think it kind of makes sense. It's more of a Sisu meta than a Be Prepared meta right now, right? I think Zanside's list was only on 2 Cindy's. Was this set 3 champs? Set 3 thing? Interesting. Only 1 set 4 card? What's the set 4 card? Of Vanessa? Yeah. Card I got to reveal Pog. How do you feel about... I think it's fine. I think it's fine. We saw Frank Carsten do just 1 bare necessities as well. Two swords. Yeah, I agree. I would probably like to see maybe a 3rd swords, maybe, possibly. I don't know. I don't think this deck's going to win it all. I think it's a really cool idea. Piglet, nah. Piglet's not good right now because the deck that you're wanting to aggro against is Sisu, Be Prepared, right? So previously, you could like bare necessities the Be Prepared, and then your Piglet would survive. Whereas now, you can't bare necessities a Sisu. So I like the Pride Land CP's foot approach, for sure. Cindy slows down Queen. Yeah, I can see it, sure. He's also not playing the big shift in. Nah, the 4 flutes is super necessary, Alantin, because we just saw there. It's this deck. If Amber Steel, the reason Amber Steel Songs has not been on people's radar coming into this weekend is because it struggles into Ruby Sapphire, and Ruby Sapphire is everywhere. But this deck is just teched for Ruby Sapphire. It's like, right, I want to play Steel Songs because it's good, but I want to tech it specifically to beat Ruby Sapphire. That's what this deck is. That's how he's built it. And clearly it's worked. All right, we're back. Pog. Interview. The Bivens.
You know, you did well in Atlanta. You're here in day 2. Going in as that #1 seed, how important is that in playing in the best of 3 format?
The higher seed is so important. I actually risked not even making day 2. Like, I could have taken some intentional draws, could have split some rounds to make it in safer, but I would have been in the middle of the pack or something. But I took the risk playing my games to try to get the higher seed.
I thought you took a draw with
higher seed,
the Candio.
So I get to go first all day in day 2. So, yeah, it's super important going first.
Yeah, your deck looks like one that really, really wants to go first. And let's talk about Atlanta again for just a second. You came so close to qualifying the North American Championships, and now you're 1 win away again. Is that kind of in the back of your mind?
So in Atlanta, I was the #3 seed, so I did amazing in Swiss there too. Yeah, I was 1 win away. 1 win away again today, so we're just going to close it out today. And yeah,
go on the Bivens.
Love the confidence. Are we going to see you at more challenges, even if you qualify here this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much fun. I'm already booked for Fort Worth, trying to go to all of them. Just too much fun not to go to.
All right, Zach. Well, hopefully I see you at all of them. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, Zach. I would love to have known. I want to know more about the deck.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to day 2.
Hi, John T. and Liam. Best of luck, guys.
Lorcana casters at home. My name's John T. Sparrow.
Oh my God.
By Liam.
I'm like that as well.
How's it going, buddy?
It's going great. I'm just exhilarated to be here. Erin told me, my wife, that I needed to look for a new word for exciting because I was saying it way too much. So exhilarating is my word of the day.
So you got a thesaurus sat next to you today.
Indeed. Looked up a few words. But no, I'm so excited to be here in Lorcana space with you. This is
what
what
are
it's
those
all about,
YouTube
Top 64.
bookmarks?
Everything we went through yesterday was leading up to
it's
these
like
matches.
some
And
old thing I bookmarked to watch on stream ages ago
as well. I know we should try our best to stay sort of level and not show any favoritism, but I think it's both fair to say that we're both big fans of Zach. And
right, let's just quick check on the bracket. So for Zach, we predicted them we predicted them to go through to here, and then they're going to meet the legendary Scott Page, guys. Remember the name, Scott Page. All right, that's who we have taking it down. And then we only did the left side of the bracket. We didn't get round to this. Let's just make it easy, right? Let's go for... Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where's the Candio? Oh, here he is. All right. Chris will win the whole thing. But DeCandio makes it to the finals or something. I don't know. We didn't have time to do the second side of the bracket, so... If there's more downtime... Is it me or Bockham tickets sold out in minutes? They certainly did. No, I don't know any of the results. I don't want to know the results. Here we go! DeCandio versus Justin Bulver. DeCandio plays Sapphire Steel. Thank goodness it's Beast hard-headed. On the Ink decks earlier, it was showing up as the new 3-cost Beast with Resist, and I roasted it so hard in my video. I was like, that is some DeCandio deck building right there. Uh-oh. I was like, that is some DeCandio deck building. He's a good player, but a terrible deck builder. I feel a bit bad now. I mean, I definitely don't like the Scuttle and the Broom, but the deck is actually solid. Whereas, in my defense, I thought there was a 3-cost Beast with Resist in there, which is just mind-blowing. But of course, it was a bug, and it wasn't actually in there. So... you have to expect that DeCandio is going to feel pretty confident against the Diablo as a Sapphire Steel gamer. The lighting and glare on these cards, yeah, it's really poor. I agree. It's not. It really needs to be improved. It really does. It shouldn't be happening, in my opinion. Hopefully we can improve it moving forward. I agree. Bruno gets inked. Bucky boy! Bucky boy! Oh no! Oh good, he didn't do it. I thought he was going for the shift. I thought it was happening, mate. I thought it was happening. But thank goodness. Why face masks? I mean, I think it makes sense if you're working an event to wear a face mask. It's very possible that you can get sick. Not just COVID. All kinds of sicknesses go around at these kinds of events. I think it's just pretty sensible to do if you're working and you don't want to get sick. Is that a signed card I see in DeCandio's hand? Or maybe not. The Fishbone Quill comes through for DeCandio. Fishbone Quill, obviously pretty risky against Bucky Boy, but does have this Tinker Smells in hand. 3 in hand for DeCandio, including a Tinker Smells. Important that it's 3, because this is playing around Justin going second Bucky, shift Diablo, double discard, bye-bye Tinkerbell. So that's a very important thing there that DeCandio has managed to mitigate by staying at 3, the Fortifier drawing. It's definitely an intentional decision. Ursula's inked. In comes the Bucky Boy. It's a quest. It's not a... I got bad news for Bucky. Say bye-bye Bucky, because DeCandio has a plan. Do they have the inkable card? They certainly do. In comes the Tinker Smells. Bye-bye Bucky. DeCandio shows us how it's done with Sapphire Steel. Oh my goodness. GG. All right, so this is where we need to play at 10 times speed, right? GG. So this is a big reason that Sapphire is doing so well. It's because Bucky is so difficult to deal with, but you can ramp with Sapphire and then get the board clear of either the Ruby or Steel stuff. It's a really, really big reason. That was a terrible play. Okay, Rabbi, here's the thing, right? What if the Candio didn't have Tinkerbell? Then Justin could be in a winning position. So I actually think it wasn't a terrible play. This is what you call playing to your outs. Justin accepts they're in a bad position and that their best chance of winning is that the Candio does not have the Tinkerbell and they have to play into it. I think that it was probably correct to play into it and just hope that the Candio didn't have it. It's very high level, very, very high level card gaming stuff, which it can look like a really bad play, but actually they just accept that they're probably getting Tinkerbell, but they just have to hope that the Candio doesn't have it. Scuttle inked. Yeah, where it belongs. So the other ways you can try and beat Bucky with Steel with Tinkerbell is you can try and shift into Tinkerbell. You can also like grab your swords. Ruby, there's not really many other like ramping ways of Ruby. So you're even looking at Ruby or Steel. I'm not really sure there's much else. You can try to go under Bucky as well. Maybe with like Amethyst Emerald, for example. I think Game Freak, they were talking about them Justin playing the double Bucky. Didn't he see with Diablo there's a Tinker? I mean, that's possible. If that is the case, it was a bad play, yeah. I take it all back. Maybe it was a bad play. I was trying to stand up for Justin, but I don't know. Not sure. That's a good point. The Diablo definitely saw quite a lot. Oh. Has the camera fallen off to the right? Can't ready. Okay. Does he Baboom the Beast here? Good question. Babooming the Beast would, of course, deny the card draw. Denying the card draw is pretty nice. The Candio is on 4 lore as it stands. We might see a bit of a Mexican standoff with the Tink as well, where Justin doesn't want to ready anything to deny the Tinkerbell hitting it. But obviously, this extra damage on the Beast would also allow Justin to trade out the Tamatoa. Plays the Broom, which I actually do quite like the Broom. I was a bit mean about the Broom in the Twitch chat yesterday when I saw him playing it. It's the Scuttle I definitely don't like. The rest of the Candio's deck I like a lot. It's just the Scuttle. Bivens did win. Bivens beat Ruby Sapphire with Steel Songs. He did the impossible. In comes Storm Rage onto the Tamatoa, the Krabatoa. Tinker Smells has been drawn. Robin Hood gets inked. 4 damage on the Tamatoa. Diablo goes in. Jafar's going to go in as well, probably. See you later, alligator. 1 card drawn for the Justin. But that was a double Storm Rage on. A Diablo and a Jafar to remove a Tamatoa. Meanwhile, the Bivens just goes for a World's Greatest Criminal Mind. That is just insane value. That is so good, isn't it? As in World's Greatest Criminal Mind, not what Justin had to do. Justin had to do it, but shows you the value. Baboom! Yeah, so delayed it a turn. Whole New World sung by Tinker Smells. So a lot of players have cut the Whole New World. Not convinced. And I think this is a good example of just where you want a Whole New World. The card quality that the Candio is going to have is going to be a lot higher than the Bucky. Moreover, they just have a significantly larger amount of ink. They can start using the Fishbone Quill again. Look, there's another Whole New World ready to go. But what the Candio has to be wary of is this Ursa. Now, Justin is the Bucky player that's playing 2 copies of Aerial Sonic Warrior, which is this sing. Whenever you play a song, you can pay 2 to have a smash, basically, deal 3 damage. So that's something to look out for. Justin could go for Aerial proactively, sing something with Beast. Bam! I don't have enough ink for that at the moment because you would need 8 ink, but that's something to look out for. Ba-boom. Bye-bye. Beast is gonzo. Double Tink and Baboom cleaning up Beast. And yeah, this is just what you're looking to do as a Sapphire Steel player. Clear those Buckies early on. Get the Whole New World through. Game plan achieved. Justin doesn't play Be Prepared, of course, because it's a Ruby card and they're playing Emerald Steel. Ursula gets inked. Does come down with the Sonic Warrior and the Robin Hood as well. The Candio probably doesn't have a clean answer for it because I think she's got 8 willpower. Of course, she's in Medusa range. But Decandio doesn't have Medusa, of course, in his color combination, but does have a Lucky Dime in hand, ready to maybe accelerate. Also, seeing that Ursula inked might give them some confidence to hold on to the whole new world a little bit longer. You do want to be really careful if you're Decandio that you don't end up in a situation where you have no card draw and your whole new world gets discarded. But they do also have the Flavisham Man as well. In comes a Popsicle. Another Popsicle drawn for the Decandio. Decandio actually predicted, he sent me a DM on the Saturday night when I was in Lille, that Frank Carsten was going to win the whole thing when it was the top 64 cut. So not only is he a good player, but he's a good predictor. Yeah, this was over as soon as these Buckies got cleared, to be fair. Flavisham comes through. Let's just take a moment to appreciate Justin's very clean ink piles. How do you guys do your ink? Do you do it in like piles of 3, piles of 2? Do you just do it like me? You just have like a big long train, like a big long mess? How do you guys do it? Like Decandio, that's a bit too organized for me. I wish I would be so clean. Train wreck is the way. Is my way? Yeah, me too. Decandio doing a little bit of reorganizing, just to tidy things up a bit. This Ariel is cool to see. I do like the Ariel card, but she hasn't really found her footing anywhere, has she? 2 copies of her in I think Justin's deck title, by the way, is called the Bucky Mirror Destroyer or something. Which I'm not really convinced it was that much of a Mirror Destroyer. I don't know. Looked alright in the mirror. The Ariel's definitely interesting if you can get to 6. Trying to adapt to piles of 3. Yeah, I think that could be a vibe. Stack of 1, then 2, then 3. Oh, okay. That sounds pretty good. Decandio's questing for a lot each turn. They're threatening lethal, if I'm not mistaken. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. They're not threatening lethal. Everything on Decandio's board also has resist 1 because of Cogsworth. Cogsworth too good not to be playing with the whole new world builds with its ward. Yeah, I also agree that Whole New World's too good not to play. I don't know, you could make an argument. So I think if you don't go Whole New World, you play 1 jump ahead, Grammar Tala, and How Far I'll Go. And you use How Far I'll Go, Grammar Tala for your card draw and ramp. Because then you just don't need to Fishbone Quill as much from your hand, right? I do think it's really, really interesting. Wait, Law Counter? What? That's not how it works. That's not... Isn't that against the rules? It's supposed to be pen and paper. Bro, what? Isn't it literally in the rules that it's got to be pen and paper? Oh my goodness, this Magic Broom's a bodyguard. The Fortosphere, 1 ink spent to make the Magic Broom a bodyguard. That's insane. He's got a Simba. I guess because it's on the main table where there's judges, there's probably a judge with pen and paper doing it. I would imagine that's why Decandio's got a law counter just for their own sake. So it's close. Probably what's going on there. You can use a law counter. I don't think you can, mate. I don't think you can. I don't think that's true. I think you've got to use pen and paper. Pen and paper is preferred. Interesting. You can't use the app because you can't have digital devices at the table. Oh, no, the broom doesn't have resist. Broom doesn't have resist. You're thinking of a different broom. This is the broom that has evasive during your turn. So you can use... I don't know. Obviously, I didn't play in the challenge I was casting. I was of the impression that it had to be pen and paper. You can use one if there's a discrepancy and judges call pen and paper will always win. Right. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, pen and paper, because you can actually track it, right? You can see, like, where something's gone wrong. Even in Sword Championship, it has to be something that can track history, right? It says in the rule, law counter can be used, but pen and paper is preferred. You can use anything. You can't have phones at the table, right? You cannot have phones at the table. That is, like, literally not allowed, for sure. You definitely can't use the app. Players are encouraged to keep written track of law totals, but they're not permitted to take any form of notes during a match. Interesting. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for clearing that up, guys. Definitely use pen and paper, because if you're playing in a tournament, use pen and paper, because then if your opponent's doing something dodgy, you can call them out on it. It's very, very easy for your opponent to just sneak in a lore here or there if they really want to. You'd hope they don't, but someone will. You know? In Atlanta, it was highly recommended to use paper. Nice one. I also think that if you're at the top table, it's a bit different, because there's probably a judge there that's tracking stuff, I would imagine. Candio BMing. What did they do, sorry, on the BM? I missed that one. It leave with aerial dime. I was busy reading. Busy reading chat. I wasn't paying that much attention because this one's over. What do you guys think about Aerial Sonic Warrior? Do you think that she's good? She looks good, doesn't she? She's very Medusa-able. She is very Medusa-able. I still want Jafar to be good, man. Boogie board. Oh, boogie board is like the electronic thing. I don't think that's allowed because it's electronic. I'm pretty sure it's not allowed. Pretty convinced. Anything electronic with a memory is not allowed, I believe. He didn't have enough ink to Aerodime. Yeah, I wasn't looking. Can't say I'm on the edge of our seats. Oh my god, player name versus player name. Let's go player name. Who are you guys rooting for? I'm personally gunning for player name. That was a pretty awful joke. Hey GG, what's up? Boogieboard doesn't have memory, so it's allowed. Okay. It stores no data. It was allowed. Okay, cool. Awesome. Do you know, to me, a boogie board is not that. A boogie board to me, growing up, is one of these like little mini surfboards that kids use where you just like lie flat on it on the waves. That's to me what I've called a boogie board my whole life. Anyone else, or is that just me? It's probably just a very British thing, and I'm not even sure it's a British thing. I think that's just a me thing.
Yeah, it's just a tough matchup. You know, as we've highlighted before, this deck really needs to execute. It has a textbook first 3 or 4 turns that it
Let's
really
go.
needs to execute
Okay.
or get very close to. Otherwise, it's really tough to close it out. It has to empty its opponent's hand
Not
to
just a Brit
disrupt their
thing?
game
Awesome.
plan. So we'll see on the play here, though, if the game looks different.
All right. Oh, look at this shuffling from Justin. Looking away. It's impressive stuff. Brennan DeCanio. He's a very good-looking chap, isn't he? He just is. He just is. It's just an observation. Whole new world in hand. Yeah, I can do the no-look shuffle now. Look. All right, so Popsicle's down. I already regret doing that. You probably couldn't even see the cards because of the green backs. Green screen. Okay, Bucky Boy's down. Robin Hood's down as well. And again, the seeding making a difference for the DeCandio man here. Like, it definitely is much more tricky going second. Bucky just applying that little bit of extra pressure. But there is Fishbone Quill. There is also the Tinker Smells. Big deal. Now, the interesting here for DeCandio is what to ink, and the answer is Scuttle. But then the big question is it a Baboom or is it a Broom? Because the Baboom is answering the Robin Hood, but the problem with the Baboom is you're being overloaded on your Babooms because of then the Diablo, which is why you always play 4 Babooms before you play Brooms and Scuttles. Just saying. Is there 2 Babooms in there? Goes for the Broom. So he's accepting the fate on the Robin Hood because you can't use that Baboom if you don't have a clean answer for the Robin Hood. And this is why, for me, 4 Babooms is near non-negotiable. Four Babooms, man. Imagine playing Scuttle when you could play Baboom. Ariel gets discarded because of the Aladdin. And this is also where, for DeCandio, the Fishbone Quill is not going to be ideal because you're starting to empty your hand with the Fishbone Quill. But equally, you want to be getting up to that to that aerial. But it's a similar thing that you can't leave yourself open to double Bucky Floodborn, right? At 5 ink, you could go Bucky Aladdin, Bucky Robin Hood. There's no 1-cost Diablo on the board, so there's not the threat of like the Bucky Shift Diablo, which you could do on turn 2 in theory, right? Turn 3, I guess, like the second Bucky Diablo Shift. So DeCandio's got to try to ramp while also ensuring that Tinkerbell does not get discarded. Even if the Tinkerbell like doesn't clear Bucky, you like, let's say like for some reason like Justin can get it into the cove, for example, you still just need the Tinkerbell to be able to answer your opponent's threats, like damage the beast down to stop the card draw. The Quill comes through and it looks like it's going to be the Whole New World that's gone, which is also a risk for DeCandio because obviously the Whole New World could be hard cast to play around the Bucky discard. The Flaversham man in hand alongside the Tinkerbell. So it's, and the Baboom. 3 very high quality cards here. Aladdin's going to quest. See you later, Fishbone Quill. This is the thing about Bucky. I say Bucky as a deck, by the way. Emerald Steel. Like, even against a deck which is so teched against it, it can still apply all this pressure. Bam, Robin Hood. In you come. Bucky's going to discard, and it's going to be the Baboom. And Justin and his Diablo are feeling pretty good about that, but the Broom is on the board for DeCandio. Definitely proving me wrong a little bit. Maybe that this Broom is better than Baboom in some situations because it's still a threat on the board without needing to have it in hand. The Broom is growing on me. I quite like the Broom in this deck. Think he's on 1 jump aheads as well, right? So I'm kind of vibing with it. Baboom gets inked. 3 in hand for DeCandio. Could hold it and just pass. I could see that. Yeah, so Erebos guys, who by the way is a top 8er in Lille, says that it could have been a hold and pass. Extra card in hand, I guess is the argument. I could see it. How you feeling about Ruby Sapphire, Erebos, this set? As a big Ruby Sapphire connoisseur in set 3. Bucky matchup too bad? That's my experience. It's just miserable, isn't it? I don't know if you can really improve it enough. Also, feel free to keep your secrets in case I imagine you're playing in Bockham, so feel free to not even tell me what you think. You keep your secrets tight to your chest, mate. So the Robin Hood's down. The Broom's not doing too much. It is potentially stopping Justin from playing that Diablo. There's a Cogsworth, there's an Aerial, there's a Tinker Smells, and there's a 1 jump. In she comes. The Broom is going to trade for the Aladdin as well. And DeCandio's now got themselves in a pretty decent position. But here comes the beast. Does quest with Robin Hood, which does open up the potential for, if DeCandio has another Tinkerbell, for example, I guess not another Tinkerbell would be a great example, but like, let's say a Baboom could damage the Robin Hood and then bam, Tinkerbell deals damage to the beast as well. But Justin not respecting it, possibly just due to the 2 cards only in hand for DeCandio. Comes in with the Aerial, a card I absolutely love. And here we have the classic Aerial standoff. But here's where the Beast is doing the business. Beast is drawing. Beast is very much drawing. We see a Zeus that can clean up the Tinkerbell. It's looking pretty good for Justin. This is the difference. The Aerial came through, but going first and going second, the Bucky got enough value. And now Justin has this Beast card drawing. Diablo could come through as well, potentially. Goes for the Jafar instead. Are we going to see the sing-song of the Zeus? Still an option. Diablo and Zeus in hand. We are going to quest instead. I am very surprised by that. I'm really surprised. I really thought we were going to see Zeus onto the Tink. I really, really did. Very interesting decision from Justin. I kind of respect it. I mean, DeCandio doesn't have much damage in hand, right? Justin has the read that if Tinkerbell was available, like the second Tinkerbell, it would have been played last turn. Only one card drawn off the top. The odds of it being another Tinkerbell, very slim. I kind of respect it. The longer the game goes on, the more DeCandio is going to be able to claw their way back into this one. So applying more pressure with questing from Justin is a really interesting decision. I quite like it. I have to say, I quite like it. Let's go, Zeno. It is a bit of a belter, isn't it? I think it's a really cool decision from Justin, and that's the difference, right? I wouldn't have gone for it, but honestly, I can see DeCandio's hand, and I think it's a good play, and Justin can't. This is the downside, though, but it does also force Ariel to, instead of quest, deal damage into Robin Hood, and of course the Robin Hood's also going to draw for Justin here, so while the Beast doesn't, the Robin Hood does, and now the Jafar can also clean up this Ariel, remain on the board as well with that 4 willpower. Ariel only has 3 strength. Jafar's going to, I think he's like, how much strength does she have, bro? Oh, that's some nice wholesome dice maneuvering from DeCandio. What a classy gentleman. Just puts the dice from the Ariel onto the Jafar. In comes the Storm Rage on as well. I think this was hard cast. And look at all the cards available for Justin, ready to go. That Tala is still on the board. That dice on the board is not doing anything that's near the Tala. Ursula's going to have a peek. See you later, one jump. And it is a follow-up Tinkerbell. So good information there for Justin. You could argue this Ursula could have come through sooner, but it's possible it was also drawn off of the Storm Rage on there. Diablo's going to have a peek. What's in hand? What's in hand, mate? Oh, it's Tinkerbell. I'm really enjoying this so far. Good game selection. Big shout out to whoever's picking the games. Great job. Really, really, really happy with the first 2 games picked. I'm sure that chat will agree. Yesterday, I wasn't as thrilled with the early picks on the games, but that's all right. We're getting better at it. It's all a learning experience. We just want to see the best broadcast we possibly can, right? 16 lore for Justin, 4 away. In comes the Tinkerbell. Is it too little, too late? Spoiler alert. Yes. Yes, it is. Probably. Diablo quest to 17. Is it questing? It certainly is. In comes Robin Hood. No quest from Ursula, wanting to make sure that Diablo stays. Draws because of DeCandio drawing. In comes the whole new world. Bam! Now, DeCandio's going to draw 7. Is the Diablo going to draw another 7? Do it, do it, do it. Draw 7 more. Draw 7 more. Oh! 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 14 cards in hand. Are you dizzy? That is disgusting. Imagine Justin gets milled. Imagine if Justin gets milled right now. Oh my goodness. 14 in hand for Justin. Passes up. Doesn't want 15. Nah, mate. Nah, 14's enough, thanks. I got all I need. Definitely makes sense to just be careful of getting milled. Another Tinkerbell came through there. Oh, it was a grab swords. I see. It was a grab swords. Bucky is drawn. 3 lore away for Justin. But DeCandio now, with the Tinkerbell down on the board, 5 cards in hand. Justin inks the Diablo, doesn't want to peek. Do they have another way of looking at the hand? I would have been pretty tempted to have had a peek. I would have been very tempted there to have had a peek, ladies and gentlemen. There's an Ursula. There's a 2-cost Ursula. So a peek can still be had at the hand if Justin so desires. Goes for the Aladdin first. Might be wanting Brennan to discard a non-song card and then discards the song later. It's possible. I don't know. Maybe we just aren't. Maybe it's Justin's just wanting to go for the Floodborns here instead. Lucky Dime gone. Diablo in. Yep, wanting to go for the Bucky double Floodborn makes sense. Brennan's going to want to probably hold on to that. Let it go. Going to be feeling probably like they have to. Can sing it with the Tinkerbell. 3 lore away is Justin. Doesn't have any goats. Doesn't have any spell books. Nothing like that. but could have drawn 11. I think you have to draw 7 or 14. I don't know. Good question. The whole new world one's a weird one. I have a feeling you might have to draw 7 or 14. I don't think you can have the luxury of like picking. I don't know. I feel like you either draw the amount of cards your opponent drew or you don't. I don't think you can say I'm going to draw 5 of the 7 cards you drew. That would be my gut feeling, but I have no idea if that's correct or not. That's just a hunch. It's 7 or 14. Get in! 10 points for Gryffindor. Actually, I like Hufflepuff. 10 points for Hufflepuff. All right, so DeCandio's got to clear the board. At least one of the characters, right? You can't let them all stay on the board or it's over. You have to at least remove one. Of course, the more the merrier. There's a Zeus in the mixer. The Flaversham, though, is drying. That's not going to be an option to sing. The Tinkerbell can. DeCandio's only 20 lore away, guys. Each draw gives you the choice of drawing. It's any number between... Okay, so we've got some disparity. Diablo says, when opponent draws a card... So his card drawn is its own trigger. It's made for each draw. Okay. Yeah. But the seven cards drawn by DeCandio were all at once, maybe? I don't know. Each draw triggers a single effect. You can resolve as many as you want. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'll take you Bucky Words players for it. You Diablo gamers. I don't own a single Diablo. Apart from the flipping one cost, mate. I've got a lot of them. I have no interest in playing Diablo. I find the card incredibly boring. It's my least favourite card they've ever printed. And it's not close. Tinkerbell's going to quest for 2, it seems. Or was that a sing song on the Zeus? It was a Zeus sing. My bad. So, Justin's just 1 away. No goats, of course. Yeah, that would make sense, Ducky. Where if you're able to draw each one, you can draw. Yeah, I can see it. What if your tournament depends on running a Diablo deck? What do you mean? What if it was like you have to play Diablo, or you're not allowed in the tournament? Well, guess what? I wouldn't play in the tournament because that sounds absolutely like the worst tournament ever. Do you know what I'd rather do than do that? I'd rather play like Yu-Gi-Oh or something. That's how bad that sounds. Actually, I wouldn't go that far. I take it back. I take it back. Oh. Bucky's fine, man. Bucky's definitely a bit toxic. I do think that there should be some more answers of dealing with Bucky, to be fair. This is not wine. It's red grape sparkling fruit drink. Avalanche is a good card. But the thing is, Avalanche, if you try an Avalanche on 4 against Bucky, speaking from experience, I did this at my locals on Friday. I went for Avalanche on 4, cleared 2 Buckies maybe even, and a Cove, and I still lost. You need like, if you're not playing Sapphire, you need to or like grab swording, singing. Avalanche is still too slow to deal with Bucky because then they just get their Beast and their Tinkerbell. You still need more than that. You need like shift tink. You need to like basically get a board clear early and some board presence. Like Avalanche on turn 4, if you're not hitting a location especially, is too slow. Bucky's just not gonna care. Then they play Beast and you're like, oh, I have no cards on board. They have a Beast that I can't answer probably. Yeah, you can even lose against Bucky if you go Tiny Tink on 3, Big Tink on 4, clear 2 Buckies, you can still lose. For real. This is a purple steel gamer. Alright. DeCandio is still in it. The Bucky is the last dude standing. The last squirrel standing. It's going to quest for 1. It can't be smashed because that's been inked. DeCandio, like, that graveyard is an absolute work of art. Give yourself a pat on the back, mate. Even if you lose this game, you've won our hearts with that graveyard. Sorry, discard pile. Bucky first card banned? No chance. Not a chance. First card banned, if I had to pick one, definitely Scuttle. It's so good, mate. That's me being facetious. If I had to ban one card from the game, what would it be? Maybe... I don't know. Probably nothing. I would definitely like to see some more answers printed. That's why, because Bucky was on the board and Justin about 100 cards in hand. So DeCandio emptied the hand so that things going to be discarded by Bucky. They're praying for a whole new world off the top. It's a dime! It's a dime! That's maybe the best card they could have found. Did they tap the dime for lore? I don't think so. Okay, so it wasn't the best. A fishbone would have been better. GG. Justin takes it. We go to game number 3, it seems. But can we just, again, take a moment? DeCandio's graveyard. Sorry, discard pile. Phenomenal.
But gosh,
phenomenal.
Brennan, though, for playing it out and looking for his outs.
Absolutely. At this high level of play, you have to play to your outs. There's literally single elimination.
Only card
so
to get banned. Maybe Diablo.
Of,
I could maybe get banned.
Of bringing the game back. It's 100% worth looking for.
Maybe a bit.
Yeah, what a great matchup. I do love these, best of threes, getting
to say,
players, win a game, the other player trying to come back. It's a lot of fun. I'm excited to see where this next game goes. I do think that...
I want to see some inkable answers for Bucky. That would be nice. Some inkable answers for Bucky. Yeah, I think that's what the game needs in set 5. Inkable Bucky answers.
Absolutely. Well, saying that, let's go into game 3.
Yeah, Tinkerbell's one, but I mean like more, like low cost. Like some kind of card like Pick a Fight or Triton's Decree, which is inkable. These kinds of cards. The Scar Pile shouldn't... Why not? Everyone can see it. It's great for the camera. Do you know what's not great for the camera? That glare, that Cogsworth is on fire. Fortisphere is going to draw. Did he draw? Or Fortisphere? Did he draw? I missed it. I guess he did. Justin sees the Scuttle and their heart is filled with joy. They see the Baboom. That's a really important thing to note there. There's a Baboom available for DeCandio. What does Whirlwind do? Nah, Brawl should not go through Ward. No, just some kind of card which, like, I don't know. It'll be like Pick a Fight, which allows you to challenge ready characters, but make it inkable or something. Some cool stuff like that. Yeah, something like that. Something loses Ward. Right, Ursula Deceiver comes through, gets rid of the Zeus. The Baboom is still there. And of course, so is the Fishbone Core. It's not like bare necessities. Ursula Deceiver only able to target those song cards. Diablo! Bam! Now, this is another example of why Diablo is so good. Sudden Chill Sung. Really cool. So, I love this play from Justin. Justin is playing Diablo on a turn where Brennan really doesn't want to be taking a turn off to deal with it. This is where Fire the Cannons would be absolutely insane. Brennan could go Fishbone Quill and still play Fire the Cannons. But if Brennan wants to Baboom the Diablo, that means they're not ramping this turn with the Fishbone Quill. Big deal. I imagine Brennan is going to Baboom it and maybe even ink the Fishbone and keep the Flavershams. Because Fishbone is like emptying the hand a little bit too much maybe at this stage. It's a really good hand for DeCandio. He's got a great hand. Double Flaversham Baboom. You couldn't really ask for much more. So it's a decision between the Flaversham ink and the Fishbone. I think he might end up going for the Fishbone ink. They do. Baboom. And Fishbone is in the ink world. Double Flaversham. Because now this means that if like another Sudden Chill was to come through here from Justin, they still have a Flaversham available, right? I guess that could have been the case anyway, but yeah. I think this was just a good decision. Flaversham over everything. The Fishbone's like empty in the hand. It's kind of not worth it at this stage, right? So really, really interesting start. I like the way DeCandio's played it. They had a really, really good hand. I like the way Justin played it as well to go for that Diablo shift on that turn. Another Aladdin comes through. The Flaversham, though, ready on the board. DeCandio's going to just be looking to play these items and quest the same turn. This Flaversham, Justin really is going to want to get rid of as soon as possible. I don't know why I said it like that. Why did Canio not play Popsicle? For exactly that reason. Those Aladdins just would have cleaned it up, Zeno. So he's going to play the Popsicle. The same turn, he's going to quest with Flavisham. And he's also going to play the Popsicle. The same turn, he's going to play the Popsicle, quest with Ariel for 5, and then Flavisham. DeCandio masterfully playing this one. Really great to see. Also, Ariel's got ward, so it can't be Bruno. But the Flavisham man could be Bruno potentially down the line. Was that a turn pass there? From Justin? Did they not play anything? That was not a good turn for Justin, was it? They didn't do a lot of anything there. Flavisham's going to quest before Ariel. DeCandio. DeCandio. Does he have another item? Sure does. Sure does. Okay. I see. Do you really want to play it right now? I'm a bit surprised this Ariel didn't quest. Is Ariel going to trade instead with the ward from Cogsworth? Surely not. Surely not, DeCandio. But if they go for it, they do go for it. Fascinating. What do you guys think about that? Could have gone for the 5 lore. Instead wants to slow Justin down. So what DeCandio is saying here is, I don't need to lore right now. I just need to make sure I slow you down as much as possible at this moment in time. DeCandio is feeling, therefore, in control. Doesn't need to rush to get to 20. They're feeling confident. They're feeling good. They just want to control the board as much as possible at this stage, prioritizing that 5 lore to just remove 1 Aladdin. Crazy world. That is pretty wild, isn't it? Aladdin comes through. So 1 arrow for 2 Aladdins. Pretty good. I certainly never would have done it. I certainly would have been questing with Ariel there. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so I understand. The reason DeCandio goes for it is because they're protecting the Flavisham. It's not that they didn't want to quest with Ariel. It's that they want the Flavisham to remain on the board. And those 2 Aladdins were posing a threat to both slam into the Flavisham. That's what they were going for there, I believe. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Valuing the Flavisham over the 5 lore for Ariel, essentially. Really cool. I like it. I never would have done it myself, but that's why he's Brendan DeCandio and I'm Joe Curley, you know? That's why I'm sat here watching. Don't call it clock. Please call it the French name, Big Ben. That is the French translation I learned in France. Cogsworth in French, Big Ben. Amazing. All right. Free ink rather, for the... Oh, no! The Storm Rage on the ward. Oh, not like this, Justin. Not like this. Oh, Ariel stays winning. Not today. You wanna touch my Ariel? No. The amount of times I've had opponents try to ice block my Ariel, Zeus my Ariel. Nuh-uh. The Ariel is just too damn good. What a card. Quest for 5. Absolutely obscene card. Again, this is what I'm saying. I just can't see a world where this Savage list, which is playing no Ariels, is the way to go. This card, to me, is the reason to play Sapphire Steel. Okay, also the ramp to remove the Bucky Boy. But I just think this Ariel is phenomenally good. I think it is incredible. Probably my favourite card from set 4. The other very, very important part on Ariel is that she's 3 strength, right? 3 strength means that she's anti-Sisu. I literally went in the deck builder and typed ward and 3 strength or more, and she stood out like a sore thumb. Yeah, once the Storm Rage on was played onto the Ariel, it has to be resolved and go on to something else. So I actually had an opponent try to brawl. What was it? I can't remember what they tried to do. Brawl my Cogsworth, and then they had to brawl their own Flavisham. It was heartbreaking. I felt bad. But they learned a valuable lesson that day, right? GG! DeCandio, the man, the myth, the legend. The man with the most beautiful discard pile on the whole planet and lovely hair takes it. And 2 scuttles. Scuttle, man. I'm not a Scuttle believer. Scuttle can win you games, though, to be fair. There's worse cards out there. I want to, you know, if Decandia gets an interview and Scuttle hits the fishbone, he's going to literally call me out directly, right? I love it. I want to see it. I want to see the Decandio telling the world that Scuttle's the best card in the game. The thing is, I really don't want Decandio to watch my YouTube video I posted this morning because I described it as Decandio deck build. I was like, how could it be so good at the game and so bad at deck building? But the deck was wrong. His 2 beast hard-headed was showing up as these two copies of this 3-cost beast with resist. Like, okay, so it's 66% with Scuttle on assist, but the thing is, Decandio's wise enough to be able to only play Scuttle when the odds are higher than that, or he's desperate, right? Because if you've got 7 cards in hand and none of them are items, it's going to be higher than 66%, right? Yeah, Bucky. Let's just check. Let's just check on our predictions, right? So, I don't know the full bracket. They'll probably put it up in a bit. But listen, we made one prediction from the right side because that's all we had time, and we put the big man into the finals. On the left, the other game we watched, Zach versus Corey. We're 2 for 2. We're 2 for 2. 2 out of 2. Day 2, 2 for 2. Easy. Hopefully we can find out some of the other stuff. No spoilers, chat. No spoilers. I have got some food, which I'm going to go grab now. So I'm going to be right back. Go grab my food. I hope this music isn't copyrighted, because otherwise my YouTube is getting demonetized. I'm going to be right back in like 2 minutes. Alright guys, I come bringing food and good news. We have a guest coming on the stream. Any guesses? We have a guest. We have a guest coming on the stream right now. Oh my god, maybe. I didn't check if they actually replied to me. I think we have a guest. Maybe. The music today is better than it was yesterday. Maybe we don't have a guest. Okay. Where are the deck lists posted? You can check Ink Decks. Ink Decks. All right, we're going to have a guest. Who's going to predict it? Who's going to predict the guest? Bro messaged me on Discord saying like, "Oh, I can join for a watch party." And didn't have the big brain to come into my Twitch chat where I would actually see it. Might be a good player, but it's not Reese. My mom. I think you'll find mom is spelled M-U-M. Thank you very much. The only mom I have is the Pokemon one. You know, where she like heals up your Pokemon and that. That's the M-O-M. Oh my god. Gala gifted subs, thank you. I'm talking about my mouthful, sorry. Villain, Moyen. Bing, bing, bing. It's Moyen. It's Moyen. Maybe. Maybe he's mad at me for not replying to him, because I never saw it. Let me try and call him. Hello.
Hi.
You're on stream. Don't say anything rude.
Oh, okay. Just finishing up on a BG's game, then I'm ready to join the fun.
BGs, as in Hearthstone Battlegrounds? You're already coming onto my stream and talking about Hearthstone Battlegrounds, dude.
What are you going to do about it?
Oh, the Candio's on. Don't talk. Thanks.
The next round here today, and coming in, you
Come
were
on,
the
you're
number 7
fanboying
seed
over your
coming in
favorite
today,
deck,
and we've talked about this quite a bit. Going into best of 3, being a higher
Absolutely.
seed can be really important. Why is that?
Candio interview.
This game has a lot of momentum being built out with your cards. Songs are a particular key to going first. They leverage an advantage you already have in play from going first to cast cards without paying their costs anyway, no ink required. So it's a big part of going first is just being able to leverage those things more efficiently than the opponent can. And yeah, it's important. It's not end all beat all, I think, in best of 3, but going first is a good advantage.
And you were telling me before this match that you thought this is one of your better matchups. Like you're happy with this pairing. Why is that? And what do you is there a pairing you're looking out for today? One that maybe you're a little more worried about?
Sure. Yeah, I'm playing the Sapphire Steel deck, and I played against the Emerald Steel deck, where they're trying to empty your hand pretty quickly with Bucky and other discard effects there. And this deck kind of goes around all that. Harm Flavor Sham is very good at countering Bucky just by drawing a bunch of cards. And Tinkerbell Giant Fairy is just one of the few answers in the format to Bucky, and I get to play it on turn 4, which is usually too much for me to handle. And that's what happened in a couple of the games, I think. But it's generally why it's poor for them. You can deal with their threats and outdraw their Buckies. So it's a nice combination. But
Absolutely. Brendan, thanks for the time, and best of luck the rest of the day.
thank you. Yeah.
Welcome back, Illumin.
Bro didn't ask him about Scuttle. What do you think about Scuttle, Moyen?
It's okay. I don't think it's as bad as you make it out to be.
I think it's worse. No, I think you're right. It's not great though, is it?
No, I don't think it's great either.
But you are playing it for a while. I'm trying to get your audio right. One sec. Can you speak again?
Yeah, test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I was playing it when I was playing 14 items.
Yep.
Just to find the quill and
this was
and the
in this was in Ruby Sapphire. You were playing 2 copies, right?
Yes, I don't think I would ever play it in Sapphire Steel.
Mm-hmm. So Jan, I'm eating. While I'm eating, the next game. Oh no! Oh no! The bracket showed up, but it's gone. Oh, it's back. While I'm eating, if people have not heard of you, why should they care about your Digital Arcana opinions?
Because I'm the best. GG.
Yeah,
No, I
he is
play
pretty
a lot.
good. He is pretty good.
I've been playing card games my entire life. I play them a lot. And I get good at them.
Mm-hmm. And last week you were at the UK Games Expo in Birmingham. I believe you played in a side event, Constructed, 8-person tournament. Where did you finish in that tournament?
I split the finals.
You split the finals, yeah, but then what was the result of the game?
No, but I also played a draft side event.
No, sorry. Can you answer the question, please?
I already forgot your question, but I think I played a draft event on Sunday, and I think. Wait, you were in it too.
Oh, it was, yeah.
How did that go for you?
I lost to the artist in round 1, but I basically got given the win, and then I lost to this German guy in the final that was trying very, very hard. And
So
they
what
were
you're
very
saying is
aggressively.
you lost 2 out of 3
shuffling
games?
my deck. I passed my deck over with my beautiful sleeves, and I got my sleeves back, and they're all ripped. I had to buy new sleeves.
First of all, this is Slender. Second of all, chat, you guys have not seen Spessy shuffle a deck. It's not really shuffling.
I actually learned yesterday. I improved. I can do the magic shuffle where I don't even
No,
look now.
I saw your bit about shuffling earlier.
Yeah, they're still on the floor. So, who do you think is going to win the whole thing? Are you also a believer in what's this guy called? Scott? Please tell me Scott's still in it. Scott Page. Scott Page is going to win it all, mate. I think they might have lost the first round.
Why are you so invested in Scott?
I don't know. Their list was kind of cool, I guess. Looks kind of nice. I didn't really like many of the Sapphire Steel decks.
Are there that many Sapphire Steel decks in Top Cut?
There's like 7 or 8. Quite a lot of them without Whole New World. I actually like DeCandio's list apart from the Scuttles.
Oh, but there was also... Wait. I watched your video. Was it wrong? I saw 3-cost Beast in there.
It was wrong, yeah.
Okay. So that explains some things.
Yeah. Beast hard-headed. Yeah, I feel a bit bad about saying, how can this guy be so good at the game and such a bad deck builder? Oh, Sky won his first round game. Let's go, Sky! I predicted him to lose, and he won. Let's go. Really happy to see it.
Also, a student of mine is in top 32.
Okay. So you're plugging your coaching on my stream now, is that it? Is that why you wanted to join the call?
No, that was not my main intention.
Who's your student?
I mean, was some Tommy guy.
Mm-hmm. Tommy Williams?
Yeah, I think it was Tommy Williams. They were like an ex-Yu-Gi-Oh pro.
Mm-hmm. Well, they could play against Sky in the Octo Finals. Which, by the way, have you ever heard of
Great name.
Yeah, have you ever heard that expression? This is literally what I was going to say.
Never. I mean, the first time I've heard of it was the Lille Challenge.
Yeah. So, guys, how's the audio? Is everything okay? Chat? Question for Moyen. What is he planning to post? Do you post PB to stay competitive? Just play, I guess. Webcam battles. Actually, you don't really own many cards, do you?
Not yet, but I guess I have to buy a lot of cards if I want to do webcam stuff and webcam content. But there's also, I guess maybe there's some other sims could use.
So what deck do you think is going to win this weekend? You would have played Ruby Sapphire, right?
Yes. And actually, I think you made a tier list too.
Mm-hmm.
And on the tier list, we had like, for us, the top 4 decks in order were like Ruby Sapphire, Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel, and then
Sapphire
Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah. Ruby Amethyst I don't think that good either.
But the amount of decks that made it of these archetypes in top cut is like exactly in this order.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's no way Bucky's second best deck. Sapphire Steel's way better than Bucky, I think.
Yes, but it's, I mean, that mostly came down to sheer amount of people playing it, I think.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, we've got the guy on the left who I predicted to lose the first round. They made it through. How do I pronounce this guy's name? Dai? Not a name I'm familiar with.
You're the caster.
You're casting now, bro. And the fellow on the right, is it the same matchup? Is it? Oh, it's Ruby Sapphire versus Bucky. The fellow on the right is playing the 1-drop Flynn Rider to play the... Sorry, Joshua, not the fellow on the right. Yep. Joshua. I'm eating still. You need to carry me through a bit. Joshua's a Yu-Gi-Oh pro, apparently. Go on.
So I have some info about Joshua. He was Yu-Gi-Oh pro, then he was Hearthstone pro and GM, so you know from Hearthstone. And since then he's played One Piece. I've coached him in One Piece, and since then he won like thousands of dollars. You also won thousands before, but the amount doesn't matter. And now I think he picked up Lorcana 2 weeks ago because he is already like qualified in the One Piece circuit, so he needed like stuff to do. And apparently he's doing very well already.
You can come back more often, mate. I'm eating. You keep going, mate. The stage is yours.
Oh, I'm still playing BGs. This is only 50% power.
So, while I'm eating, does
Yes.
Bucky have any lines to beat Ruby Sapphire?
Yes.
What would it have to do going second?
Let me play my turn first.
Sure. So, we see the Diablo quest for 1. First lore on the board for Joshua. Is it Joshua or Joshua?
I would go with the first one. The second one sounded like an abomination.
So Maleficent gets inked for die. In comes the fishbone. And it is going to be tapped. Sorry, exerted as well. Oh. Bit of drama. Speaking with the judge there.
So one thing you can do is sometimes you like time your shift Diablo for when it's awkward, but it's tricky to do against Ruby Sapphire because if you don't want to play it into ball turn, maybe they punish you with Quill. But if you have enough Floodborns so that if they do Quill and ink with Quill, you can like discard their entire hand. Potentially if your deck's playing Sunshields. Like that's one way to get there. Other than that, it's like basically the way the matchup goes a lot is Ruby Sapphire's entire hand is discarded, but they already get some ink advantage. And then both decks are a little bit praying about when the board vapes are going to be drawn into.
Yeah, I guess like a double Bucky into like shift Diablo on turn 3 could cause some problems potentially. But at this level, you would expect that Dai is like very well aware of that. We saw in the previous game DeCandio kind of play around that possibility a little bit by keeping an extra card in hand. At least I think he might have just had 3 in hand naturally, but definitely something to keep an eye on. That the threat of the second Bucky down with the Diablo shift.
Sometimes you can afford to play around it if it means you're like guaranteed keeping a Flower Charm in hand because of it.
Can anyone in chat up? Dai is pronounced like Dwee, is it?
Might be, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Madam Medusa. So, while we're watching this, what do you think about Ruby Amethyst? It made a bit of like a enter into the meta last week. Do you think it's any good? Struggles into Bucky.
I think it's all right. I actually think it is favored against Ruby Sapphire. And it's more favored on the play than Ruby Sapphire is favored when they are on the play in that matchup. So like in total, it's like slightly favored against Ruby Sapphire. But some Ruby Amethyst true first think they can be favored against Emerald Steel, and I'm not sure that really is the case.
I really doubt it, yeah. When I played Ruby Amethyst, every time I play against Bucky, I'm like, why am I playing this deck?
Yes.
What I will say, Ruby Amethyst, you could cut Be Prepared to make yourself maybe a little bit better against Bucky boys and go heavy on Tremaines and Be King Undisputed. I think that might be the way the deck ends up going. Heavy on Tremaine, heavy on Be King. I think that like being able to sing Be King Undisputed with Rabbit and then play Tremaine the same turn could be really impactful.
Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons why you can be pretty good against Ruby Sapphire. The 3 copies of Be King Undisputed that lots of people are running.
I'd play 4. Thoughts?
Fine to play 4. There's not that big of a difference between playing 3 and 4 copies of a card.
Yeah. I think like we see Be Prepared come through. That's the difference, right? In a Ruby Sapphire deck, you can get to Be Prepared against Bucky with your ramp, whereas in a Ruby Amethyst deck, it's going to take a very, very long time with that Bucky remaining on the board. You're very, very unlikely to get to that 7 ink mark as a Ruby Amethyst player, which is why they struggle more in this matchup compared with Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire has that ramp potential. And this is how we see a lot of the Ruby Sapphire players play the matchup. They dump the hand down, and then the card quality off the top is just very, very high. Things like Develop Your Brain, things like Grammatala, all of these cards that you draw are pretty good, with the exception of One Jump Ahead. Big shout out to my friend Paul, who gave me that talk yesterday. Would you agree with that?
Would I agree with what?
Don't worry. You just keep playing your BGs.
I did not tell you that I'm ready.
Sisu comes through. I said that the Ruby Sapphire player like emptied the hand, and then the top decks are just going to be better, you would imagine, from this point on. Is that how you would also play the matchup?
That's how the matchup goes down, majority of times. But then, because usually they're already behind on the board, or Emerald Steel's already ahead on the board when that happens, they can like chip in lore until the sheer advantage in card quality can catch up to them. So they still have some time to really push lore while that's happening.
Joshua's reading Maui's Fishhook. I love it.
I'm not surprised. He did the same thing for Dragon Ball a bit ago, where he picked it up and then got a serial card in first tournament.
Okay. So it's a big card game. Really cool to see. Fishhook, very interesting card to have in Ruby Sapphire. Definitely not what you always see. You kind of got like 1 or 2 tech slots, really. I do like the idea of it. Obviously, if you've got a Maui, it's going to be free. But we did see, for example, the Bivens take down Ruby Sapphire earlier. And those Pride lands, just not being able to clean them up with Maui in a single swoop was pretty problematic. So this would be pretty good against Zach Bivens, for example. And I do think they're actually on the same part of the bracket. And oh my goodness, the Sisu's evasive. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I actually like it this time. Usually these evasive tags, like because Diablo's evasive, I don't like it so much. But in this case, that's actually pretty good. I like it. I don't like putting Rush on like a Madam Fox. But if like a Sisu was given Rush by Vitalosphere, I could get behind putting their little Rush tag on. So that was quite cool to see.
I also played some Ruby Sapphire on ladder today, and already some people just copied Zach Bevan's list. And that list is a little problematic for Ruby Sapphire. It's not an easy matchup anymore when they're on that list, because they're attacking on the angles of flutes and Pythons, which is both very, very, very valuable against Ruby Sapphire. And then also, I think they were on
three of them, yeah.
Yeah, they were on 3 copies of World's Greatest Criminal Minds, so it takes you a lot longer to get your own game plan going when Tower gets banned. Gets banished so often.
I almost finished eating.
I'm almost done with my game too. And we can be professional.
Are you going to stay up all night to watch this?
Are you?
Absolutely.
Okay, I might then. But maybe I'll take a break to make food again then in a bit. Or not in a bit, but in a few hours.
Food done. Did you sell your playmat that you won at UK Games Expo?
No, I'm trying to sell it.
How much?
I tried to sell it for 450. And maybe I have to go down.
Yeah, maybe just a touch.
I think Kava was trying to sell us for 500, so I was like, I'm actually not the one with the reasonable price here.
I was playing yesterday with Paul and Lenny, who both won one. And Lenny sold it for like 250, I think.
Okay.
Pretty quickly, and Paul was playing with his signed playmat. What a Chad! It's on the camera, like for all the games I recorded yesterday with the physical games. It's just there's just like a signed playmat on one of the players' sides every game.
Yeah, I respect it.
All right, so the glare. What is that? Is it a Medusa or something? Oh, it's a dragon. I remember. Grammatala, Sisu, and Dragon Down. So the main thing with these Ruby Sapphire decks, Jan, there's like not that many flexible slots. The main thing we're seeing the differences in is maybe a couple tech cards, things like Judy Hop's Maui's Fishhook. And then we also do see like some disparities on the splits between the amount of ice blocks, the amount of Sisus, the amount of Tremaines, Medusas, and Be Prepareds.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are on a few of the Inkable Sisus, but that also varies.
Yeah. And also, like, some people have like dropped a copy of How Far I'll Go, like they're only on 3 copies of that, for example.
Yeah, but that's crazy. Yeah. Don't get me going about this.
Why? Why do you say this?
How Far I'll Go is not some add-on that's kind of nice to have. It's absolutely core to what the deck needs to do to get a card advantage in. So you actually have the cards to quest, and then it's a great card to one jump ahead into, but it's also very, very rarely a bad draw in the later stages of the game, because so often you just stick a Maui or Medusa on the board. So I wouldn't want to go below 4 How Far I Go.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And what do you think in terms of like the Sisu, Be Prepared, Lady Tremaine, Medusa split?
All of that I can entertain. I think there's a few of these cards, or there's a few ways to build this deck where you can hedge towards certain matchups, and all of those are like fine to do. I think I would want 4 Medusa, but then how many Be Prep, Sisu, Ice Block can definitely vary.
You were on 2 Ice Blocks recently, right? I feel like that seems a little bit low for my taste. What do you think about that?
I'm on 4 Ice Blocks before, but the deck wants to play a lot of Uninkables. Mm-hmm. And on that version, I was playing 3 Be Prep, 3 Sisu, which I was liking, and so basically, I couldn't afford to use more Uninkable slots on Icebox if I wanted to be playing that many board wipes, and I wasn't even playing any Tremaine, so it's hard to fit in more than 2 Ice Blocks, not because they're bad, but just because of the space that they're taking up.
Everything's into the Hidden Cove. Very new tech card coming in from set 4 for this deck. Wasn't in the deck for the first week or so, but it made a splash recently. Every card that's in there gets 1 extra strength and 1 extra willpower, which means, of course, this Diablo is now suddenly a 3 strength card. Joshua's going to be drawing this card, I think, once Doi draws from the Diablo.
This is basically the exact matchup you want this for because of Ruby's strength-based removal package.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest reason is just to really snowball off the Diablo. So like you can shift into it and say on the same turn you can protect it from being brawled. And then if that happens, you can often run away with the game from there.
Yeah, Maui hits the board with the Fishhook. I have to say the Fishhook is putting in work. I'm liking it here because it's now going to cost nothing for Dai to use. So the Maui can either gain extra challenger, but more likely, or any card of Dai's, but also evasive could be given to the Grand Martala to clean up the Diablo, and that is pretty spicy. I mean, the other thing the Cove's good at dealing with is like this 2 damage removal cards like Baboom, even Grab Your Swords potentially as well. So it can definitely cause Steel and Ruby decks both some trouble, which are the main ways of dealing with Diablo, really.
Mm-hmm. The only downside to it is it can be a bad draw later in the game when all you're looking for is some last few characters to get out over the line. Also, with a 6 willpower location, it runs right into the stat line of Maui.
Yeah. Yeah, it costs 1 to move characters there. The other nice thing about Cove as well, I found, is it can give you a little bit of extra strength to deal with Queen's Castle, which has traditionally been a pretty tricky card for Emerald Steel to deal with. That extra strength can definitely be impactful when trying to remove locations. Evasive Tala. The judge is reading the card now. Let's go. When I watched Moana recently for the first time, and the Fishhook was so cool in that film that I wanted to play Fishhook myself. So I'm pretty excited to see it in action. I think they're on 1 copy, and I'm vibing with it. It's been really, really good to. But Joshua's still in a decent spot. Joshua went 2nd in this game as well. So it was important here for Dai to really get back. I'm sorry if I'm butchering his name. It was really important for them to get the board control back a little bit here because Joshua Graham is just 7 lore away at this stage. Ursula to see if Revol is going to sing song another Storm Rage on. 2 damage onto Maleficent to clean her up. 2 onto the Tala to clean her up as well. Doesn't matter if she's evasive. Storm Rage on deals with her. Maui, the last card left on the board for die. Lots of cards in hand for Joshua, which is the good news. But Doi as well, getting to that kind of point where maybe they could start getting like some lucky dime action through. I think they might still be on no cards in hand though.
And if they are, that's a totally winnable spot for Joshua here.
Yep.
The immense gap between Bucky and Ursula is distracting me.
So you criticize my shuffling, but you have to tell the chat that you were impressed by my management of my inkwell, right?
Okay, so I think
Strength cleans up the Maui.
Especially when playing tournaments, might need 2 slots instead of just for one player, because there's also a gap between every single ink of his, which means he doesn't use a playmat. But if he was to use a playmat,
I don't use a playmat. Yeah, I go freestyle mode. No playmat needed.
Yeah, no playmat would be big enough to fit the ink the way you lay it out. You would need an XXL playmat.
Oh dear. No playmat's such a flex. It's like, okay, I've got a Rockstar champ and a non-champ, but nah, just freestyle, mate. No sleeves either. No, I'm joking. I do play sleeves.
Okay.
What happened here?
And they just lost because they top decked the Temper Tower. That doesn't impact the board immediately.
Yeah.
They needed to.
So
they needed to draw a board wipe immediately.
Joshua just went super wide, takes it down. Very, very impressive, going second as well. So what went wrong here for Ruby Sapphire? Why did they not win? Were the top decks just bad enough after the Sisu came through? That was a pretty good top deck. The top deck's just not giving enough. They didn't have a Flavisham go through at any point, I don't believe. Low on cards in hand.
Also, even before it happened, they ran out of cards very efficiently, where Josh also still had lots of resources available to them. And then with no Flavisham draw, it needs more than just one Sisu off the top to get there. Yep. Also, Josh had the interesting decision here that comes up a lot in Emerald Steel, where so now they know their opponent doesn't have any cards in hand. They could either go all in, where they immediately win if no board clear is drawn, or maybe they can hold back a few of their threats so that if it's drawn, they still have a bigger chance to win the game. But then maybe they give their opponent a window of opportunity where even a Quabatoa could maybe have gotten them back into the game. Oh.
Oh. What just happened? They shook hands and the deck got knocked over.
They shook hands and then the deck got knocked over. Yeah. I haven't seen much of the 1-cost Flynn Wider being played in Emerald Steel.
Yeah, so they're also playing the 3-cost. I mean, I can see the logic. It's definitely when you've got Pegasus, not ideal, but the Flynn Rider, I imagine in the mirrors can pop off in a big way, especially, right?
So you meant the 4-cost?
The 4-cost Flynn, yeah.
Okay. I just looked up if there's any 3-cost Flynn in the game.
Wait, they inked the Pegasus, but then they changed their mind over which Pegasus got inked. Is that allowed? Judge?
Didn't catch it.
Basically, they inked Pegasus, they played Pegasus, but then they switched the position of the 2.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. That's kind of funny, though. Nearly inked the foil, Pog. I think that might have been what it was.
Yeah, this matchup has a big difference on the play on the draw, because the 1-jump ahead can get sniped when Joshua's on the play, but even then, it's risky to go for the Ursula instead, because often you would be doing a Bucky if you weren't going for the Ursula. Yeah. But with Dewey going first, that's not even an option.
I think Dewey might have missed the 1-jump ahead in game 1 as well, possibly. Which might have definitely been a factor, just that little bit slower to ramp. If you're inking, one jump ahead, inking an extra card in hand later on, potentially. Pegasus is going to quest for 1, it seems. First lore on the board for Joshua. Are you more of a pen and paper kind of guy, or more of a lore counter kind of guy, Jan?
I'm a pen and paper kind of guy.
We saw DeCandio with a lore counter. What's your opinions on that?
For me, don't really rate it, but I guess if it's on a stream table, it might not be an issue
Yeah,
with
that's also what I was
judges paying
thinking.
attention. But then I've also seen some things that judges have missed on stream tables where I would probably still feel more comfortable if I was tracking the lore with pen and paper.
So Doi, much better opening here with the pop score on 1 jump on 2, allowing them to play the Flavisham on 3. It's going to be significantly more difficult for Joshua to be discarding their hand as much. So maybe not forced to go down into that top deck mode. And also just Flavisham on the board, pretty difficult to be removed anytime soon. Flavisham also down on the board allows you to play an item, the turn you quest for Flavisham to get that instant card draw. Because Joshua with the Aladdin can potentially otherwise be discarding these, destroying these items. Maui gets discarded because of Pegasus, and Bucky gains evasive. Bruno sung by Pegasus. All right, can you explain what's going to happen here? Because a random card from Doi's hand is going to get discarded. How's this one going to play out? We're going to need some dice, probably. And that's the way that the pros do it. And each card is probably going to get labeled, right? So number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Easy. We probably should have decided.
Oh.
The Flavisham man, and Joshua celebrates. Look at the passion. He can come back. We like that. The question is, was it the only Flavisham, or was there another Flavisham in there? Did you like this play of singing Bruno with Pegasus to hit the Flavisham man?
Yes, even it's not just about discarding it from their hand. Even if they had it in hand, they would still take them another turn to develop it again.
Yep. Joshua's feeling good. This is the game for top 16, which qualifies you for the American Nationals. Was it top? It was top 16 in Atlanta, in Lille as well, right? It wasn't top. It wasn't,
yes, I think so.
It's kind of weird then, but this is a 1,000-person tournament, but still it's the top 16. You would think it would be the top 8. I think it's the top 16. Based off what Bivens said, it was the top 16, but it would kind of make sense to me that it would be the top 8 that qualify, as it's only a 1,000-player tournament, to be honest. It's the top 8. Okay, so Bivens was wrong. It is the top 8 that qualify. That makes much more sense, because all the prize pool standings are kind of halved, right? There's only 4 players that get Mickey Mouse's in this one, because it's an 1,000-player tournament compared to 2. So I think Bivens, when he did his interview, said he just needs one more round to make it. But yeah, that's not the case. What do you qualify for in the European challenges? European regionals. There's an American regionals and a North American regionals. I think that they gave us a rough date on it, that it's kind of like end of this year, start of next year. Pretty sure. And then there's some kind of world championships after that, which is next year for sure, not this year. But you would imagine early next year. So we've got all that to look forward to. How Far I'll Go is going to be played for 4, I think. I don't think it's sung. Or was it sung? That's some pretty neat ink, though. I'm pretty impressed. Joshua with Pegasus and Bucky on the board. Of course, still threatening that discard action. He's going to draw. Joshua currently on 4 lore. Doi yet to get off the board. Gonna take a peek at the hand of Joshua. Is there any songs? No. Brawl and Develop Your Brain, both actions, not songs, but still gets the information. Bucky boy. Double Bucky boy. No follow-up Floodborn, no for now. And it's over to Doi again. Still with 3 in hand, suddenly 4. Knows that there isn't a Sisu in hand. Of course, there could be one off the top. And this is where Joshua, I think, is just praying there's no Sisu. He's like, please, no. I think there's 7 or 8 ink there, so it's possible that the Develop Your Brain could even be played and then still Sisu comes through, depending on the amount of ink. There's obviously no Fishbone Quill currently available for any extra ramping.
But with Josh being on this little lore, I think even if Doi is just to play Medusa here, and they should just be able to stabilize the game, even with a few discards coming down.
So the Develop Your Brain, you would imagine, is the card that's going to be played here. It certainly is.
I'm not in love with the order.
Is this at 0.75 speed? It's probably just because we were watching the games earlier sped up that you feel that way. The Robin Hood comes through. Double discard forced. Big, big, big play. Fishbone Quill's getting discarded. So is Brawl. Is that both the cards? Is there one more in hand? Okay, it seems like there's one more in hand. I thought that was the whole hand, to be honest with you. But apparently there's one more in there.
They had 3 cards. Develop Your Brain replaced itself.
Okay.
And they drew 1 card. So 1 left. Yeah.
Yeah, but it makes sense to be so here. I mean, they have 70 minutes to complete the round. This matchup is not going to take 70 minutes, probably.
The entire official chat is full of people calling Joshua out from cheating in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, so...
What's the story?
I don't... So, I've heard lots of stories, but, like... Even if they're only 90% and not, like, 100% confirmed, I don't want to, like, slander the guy.
Okay.
And I hope he's just moved on and learned from it, but you never know.
Mm-hmm. He's got a nice hat. I wouldn't mind one of those hats. Popsicle's going to get discarded. 2 cards drawn. Is it on, like, slower speed? This person might be onto something. The way they're placing the cards does feel... It is slowed down! It is! Wait a sec. It is slowed down. The way he said draw was so slow.
Are you trying to say they're just acting slow or that the broadcast is slowed down?
No, the broadcast has actually been slowed down. It's at like 0.9 speed. It's at like 90% speed. Look at how slow all the twisting is. And look. Draw. Oh, that was quite quick.
Oh.
It's when they speak you can tell.
Also, Mocksnap in your chat says he played against Josh yesterday and he tried to double ink 3 or 4 times. It's not great to hear. Maybe a little often to double ink on accident.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know who the guy is. I'm interested to hear all this. Diablo off the top. Sees the hand. Right. Here's the question. Press 1, guys, if you think it's slowed down slightly. Press 2 if you think it's full speed. Here's the test. It's pretty split. I have a feeling it might be at like, I don't know, like 90% speed for some reason. Surely
so
not.
You're thinking they're pre-recording the games and then slowing them down?
No, the games are definitely pre-recorded for sure.
I know that they're pre-recorded, but do you think they would slow down the footage and then be casted over in real time just to get more
Let's breaks
out of each game?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Sounds like a little bit of a conspiracy.
Yeah, it does sound like a conspiracy. I'm shipping it. It was like a pretty even split between 1 and 2, so. Right, let's look at the blinks. The blinks are the way to decide. That was pretty quick. I think it's slowed down due to technical problems, not intentionally. I have no idea what's happening, mate. But it's 9-3. The board is pretty full. Joshua passes play on over to Doi, Who is gonna ready all that ink? It's gonna
I can't stop reading the chat. I'm sorry.
draw.
Because the chat's like, oh, but he couldn't have cheated in Hearthstone. But I guess we can go on a little bit of an
Yeah, I'm here for it.
story time. And I played one. I was at one big tournament in China where I won every game in group stage before my last game. And my last game was against him. And he might have asked me to just let him win because I was already through, which of course I didn't do. But there's like, if you want to cheat, there's ways to cheat.
Is there?
Yes. I mean, it's not cheating to ask for a win.
Sisu! Bomb! Value! Wow. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Game-endingly good.
Yep. Going to be going next. Joshua concedes, and I'm going to go to game 3, which obviously makes sense on a time round.
But also, like, no matter how bad his reputation is, I would still always give the benefit of the doubt that they can change and play fair for now.
Agree. It's a new game. They've learned the game in 2 weeks. They're clearly very good. Definitely interesting to hear the lore, though. I would never have known.
Yeah, there's a lot of lore, but I don't know if I want to say it all on stream.
Yeah, I think we've said enough.
Yes.
So, I got some boxes yesterday, and I got a Sisu in a pack. I also tried pack booster battles, and
okay. I did one. It was so not great.
Yeah, I got second star to the right, and my master plan was to try to mill my opponent. It didn't work.
Oh, okay. I did one booster battle against Kim on the expo.
What lore did you play to? To 5?
No, to 10. Which is, I think it's the official rules.
Okay, we only played to 5 and it didn't feel like enough.
But I think 10 feels like too much.
Yeah.
She had the uber nuts and still almost didn't get there. She had like evasive into evasive into evasive.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a Pegasus on turn 1 in one of mine and I just quested 5 times and that was the game.
Yeah.
I think maybe, I was thinking also like 7 to 8 is probably a better number actually. Okay, this was some slowed down dancing. I am 100% team conspiracy theory, it's slowed down. Now we get synced. So this is the first time Joshua's gone first. So, I think. Yeah, it is. It's the first time Joshua's gone first. So, Popsicle on 1 is definitely nice. Yeah, go on.
It's the start of the exact hand that you want, which is the Popsicle 1-jump Flower Charm. And if that hand has gives you an incredibly good chance to win this matchup.
Is that an avalanche I can see in the hand of Joshua? That's not going to be doing an awful lot in this match, and that is a very dodgy uninkable if that is in fact what I thought I saw.
An avalanche?
I think so, but maybe I am. Oh, it's a Storm Rage on. There's a Storm Rage on. Yeah, avalanche would be a weird one in green steel. Definitely makes a lot of sense in sapphire steel. All right, the draw here for Joshua has Pegasus Bucky down on the board. Robin Hood goes into the inkwell. Is it going to be maybe a Diablo? Do we going to discard? It's going to be a B prep. See you later.
This is by far the best play Joshua could have had because not only does it discard one now, but it also could block the Flower Charm, or at least makes your opponent take their turn off to respond while you're still gaining the lore of Pegasus and Bucky.
Right, so like threatening, making Doi like take a brawl onto Diablo rather than the Flavisham Man, but it is the Flavisham Man, the toy maker. I know you watched The Great Mouse Detective just for this card.
Yeah, great movie.
You weren't impressed, were you?
No. but I did watch it. And
you just watched it for the toy maker, and I think he's only in the first couple of minutes, isn't he?
I don't quite remember. But what I will say is, if you have trouble falling asleep, there's my recommendation.
My recommendation is Raya the Last Dragon Guardian. I tried watching it twice in the last week, and I fell asleep both times. I didn't finish it yet. I will finish it, but at least we're trying, right?
Yeah.
Aladdin comes through. I've Moana banging. Moana's been my favorite one I watched. I never really watched many Disney films, so I've been catching up a lot. I also enjoyed the one with Cuzco. What's it called? The Emperor's New Groove.
I want to watch Moana because you said the song is a banger.
Mate, let it. Yeah, How Far I'll Go is the highlight of the film.
And I love the card anyway, so
yeah.
It's one movie that I would watch for the card.
Yeah. Atlantis and Treasure Planets. I haven't watched either of those. Okay. I think I watched Treasure Planet way back when. I'll give it a go.
But I think this turn really is the upcoming turn for Doya really is the.
Dude, stop talking about the game. We're talking about Disney films.
Oh, but this is like the breaking turn of the game.
Yeah, please go. Why?
Because now you're. This is really. How do you proceed the game from here? The Diablo is exerted. You need to answer it, or there's also the possibility to go for a risky ramp into board wipe plan if you cannot answer this Diablo. And this Diablo is also. I think we saw another popsicle into his hand, but without the brawl, you don't feel so good about drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, because every time you draw a card, Diablo's also drawing as well. Got a rule question for you. We saw a whole new world being played with Diablo earlier, and the player drew 14. Would you have the option to draw 13 cards? Or is it 7 or 14? That makes sense.
What do you mean? Oh, you could also draw 13, I think.
Okay. That's what chat seemed to think. There was a bit of... I thought it might be you either draw or you don't, but... Not sure. Would the 2-cost song in green to banish an item? Nah, that's just a bad card. Bucky has this Aladdin card to remove items as well. Set Your Heart is just not a good card. It's just way too niche.
Also, good to know against Diablos that all the Develop Your Brain, Grammatala, or Fargo pick effects. They don't draw the card.
Which
add the card to your hand.
Which is great if you're playing against Diablo, but you know what? It's terrible for Blue Jafar.
Blue Jafar?
Yeah, I tried to play Blue Jafar with like develops and Grammatalas, and I was so sad when I wasn't gaining lore for it. Heartbreaking. Pretty wide board for Joshua, but every character only quests for 1. Go on.
I'm a little bit in it for the tea, so I'm still following chat, but they're talking about how like they're talking a lot during opponents' turns, but there's not, to an extent, there's not really any rule against that, and it's like part of trying to gain an edge in person.
Yeah.
It's like throwing your opponent off their game a little bit. Maybe they get a bit distracted. It's not.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all there for that sort of thing. Just like when in Poland, when I pretended to think very hard for a minute if I should quest with my 1-drop Robin Hood because I was baiting that I had the shift when I didn't. I'm all about the mind.
I was so happy when that worked.
Yeah. That was the game, man. That was the game for top 4, and then we split. So I lost every game after that. I think I finished because I finished 4th. Okay, Joshua, super wide board. Brawl does come through on Diablo, but also, of course, this Diablo's meant that Josh has a lot of cards still available in hand.
And also, it came down a turn after. You really would have wanted to have it.
I have not tried any Muses, Emerald, Sapphire. It could be okay. I think that Emerald has a lot of half-decent potential decks that aren't that explored currently. I mean, there's one Amber Emerald Discard player in the top card. I'm not sure if they won their game or not. And there's also a couple of Emerald Amethyst players as well. Emerald Sapphire has always been a bit of a hopeless combo, but maybe there's something there. It's possible. Kind of doubt it. Probably just better options with Sapphire. But maybe. Joshua on 8 lore, 12 away. Doi still on 0.
Now with the Diablo finally being removed, I think Doi has a chance of stabilizing the board.
Look at that Aladdin value. See you later, Popsicle. That's not bad at all. Oh, so the Deceiver is going to take a
Oh,
peek. What's in
no.
hand? And it's a Be Prepared! Adios, amigo. That's not bad, is it? And that's the big value that Sisu has over a Be Prepared, because it can't be discarded by the Ursula
Also,
Deceiver.
I assume they drew the Flavasham of the Popsicle, but there was definitely the thought of, in the back of their mind, of maybe holding back the Popsicle for a Flavasham. But I think they probably drew it off the Popsicle, which is why they didn't hold back on it.
Right, yeah, so the Saladin was able to remove Popsicle before Flavasham could give the card draw. Pegasus is going to quest up to 11, I believe. Has it already moved? Yeah, up to 11. At what point do you start questing with Bucky?
That's an interesting decision. It's usually once your opponent is playing around the Bucky, or like potentially playing around the Bucky anyways, dumping the entire hand, and you're not getting value of the Bucky. Maybe once you're running out of flood bonds, but also even if none of that's the case, sometimes you can just quest to raise your opponent, because suddenly maybe they can only banish one of your characters by challenging into it, and if you quest with all of your characters, everyone except one gets to quest twice over 2 turns.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty similar with Prince John as well. Same kind of concept there, where you just kind of have to pick your moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's also like one misplay I see a lot of people do is like not quest at the right time with these kinds of cards. Even like things like Captain Hook and Rafiki are kind of similar, where at some point you do just have to pick your moment. And as you mentioned, if you develop a really wide board, if they're removing that Rafiki, that Bucky, that Captain Hook, that means they're not removing something else. So you get like 1 extra lore out of that potentially.
So here's one moment you can go for it. Last time you also could have considered it already, but by not exerting the Bucky, you also force your opponent to play around the Bucky. If you exert it, maybe they can hold a card for value.
+4 strength!
They update it for every...
They're gonna update it.
The hand size changes.
Ink, and then the Storm Rage on Ursula, like you have to resolve it with... Not only do you have to resolve it in perfect order, you have to resolve the Sisu tag as well.
Imagine 3-cost Sisu against Holy World deck, then they draw a card, you put the +1 strength, +2 strength, +3 strength.
And then there's the Diablo. Do they have a +14 strength tag? I bet they don't. Oh dear. It is a cool idea though. Right, +3 strength. Change the tag. Change the tag, dude. This is incorrect board state. Thank you.
So at this point,
the players need to stop going for the win and just see how high the tags go. Amazing.
The bleeding has almost stopped, but the Pegasus can repeatedly quest each turn, and then everything else might just be able to quest only once, but that might be enough in the next few turns.
Yeah, 7 lore away here for Joshua. Flavasham and Sisu on the board for Doi. I think no cards in hand, right? Pretty sure.
Or they just drew one, inked it. What happened with the card they drew?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know.
I think they inked it.
Looks pretty good for Joshua, despite going second.
Threatening 18 lore. And I think this is probably the moment where you just quest with everything, because every single point of lore that you might get for... Oh.
Ooh, singing instead of questing.
Better. At this point, I wouldn't... I'm valuing these single lore points so much, I don't think I would really want to sing anything.
The strength can clean up either the Sisu or the Flavasham here with 4 characters on the board. Could also be sang by Pegasus, but that's 2 lore you're missing out on, so it looks like it's going to be hard cast. Bye-bye Flavasham. Could be punished with like a top deck Sisu or something, I guess.
Yeah, but still, at least they're like somewhat decreasing the chance of...
Oh, change that tag, mate. Free strength.
Of the beat prep off the top happening, because they can no longer like Popsicle.
2 strength tag. Change that. Doy's getting knocked down, being forced to change the tag every single time. Poor guy. I'm not even interested in the outcome of the game. I really just want to see the tags just change. That's what I'm enjoying the most right now. Here we go. Do we see another tag change? Oh. The top deck. It looks like I don't know what it was. 4 Inca. It's a how far I'll go.
It's already over. Now that they had to spend 4 ink on this.
Brawl and Popsicle found. One goes into the ink, face down and exerted. The other into the hand. But that Flavisham was, of course, removed. Popsicle is the card chosen, anyways.
And that is game.
Joshua takes it down. Well, very well played. I think that's really impressive being able to win this matchup on the wrong side of the coin, going first just once there. That game one where they won going second was really, really impressive.
So, analyzing the game, I think, again, it goes back to when Diablo was allowed to stick around for 1 turn and so block the second time of Flavasham being able to draw cards. And that just had a knock-on effect on the entire game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. What's the reason we're seeing people take out the non-ink Sisu? It's just because the inkable count is the uninkable count is so high for the deck.
I never took it out. I just never put it in.
I have to say, I think the card is pretty good, very good actually. But the uninkable count is incredibly high. That's the issue. I wouldn't be surprised if it finds its way back in. I think, Jan, it would be fair to say your meta game where you're playing is often the very top of the online ladder, whereas in a in-person format, this is the kind of card which is going to be giving you a little bit of coverage against some unorthodox aggro decks, right? Would you say that's fair?
No, I don't think it's fair. I think it's like too niche of... The targets of it are too niche for it to be uninkable.
I don't know.
When uninkables...
I don't know if I agree with that with ice blocks. With ice blocks, it's not that niche at all. It can hit so much.
Okay, how many do you want to play? 4 ice blocks, 2 or 3 big, small Sisu?
Maybe like 1, maybe 2, maybe 1.
Yeah. So my opinion on this is that the targets are too niche, and then it will get stuck in your hand too often. Yep. And when it does it, it's not like impactful enough to make up for the amount of games where it sits in your hand.
Yep. It's definitely a very, very good card, though, in the deck with Icebox, but there's so many uninkable cards that you want to run. If it was inkable, you would play it. But a lot of the time, if you're going to be going for a Sisu 3 cost, you're more likely to go for the inkable one because it's inkable, but also it can maybe give you a bit of coverage against Flynn Rider. But the other one can give you coverage against Flynn Rider with an Icebox, so I don't know. I really like the card personally. I think like for the deck I've been playing, like the Amethyst Steel deck, if Ruby Sapphire is not playing that card, I feel very confident both sides of the coin. Whereas like that card would really cause me a lot of problems if an opponent was to use that on turn 3 against me as a more aggressive deck. All right. So, what do you think? What deck is going to win the tournament, Jan? Is it going to be?
I still think it's Ruby Sapphire.
I think it's going to be Mufasa.
Mufasa?
Mufasa with like there's a steel Mufasa deck.
Did you mean Mufasa?
Touche.
There's a steel Mufasa in the top cut?
Yep. It has,
are they still in it?
I really doubt it. In my video, I kind of said this is an example of a deck which wouldn't make top cut in a 2,000 player tournament.
Oh, that could have also gone the more controversial route.
Oh yeah?
Which is, this deck wouldn't make top cut in Europe.
Ooh!
That's what you could have said, but that's my opinion.
That would have been more controversial. We've got an interview, let's have it.
Dude, going into that top 16, hey, come here, buddy. I haven't seen you in forever. I know you've got a long history in TCGs, and is it true you've only been playing Lorcana for about 2 weeks?
Yeah, I've been playing for a week and a half. I started playing last Tuesday. It was my first game of Lorcana ever.
Well, we're doing pretty good here this weekend. What do you attest that to? How do you pick this up so fast?
So I played 1,000 games last week. 1,000. I'm not.
Are you being literal?
1,000 games.
That's quite
I played every good deck. I played red blue, green steel, blue steel. I played red purple. Purple steel. I tried all kinds of I tried homebrews. I tried everything. 1,000 games literally, and I came to the conclusion you can't beat Bucky.
Not even sure that's possible.
Bucky's pretty good. We've been seeing that here all weekend. A lot of press coming into the tournament about Bucky. A lot of people worrying
You
about
do the
that.
maths on it?
Speaking of that, your match looked really, really close. Why don't you kind of walk us through that a
How
little
long
bit?
do you
All
think?
right,
it's
so
gonna take?
my opponent drew really well in game 3, so I was a little scared. He opened the pop, the jump, and the Hiram. That's just like the best. That's the best opening hand that you can have in the entire game. The entire game. But you know, Bucky carried me through, and he didn't have an out for the Diablo right away. I kind of cut some cards back. I was able to shift my Pegasus and get in a lot of free damage. I was able to quest with my board. It was all evasive, right? And then I was able to do that again later, and yeah, I was able to close out a very close game. My opponent was on 7 ink, right? So he wasn't able to play the Sisu Big Dragon, right? I made sure to kill Hiram going to the last turn so that he wouldn't be able to top deck like a popsicle or whatever to stay alive. And yeah, it was extremely, extremely close game. I'm very happy to pull it the win here.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. Also, that win puts you into the top 16 here. We're a couple wins away from a Mickey, but importantly, you're now qualified for the North American Championships.
Is that true?
Oh, wow, I am? That's really cool. Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
All right, so from about, what, 10, 11 days ago to 1,000 games to here. Congratulations, Josh. Hope you keep winning.
I
Thank
think
you.
it's only top 8. I think it's only top 8. Let's see if the casters say anything.
Josh, a week and a half with the game.
Okay, so if a game on average takes 10 minutes, which I
Yeah.
think is fair, I think probably on average a game takes a bit more.
Yeah.
Then that would amount to 166 hours.
Okay.
And if you divide that by 24, that means it's like 6.94 days. If you discount, if you don't sleep at all, don't eat at all, don't drink at all, don't go to the toilet.
So
I think it's not a literal 1,000 games, personally. I think we probably played thousands of games over the months, but even that might be a stretch.
Get absolutely fact checked, mate.
I wish they would have just like at least not said it like 5 times in a row how literally it's 1,000 games. They've tripled down on it.
Oh my goodness. Oh dear. So, can we get some confirmation from the chat? I think it's only top 8 which qualifies for... Let's see if they're saying it.
He was multi-tabbing, clearly. Okay. Yeah, maybe he was.
Yeah.
Just playing 3 games at once.
Yeah, that's possible.
10 minutes a game.
Okay. All right, we've got Kurt versus Tommy. Is this your Tommy Williams? Is this your...
Yeah, this is my prodigy.
Okay, let's go. Come on, Kurt. Hold it down, Kurt. Sorry, that's mean. So we're watching you coached Tommy in Lorcana, and now we're watching them.
2 days ago, I coached him.
Oh my goodness, that is
the last minute Chicago prep.
That is pretty spicy. So you coached them on this particular deck as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I assume maybe they actually still changed a few cards. I think that they're playing the list that I would have played, but they took out the Sisus for 2 Judy Ops.
The 3 cost Sisu?
Yeah, the 2 3 cost Sisus.
Yeah, I actually remember where I think. Let me see how my bracket's looking. I'll pull it up on a different screen. One sec.
But they're going second against the 1-drop Flynn opening, which is. I've played this matchup a bunch.
Right,
Also,
I predicted.
it's not very easy to beat.
I predicted Kurt to win their first round and queue into Tommy. So on my bracket, I predicted this matchup. And I predicted Kurt to win. Oh!
And with them going first with this opening, I think they're very close to being
my bracket is popping off. I made the prediction. But, let's go. Okay. So you would agree that Kurt's the favourite in this matchup, going first twice?
Yeah, because I think I said it earlier in the podcast, but basically I think they are more favored when they're on the play than you are favored when you are on the play.
Yeah.
And with them
this is not a
able to go
podcast.
First twice.
This is not a podcast.
It's not a podcast?
No.
This is a watch party podcast.
Oh, you say broadcast or podcast?
No, I said broadcast.
Oh, okay. I always said podcast. I thought like your podcaster.
Oh. But if this is not a broadcast,
no, this is
actually this is pre-recorded.
yeah, and it's also on 0.99 speed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say when the interview was on that I don't think it was slowed down because like the guy kind of talked in slow motion a little bit. I don't know. I don't think it was slowed down. I'm still not sure.
Yeah, type pre-recorded in the chat if you think it's pre-recorded.
Yeah, but why? Let's not like mock people wearing masks. I think it's a very sensible idea to wear masks at giant events where lots of people are gonna get sick from these.
No, I think lots of people got sick.
Yeah,
Brandon got sick after attending Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta 2 weeks ago, loads of people got sick afterwards, and there's going to be a lot of people also that went to that.
To wear a mask.
I think it's incredibly sensible. Yeah. Big up the mask wearers and big up the non-mask wearers. Who cares? Let people do what they want to do. I think. All right, develop your brain, get synced. So this Flynn is getting 3 lore per turn if it's the biggest. If you have the highest strength character, the Flynn Rider Frenemy. It's kind of Ruby Amethyst's attempt at being a little bit quicker, while still being able to have...
It's not just an attempt, it works. They are much quicker since they're playing Flynn Rider.
Yeah.
Frenemy. I even know the shop name.
Yep, and a lot of the time if you're trying to be quicker in terms of lore, you're going to have to be playing like lots of one-cost characters and this kind of thing, but... So that allows Ruby Amethyst to have a more aggressive opener while still not necessarily sacrificing their top-end options for one-drops.
Oh.
Double Frenemy.
That's too many Flints.
That's a lot of Flins. The absolute
aggro
one line.
Frenemy, but there's 2 more. But actually... So all you need is a Maui, and you're being chilling, unless it gets removed with King Undisputed. Just need something with more strength than the Madam Fox.
Yeah, and the Fox could also sing Friends next turn as well, right? So there's 3 cards that Kurt could find off the top. One of them be King Undisputed to counter that Maui. What a card Be King Undisputed is. I would always play 4 copies in my Ruby Amethyst. I really, really would. And as I mentioned before, I kind of like in testing yesterday that I did, I ended up trying 4 Tremaines, which is maybe a little bit much, but I really like Tremaine Be King in this Ruby Amethyst. Tremaine also still questing for 2. You've got the bounce potential with her as well. B Prep just gets discarded quite often against Bucky, so it's improving your Bucky matchup, you could argue as well. But yeah. National invite is top 8. Oh no! Bro got told he made it by the interviewer when it's not true.
He might still make it.
Yeah, let's
win another one.
That's a bit of a stinker. I mean, it's confusing because this tournament is the half the size, right? So the pairings are the rewards are different basically. In the previous event, it was top 16, but it was a 2,000 player, so it makes a lot of sense that for a 1,000 player tournament, it's top 8 that get the invite. Similarly, it's the top 4 for nationals. So Tommy with the ice block, popsicle down. Currently 5 ink in the inkwell. Everything's exerted, but did he actually play anything? He didn't, right? Just about to. Ink's a Tala.
Didn't he play the how far ago?
Oh yeah, you're probably right. I was kind of not paying that much attention. I was looking at chat.
Yeah, this might be a little too much lore.
Yeah, the frenemies. 3 lore each. And they can, of course, quest. Up to 13. A triple quest puts them to 16. And then you're within goat touching distance already. Absolutely devastating.
Every single of the 3 flints they drew already gained like 4 lore as soon as these request. And this is basically why play draw in this matchup specifically is very, very important, because suddenly if Ruby Sapphire was on the play, they could brawl it before it even gains the 3 lore, or maybe they can ramp and play something bigger. So where these flints don't gain the 3 lore.
Top 16 do get the invite, apparently. Okay, that would be, not gonna lie, I don't think that should be the case.
I think it should be the same ratio.
It should be the same ratio.
So as this game's over, I also played a One Piece webcam tournament today. and I went 8-2. Right now I'm hoping that I made top 32. But you know the reason why I will probably only know tomorrow?
Why?
Because they don't want to give out final standings before reviewing all this footage everyone submits if they think your other opponent was cheating.
Oh, okay.
And it does happen.
Yeah, webcam cheating is pretty rife, isn't it? You showed me some clips. The rabbit comes through and draws.
Yeah, so now you've reset the board, but Ruby Amethyst at 16 lore is the best deck in the game because all they need to do is so they can play characters while drawing cards, which is hard to deal with when they're already at 16 lore. And as soon as they get to play goats and goat bounds, there's literally nothing that stops that.
Yeah, I've seen the link on the official site. It is still the top 16 players, regardless of the size of the official challenge event. It's always the top 16, which I really don't agree with, if I'm honest.
I'm not enough of that.
Pardon?
I'm not enough of that at all.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense to me.
It's
like you're punished. You're kind of rewarded if you live near Chicago, but then you're punished if you live near Atlanta, right? And you only go to one.
Yeah, and then you're mega punished if you live in Europe and you have 4 tournaments, they have 6, and some of them are better.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, not a fan of the different disparity. All the other prizes are like ranked on a ratio of similar, but for some reason the invite to the challenge is not. That remains the same regardless of the size of the event, which is a bit weird.
Yeah, those three flints got 4 lore each, which is they could have gotten more even under different circumstances, but 4 lore each on a 2-cost character that also required an answer and got answered.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
and basically game.
That's where Ruby Amethyst with the when it goes first can be great, and that is game, but it is going to struggle more going second. And the other big thing about Ruby Amethyst is it really does struggle against Bucky. It's a horrendous matchup. But if you can dodge Bucky and get pretty far in the tournament, it's definitely a deck which can really, really pop off.
What's also a bit worrying is that the best way to somewhat tech for the Emerald Steel matchup is in the Peter Pan Shadowfinder, which is just not great against the Sapphire decks in turn.
Yeah. Yeah, so Peter Pan Shadowfinder is this 3-cost character with Rush and Evasive, 2/3. It's like it's very similar to Peter Pan's Shadow, except it costs 1 less. And its ability is pretty irrelevant as it gives your evasive characters Rush, which is not really relevant. And it only quests for 1, unlike Peter Pan Shadow, which quests for 2. Yeah, because the other thing is you can try and people would argue, okay, well you could tech for Diablo, Bucky with Teeth and Ambitions. The problem with that is they play the 1-cost Diablo, they see you've got Teeth and Ambitions, and they could discard it with Ursula, Deceiver, as it's a song. And then the other thing that people would point towards is that you could perhaps try to tech in a 2-cost Pegasus, which is a 3/1 evasive. But the problem with that card is they shift in Diablo and they sing Let the Storm Rage On or Strength of a Raging Fire, and then your Pegasus gets removed. So
yeah, which there's still some value in that because then they don't not only need the small Diablo, the shift Diablo, and a song, but they also need a song to shift and on top of that a song to remove. But when that happens, you're even further behind that than you would be without having it.
Ducky mentions Fishhook, and while that sounds like a nice idea, it's just too slow, right? You play Fishhook on turn 3, you can't use it until turn 4, and then the Diablo's already drawn them a bunch of cards. It's just not going to be a good option, really, for dealing with Diablo. I think, in truth, your best bet is kind of just accept that it's going to cause you problems. Try and race them. Like
on to game 2, it looks like we didn't find the 1 jump ahead.
When you say we, you're talking about Tommy, your student, right?
Yeah, I'm not very I'm not biased at all, but with we I mean my boy Tommy and me.
Yeah.
But this time the Flynn is much less of a problem, and believe it or not, them not having the 1-drop also is huge. It means all the mims can't come down efficiently. They don't gain in this chip lore. So even without the 1-jump ahead, this is a very playable position.
Yeah, so if there's that one drop, as you mentioned, then the Fox could come
and
through.
This is one of the most interesting decisions for the Ruby Sapphire player. And this decision comes up a lot. Do you develop your Quill or do you play Brawl? And usually, it depends on how high prio is the target. Flynn is pretty high prio, but developing the quill now enables you to Medusa it next turn. While if you brawl now, you have to follow it up with, I think he has a Flava Sham. So he has to follow up for each of these plays, which makes this a very difficult decision. With this many uninkables, there is some merit in still just developing the quill, letting them get the 6 lore, the 4 lore. Then you Medusa it, and then follow that up with Flava Sham for refilling the hand.
Yeah, maybe because Tommy's going first in this case as well, they have that little bit of extra luxury to be a little bit more greedy and not brawl straight away. That is the play they decide to go for. Do you think this is the correct play?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I like it too.
This was one of the big discussions we had in the session.
Okay.
But I think generally this decision is like it's impacted by lots of different things, and with these circumstances, it was actually quite a close decision to be made.
Okay, so the Flynn Rider is going to be gaining 3 lore because it is the character with the highest strength. It doesn't have to be the highest character. It's just you have to have a character on your side of the board that has the most strength. If it's a tie, Flynn will not work and will not gain any lore. Of course, it's the only character it will. 3 spent for friends instead of playing a Sisu down. That is...
Do they not have any incubates?
Very weird.
It's always hard for me to really catch the cards.
It's almost impossible.
Wasn't there a Flynn or something? Oh.
Yeah, there's a Flynn in there.
Maybe those were drawn.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe 2 inks were drawn, and this was the only way.
Yeah, it wouldn't make much sense otherwise, would it? You just want to be as.
But actually, even that's the other thing. I think even if that is the context of your hand, I might still be better off just inking friends, playing Sisu with no incubates in hand. But you still have the rabbit, so as long as you draw 1 incubate next turn, you're like chilling for the rest of the game in terms of incubates, because you just get to develop that rabbit. So I'm not sure playing about that risk is worth.
Yeah, I don't like it either. The fact Sisu's questing for 2 as well, right? Like, I think you just want to be getting that down and get the questing action on. The longer this game goes on, the more it's going to be going in Tommy's favor.
Mm-hmm.
You have Medusa, 2B preps, and rabbit in hand.
Yeah, so I think even with that hand, I would probably still just ink friends, play Sisu.
Same.
And
take the risk.
Yeah. So sometimes you will get punished by drawing an unincubate, but I think right now you didn't take the risk and you're just in a bad spot anyways. So even in these first few turns, there was a bunch of interesting decisions.
Yeah, and these be prepared. Pretty difficult for Kurt really to be getting anywhere near those anytime soon. Again, I really am pretty high up on Ruby Amethyst, just ditching these be prepared, going to Tremaine. I'm pretty sold it's the way. I really, really am. A lot of the time you see Ruby Amethyst on 2 be prepareds, maybe 3. Some players, though, in the top cut playing 4. Definitely a very strong card against something like Sapphire Steel. Does Scar still get much value for Ruby Red Purple? No, it's just a bit too slow again. Like, the 7 cost uninkable, I think it's just too slow for...
Yeah, one of the big upsides was it being able to sing B preps later, but with the aggressive approach Ruby Amethyst can take now, that's not really how it's trying to control the game anymore.
Feel like 2 be prepared is perfect in this meta? I mean, maybe, yeah, but I not against Bucky. You're not really getting to 7, and it's also a song which can be discarded, an uninkable song for Ursula to discard.
Actually, it's a really good card against Bucky. I think you do tend to get to those totals, not with it in your hand, but like a lot of the time you get into these spots where B prep is saving you if you draw it off the top.
Yeah. But it's also going to be disastrous in your opening hands, which is more likely. So I think it's more often bad than good in that matchup, I would wager. Sky did win Spirits his first round. We don't know what's happened with the second round. Hopefully we can get him on the stream after this. Imagine that would be sick. But he did, even though I predicted him to lose his first round match, he did take it down. I believe as well, if Sky wins, he'll be playing the winner of this. I can check that for you.
So with this approach of
Yep, that's correct.
Spees, going for the friends on 3. They're really trying to win the long game, and getting rid of the Flavasham before draws again is absolutely essential for that type of gameplay.
Yeah, many cards in hand for Kurt, that's for sure. 4 ink exerted by Tommy. In comes the Flavasham Man, the Toy Maker. Tala and Maui were drawn there.
In these positions, which do come up a lot, even okay, just talking about how good Hafalgo is. So after 1 jump ahead on turn 3, it's really, really good. But even in these positions, if you are drawing into Hafalgo, that's singable. That's insane. It's much better than anything else Medusa or Grammatala could do on a board like this.
Tommy looks like they're going to exert the Fishbone.
Rid of the 1 jump ahead.
Are you proud of your student so far?
So first game, I don't think there was anything that could have been done, and second game, I wasn't able to analyze all the micro decisions, but all the major ones they've definitely made correct, or at least the way I would do them too.
Reckless, not reckless.
A challenge, not reckless anymore. Yes.
Is it a game violation if your Sisu doesn't have the right tag on it?
I hope not. I don't want to play with tags. I would find it so annoying, especially the Sisu strength tag.
Oh dear. I do like the idea of the tags though. They're not being used as much this event as they were in the previous. Like in the previous one, the Fox was being given the rush tag. I do think it's nice when the Fishhook or the Pegasus came through and Bucky is evasive, and you see that Bucky is given that evasive tag. That I actually think is really good for the viewer experience.
Yeah, it's decent for the viewing experience. I think it's awful not for the playing experience.
Yeah, I think it's fine that I think that's where there's a balance. So you don't need to give the Fox a rush tag, for example. Yeah. That's just not necessary. But I think giving.
I don't think you need to give Sisu the strength tag.
No, I agree.
But evasive tags are maybe decent.
Yeah, because imagine I think in the previous event it's even possible that the aerial, for example, would have a ward tag on her, and that's just actually lowering the skill involved, right? Because that's just something you need to pay attention to. You shouldn't have a tag to.
You should also have to pay attention to Sisu's strength, to evasive or not evasive, but
yeah.
So again, how far I go being insane here? Just the 3+1 end ramp.
Yeah, because it can be sung by Maui, right? And Maui had nothing else to do otherwise.
But still, we see the game plan from Kurt's Bees here, where they are, where again the Flavasham comes down, they banish that Flavasham. This is the one thing that they don't want to stick around.
Can you shuffle your opponent deck in the middle of the game? You certainly cannot. You are allowed, however, to look at their discard pile. That is public knowledge. So you're allowed to look at that. And if you wanted to, I suppose you could shuffle their discard pile because that doesn't actually do anything. But...
And maybe you'd be allowed to shuffle if they have an effect that searches through their deck where they actually get to see their deck.
Yeah, like the Alma Madrigal. Look at that knowledge. I even know her name. I watched Encanto.
Good for you.
I'm going to give it a solid 3 out of 10. It wasn't great. The best bit? We don't talk about Bruno. That was pretty good. Also, if your opponent starts aggressively shuffling your deck, make sure to call a judge. Do you know anyone that aggressively shuffles decks of their opponent?
If your opponent is too stupid to shuffle their deck, also call a judge. I know. If you want to include Judy Hops, I think you can make room for it, but that doesn't mean I would go above 60 cards.
Yeah, agree. There's a Ruby Sapphire deck that was at 62 that made the top cut, and it made me very sad.
I wish you could DQ them. They're allowed to play the game until top cut, but DQ'd after top cut.
What is aggressively shuffling the deck? So I shuffled my deck, and then Jan's supposed to cut my deck, and then he starts aggressively shuffling it.
I don't know why he says it like this. I did the most normal mass shuffle in the world. Nothing was ever damaged. but he just doesn't like his cards being touched because he feels his fragile ego is hurt just because he cannot shuffle his own deck properly.
Oh dear. And what was the result of that Swiss tournament where we played against each other in the final?
That Swiss tournament?
Oh, not Swiss. The constructed tournament.
Don't remember. Probably stacked your deck. Bam.
Do you think Peter Pan Shadow? Yeah, I mean, it's Peter Pan Shadow Finder would be the better bet. The 3 cost. Getting wine into stream is the best thing ever, by the way. Let's go.
I agree. Good take. Good takes in chat only.
Oh dear. Okay.
I'd send you the invoice after if that's okay.
Oh yeah, you can have all my Twitch money, aka 0.
Oh.
Actually, I got donated like $90 on YouTube at the start of the stream. Wow, the heck, that was crazy.
Oh, so that's why you're offering me the Twitch money.
Scores on the doors. Both players at 4 lore, and of course, the longer the game goes on, the more you've got to like Tommy's chances. That's what Ruby Sapphire does. It's just more greedy.
But at the same time, all the Flavashams were answered immediately. They didn't snowball off the game yet, and the Ruby Amethyst is stacking up cards in their hand like there's no tomorrow. And then I think in games like these, Ruby Amethyst actually has a legitimate chance of winning the long game.
Yep. And the rabbit can just continue to be bounced back for more card draw as well. That is what Amethyst does. What do you think about the Amethyst 1-drops? We can see the Chernobogs and the Brooms in there from Kurt. You know me, I've always loved a bit of Chernobog's followers. Do you think that's the way to go for Ruby Amethyst with the Magic Brooms Chernobogs? I personally, this is what I would go for.
I think it might be. It's they have an abundance of good, efficient 1-drops. Where also Pascal is a fair shout.
Yep.
I think this is not really a Rafiki meta with all of the Sapphire decks in the meta.
Yeah.
I think you want to be.
I'm currently
all of the 1-drops really want to be questing.
I'm currently on 2 Pascal and then 4 Chernobogs for thingamajigs. The problem as well with like Ruby Amethyst is if you miss the 1-drop, a lot of the time like you're looking at your turn 2 hand and you've got a snake and no other like. I mean, Kurt's playing Kuzco as well, which gives you a little bit of an extra 2-cost card, but. I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of the crabs in this meta. They feel quite slow, and Kuzco without crabs feels pretty lackluster as well. So I'm not really sure I would personally want to go for Kuzco at the moment.
Yeah. So the crab stonks are going down. The one thing that they are still providing against Emerald Steel is if you're playing Pascals, you might be able to trade your Pascal into a Diablo with the help of a crab.
Mm-hmm. See Maleficent take down the Chernobog's followers, which that's just the kind of power of Chernobog's followers. It's actually a pretty good Maleficent. Denies 1 lore, but that 1 card draw, even more important. Definitely not the best Maleficent you've ever seen, but certainly there's been worse ones around. If you two were here, what would you be playing? Yam would be playing Tommy's deck identically, except instead of 2 Judy Hops, you'd be on what?
I would be on 2 CISOs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be what I was playing.
So four of the big Sisus, is that?
What would you be playing if you were to play in this tournament?
I would have played my $100 Amethyst Steel deck.
Just for the YouTube vid with the.
No, I think it's good.
Getting a Mickey with my budget deck.
I think it's good. I don't think it's top tier, but I just like, you know me. I just like playing stuff other people aren't playing.
Oh, see, we drew 3 How Far Goes this game. They were all insane.
Pretty good, yeah. If I wasn't to go for that, which is a deck I'm doing a deck guide on soon, by the way, I would have played Sapphire Steel, for sure.
Yeah, Sapphire Steel is a good shout. It's one deck that I might eventually switch to at some point, but I think the current deck builds aren't there yet at all. But it's an archetype of an extreme amount of potential.
I got some thoughts on Sapphire Steel. I think the 1 jump ahead approach is good. What do you think about how far I'll go in Sapphire Steel?
I think I would probably play it if Holy World wasn't so broken.
Yeah, but could you?
It doesn't really fit the same deck as Holy World decks.
But a lot of people are cutting Whole New World, so I'm wondering if the no Whole New World approach is to play How Far I'll Go Tala. That's what I'm looking at right now. Which I think is why the guy Scott, I liked his deck because he was on that. and I like the look of it.
I think the
I personally would.
Grammatala Sing Hofalgo stuff, it's powerful, but it's not powerful enough to where I would want to be doing that instead of Whole New World.
Yeah, I'm still on the Whole New World hype train overall. But I do like the idea of it.
Is on a similar idea right now where he also ramps into 4-drops, but the 4-cost songs he maxed out is Zeus, which also helps him deal with locations. It's like almost benches locations, so I only need 1 challenge each time.
I'm such a Zeus hater, man. I am playing 4 Zeus in my purple steel deck, by the way, but singing it with like rabbits and goats feels kind of good, but I don't know, man. I'm not a big Zeus fan overall. I think it's a very overrated card. I like Avalanche. I do like Avalanche. So I can see the need for removing locations for sure. I can definitely see the utility of Zeus with these like 4-cost. If you're singing it, it's good. I think Zeus in that deck's solid. It really triggered me though how many people were playing Zeus in Emerald Steel last season. Then we see the B prep come through,
and the board gets reset again. And usually this type of thing happening to Ruby Sapphire is fine if they get to snowball off any of the cards, or at least if they get to develop the dime and get some lore on each of these turns. But without that being the case, I do think Kurt can totally win the long game.
Yep. So that is obviously a big advantage of playing these Be Prepared. I'm kind of talking about maybe you might want to go Tremaines and B Preps, but the B Prep obviously gets you that instant clear. What the Tremaine could provide you though with is an ability to be removing a lot of characters and then bouncing it back, and also questing potentially as well. See, a little bit cheaper. So another Be Prepared still available for Kurt. Has a Queen's Castle in the mix. Definitely going to be looking. Go on.
Sorry. Tommy's on 2 B Preps. Now picked up another Temur Tower and a Maleficent in hand. But all of these turns would be just that much better if they were able to activate Dime on the same turn.
Ringlump says that Tommy needs the Dime ASAP. Would you agree?
Yes. Please. Give Dime to Tommy. Believe in the heart of the cards. But Temur Tower was still a great pickup, yeah. It's also the Thaler having multiple purposes here. With this much ink, you need a way to spend it. It finds you the Temur Tower, but also it protects it from Be King Undisputed.
So, guys, Jan here didn't know that Tamatoa was called Tamatoa until about a week ago.
I call it Crabatoa.
And you actually thought that was its real name, right?
Yeah, I might have. I kept calling it Crabatoa, and you were so confused what I was talking about, and I had no idea why. It's just Crabatoa to me.
Fun fact: there's a Emerald Tamatoa. Did you know that? Do you know what it does?
No, but I think it's interesting that there's actually enough ink available to go for the Medusa plus Be King Undisputed to get rid of the Tamatoa. So again,
yep,
Ruby Amethyst being able to keep up in these later stages of the game.
Yeah, Be King is so good, mate. I'm such a big fan. I think Be King, Medusa, Tremaine, bounce, bam, bam, bam. That's the way this deck's gonna end up. I love it.
Also, as soon as the as Tommy is slowing down a bit after all their stuff is getting removed turn after turn, at some point the castles are going to come in, and this deck can really, really struggle to deal with castles on neutral board states.
So the 2-cost Tamatoa, you avoided my question. You don't know what it does, do you?
No, I don't know what it does.
It does nothing.
Oh.
It's a 1/4 2-cost, but in the picture of Crabatoa, it's holding a lucky dime. It finds a lucky dime in the mud. Fun fact. Steve Warner told me that, who's one of the designers of the game. I got to cast with him. He was much more interesting to cast with than you, by the way.
He was much more interested to cast what?
I enjoyed casting with Steve Warner much more than I enjoyed casting with you.
Okay. So in the same sentence, you managed to both name drop on me and insult me. So, GG.
Another B prep comes through. In comes the castle. We actually saw a really big weakness of the new Broom card compared to Chernobog's. Chernobog's has that flexibility of drawing basically whenever you want, because when you quest, the Magic Broom there was sacrificed to the Be Prepared, whereas if it was a Chernobog, it would be 1 extra card in hand. So while the Broom has arguably a little bit of a better stat line because it doesn't get removed by Tinkerbells and things like this, it does have a really big weakness compared to Chernobog's followers, which you see there. And it's something which happens quite often when you're playing this card with things like Queen's Castle, Friends, Be King Undisputed, Be Prepared. If you want to play a non-character card that turn, you cannot draw with the Broom when you otherwise would have liked to.
But this play in Ruby Amethyst mirrors in set 3, but also against Ruby Sapphire has always been an incredible play where you get to resort the board and develop a castle behind it, because they need some strength on the board even if they want to be able to banish it with Maui. And now suddenly Ruby Sapphire has an inherent weakness in dealing with empty board stays if it doesn't have Temur Tower, and it just got completely ran out of Temur Towers and Flower Shams, and now it's met with 0 characters on the opposing side of the board, and the only cards in your hand are Maleficent and Maui, and your Maleficent doesn't have any target.
So Maui comes through onto the castle, and this is also where Kurt's seeing the value of this Be King Undisputed as well, comboing it with the Be Prepared. Such a powerful new card.
Just let that sink in how Tommy has this much ink, and the hand is Be Prep, Maleficent, Maui, and there's just nothing to do. There's no good play available to Tommy.
The Maui wasn't terrible.
Yeah, but it didn't even banish the castle. They're still gaining the lore. The Maui's probably getting removed, so they would need another Maui to follow this up.
Yep. Kurt draws again, the rabbit.
So while Spessy and I said we probably would have preferred to develop the Sisu on 3 instead of the Friends, the decision is actually much deeper than what we made it out to be. Because all of this game plan might have not been possible with the Sisu line.
Super interesting that Maui goes for the Maui there and holds on to that Be King Undisputed for a rainy day, valuing it to remove something like a readied Maleficent instead of an exerted Maui. What do you think about that play? And I'd love to hear more about your thoughts on the Sisu thing as well.
I think it totally makes sense. I think they still had a Medusa in hand, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but also the King Undisputed, there's much bigger threats to be answered. And Maui, so right now, Maui, their threat is able to be answered by Maui, but most threats you cannot just Maui because they are not exerted. So you're holding back the threat that's always working.
Flavisham draw for Tommy, that's big. And that's the power of the Develop Your Brain. We see some people cutting this card, and the Develop Your Brain just giving Tommy all the tools they need. When you have this much ink, you just need the card you need at the right time, and that is the Flavisham man right now. Really, really good to see.
Was it Sisu and Ice Block being picked up? So still somewhat struggling on the spot state.
So talk to us more about that Sisu versus Friends on turn 3 then.
Yeah, so the Friends is the much more aggressive line, but you go into two completely different lines of gameplay with whichever of these lines you take, because with the Sisu you have much more aggression, but you will also fizzle out much quicker, where maybe you don't throw into all of your answers along the game, where now Kurt was able to answer the Temur Towers and all the Flower Shams, and while more aggression seemed good at the time, at least this gave them a bigger chance to be able to play out this long resource-intensive grind.
Yep. Yeah, that's really interesting. It seems like we definitely, certainly from my point of view, I was kind of looking at it like, I'll get this Sisu down at quest for 2 a turn. But Kurt instead just valuing those extra cards in hand and just valuing their power in the long game here. I was thinking, if this game goes on this long, I wasn't fancying Kurt's chances as we see the Ice Block comboing with Sisu to clean up the snake which was inside the Queen's Castle. One thing I'm not happy about there, Moyen, is that we didn't see the -1 strength tag on the Madam Mim snake.
No, that's not my issue, but I think with just Sisu, B-Prep, and Maleficent being in your hand, I might have preferred to just play out the Maleficent here and hold back the Sisu to a board state where maybe it hits multiple things. I don't think that we need to hold back Maleficent for like any huge threat in particular.
Be Prepared would be a big threat for Tommy. It is open deck lists, and has Kurt played 2 at this point already? So it's possible that all the B preps are out for Tommy as well, for Kurt. Can check
But
that.
again, they're able to remove the Flavasham. How can they remove 3 Flavashams and the Tamatora just in one game? Was it 2 Tamatoras, 3 Flavashams
Oh,
that they
the
were able to
B
remove?
King Undisputed. What a card.
And suddenly the castle's uncontested again.
The castle's putting in work. And the Medusa could even move in there just for good measure. She certainly does. This 6 damage from Maui was a lot, but it wasn't quite enough. And,
yeah, this is where not playing the items that would help you take it out in one shot can hurt. Where we still have the Shield of Virtue.
Yep,
Vitalisphere.
Vitalisphere.
The Vitalisphere in the new set, but also the Fishhawk from set 3.
Kurt putting on a masterclass of how to pilot Ruby Amethyst up against Sapphire Steel here. Up against Ruby Sapphire. Both sides of the coin. We saw the aggressive approach with the Flynn Rider Frenemies when they went first, and when they've gone second, they've just slowed the game right down. And the Queen's Castle now with both Medusa and the Magic Broom in the mixer.
Another Develop Your Brain found.
Pretty good card.
The dime is slightly too late.
Yeah, might be too little too late for Tommy. But does have a Be Prepared available still in hand. Does have an abundance of ink as well. Those are some nice card backs, aren't they?
I like the black card backs.
Yeah, they look like dragon shields. I've got some of those myself. You like the matte black card backs? That is, yeah, wow.
No, actually, I like matte one color, but I don't love the black. I prefer have it some sort of color. And I don't love it when my webcam opponents play with black sleeves and it's somewhat dark.
Why?
Because it's just easier for them to do magic tricks.
Maleficent takes out the Broom over the Medusa. Would you agree with that decision from Tommy?
Probably would. I think I would have preferred for us to have the Sisu in hand now. I think there was some pan outs where the Sisu this turn would have been better than the Maleficent. But I do think you need to limit the card draw still, and if it's a 4/4 or 1/2 body, doesn't really impact things too much.
Grab
oh no,
draw.
do I see 2 more castles in their hand?
There is double castle. They could have gone for it that turn because they actually drew the crab off the rabbit here. Do you think
they still have a lot of ink, don't they?
Yep, they certainly do. They have enough to play both and even move the rabbit into one of them. And they could even ink and move Medusa into one of the other castles if they so desired.
So if you go to castle, what's the worst thing that can happen? Maleficent can take out one of them. Maybe Maui can take out the second one. Then you're still left with 1 castle and 2 characters, which would put you at 16 lore on the following turn. Which still requires some work of golds to really get there at the end. But that's only worst case scenario if you are getting Maui'd.
Four ink for the castle. Are we going to see another? 4 ink.
Man.
Triple
I like
castle.
This play a lot.
And do you agree with going for the rabbit draw first as well? It drew the crab, but would you still go for the rabbit first?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I don't see anything else you wanted to do this time.
Medusa's going to quest. And which castle do you move the rabbit into? The left or the middle? That's a big question, isn't it?
Or the white one. What if it's the white one? Because the Maleficent wants to deal 7 damage.
Oh, okay. So I was sat here thinking it's never the one on the right, but it actually could be. Maybe.
Yeah, because I think the Maleficent's always trading.
That's wild.
Castle, so maybe you just want to give them the less efficient trade. And if they're Maui, they are still banishing one of the full health castles anyways.
I was trying to set you up with like the dumb question, which is just like a stupid thing, but it turns out it was actually a good question. Okay. Noted. Yeah, that's fascinating.
The downside to putting it into the damage castle is that they on board can take out the castle.
Oh, they go for it as well.
I don't mind this line at all.
That is, I can't believe it. I never would have seen that coming, but it makes so much sense.
And then now, because the 7 willpower in the following turns castles are still much, much better because you can Merlin crab the Merlin Rabbit to take out the Maleficent on the following turn. And then you have just 2 full willpower castles up again.
Maleficent goes
Chat on the main broadcast is so confused, but I really don't mind this.
Yeah.
Play.
Yeah, because otherwise this rabbit would have just gone into a castle which got removed. So extra card draw for Kurt. Big brain stuff.
I think I would have probably still taken out the damaged castle and denied the 2 draw.
Those castles are going to tick and put Kurt up to 17. Double quest with a Rabbit and Medusa would put Kurt to 19 and just a goat away from victory. Of course, that double card draw then just increases the odds of that goat being found.
And this game, I think they might be fine completely without goats at all because they're still asking multiple questions every turn. Every character that they put down is a serious threat to just gain that little bit of lore. And at the same time, Tommy Williams still has to deal with the 2 castles on the board.
Thoughts on playing new Big Mulan with Vitalisphere and Ruby Sapphire? I mean, it's definitely a spicy idea.
Yeah, could get you a good clip. But I do agree. Kurt played both of these games extremely well.
And very
one
differently.
Was a little bit of a blowout, but yeah, that's basically what I was trying to say. It's just game 2 is such a different game than game 1, and they still were able to recognize how to manage these lines properly.
Ruby Amethyst is just that deck which never goes away. Every time I think it's done, it rears its head and proves me wrong. The dime goes on to the Maleficent. It's not all over yet, but Kurt's going to be drawing 3 cards, and all they need is one of them to be a goat, and it would all be over. Let's have a look. Do we find the goat?
But at the same time, if you just go to... So you go to 18
That's not a goat.
Even if
that's a goat! It's over! It's over!
Yeah, okay,
GG.
they would have won without the goat.
Alright, I'm just trying to make it, you know...
Okay. The goat! It's a goat! Off the top!
Wait, the players don't seem to realize the game is over.
I think they did. They're just signing a sheet or something. Oh, maybe now they realized. Jeez.
GG's. Tommy Williams gets taken down. Unlucky.
From Tommy Williams.
Yeah.
My favorite to win the tournament has sadly been taken out.
Yeah. I think big respect to Kurt. So just I'm going to take this quick opportunity to just flex my bracket that I made before the start of this at the start of the stream. I only had half of the time, but look, I predicted Kurt to win their first game, which they did, and Tommy to win their first game, which they did. But then I predicted Kurt to beat Tommy, which has happened.
Mm-hmm.
I did predict, however, Sky to lose his first round game, which he did win. So. And I predict Chris Anderson to win the whole thing, and Sky beat them in round 1. Go on, Sky.
But still, some of your predictions have already become.
Yeah, it's not bad, right?
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Maybe this guy knows what he's talking about.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far. I actually played so much Paper Lorcana this weekend. It was good. It was very good. I'm even like learning to shuffle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still doubt it until you show me, but the cards are probably still on the floor.
Yeah, they are. Be right back. Okay, I thought it was an interview screen. I actually have some packs.
Okay.
Kind of don't want to open them though. I kind of want to save it for like a proper. I've got like a new. I'll show you a bit of it. I've got like a new clampy thingy majigger. So this like clamps to my desk either side, and then there's a big pole which goes like from here to here, which you attach. It's like an overhead camera setup. So basically, I can start recording IRL. So I could like take this in my bag, show up to a local game store, clamp it to the table, put like a camera above, bam! I can attach lighting and then everything. And then I'm like a mobile content creator. No more computer needed, mate.
I think it's very good that you're taking this development.
Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, I need to order some more equipment first. So at the week, yesterday I used my friend's camera. I do have a camera, but it's at Dara's flat in New York still, and I kind of need that back.
Why is it in Dara's flat in New York?
I mean, why not? I left it there like a year and a half ago.
Recently, I saw some complaints on Twitter about Dara's command where it just says activate fast drops.
Yes.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, Dara, a very good friend of mine, lovely chap, is a Marvel Snap streamer. I think he's currently streaming to like 5,000 people. What a guy. But yeah, activate fast drops.
Yeah, and the chat was full of that.
Yeah, when I was still streaming Marvel Snap, I would have so many people come into my stream during drops going, ! Activate fast drops. And I'd be like, yeah, that's not a... Learn to sign your name well yet, as well as shuffle. Uh-oh, exposed. That is... Did you see my signatures on these? There was two young boys asked me to sign their playmats, and it was...
Oh, that signature.
It was so bad.
I saw the one on the Mickey banner, and it wasn't great.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Get a smiley on it.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, creative.
Okay, so I would love to. I'm excited to see an updated bracket. To be fair, let's see how the music is on this one. Oh, I have Twitch muted. One sec. Wait, why is? Wait, is there no music?
Is the music copyrighted?
They can't have Disney music, I believe.
There's music on
yeah. Disney Lorcana, 2,000 viewers. Dara JN, 4.5k. What a guy, honestly. You just have to respect it. You just can't knock that. I was one of the guys you signed the banner with. Let's go. Good to see you, mate. Let's go. Yeah, I need to rebrand, I think, to Joe Curley. Especially now I'm going for the IRL content. It's time. It's a bit cringe, like, being in person and people go, oh, is it... Hi, Specky. I'm like, you know, technically it's Spessy, but... Specky... So, the story behind Specky is Twitch text-to-speech would pronounce Spessy Specky. And then I kind of memed on myself like, oi, who are you calling Specky? But then Specky kind of became like an endearing nickname lots of my friends would call me. So like, for example, Tia calls me Specky a lot of the time.
Yeah, I call him Specky.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Specky. Spessy. But yeah, I think it's time to rebrand to Joe Curley. I did hear that Dara beat my fastest infinite record. I'm gonna actually take it back this week. So I had the world record, Jan, for the fastest rank 0 to rank infinite in Marvel Snap for like over a year. But
there was a bit of a cringe record, anyways. Just
top 32. Now this puts you into the top 16 in the tournament, and that qualifies you for the North American Championships. And you said that was one of your goals coming in here this weekend.
Yeah, it's super exciting. The tournament's been a real Hawaiian roller coaster ride, I'd say. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't be any happier. I'm ecstatic.
Yeah, I love how positive you are. You just love playing Lorcana. Is this something that you enjoy doing outside of like competitions as well?
Yeah, I've been playing card games since I was 6 years old, and I run a Lorcana league as well, and so I try to organize Lorcana as well as, play as much as I can. And the game itself has given me more of an appreciation for Disney movies, which has been fun too.
Same.
Yeah, same over here as well. Now, in that matchup, you were talking about how, it can go either way for you. You can be either the control deck, or you can try to go real aggro on your opponent. What kind of happened in that matchup, because you said you kind of had to figure that out per game?
Yeah, it's interesting. Sapphire Ruby is more of a control deck, and so I've kind of got two roles. Game 1, I was able to take it with Flynn's very quickly, put him on the back foot. Game 2, I ended up, just playing out my card advantage as much as possible, trying to get it to a really late state in the game, and then use the Queen's Castle to close it out.
I know that's one of your favorite cards. Queen's Castle, how good has it been for you this weekend?
Yeah, oh, it's the card that makes my deck for sure. It's definitely the best card. It's particularly great in this format right now.
The Magic Broom,
yeah, I mean it's been doing great. and feeling good.
Well, hopefully the Queen's Castle keeps carrying you, and best of luck the rest of the tournament, Kurt.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, that's hype.
Who's more
Someone
hench, him or me?
Hello,
Who's more
Illumineers,
hench,
and
him or
welcome.
me, Jan?
What's a hench?
Hench is like really muscular and strong.
He seemed a bit more hench than you.
It's true. I think a bit was generous actually. I think he was a lot more hench than me. But I'll take that.
You're also a strong guy.
Yeah. I'm getting there. I've been back in the gym this week for the first time in like, well, not this week. This last 3 weeks actually, for the first time in a couple months. So I'm getting there. What I have to say, I'm very much enjoying about this broadcast is that they're filming two games around.
Mm-hmm.
In Lille,
So
we had
games,
one game per round, and there was a lot more downtime. Admittedly, we only had 2 casters in Lille. They've got 4 here, so
okay.
not as hench as Brandon. That's true. Brandon is definitely very hench.
Very hench. Hench. So, Joey Curly, I have one very important question for you.
Oh goodness, I don't know.
Okay. Do you think I would be suitable as a caster?
I think I answered my question already. Answered your question already. Do I think you would be suitable as a caster? I think, yes. Personally, I would. Definitely. Nice. But you would also have to be paired with someone that, you know, is like bringing the Disney magic. Like me.
Okay, so we would be a good duo, maybe.
Maybe. I think most people would probably, like, personally, I would. Personally, I think most people, like, in a traditional sense, would rather I'm paired with someone that's more, like, doing the color stuff. But I really love casting with you when I can, like, just ask you questions, which I'm actually learning on the job. I think it's really cool. So, yeah, I definitely think you could be. Especially, I mean, the other thing to consider, I've told you this before, but, like, Lorcana's got a big German community as well, right? You could even do it in German. You could do it both.
Yeah, I know. But I always feel like I want to be doing stuff in English also to improve my English.
Yeah. Bivens is still in it. Let's look at the bracket a bit. Up against another Ruby Sapphire player, so that's going to be a big ask for sure. The Candio's still in it as well.
We have Jordan Moore on Emerald Amethyst.
Let's go! I want to see that game next, please. Please.
And it's a very good matchup for them.
Yep. I want to see it. And then if the Candio loses as well, then Jordan Moore. Why is it called the Octo Finals? I cannot support this. This is my biggest criticism of the broadcast. The brackets are lovely, but can we not call it the Octo Finals, please? I can't condone this.
I didn't like it at first, but I'm kind of digging it.
Sky's still in. Let's go, Sky. Come on, Sky. Come on, Sky.
Amethyst is actually a very good deck right now, but the Sapphire Steel matchup is a bit atrocious.
Come on, Sky.
All the other matchups on the top decks are actually fine.
Go, Sky. Go, Sky. Go. Octo equals 8. I mean, nobody says Octo Finals, mate. It's the round of 16. That's the football, the soccer. It's just called the round of 16. Broadcast, no, not the Emerald Steel Mirror. I beg. If it's the Emerald Steel Mirror, I am going to turn my computer off. Okay? If we are watching an Emerald Steel Mirror next, I'm going to turn my computer off. Right? I'm going to go down to the airport. And, I don't know, go to Barbados or something. I do not want to watch Emerald Steel Mirror. Anything else, fine. Just not the Emerald Steel Mirror, I beg. Please, no. It's not, no. The match selection today has been really good. It's been really, really good.
So if the round of 16 is the Octo Finals, what would the round of 32 be if we went along the same path?
Yeah, why is it called the Octo?
No, but why is the round of top 32 not called?
Please, not Emerald Steel Mirror. Yes, it's Sky. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Come on, Sky. Go, Sky. Go. Go, Sky. Go. Bro, Sky looks cold, man. He looks like a don. I like the hair hat mask combo and the shirt. Come on, Sky. All right, bias caster guys. Oh, they've even called him Sky Dunce. Let's go. So Sky is a
this outfit.
Sky is like the daddy of Sapphire Steel and is a content creator, good friend of mine, very, very lovely chap. I did predict that he would lose in the first round, but he had a really tough matchup and he came through it, so good on him. And I also predicted the guy that he lost to would win the whole thing.
The Thea tournament where I got second, he was the one to take it down.
Yep. Come on, Sky. Bias caster alert. See, they're doing a really good job on the featured matches. This is really good to see. Big up. Beast gets inked. Beast obviously in this matchup could get Medusa'd. And Kurt, the higher seed. Sky snuck in on the bubble. He could have bubbled out, but his tiebreakers got him through. The Magic Broom's going to quest for one out. For Kurt, this is where the Brooms and Chernobyls can really shine, because he can just get this early questing in, and then when he's worried, oh, he goes for it now. I was expecting him to potentially leave it on a little bit longer, actually. Bro's reading the Magic Broom. I played this Broom against you before, Sky. Come on.
Yeah, I think it's probably just because they didn't have a play for turn 3, and they were kind of digging for it now because they can't really dig for it next turn. But other than that, I think they definitely would have wanted for it to stay another turn.
Yeah, usually you would just want to get rid of it the turn before the grab your swords could come through, for example. But Sky does have that Baboom in hand. Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't even play Baboom from memory. Some kind of 2-cost card to the left. Thank goodness.
He play Baboom?
Nope. I know he plays Fire the Cannons though, which he does have a Fire the Cannons.
Okay.
He's a big Baboom hater. He always roasted me for playing Baboom.
It's a bit unfortunate for Ruby Amethyst that Emerald Steel is such a menace in the meta, and everyone's teching for the Diablo and just accidentally also teching in answers that also answer Flynn Rider.
Yeah, absolutely. The Magic Broom comes through, which I'm actually kind of digging. Thank God this is not Scuttle. Sky was playing Scuttle so much, and I said, dude, whatever you do, I said, mate, show me a deck, I can roast it. I'm probably not going to like it, but it might be useful. But please, whatever you do, don't play Scuttle. No, he does not. Thank goodness.
On a Scuttle, Kurt Spies would already be on 4 lore again.
Yep, absolutely. The Broom I'm actually respecting a lot more. The nice thing about the Broom is at 2/3 is against Diablo, it can't be removed by Storm Rage on, right? So it's actually a threat, unlike the Jafar, Cruella, and Pegasus. That can also
much
be
more than those. Also, it profits more of ramping into Cogsworth. Or how it's called. Did you know in French it's called Big Ben?
Yeah, I'm aware. Big Ben. Pretty good. One thing though about the Magic Broom, which I don't love in Sky's deck, is that it is not a one jump ahead deck. It's a Mickey deck, and interestingly, Sky goes for the Mickey Boy instead of the Fishbone Quill here. Now, one thing I will say about Mickey in this matchup is it is going to really help Sky play around the Bee King Undisputed.
Yes. Another line why sometimes you opt to go Mickey in this matchup over Quill is if you have the Captain Hook Smee into Mickey, because then it's the 7th damage to also contest the castle. But I think the biggest reason he decided to go for Mickey over Quill in this particular game is that his hand was low on Incubates, no Whole New World, and if you do go for the Quilly, I think you can go out of value in hand a little bit quicker.
Magic Broom only question for 1. This is an example of where a Mr. Smee, the bumbling mate, would be so much better, right? You'd be questing for 2 and it would be a 3/3 on the board. So the Magic Broom would not be played if Diablo was not a card in the metagame that Sky is worried about. I will be in Bochum, yes. As will Jan. The Mim is going to remove the...
Why did we exert the Broom? What happened?
They quested for 1.
What?
Not liking it?
No, I'm very confused by that decision. I don't think that... There's no rush to gain that 1 lore, so why gain that 1 lore now when there's such an efficient trade on the board for your opponent? The only thing that it so the thing that I read out of that play is basically that if the opponent if you don't quest, you think your opponent is probably questing with the Fox, and then maybe you'd want to double challenge into it anyways. So this way you're getting a little bit better trade out of this thing happening.
So the other thing I don't like about Sky's deck, actually, and one thing I was very critical of it, is he's playing 2 Fire the Cannons, no Baboom, but he's also on no Whole New World. So this Fire the Cannons has to be played at some point, really. And that's also probably another decision point there for Sky in terms of going for the Mickey over the Fishbone Quill, is the fact he's not playing a Whole New World, which is the first time he's done it. I don't think I like it in his setup. I really, really don't. I think, again, if you're playing the whole new world, I would much prefer to see Grammatala, how far I'll go, but he's not playing any of these, I don't believe. Definitely going to be relying on finding a Flavasham pretty soon.
Wait, he doesn't play whole new world?
Nope, he's dropped it for this weekend.
What? And still no Grammatala, how far ago? That's crazy to me. But
I believe.
Questing with the boom decision, while it's not what I would have done, I think it's still a very valid choice to make. The only risk that you're running into is now you used it for one lore and you have less strength to challenge into a castle. So Courage Beast is immediately trying to profit of that weakness.
Second castle. 4 ink was spent. No card has been put into the inkwell yet this turn for Kurt. Sky's going to draw. I do believe he plays a couple Rise of the Titans. He's got an uninkable problem here. The Tinkerbell has to be inked in order to make room for Ariel, but Ariel is definitely applying some serious pressure here. Now, what Sky could try to do here is, a lot of the times you're going to be really tempted to swing into the Queen's Castle here, but the other option that Sky could try to take here is just race Kurt. Just turn it into a really quick game. Ignore the castles entirely because Kurt has no board presence. Just quest out with the Smee and the Mickey Mouse and just try to get to 20 before Kurt. Except that the Queen's Castles are going to be racking up lore. And I think in this position, I would just be questing here. What do you reckon, Jan?
It's an interesting decision. There's also a middle ground you could take where maybe you... So because the castle already has 1 damage on it, maybe you use your Smee to challenge into it twice. But then you ignore the second castle, which slows them down enough to maybe buy you a little bit more time to try to win this race.
I don't know. I don't think I like it. Like, Smee's challenging the castle twice is losing you 4 lore, right?
Yes, and then I think it could prevent more lore than that. Or even the Mickey Mouse is challenging. That is somewhat surprising to me. That it's challenging the castle that's on 3 willpower.
It's got 2 left now, so Smee could finish it off.
Yeah, but it has 2 willpower left now, so Smee could have finished it off anyways.
No, it's got 2 willpower left now. It's on 5 now.
So Smee could have challenged it anyways if it was on 3 willpower. So Mickey Mouse wasn't needed, was it?
What? No. Yeah. It's got 2 health left now. I think the Mickey was needed for Smee to be able to polish it off. I'm confused. Anyway, the Maui comes through.
Smee deals 3 damage when challenging.
Oh, it's 3. It's not 2. Yeah, okay. Ignore me. Okay. That's why I'm confused. For some reason, I'm thinking Smee's dealing 2. Yeah.
But they also somewhat anticipated, okay, maybe the Smee's getting removed. Maybe my Mickey needs to challenge into it multiple times. So they made... It looks like a small decision they made whether to challenge Castle or not, but the entire game plan is different now, where they are trying to win the longer game now instead of taking the race that was in front of them. So they're saying like they have a better chance winning the game of this longer game.
5 spent for grab your swords to remove the Maui. And this is what, for me, I would have just loved to have seen. I don't know, Sky is really far behind here. So I think, if I'm honest, I think I actually misread the lore counters. I thought Sky was already in the lead previously, where I was kind of thinking that he could just go for the quest out. I think with the fact that he was so far behind, he's kind of forced to go for this. But instead of getting 5 lore with Ariel, removes a castle.
But I think we would have... It was like almost every time if you get into this position, you're still dealing 3 damage into the Queen's Castle. It's on 2 willpower. So I do think we just wasted 1 turn of using the Mickey completely.
Yep.
And it was foreseeable, so...
So potentially 1 lore lost there by Sky for not questing with the Mickey on previous
on this game plan that Sky is on currently, it's more like they would have pushed another damage into the other castle, but with proper play now, it would have been at 5 willpower.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So rather than 1 lore loss, they lost out on 1 damage onto the other castle. Yep. See if that matters. The rabbit moves into the Queen's Castle. Sky, without a whole new world, is very much in top deck mode, looking for that Flavasham. Finds Beast, I believe. Could be huge if there's no Madame Medusa for Kurt.
But maybe you have to actually ink the Beast and Hades, the Merlin, stop the card draw. Also protect your Ariel against a Crab Merlin that we see is in Kurt Spiess's hand.
Yep, and that also, of course, the threat of Medusa negated there with Ariel having ward. Decision point for Sky now. 4 damage could potentially go into the castle.
And now we're starting to quest.
Yeah, decides to quest.
With the castle being on 6 willpower, it is already you are already able to double challenge it next turn if both Ariel and Hades stick.
So Sky didn't update, but gained 6 lore that turn, so he's on 7.
Which makes you wonder whether there was that opportunity maybe to win that race. Now that this is also one of the more fortunate scenarios where Ariel is actually sticking around because the Maui was used on the Smee.
Yep. Kurt's jumped up to 12 because of the Queen's Castle. Magic Room gets inked. Medusa does come through. Okay, Hades is still Medusa-able. Better to have the Hades Medusa, though, than the Beast, because the Hades, of course, removed that rabbit, denied the card draw from the castle. Top deck mode still for Sky a little bit. Another Aerial. And remember, like, 5 lore was turned down at one point with the Aerial questing. Not questing, but it would have been Maui that would have removed it, right?
But also, Kurt would be on more lore now.
Yep. But what, Mickey Mouse challenged the thing twice, Smee challenged it once, so that's 4, 5 from Ariel, that would be 8. So could be at 15 right now. Could have, in theory, won, but of course the game could have played out differently. And then, of course, added to that, it's quite likely.
But you are right, there might have been that opportunity. It's just about evaluating if that was, like, what's your best chance to win.
Here comes the dime, though. And with the Aerial in hand, was going to quest.
So basically, all Sky needs to do next turn. I mean, they need 2 more turns to have a good chance at winning this game.
Do they have? I don't think they have enough ink to tap the dime here as well, right? I think they just have 1 ink left. Really interesting game.
Card in their hand. So 7 ink, 1 card in hand.
Right, makes sense. So 7 ink, 1 card in hand. We know that the card in hand is an Aerial, right? So Aerial could come down. If an inkable card is found off the top for Sky there, they could play the Aerial and tap the dime, which would put them to.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not sure. So maybe Kurt Spiess is able to threaten the 2-turn win here, to where just playing Aerial Dime isn't an available play to Sky.
Mm-hmm. Judge is reading the card, it seems. I doubt it's Sky that's reading the Queen's Castle here. The one damage should not be on the Medusa. It should be on the castle. Let's hope that gets. I'm not sure why they put the dice back on Medusa there. Bit confused. The dice should be on the castle, not the Medusa.
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
No,
what is happening?
Surely they will find out.
They missed the draw. Checking if it's optional. Why is the dice on Medusa?
Yeah, it is optional. If they miss the draw, it's gone. But the damage just got moved in the process.
No, it wasn't the judge that put the dice on Medusa, by the way. It was Kurt. The castle got moved.
I mean, the judge wanted needed to read the castle, and so the dice needed to go somewhere, I guess.
Guys, I'm losing my hair right now. This is horrible. I don't think it's gonna matter.
Optional law isn't correct.
But like, imagine this Medusa's probably going to swing into Aerial, right? And then this dice just disappears.
No, but then they realize it, I think.
Okay, I think Sky?
Yeah, the way Sky looked at the Medusa, maybe he's onto it. How's the official chat? Did he just move the damage from Castle to Medusa? The damage moved. Judge,
please. Someone knows. So the judges can actually see the Twitch chat, I believe. So I hope, unless this could be pre-recorded, right? I don't know.
Judge.
I had the awkward situation in Lille where I noticed that the board state wasn't correctly followed, where the crab should have buffed up an opponent's card, and it didn't, and I didn't really quite know how to handle it. So I hope that someone's able to get the message to the judge about the dice on the Medusa, and we can resolve that. I don't know if it's going to impact anything, but it certainly could. How is it possible to train or test decks? Have you heard of playing in person? Crazy. I know, like, obviously it's not going to be as easy because you need the cards, but a lot of the time what you'll find is if you attend lots of local events, you can have borrow cards off people and all this kind of thing, and as a community you can kind of come together and get it.
So a missed trigger, but I'm not sure. I think Kurt, even with that missed draw trigger, might be able to see that from here. But did the move damage counter banishing me? Oh, okay. We figured out.
Woo!
Let's go.
Whew. Phew. I was stressing.
I remember we was judging at Leon's team and don't see the fact about crab. Yeah, that was the crab miss.
Yes. Oh, let's go, Talish. I mean, the players missed it too, right? I think all the other casters did as well. I just clocked that one on because it's happened to me before.
Mm-hmm. So now Medusa, after we moved the damage counter back, able to survive the challenge.
Yeah, otherwise that 1 damage would have...
And now, even Mickey Mouse would be a lethal... Wait, it would be a lethal threat. Which might not be the correct terminology for Lorcana, but if it didn't challenge 1 damage into the first caster, that never mattered, and then challenge another one, we could be on 14 or 15 lore here. Yep. Which would actually totally win Sky the game.
If they draw an Inkable.
Yes. Yes, so...
Flavisham found, Aerial available. Aerial plus Dime is possible.
The problem is, they're threatening 20 lore on the board.
Yep, double now castle, Sisu Medusa.
Even if Mickey challenges the Medusa, it's still GG, is it not? Yes, they can still go to exactly 20 lore, so I cannot help but feel like this game was in Skylar's hands.
Skylar?
Is it not his name?
No. It's Sky. And they're called, what is it, like Alexander or something?
No, I thought their name's Skylar Dunce.
No. The name on the name on most of the brackets has been like Alexander or something. Okay, what am I drinking? Not wine. It's Schuler Red Grape Sparkling Fruit Drink. I also have a Monster. And I do also have something else, which I'm not actually drinking. I have a can of something. Shyla. Yeah, Shyla. Shyla Dunce.
Yeah, see? That's what I said.
Not Skylar.
Skylar, Shyla, same thing. Chat is asking for my camera. Do we want to implement it or no?
We could if you want.
I don't mind.
We could. GG.
What's that website again?
What's that website? It's pronounced Skylar? Wait, is it?
Oh!
Wait, really?
So I'm correct.
Wait, that's crazy. Is it really?
Maybe that's why he named himself Sky, because
Shyla is pronounced Skylar. Okay, so here's a question. Why is it spelled like that then? Shyla.
Skylar. Nah, it makes sense to me, and I'm German. German pronounces Schuyler.
Schuyler. Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. All right, guys, press 1 if you want Moyen Cam. Press 2 if... Oh, my goodness, I don't want to see that on my screen. Was that a funny joke?
Maybe.
All right, let's have it then, mate.
Yeah, but what was the website where you sent the link and then you have the browser source?
No, you can just do it through Discord. It's fine.
Oh, it's my webcam.
Bro, you guys didn't see it, but bro just like shows me his fingers on his keyboard.
No, that was the setup for playing webcam tournament today. So I'll fix it.
Right. Window capture. Discord. Big man. Where's your green screen, bruv?
Wish I had one.
Yeah, they're not all that. That's a nice microphone, though.
Mm-hmm. I might look a little tired, but I played 10 rounds of One Piece today. Okay, game 2 on the way.
Does that look okay for you, chat? Is that triggering anyone's OCD if it's not lined up perfectly? Trying to get it pixel perfect. Bam.
Or even using the arrow keys. Okay. Game 2. Again, popsicle into boom.
Yeah, and so Kurt was going first in that game. So Sky has another opportunity to try win while going second, and wait. No, he's going first this time, isn't he? Of course. So Sky going first this time, but then he'll have a second opportunity in game 3 if they were to win this to try and take it.
Which makes the Flynn frenemy look a little sad if it's already contested by the magic boom.
Yep.
But with the CISO follow-up, there's still value in it for sure.
This is the Octo Finals, everybody. Don't you forget it. Yeah, Kurt did fix it. It got fixed, Edge. Yep. Moyen is playing the Big Mom Pirates in One Piece, aren't you?
No, that's like the
that was the starter deck.
RNG deck.
That was the starter deck that you showed me at Gamescom last year. You were like,
oh, that's when I started playing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I play Sakazuki until it's banned, which is very soon.
So for Sky, does have the fishbone available.
Did they fix it or did he fixed it? But fine. So this time, no decision to be made. No Mickey Mouse in hand, so just go with the Quell. Wait, there was, or is there Mickey Mouse? No, it's a 5 cost.
Sky looking pretty nervous, which is a good thing. Nerves are good. Like, it means a lot to him, of course. Actually, thinking about it, in the Octo Finals, this is the round of 16, right? So he's already qualified for the regional champs, right? Yeah. Yeah.
True.
Go on, Sky. But now this is where like the money's coming in. Sky, you know, he's just finished college or is finishing college.
But very interesting that going second, the Flynn Rider already being contested by the Broom, Coach Beast opted to not even go for it at all and just played the Cusco instead. Where I think into that decision it also factors in that he's not playing against a whole new world deck, so he doesn't need to play everything for tempo. He can afford to play play the Cusco to play the little bit more resource intensive game.
And here we do see the value of the Cusco Crab combo. Cusco.
Did they draw off the Cusco?
Yeah, they did. Cusco definitely a little bit slow, but if you can follow it up with a crab to trade and draw, turns it into a really, really mean card. You can see the card shaking in Sky's hand.
Actually can. Can't blame him. I think it's a very...
Yeah, absolutely. It means a lot to him.
Reasonable feeling.
He plays Lorcana a lot, makes a lot of content for the game. Super passionate. Obviously, this is his deck, Sapphire Steel. This is his time, right? Sapphire Steel wasn't great, I don't think, in set 3 overall towards the end. Fell off a bit.
Oh, yeah, okay, but it had its moments. It was really good deck in set 3, I think.
Yep.
But it hasn't even gotten worse. It might be in an even better spot now.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's in a really good spot right now. I'm still unconvinced a little bit on the build, to be frank. But has the aerials, has the Tamatoas, has the Hades, like for a little bit of control. The Flavisham does get taken down. Doesn't mean this Fire the Cannons is still going to be kind of stuck in Sky's hand without that whole new world. Wait, what happened? Wait, did I say the fishbone quill got taken out? Oh, the flower sham. Yeah, ignore me. So you could still go for the fishbone on the fire the cannons.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Wins. I completely agree. Being on camera on the main stage is absolutely
okay. This is not round 1. This is the Octo Finals. They are 2 rounds away from winning a Mickey Mouse that's currently selling for around $30,000. I think it's very, very reasonable to be excited and nervous here.
Yeah, definitely. The fishbone quill is going to get rid of the Hades, holding on to that. Fire the cannons, perhaps a little bit scared of Flynn Rider. Not sure. I like to see the Hades going, to be honest, when there's a fire the cannons, because every time Sky's inking, of course, there's one less card in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and without Holy World, suddenly that matters a whole bunch.
Absolutely.
Also,
there's
not
definitely
going
some
for the aerial just yet.
There's some bugs with ink decks. Shizzler.
They could also get punished by King Undisputed if they go for just aerial. Trying to get a hold onto the board first.
Yep. In comes Rabbit. No King Undisputed. This is another example of why you play 4 IMO. The Broom is going to draw.
But there might not even be that much of a rush. I guess the rush is aerial and dimes coming down later, but at least this is not a threat to sing Holy World.
Yeah. This is definitely where Sapphire Steel can really struggle into Ruby Amethyst, is you often do find yourself in a position where you just have one big character on the board. King Undisputed here is just so much value, just removing that Tink instantly. Especially because you can sing it with things like Rabbit, Goats. See, it wasn't possible here. And yeah, this is actually, so the game, when I played at UK Games Expo last week on Friday, the one game I lost in the Swiss was to Ruby Amethyst, where I did play my aerial into a King Undisputed, and that was really what cost me that tournament.
But that Tamatoa pickup is huge. That wasn't in his hand before, was it?
Nope, that's a new card. Are we finally going to see the Fire the Cannons gone? It's like a baboom. It's like a baboom, mate. Amazing.
That is the only card that can really replenish your hand in a way where maybe you don't need the whole new world.
And Tinkerbell might just chill on the board here. It's like the Mexican standoff, I like to call it, that often happens with Tinkerbell, where neither player quests. Of course, Sky would definitely like to remove a couple cards at once.
But at these Mexican standoffs, the one-drops Follower and Boom are actually really nice because they can get a lore without leaving themselves exerted.
Yep.
So they can chip this lore in without giving value to Tinkerbell.
I love the cards. I really am really big on them. I was telling you, wasn't I, for the set for the Lille event, you were playing Emerald Amethyst, and I was trying to convince you to drop the Flynn Riders for Chernobog's followers. Do you think there was ever an argument for that, or do you think that was just not it?
I think that was not it. I think at that time Flynn Rider was needed, not just to be pressuring Ruby Sapphire more, but also to beat Ruby Amethyst, because the way you beat them was very often being able to win these mid-late game races by having some two lore characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Chernobog's also is very good for racing, right? It's like you get a free lore, draw a card. Happy days, draw another goat.
Yeah, but these races often came down to you just wanting to quest, so to not even play something that stays on the board until you quest with it, but then when you quest with it, you want to force your opponent to challenge it, not just get rid of it immediately.
Rabbit comes through again, draw another card. It's a goat this time. Kurt on 5, lore Sky down on 1, but that can change very quickly with Ariel questing for 5. As Ariel, Sky has that 1 extra item. Tamatoa, is it a Mickey Mouse perhaps? Maybe another Ariel in there. Pretty difficult to track with Sky doing his little hand shuffles. What I want to see here is Sky just taking his time. Not rushing. Obviously, it is a timed round of 70 minutes, which is a lot of time. Another card gets inked by the Fishbone, and in comes the Krabatoa. Now this is where Sky can really start popping off with the card draw now. The Tamatoa able to just get that popsicle back each time. We do see the double quest. What do you think about questing with the Tinkerbell as well as Ariel here? Do you like it?
I think there's an argument to be had for it, because basically if you're giving your opponent one efficient challenge, you might, exerting the second character might lead into less efficient challenges for the second character. So I think you're just asking multiple questions, which is nice. Also, the Temma Tower extends quite a bit into a Be Prepared. So wanting to get some value out of your cards in case that is to happen. It's also very reasonable.
Yep. Kel is saying he would have won only by giving Bodyguard to Mickey in the previous game. I mean, maybe.
What?
So could have used Fortisphere to give Mickey Mouse Bodyguard, which would have meant Medusa couldn't have taken out Ariel? Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think like the game could have been won before that by just not messing up the challenges into the castle and having more lore. But I didn't pay attention to that. Maybe that was possible.
Not sure either.
But didn't they develop Dime for 7? And then they inked to 8?
Not convinced they had enough. There was at one point like one spare ink because they played Dime and they were at 8. Because then were they?
No, they weren't at 8.
No, they weren't. They were only at 7.
So I'm not sure there was the spare ink, but if there was a spare ink, there was definitely a fair shout.
Yeah, I don't think there was a spare ink either.
Because it's easy to forget that it does cost an ink to banish.
We saw Zach Bivens use the Bodyguard on the 4th. Wait, was it? Is he replaying Fortisphere in his deck? Maybe it was. No. I think it was DeCandio then.
Yep.
In comes another rabbit. And yeah, this is the thing. Oh, there's the B prep. But can't come through this turn. There's not enough ink. So it kind of come through a turn too late here for Kurt. This is a problem for Sky without the Whole New World. And it is open decklist format at this stage in the tournament as well. Kurt can just be greedy with the card draw and cannot be punished by the Whole New World. If a lot of the time with the Whole New World setup, Kurt wouldn't really be bouncing this rabbit back as many times because they'd be expecting the hand to get ripped any moment.
Yeah, they would have played Flynn on 2, not Cusco on 2. They would have needed to play like goats on 4 instead of rabbits on 4. You play very differently if you're up against the Whole New World deck.
Box says, Purple Red has this so easy, but my friend, I think you're severely underestimating the power of the aerial. Although, let's see.
I think the game's still open, but Ariel is definitely getting challenged this turn, which means so just the Temma Tower left up.
Crab was given to the Fox, which meant it was able to trade out the aerial.
I think Ruby Amethyst has a similar game plan as to how they played the second game against Ruby Sapphire, where if they can get rid of the Temma Towers and the Flava-Shams, they do have some time to get over the line with all the resource advantage. It's just a lucky dime that can really help Skydance push his own advantage.
I enjoy how you're using the players' full names.
Yep.
Popsicle is going to be just used to put into the discard. This means Tamatoa quest for 1 less, but that item is the only item in the discard for Sky, so it's able to come back into hand and be replayed for a card draw. So sacrificing 1 lore for 1 extra card draw.
Which is an exchange you generally make, but at higher lore totals, you have to ask yourself, is this card actually worth more than that 1 lore?
Yeah, and I think for Sky, particularly without the Whole New World, it absolutely is. Now, there's a Beast available. Here's the big problem with the Beast. There's a Madame Medusa waiting in the wings for Kurt, as well as a Be Prepared. And at this stage, you know, if Sky's got the Whole New World, they just rip that Be Prepared out. Like, Sky is going to be very much expecting there to be a Be Prepared in the hand of Kurt at this stage in the game. It's very, very likely that there's at least 1, if not 2.
While that is true, I think you make... if I was Sky, I would make a read that most cards in my opponent's hand aren't Be Prepared because they would have played it last turn. It's just unfortunate that the rabbit drew right into it. So it's only like 2 cards that can really be prepped.
That's a very good point. I'm enjoying the games. Thanks everyone for being here. If you're watching on YouTube and enjoying the stream, what do I have to do, Jan?
Subscribe to me.
Yeah, subscribe to Jan. Sure. What's your channel?
Nah, don't plug it. It's too small. There's no videos on it.
Yeah, but you have Podkana.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I do a weekly podcast on Podkana, and we do some videos.
Fishbone goes again. 2 for Smee. Playing into the B prep. Sky definitely had that read you mentioned that the B prep wasn't in the hand, but of course it was drawn not too long ago. This could be curtains.
I want to see a Skylar Dunn's face cam when the speed prep hits the board.
Yeah, true.
Not that I'm
I agree.
Pleasure and pain, but
that's a good bit of feedback. I agree. I absolutely agree. We need more face cam action. In Lille, it was different where the board on the middle would show the hand cams, so it would be like one hand at a time on the middle rather than the full board, which also wasn't perfect, but personally I prefer seeing the players' faces at all times.
I like seeing the cards, but at times it would be nice to see some reactions too.
I want to see the faces. I mean, ideally we see everything, right? But yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Skylar Duns was prepared.
Well, Kurt, looks like they're going to be taking this one based off this. I have to say, I'm not too surprised. As I said, I did predict Sky to kind of lose in the fight. I really don't like the deck build from Sky, unfortunately.
Yeah, but so I think there's much more to it than we see. Of course, we can see this game state where we see, okay, Holy World would be great here, but it definitely got them this far, and I think there will be merit in some other matchups.
Yeah, definitely.
Not running Holy World.
It's his deck is very much teched for Emerald Steel, but I fear it's too teched for Emerald Steel. And obviously the whole new world is also not great in theory against Ruby Sapphire, but in truth it's honestly not bad because a lot of the time you can just search for the Lucky Dime, search for the Krakatoa. Cogsworth's gone by Beaking Undisputed, and it's just not looking good for Sky here at all. The Ruby Amethyst player is just cruising here. Kurt, we saw them take down the Ruby Sapphire player in the last round. Looks like they've taken down the daddy of Sapphire Steel as well.
Sky needs Popsicle, Flower, okay, just Flower Charm into into location removal.
I'm going to run to the toilet. Don't say anything inappropriate while I'm gone, thanks.
Okay. I'll try. Okay, so what should we talk about, chat? I played against Zach Bevan's version of Ember Steel on ladder today, and for Ruby Sapphire it's actually a very tricky matchup because they have this like late game lore gain with flutes and the early game lore gain with just small characters plus the Pride Lands, and then they can also stop your lore gain very well with the 3 World's Greatest Criminal Minds, so there's definitely something to it. I was impressed with Zach Bevan's list. And then again the Beaking Undisputed really shutting off the Sapphire decks. Ruby Amethyst was in both of these matchups, in the Octo Finals and in the top 32. Was able to go the distance even in the long late game type scenarios against Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire. Religion, or maybe not. Hey, Majo Basil. Yeah, now the chat's going off. Oh no, how can you play this without wheel? But they only see this game. They didn't see every game against Emerald Steel where you were just better off not having it.
Arrow comes through. I'm back.
I assume in the mirror it's also very good to not be playing the Whole New World. And then you just play the good cards and your opponent has Whole New Worlds in their deck.
Yeah, the no whole new world approach is definitely very, very interesting. I just don't think he's got enough Talas and how far I'll goes for my taste for that kind of setup. One jump ahead, Tala, how far I'll go, but he's got the Mickey Mouse in there still. I don't know. It's kind of like he's got the Cogsworth in there still, which is really there to sing the whole new world a lot of the time.
Also, at first, Spicy, I thought, I think generally this is a very good matchup for Sapphire Steel, but I'm wondering, maybe it's a close or not even a good matchup for Sapphire Steel.
It is pretty close. The Flynn puts in a lot of work if you can't answer it, And also, so does the castle's very difficult to remove, which is a big reason why when I've played Sapphire Steel recently, I've actually gone up to 2 Avalanche.
I'm just wondering whether it's the lack of whole new world that makes this matchup worse, where they can maybe win these longer games with B preps, be king undisputed, and then
because
more card draw.
With like if you're playing Sapphire Steel into Ruby Amethyst, if you go Fishbone Quill, whole new world, like the long game is just going in yours because you just have so much more ink than your opponent does. Your opponent's on 7 ink and you can be on like 13, 14 a lot of the time.
A lot of the strength of Quill feels like negated if you don't have the hand size to support it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's where like the how far I'll go Tala comes in, right? Like you're ramping with the how far I'll go without losing cards in hand because it's replacing itself, right? Beaking Smee.
This strategy can still very much work if at least your Flavashams or Tematoas get to stick around for a bit and then you snowball off that. But if they get removed the turn after they played every time, then
Aerial Quest for 5 here. So Dime plus tap Dime would be enough for Sky to win here.
That is very impressive. It feels like everything Skylar Duns did got removed the turn after, and still they somehow managed to get to 10 lore.
Yeah. No, the area was so good, man.
Yeah, the deck's very explosive.
Yeah, it really is.
Even if you stop most of it, what it does, it just needs a few aerials questing.
Yeah, and also with the Fortisphere, I mean, not so much in this game, but a lot of the time with the Fortisphere, maybe more with the whole new world, the Tamatoa can often be questing for 8 or 9 as well. Popsicle's going to go away. Seems to suggest a Tamatoa's incoming. Which is definitely not a bad card at this moment in time.
Another huge threat.
Popsicle played again. Looks like a Simba. And something else. Aerial Quest for 5.
15. Tamatoa already threatening 18 next turn.
One more being spent here, is that? Possibly for a Develop Your Brain? Or that was just from the Popsicle, I think. Yep. Okay. Kurt gaining 2 lore for the castle puts them up to 14. They can quest for 3 on the board.
Yeah, they drew all their cards.
Puts them to 17. Of course, a goat, a bounce, a goat, if they have enough ink for it, could get them there as well.
That's a goat.
Goat
that's a
puts
bounce.
them up to 18.
And that's the goat.
19, 20.
Able to get there in the end.
GG, well played.
This time the goat was clutch because Sky had legitimate outs to winning this game. It wasn't for that.
GG to both players. Congratulations, my friend Sky. Really, really happy for him that he's made it this far. Qualified for the regionals in December, which is awesome. Big shout out to Kurt as well. Obviously, I would have loved to have seen Sky get even further, but I think they can be pretty happy with that performance. I'd be really interested in speaking to them about how they felt about the deck afterwards.
Great Octo Finals we've just
Great Octo Finals. That is the best Octo Finals I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I hope it's the last Octo Finals I ever see as well. Can we please rename them?
And I'm happy we got to see 2 rounds of... What was the name? Spies?
Kurt.
Kurt Spies. I think they navigated both of these rounds extremely well.
Agreed.
And like showed off how to go for different game plans with Ruby Amethyst, which is a very versatile deck.
Yep. It's nice to see Ruby Amethyst on the comeback trail. I'm very excited to see what the bracket's looking like. If we've got Mr. Bivens, Mr. DeCandio still in the mixer. Goat is goddamn cringe. Is it though? I mean, I don't think it is cringe. I think that's pretty reasonable.
I like decks being able to end games and they're not being like a complete slugfest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you think back to set 1, Ruby Amethyst Mirrors, before Goat was a card, right?
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed those, but I think I'm in the minority.
I refused to play Ruby Amethyst. I never played it. I was like, nope, I'm just going to play 8 Lilos, just in time Goofy. Bam! How do you feel about that deck? Do you remember when I beat you in the final of the Cusco Cup with that deck?
Sorry, I lost connection. Can you still hear me? I think I'm back.
Okay, I mean, the games are progressing pretty quickly. We're about 6 hours. I'm really enjoying the games today, I have to say. The games yesterday were good, but a lot of them that I was watching early on, I wasn't super impressed with the quality of play at all times, which I also think was partly due to us not watching players on the top tables necessarily in the early few rounds. I was asleep by the time the last rounds were playing out, but
yeah, I just wouldn't be super invested in most of the matches.
It didn't help that the second, so the first game of the day they might have shown Zach Bivens, I think, which was cool. I was like, yeah, this is nice. But then the second round started and it was an Emerald Steel Mirror and both players were on 3 points. I was so mad.
And I think the way you do it, or the way you should do it, is at the start you show the people with lots of points, and then at the later stages you show the people that are like on the edge of making it or not making it, not the ones that have already made it. That's fine.
Yeah,
but there's no reason to stream a 3-point match in round 2.
Yeah, there's going to be like 30 odd games to pick from of players that are both on 7 points probably. And I do also agree though that like there's definitely, I mean, for example, I think in like the 4th or 5th round we saw someone that wasn't on a ton of points. They maybe had like 2 wins and 2 draws, but they were playing Mufasa, and that I was down to see. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Let's actually see like a different deck, right? But like not Emerald Steel Mirror.
Steel Mirror 3 points. That's one of the worst streamed matches you could have played.
It was so frustrating. The Candia was table 200. Yeah, and I mean, watching DeCandia, you know, okay, he's a well-known member of the community, so I think that you can kind of make, and not that the people, you know, weren't, I just wasn't familiar with them personally. Maybe they were, you know, well-known. I don't know, but yeah, I think like the quality of the matches that are selected for the stream is definitely really important, and it's definitely improved as this weekend has gone on, which I'm really happy to see. Also, I'll say that in Lille, the people making the decisions over what games were being broadcast, they very much listened to the broadcast team, which was really amazing. So like the French broadcast team could offer like a lot of input of like the local French players, and I kind of also had some input of people that I would like to watch. Like we pulled in Julian Hammer, also known as Artabax, which I think Lorcana Villain suggested, which is really cool in the Swiss. So yeah, overall, definitely the match selection I think is really important, just to get that balance of, yeah, you want to see variety of decks and you don't always have to watch the top table, but to be like 2 rounds in and be seeing Emerald Steel Mirror of 3 points was pretty frustrating for the viewer experience.
Oh, I like this comment. Morin doesn't have an accent. As a German, he sounds like a native speaker. I can't tell the difference. Agreed.
I don't know about that. Quarterfinals. No, I want the octofinals back. Wait, a quarterfinals wait, is that the octofinals? I don't even think it is. I think
octo was before the quarterfinals.
I think the octofinals is the round of 16, which makes it make even less sense that it's called the octofinals. Because it's being called the octofinal. Wait, why is it called the octofinals?
No, because there's 8 games to be played. So
yeah,
it makes sense.
Does it?
But what? So again, what's the round of 32 called?
The round of 32.
No, I want to call it like something finals.
I mean, there's 16 games, so.
What's 16?
The sectuple. Did you plan that?
No.
Oh dear. Hexadecagon finals. Let's go.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's got a ring to it. That kind of has a ring to it. Not gonna lie, their backdrop isn't as cool as the one I had. I had like Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor behind me.
We have seen Spacey's winner. Who does Morian have?
No. Let's be clear. Okay, I did a bracket prediction. I wanted Sky to win, but I predicted that they would lose in the first round to Chris Anderson, and I predicted that Chris Anderson would win the whole thing. But they lost in the first round.
I wanted Tommy, my student, to win.
To be fair, I did predict.
I don't know who's going to.
I did predict Kurt to make it to this round, but I predicted that they would lose to Chris Anderson on Ruby Sapphire. But Sky managed to take down Ruby Sapphire, and therefore Kurt made it through. I think my predictions are still pretty reasonable. I'm pretty happy with them.
So you think Scott Anderson wins the entire tournament?
Who? Chris Anderson. That's who I predicted.
Chris
yeah.
Anderson, yeah.
But they're on Ruby Sapphire. They lost to Sky.
Oh, we're watching Emerald Steel Mirror in the Octo finals. Maybe I'll make food.
Ah! Why, man? Why? Oh my goodness! I'm actually so mad. Oh, can you not? Just when I was no, man. No, what is this? This is so frustrating. I cannot tell you how frustrated I am right now. Oh my, there's Emerald Amethyst and we're watching. Oh.
Alright. But it's Emerald Amethyst against Ruby Sapphire. They probably finished the game very quickly.
No, but this was pre-recorded.
Yeah, I know.
I'm actually so mad. Yeah, remember when I said if they show the Emerald Steel Mirror, I'm going to go to the airport and go to Barbados?
Barbados?
Yeah, that's what I said I would do if they showed the Emerald Steel Mirror. I just want to go on holiday now. I was having so much fun, and now I am just...
No longer having fun?
No, I don't want to watch this. I hate this deck so much. Listen...
No, but you're the Emerald Steel guy.
No,
wait,
I'm not.
Spacey.
No.
You publicized Emerald Steel. You played it in Poland. You made the fire attack. You saw something in fire attack that no one else did. You are the god of Emerald Steel, and you will always be. Probably Bucky is your favorite card, no?
Bucky I like.
Okay, and what about Diablo?
No. I will never ever play this card. You have my word. I will never play it unless it's.
Chat agrees. Morian's White, the Emerald Steel Godfather. They all know it.
Yeah, but I mean, Joshua's already been on stream, man.
And Chat didn't like that.
I'm so mad they showed the Emerald Steel. I was literally just being so complimentary about how the quality of the matches picked has improved, and then they showed the worst possible match imaginable ever. I cannot... Honestly, guys, listen. I love this game. I think it's great. There's never been a single deck in the game which I've actively disliked, apart from this. This deck is a misery. There's nothing about this deck that I like. Everything about it stinks. It costs like $800. It's boring.
Yeah.
It's easy. On. It's. I wouldn't say it's easy to play. There's actually some really interesting things that can happen, but you can play really badly and just still win because your opponent doesn't have the answers. That's what I hate about. Anyway, let's be more positive. Let's bring the Disney magic. See, I wouldn't. If I was on an official broadcast, I would not be commenting like this. Can I just be clear? This is me just being a fan watching.
You're telling me to be positive, and you just told me you want to go to Barbados.
Yeah,
or something.
You bring the Disney magic, and I'll moan about this deck. So Ursa's gonna be damaged by Ursa's gonna damage themselves, I think. Damages the Ursa Deceiver.
Makes sense. A card in hand is better than 2 extra willpower on a character. That doesn't really matter.
There was an Emerald Amethyst deck versus like something cool, and we're watching this instead. Like really.
Well, Dominic Couch is a popular Yu-Gi-Oh player. Oh, so the ex-Yu-Gi-Oh player against the Yu-Gi-Oh player? Yeah, chat. Yeah, yes, chat is still flaming.
Is the main chat mad as well about this?
Chat is full of flaming when Josh is on the podcast. It's like there's so many banned messages. It's kind of fun.
Oh no, I'm probably not helping, am I? Sorry. Guys, just don't go in the actual chat. Just spam. Your hatred can come in this chat. It's fine. Nah, big up to all the organizers and all the people running it. I mean, I just think that it's like, obviously we're trying to improve. Like, it's important to improve the broadcast, and I do think that the most important thing of the whole broadcast is selecting interesting matches for the audience to watch. And this is the least interesting. Like everyone, I just hate this deck so much. Anyway, sorry, I'm being too negative. Honestly, when I play against this deck, okay, I am filled with sadness. How do you feel about this deck?
Yeah, I don't love it. I think it's it can so basically I don't like the playlines that it creates. I don't think it's very fun to play against. I don't even think it's that fun to play.
Yeah, agree. 100% agree.
It's a pretty good deck. I think it's a deck where people are still struggling to find optimal versions. So the deck building aspect of the deck is still very interesting.
It's not interesting. There's like 4 cards up for grabs almost.
It's not just 4. You can play it with John, no John. You can play it with Ursula. You can play it with
you always play it with Ursula. Cutting Ursula.
Play it with Sunshades or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you think.
No,
but I'm not sure you're correct. And that you can play it with more Floodborns.
You always play
with 4 cost Jafar, the amount of Aladdins, the amount of Tinkerbells. You can play it with Pegasus Shiftline, without Pegasus Shiftline. You can play it with the Flynn Rider Flynn Rider. There's infinite ways to build the deck. They all like have very similar playlines, but I think the deck building is still interesting.
I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. I bring the Disney magic.
So grab your swords comes through. Well, at least it's ending quickly. That's what I'm saying. It's just so boring. I hate this deck, man. There's nothing I like about this deck. Apart from Pegasus 1-drop, that's kind of cool. Like, Emerald Steel went from being so cool where you could like yell, "Get out of my church!" Better get rid of those evasive tags. Judge! 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 Dude, yeah, let's just put an evasive tag on the beast as well, because why not? GG. That's GG. Okay, well that was quick.
Someone was on play and played Ursula on 3 into Stormrage on, and then all the...
No, but I mean Ursula, why not just not play her, apparently?
No, I mean, you can totally not play her.
Yeah, you can totally not play her and make your deck worse, yeah. You can.
Mm-hmm.
Challenge yourself as casters. Casters if it was the most interesting thing. Honestly, that sounds like a good challenge. Should we go for it for game 2?
What's the challenge?
We have to cast it as if it's the most interesting game of Lorcana in the world.
Okay. No, I can't.
No, we're doing it. We're so doing it.
I didn't even look at game 1 that much.
The thing is, not playing Ursa is super troll, man. So troll. I almost can support it, but I don't know. You're just gonna get wrecked by Tiny Tink. Whoa! The Ursula 3 cost is the only thing that stops my Tiny Tink deck absolutely wrecking Bucky. Which might not sound like a big deal, but it kind of is. Like if I'm going second, I go Tiny Tink on 3, and you can't remove my Tiny Tink. It's kind of GG. I kind of just win, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't stop looking at chat. It's so funny.
Okay, so the Diablo comes... Flynn Rider from Joshua. Wait, and the Diablo's now been played by Dominic, and look at them analysing the hand. There's a couple of Pegasuses in there. There's an Ursula the Deceiver, and there's a Strength of a Raging Fire. Dominic, with his picture memory, is going to take a little screenshot. Joshua's going to draw a card. Going to ready his ink.
But I read out one of the comments.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Josh slowly getting that karma for stealing 4K.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah. The story is how he stole like Yu-Gi-Oh cards worth 4K.
Oh my goodness.
And never really paid back.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I can't confirm anything.
I've not heard of this.
I've heard of it a bunch, but still allegedly.
Yep. All right. So the Storm Rage on was discarded by the Ursa the Deceiver. The Flint Rider is going to quest for one. One law on the board for Joshua. Card going to be drawn by Dominic Couch.
Hi, Brandon. Yeah, so why didn't you expect to see me when you opened the stream, Bessie? Can you answer me that?
Why didn't what?
Brandon said, lol, I did not expect to see Moyan when I clicked the stream. So I'm asking you, why is that?
Probably because he expects good players on the stream and
no, because there's no guest command, there's nothing in the title. You're putting me undercover.
Kind of true.
Then I'm being laughed at.
Sudden Chill's gonna get inked.
That's the Bucky.
Oh, is it gonna...
Do we have to shift Diablo?
Diablo shifter? Doesn't happen.
No Diablo shift, so the game is not over yet.
Okay. Joshua. Currently at 2 ink.
Bam. Quest for 2.
I'm now actually, like, I've gotten over my disappointment of this actually being the game broadcast, and I'm now actually engaged in the game. Like, if this was the final, I'd be into it. It's just, my levels of dissatisfaction at this being the game I was watching just kind of threw me off a little bit on the previous game on there. So no turn 3 card played there by Joshua. Has a Beast, double Pegasus, and Robin Hood in hand. So still struggling for a turn 4 play as well. It's not looking good for old Joshua Graham, is it?
Nope.
Dominic Couch with a Strength of a Raging Fire, Sudden Chill, Ursa the Deceiver. Grab your swords, and I think... Is that a Robin Hood to the left, or Beast or something? It's some kind of 5-cost.
Robin Hood. Yeah. And also they will be struggling. So Joshua will be struggling to deal with Dominic's Ursula once again.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not even sure this Ursula's even that good. Why would you even play it? Oh, wait, no, it's insane. You always play this card. You always play it.
Was Sunchill the only other song except Strength? Or?
Yeah, I think so.
And they've Grab Your Sword? What else?
Beast, it looks like.
So I was thinking maybe you'd want to try to keep 2 inkable songs in hand, like 2 Ursula singable songs in hand.
Yep.
Just in case the other one gets like top deck Ursula.
Joshua does find the Ursula the Deceiver rule. Will they play it and play into the Strength of a Raging Fire, or will they just decide to play nothing at all? Decides to play nothing at all. What do you think about that decision?
I think it's alright, but I don't know. It's like not taking a risk when you are behind.
Yep.
Maybe that's just a risk that you had to take, that it just gets removed very efficiently.
I mean, in this case, it kind of worked out, right? But I mean,
yes,
even saying that, like now if Joshua on the next turn wants to play Beast, then they're still playing into the Strength of Raging Fire a turn later. It's very unlikely that Dominic is going to take it on an Ursa and a Flynn Rider, right? So, yeah, I'm also not sure if I like the decision from Joshua. I mean, I think they're kind of between a rock and a hard place. What I mean by that is I'm not sure that they had a good play. But yeah, as Jan kind of mentions, perhaps their best bet is to play the Ursa Deceiver, hope that there's no answer. But, I mean, to be fair to Joshua, going to be pretty happy to see that Strength of a Raging Fire played by Dominic. Do you think this was the correct decision from Dominic to go for this, or would you have liked to have seen them hold on to that for a rainy day? Possibly a read that there's lots of 5-cost characters based off the lack of cards being played. I'm really surprised to see this actually come through this, and I honestly don't like the play at all from Dominic. I would have liked to have seen them held on to that strength.
I think it's a fair shout that you could have definitely held on to
I really don't like the play. It doesn't even ink either. They have another? Okay, I mean, if they have another, then sure. Oh, they have another. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That
after 10 of the hand shuffle iterations, I also managed to.
I mean, that makes a lot more sense. So now Beast can obviously be taken out. Diablo's going to get inked.
1,000 matches couldn't stop the 5 ink hand.
Beastie Boy into the discard. And a double quest from Bucky and Diablo. Still 4 ink available this turn for Dominic. I believe they did skip a turn of ink as well previously. Beast and Grab Your Swords, is it in hand? Or Robin Hood and Grab Your Swords maybe for Dominic?
So while I think this matchup isn't super interesting, I do think that there's some more time to stabilize, because Emerald Steel is a less aggressive deck lore-wise now. So once you do get to stick something like a Robin Hood or Beast onto the board, you can actually claw your way back into the game.
There is the Beast. The Bucky gets inked. Dominic did skip a turn of ink, so this Beast kind of came down a turn later than it should have done, really, if they didn't run into uninkable problems. Bit of a decision now for Dominic in terms of what to quest with. Decides to quest with nothing, maybe fearing that Robin Hood.
I guess there's some merit to not questing. It's because I think the Bucky maybe you still want to keep against someone with 3 cards in hand, because it might be hard for them to play all of them. But inking 1, playing Bucky and Flynn White, they do manage to dump their entire hand, which kind of leaves that Bucky useless. Maybe against this specific line they would have wanted to quest, but of course they can't know that.
Yeah, but also Robin Hood taking out the Bucky, but still getting the lore. So against the Robin Hood, maybe it's not a huge deal, right? But you could have quested with Bucky and the Diablo, and therefore gain like 2 lore.
Yeah.
Joshua with this Flynn Rider now down on the board, but Beast is now starting to trigger and starting to draw cards for Dominic. And Joshua is at 6 ink, so a Tinkerbell off the top for Joshua, if they even play it, which you would imagine they do play at least 1 or 2 copies, could be a really big deal. Dominic's just gonna take a little look at Flynn Rider.
Which there's nothing wrong with. I know it looks stupid on top table or in top card reading cards, but better be sure than to miss out on a correct decision just because you didn't properly read the card. Even if you have like played with it hundreds of times.
Cruz says Josh doesn't play Tink, and I mean this is just a good example of where Tink is good in the mirror as well. Just that one little damage on Beast to deny the card draw. Remove the Bucky Boy. But I also have to say I like the Flynn Rider quite a bit. You really see the utility of it there, being able to play Bucky and Flynn for 6. In comes Robin Hood. Joshua has to discard a card, but of course there are no cards in hand for Joshua.
Yeah. Also, the Flynn just gets to quest for so much, which basically it gives this deck a way to close out the game quicker once you get some advantage, because without something like a Flynn, it can take a while to actually get to 20 lore.
Dominic considering perhaps either singing or questing with the Beast. Not sure what the card in hand is. They did play Robin Hood, but remember they drew an extra card because of Beast. Beast is going to quest for 2. Will we see the Bucky and the Diablo go as well? I'd be surprised if we don't. Considering the Beast is questing, I feel like it might be worth... Certainly the Bucky and the Diablo. Can leave the Ursula where she is, but... Seems like the right time to take that quest of the Bucky. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it's time. Just give them like more characters to quest into than they have characters to challenge with.
Decides not to go for it. 1 card in hand for Dominic, so this Flynn Rider's going to quest for 3. Where's the counter for that, mate?
Oh, let the storm rage on.
Bam.
Very good draw, facilitating the trade on Robin Hood on the Beast. And that's why I felt like it's going to get some trade. I know on board the trade into the Beast wasn't really possible, but I do still feel like there was a missed opportunity to maybe get the race going.
This is a disaster for Dominic. This quest of Beast just didn't do a lot at all for them, did it? They get to see the card in hand. I think it was Zeus. Aladdin, maybe? No cards in hand for Joshua, and the grin is returned for Joshua here. The Flynn Rider quest for 3. Puts them up to 10, I believe. Bucky could also quest, but of course Dominic does have a card in hand, so that Bucky could still be getting some value.
With the Robin Hood lore, now there are 12.
Okay. Yeah, so of course with Joshua really did find a good top deck. The Beast would have been able to be damage, but not removed. But it would have still denied the card draw, but then Beast could like just swing into Robin Hood.
The Storm Mage on top deck was great, but the thing that really gave them a chance was, I think, somewhat Couch not going for the race, but also then when they wanted to keep Bucky into the 5 ink turn of Graham, Graham finds a turn where they can ink, play Bucky and the Flynn Rider, so both emptying their own hand and setting up a very valid threat. That was really the turn for me that kept Graham in this game.
Why are you using the surname?
Why not?
I don't know, I just find it funny. You sound like Erling Haaland. Why not? Looks like it's time for Dominic to quest for Bucky Boy. And the Diablo. And the Ursula. Triple quest. The race is on.
Getting the race going.
I think Dominic is on no cards in hand though, so maybe one card. Yeah, one card in hand. Maybe.
I think the Flynn can definitely get there over 2 turns.
One card in hand for Dominic. So the Flynn's questing for 3 currently.
Yeah, unless there's a Floodborn off the top for Graham.
Ooh, true.
Oh, that's not the draw you want.
The Hidden Cove. That is the downside of this card. A pretty pants top deck. But everything moves into the cove. There's a party at the Hidden Cove. Why not? Diablo now. Every card in the cove, if you're not familiar, has now got 1 extra willpower, 1 extra strength.
And Dominic Couch is only threatening 6 lore, so there's no immediate threat, really. The biggest threat is Flynn Rider getting banished, which Ursula does enable, but if you were to banish Ursula just to play around that, you do not threaten to turn 20 lore anymore, so I don't think you have that option.
Dominic needs like a strength of a Raging Fire off the top, right? Take out the Flynn and the Diablo.
Yeah, or Storm Mage on. Because getting rid of the Flynn is enough.
Yeah, because then also Robin Hood can just go into Diablo and you're not even losing lore that way, are you? Oh.
Yeah, but more so, it's all you need is 1 more turn. If you can do any play that buys you another turn, Dominic Couch wins the game.
Oh, seems pretty happy. Oh, seems pretty happy.
What is it?
Is it Bruno?
We don't talk about it.
I think we do not talk about it, but it certainly is.
We talk about Bruno. It is Bruno.
Could be sung by Robin Hood, but Robin Hood also can gain lore by challenging.
I think that just wins them the game.
Oh, listen. Climax.
Okay, climax. Maybe
this
keeps them in the game. Maybe they can win from here.
Yeah, maybe. It's definitely not all over. I really don't think it is. Is that 8 damage on Robin Hood? Is there something I'm missing there? Excuse me?
I think that they just put it on the wrong side. I don't think it has 8 damage.
What is that?
3 damage on Ursula.
What is happening? Excuse me. Hello. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What about the Robin Hood?
Okay, so you're telling me there's a card Joshua Graham can draw here that gets them back into this game? Nope.
Bruno. Oh, GG. Robin Hood with 8 damage counters wins it for Dominic.
I mean, it didn't have 8 damage. They just put it on the wrong side of the die. It's the chat's saying octo damage.
The octo
damage. Octo finals.
The octo damage in the octo finals.
That's too funny.
Never change, Twitch chat. Never change. The Octo Robin Hood. The Octo Hood. I don't know. Well, I'm glad it was a 2-0.
Nah, it was still somewhat interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk about Bruno off the top.
Yep, I enjoyed it.
Also,
I enjoyed.
Actually,
go on.
Josh was on 17, right? So even without the top deck, Dominic Couch was still in the game because they can just challenge everything except the Flynn, and then if they keep both the cards, and then Flynn only quests for 2 unless Josh then draws a Floodborn, which would win him the game. So there was some high impact top decks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some back and forth in that game.
Certainly true, yeah, because there was the Strength of Raging Fire top deck earlier on as well, which allowed them to clear the Flynn and the Ursula and then clear the Beast the following turn.
And there was very interesting decisions when to start the race for Dominic, where we both felt maybe he could have started racing a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and is Dominic, so Dominic also has a background in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Dominic also a newer player? Do we know?
I have no idea about that.
Because I do feel like that kind of play with like when to quest with Bucky and Prince John is one of the harder kind of things to learn. But after just lots of experience, I think you kind of start to get it down a little bit more. You just kind of have a feeling.
Ah, right. He quested with Bucky. Actually, that might have been a big mistake. Carvo 0113. Because if you quest with Bucky, they can challenge both, and then you can't discard for the lethal.
So what moment was this that we're talking about? Because I'm not sure what we're talking about.
The last turn of Josh before Dominic drew. We don't talk about Bruno, because the only way you can win is if you get 3 lore on the following turn with the Flynn, and that's only possible if you draw a Floodborn for Bucky. Because if you so if you quest with both, they can just challenge both, keep both cards in hand. There's no out for impact.
There might be an interview here, 1 sec.
But if they kept the Bucky,
wait, is this new? Wait. Wait, is this new? It's not new. I got baited. Pretty sure this is old. Water Ramirez, Pink Smells. This is into the increase, right? Yes. You can continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think I finished my thoughts.
Sorry. I thought it was like a new trailer. Yeah, so what you're saying is that they quested out with Bucky, but they needed the extra lore off of Flynn Rider to get them there, so they needed the discard because the opponent had 2 cards in hand.
With both, your opponent can just trade everything except Flynn on board, keep both cards in hand, and you can't win unless with like a
so it's Trident.
So I think that was actually a very interesting game.
I don't even know if I've watched this. I don't even know if I've watched this one before, honestly. Is Audrey Ramirez an Illuminateur? Is she not actually a character? Like a Disney character? Illuminaire, rather, not Illuminateur. No, because that's Prince Eric. Yeah. Okay. What's Audrey Ramirez from? From Atlantis? Okay, that's on my... Atlantis and Treasure Island Planet are my 2 to watch. Yeah, I'll watch it. You have my word. Alright, interview time maybe?
Trident time.
Ooh. I don't remember this one. I'm working on a video, by the way, which is the whole Disney Lorcana story. And when I say working on it, I mean I've got an idea to do it at some point. Would you watch that? I think you're a big Disney Lorcana lore fan, aren't you? That's why you play the game. You're not really interested in the gameplay, right?
I'm having connection issues again.
Okay, so...
Actually, I can show you my love for Disney, but it's a very specific thing.
Okay.
From a comic store.
From what?
Very famous comic store.
Okay.
Comic book store in Paris.
In Paris?
I need to dust it off a little bit.
Okay.
Yes. It's my favorite figurine.
Wait. Okay. What's Donald Duck doing?
He's angry, like he always is. He's like exploding.
Okay.
Of dynamite.
Is he also giving you and your opponent the option to draw a card at the start of your turn?
Yeah, at the start of your turn, you may draw a card.
Okay.
And he's a Floodborn.
Okay. Blue Fairy synergy, right? Chief Bogo synergy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I don't... Oh, wait. Actually, I do. 1 sec. Now I've got something to show off to you. Okay. Guy. I just want to make sure I don't miss an interview, wait. I have something to show you, guy.
I'm waiting. You just left?
Okay, so every Disney Lorcana player needs a very good cuddly friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's mine. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
The Olaf.
So
in your Ruby Amethyst, you play Olaf, not Mini.
So I actually won this about, I don't know, 10 years ago. Ignore the dodgy color correction. My camera sucks. My exposure's too high, and it's the green screen. I won this about 10 years ago, but look at what mint condition it's in. I won it on one of the grab machines. You know one of them? Do you have them in Germany?
Yeah, but I've never won or played really.
It's like it's a
I always feel like I get
the
scammed.
British seaside. Oh yeah. So the way these machines work is there's a timer box with the inside of the machine where the owner of the machine can set it. So let's say I want to set it to every 10. Every 10 turns, the grabber will actually like grab, and the other 9 times out of 10, it's gonna go like or floppy.
So,
but I want on a grab machine about 10 years ago.
The grab machine is
so the perfect strategy.
Sorry, chat asked for my cuddly buddy.
Oh, okay.
That's my cuddly buddy.
Oh, okay. Is that like some kind of One Piece thing?
Yeah, it's Chopper from One Piece.
So the optimal strategy for the grab machines is you sit and wait for someone to win. Yeah.
And then you count 9 times.
And then no, because the setting can be changed by the owner. So you sit and wait, see someone win, and then you count the amount of times it takes for the next person to win.
Okay.
And then you wait some more until it's your time, and then as soon as it's your time, you push them off the machine, and you go for it, and then you miss, and you lose anyway.
Oh. Okay, but then you have to wait a long time and stalk people playing just to take the winnings away.
Yeah. Well, this is actually my little sister's. I raided my little sister's room because I'm a good big brother, and I won it on the grab machine when she was like 6, and now she's like 17 and tall and stuff. Crazy.
My girlfriend always wants me to win.
All right, there's no need to flex on us. There's no need to flex on us. You've got a girlfriend, mate. All right, calm down.
But I
calm
can't
down,
win.
calm down. All right, come on. Some people, they just rub it in your face, don't they?
Yeah, I bought some more stuff to flex.
All right. I mean, I'm not looking at you. 1 sec. Okay, let's see. Wait, 1 sec. Wait. I'm gonna flex too. Wait.
I'm waiting.
Wait, where is it? God damn.
Not. I don't really play
I'm
red.
messing up my whole room for
Black,
this.
blue, Sakizuki. Are you ready, Spessy? Okay. But I have this.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, but now you've activated my trap card. Oh, this is the best of them all, guys. This is the winning flex. Do you know what's coming? He knows what's coming.
Oh, the Goofy.
The Gamescom Goofy. How did I win this card, Jan?
You beat me in the finals.
And what was the play I took? What was the line?
You did the Shinmiri line.
Yeah, the original Shinmiri line. This Lilo. And turn 3, I did what?
Turn 3, Baloo? No, not Baloo.
Set 1.
Just in time, Goofy bodyguard.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I sent you GG, and you just replied with a laughing, crying emoji.
Yeah. But can I use your stream as my shop?
Yeah. I don't know what that means, but sure.
I mean, I'm just sitting on lots of One Piece promos that I'm trying to sell.
Oh.
And maybe there's some, like, preferably Germans in chat that would like to buy. So I will show some One Piece promos.
Dude. Oh.
No, stop. Don't hide me.
Green screen.
I don't know. I'm checking out the Illuminary over there. And,
No.
Nice.
I just came to the good ones.
Beautiful, but we've got to crack on.
Bessie.
We're moving into quarterfinals.
Bessie.
Top 8 now.
Judge.
We finished the octofinals.
Bessie's hiding my cat. Okay.
Stop advertising a different card game on my Lorcana channel.
This is alternate art Lorcana.
I don't think that's true.
The first one.
Oh, okay. Bracket. Let's look at the bracket. Okay, the octofinals. Emerald Steel beat Sapphire Steel. Oh, I'm really glad we didn't get to watch the octofinals of Emerald Amber, but instead we got to watch this Bucky mirror. That was a great pick.
Ruby Sapphire with
Yeah, I much preferred watching that.
Now we have Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire quarterfinals. I beg we don't watch that. Please don't pick that one. That's going to be Ruby Sapphire. Agreed? Probably. Would you agree that Ruby Sapphire is favored into Bucky, Jan?
Yeah, probably.
Yes!
On the left.
Oh, please show us this game. The Candio versus
no,
Emerald.
I don't want to see it.
Actually, it's probably not going to be a good one. That's going to be pretty easy for the Candio, right?
I think it's like by far the worst matchup for Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah.
Started off in the first round against Michael.
Yeah, makes sense.
Steel, and then the octofinals saw him up against Dylan with Ruby
The
Sapphire.
octofinals.
Against Brennan.
Yeah, and Brennan DeCandio coming from the first round again.
Wait, can you show us those One Piece cards again for real?
Sapphire again, and now seeing
which were the nice ones that we didn't get to see?
Will you hide the camera again if I show them again? Is this a trap?
Absolutely. So that's your Rapunzel bracket. Then we can move into Cinderella. Here we see.
Oh, show the playmat you
we
want
just
to
saw a moment ago there against Joshua.
Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. Very difficult matchup for. Oh goodness, Bucky's doing well in it. Bucky's just sneaking through by sheer number. Because that is a tough matchup for Kurt. I wouldn't mind watching Kurt try to take that down, but it's not a good matchup for Kurt at all.
And a challenging match here for him in the
That's the emergency. I can't find my playmat.
And then the last bracket, the one that we're
oh my
taking a look
goodness.
at,
There's no spicy decks left apart from this Emerald Amethyst. DeCantio's going to win this whole thing. DeCantio's winning from here. Zach Bivens got taken down pretty early. I think I was almost close on the prediction. Nice.
And then he's up against Brian with Emerald Steel.
Yeah, DeCandio's the favourite from here.
A couple Ruby Sapphire decks as well in the last couple rounds.
Sapphire Steel looks like it's in a pretty nice spot. I like DeCandio's deck. It's going to be so embarrassing when people play back the clip of me roasting his deck saying DeCandio deck building. But in my defense, the list I was looking at showed him playing the 3-cost Beast, which would be like the worst deck building I've ever seen.
I think this is the worst possible way to show a bracket. Yeah, I would love to see just who's left in it.
Yeah, kind of agree. It's good at first, but it does. Oh,
this does vary depending on the size of the field. Originally, Atlanta, there were over 2,000 players.
Better than all the pictures I see on Twitter. All the pictures I see have like it reflects. And
this card is weird. It looks so nice in person.
I think someone already got the 100.
Yeah, Frank Carsten
I'm a
did.
big fan of history.
Yeah.
I like being able to follow the history.
Pretty
One of
far.
the things I love about this card is that it's serialized. So we know.
I think the worst deck building I've ever seen was purple green Jafar in set 3. That deck was almost good.
Who originally won it and at what event? And so it's just
the red made quarters.
And
oh, did he?
really what's on the line here.
What's the red's name?
How much are they selling for? Like between like 15 to 30k, but the monster apparently sell for like 70k. Allegedly.
70?
Mickey
I don't
Mouse,
know.
you know, Disney's main
Maybe
man.
you rated.
So it's really awesome to see the evolution of that early card that we first saw way back before we even knew what the game was, and it said 5/5 evasive, and we all were guessing what evasive did and what law meant and all of that. And now we see that sort of come full circle to now be this sort of pinnacle of a card that that these players are trying to.
The green screen's gone a bit funky.
Yeah, and Nicholas Cole, what a fantastic artist to bring this one to life.
We're a big fan of Nick here, yeah. Okay, we're going to be moving into the game then. We are taking the Alberto versus Brian game. Alberto actually did very well in Atlanta. Already has one of these Mickeys. He was
a double Mickey
in Atlanta.
So the first double Mickey.
His second Mickey today.
Very exciting. Which one is it? Alberto, they said.
I think so.
Dive in and let's see what it looks like.
All right.
Alberto Garcia already has a Mickey against the red Brian.
Please don't be a Bucky mirror. Please don't be a Bucky mirror. Please not a Bucky mirror.
Surely not.
Please not a Bucky mirror. They both. One of them has green card backs. That means emerald. Imagine having green card backs and not playing emerald. Oh. Amethyst.
I mean, the red loves to play Emerald Steel.
So it's Ruby. It's Ruby Amethyst versus Bucky. I think Brian's on Bucky. Because maybe.
Yeah, Brian always played Bucky.
This is going to be a real uphill battle for Alberto. So I think Ruby Amethyst is a great deck. The reason I personally would not want to play it is exactly for this matchup. And Alberto's the lower seed, so they're going to be going second twice.
He's a red-purple master.
Alberto Garcia?
Yeah.
Okay. So Alberto's already got a Mickey. And this is the final test for a second Mickey, right?
Yeah. One.
But it is the ultimate
best
test in many ways. It is the ultimate test. I'll be really, really impressed if Alberto can get across the line in this one. Open deck list, remember, everybody. So the players know what's in each other's decks. I don't believe they have the deck list like open next to them throughout the game, but they get to analyze it at the start of the game. Moyen, how can someone get coaching from you? Send an email to specimencurly@gmail.com. I also do coaching.
DM me on Twitter.
I do also do coaching, by the way. But yeah, send him a DM. In comes the Robin Hood. Bucky is going to make, of course, Alberto discard the Flynn Rider at 2 strength, but the Robin Hood, of course, at 3 means the Flynn Rider is not going to trigger. If it was tied, the Flynn Rider would still not be gaining. You have to have more strength on one of your cards than your opponent. So a Fox could pose a threat potentially. Chernobog's Followers gets discarded.
Everyone's talking about the Diablo Bucky, Diablo shift lines, but the Robin Hood is sometimes even crazier because it just... the Diablo needs to be removed or you lose, but this early there often is no removal for a Robin Hood.
Yeah. Yeah, 6 willpower on Robin Hood is a big deal. Of course, the Medusa can get it later on, but it's a long way away from Medusa. Grab Your Swords could have been pretty devastating as well, though, for Alberto. Of course, it is open deck list, so it's possible Brian is not even on it. But Alberto could have also just made a calculated decision to say that he's in a really bad spot if Brian has exactly Robin Hood Shift and the Grab Swords.
No, like note taking because I think he just has like some very small thing in the corner because he tried to get his pen to work. But I don't know, maybe there's definitely something in the corner. Yeah, we wrote something down. Not sure.
I mean, you should definitely start a new piece of paper if you do that. I actually had this issue at a set champs of mine. Someone wrote use us a deceiver and started taking notes. I was like, mate, respectfully, like, please, can you like start a new bit of paper? You're not allowed to write notes.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I'll just scribble it out. I won't look. I'm like, nah. Get a new bit of paper, bro. Please.
I hope they weren't doing that like on the non-judged games, just like out of not knowing.
Yeah, well, worth noting, guys, if you are playing and you see your opponent do something which you don't think they should be, call a judge. Make sure, you know.
Yeah.
Similarly, if like
if you're judge,
if you're in a high stake, with the hand as well. Did you do that? I couldn't see you.
Yeah.
Can I see it again?
Judge.
Oh, nice.
My neighbors are going to kill me.
No, note taking should not be allowed because it slows the game down, and there's also skill involved in remembering, right? It's a skill to remember what's in your opponent's hand and track what's in there.
I don't mind it not being allowed at all.
I'm a big fan of it not being allowed, yeah.
Yeah, if it was allowed, that would like be another
it would also just
opportunity for people to slow play. I guess right now the slow play doesn't really exist because there's no advantage to be gained from it, which is a good thing about the 1-2 format for sure.
But also the problem with note taking is you could argue if you're allowed to note take, it's just optimal to literally note take everything, right?
Yeah.
Which is just not it. And the other thing also to mention, guys, like if you're playing in like a local, it's just, it's not that serious, it's not a big deal. But if you're playing in one of these like challenge events, for example, and your opponent does, for example, try to Zeus your aerial, you might be tempted to be nice and like kind of let them take it back. But I would honestly strongly advise you, if you're playing in a high stakes event,
I think you just get rid of Bucky here, right? As Brian Cartite.
Yeah, so Alberto's played the Be King Undisputed, so Brian gets to decide which of their characters they get rid of. Why do you think Bucky would be the choice for you?
I think you have already enough board advantage that you just need to push if you keep Robin Hood Flynn. I think you've damaged their hand enough. Bucky really only provides one more discard from here. And discards are nice, but I think you've won the board if you just get rid of the Bucky here. That's my take on it.
Robin Hood is definitely a big, strong character to be getting rid of compared with the Bucky, isn't it? But the Bucky is also giving Flynn more juice.
I think if I'm not getting rid of Bucky, getting rid of Robin Hood makes some sense because the Flynn is like a much bigger threat, but it can be answered by Brawl. So there is reasons why you would choose either three of these.
Yeah, the Flynn Rider evasive cards in general can be a real struggle for Ruby Amethyst to deal with. Does decide to go for the Flynn instead, though. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure.
We don't have the tag on Sisu, but we'll try and work out what strength it's at. Quite a lot. Is that 3 in hand? 3 in hand.
3, but after inking playing one, it will be at like 2 strength total.
Yeah, Sisu does have 4 willpower though, which makes it very difficult for a lot of cards to remove. You need a Fox often to deal with it. The Robin Hood the Beast comes through. It's Floodborn, which by the way, I had this discussion yesterday. I'm not really convinced Beast should be Floodborn. I think this is a bit of a problem I have with the deck. Like Beast is, you never shift it. It's never really been relevant. But it's just such another
It makes Morph a less awful card in the deck that Beast is shiftable, but I still don't like Morph.
The Floodborn tag on it would be good without the Floodborn tag, wouldn't it? And the Floodborn tag with Bucky kind of supercharges it a bit. Is that Jafar that came through there? Sisu still on the board here for Alberto. It's readied, so of course can't be challenged. Alberto on 5 ink, no cards in hand, I believe, and this Beast is going to be drawing once per turn if it remains on the board. You can see why this is a very, very tricky matchup for Alberto. Just not a clean way of answering the Bucky. This was even without Diablo, and Diablo is a very, very difficult card as well to remove. And this is why this Bucky deck is such a meta warping deck. We see lots of Sapphire decks ramping up into Be Prepared, Sisus, and Tinkerbells. I've recently been trying like the 3-cost Tinkerbell to shift in Tinkerbell on turn 4.
I think a big way you can try to win this matchup is because they don't play Prince John anymore to actually draw a lot of cards. So with a game plan of something like a Rabbit, Bounce Rabbit, lots of friends.
Which works if they don't have Diablo, right?
And B preps. Yeah, or you get to draw the Diablo. So that's usually how I think Ruby Amethyst can try to win this matchup. It's just there was no Rabbit drawn for Alberto Garcia this game.
Yep.
Oh, my cam is out of place.
Okay, I'll fix that. Doesn't look like Alberto's too happy with the top deck. It's a go. One law. I mean, it's not what you want at this moment in time, is it? That one law.
I think at this point in time, your energy might be best spent on thinking about next game.
Yep, that's probably a reasonable point. Sisu's got 3 damage on it. The beast is no longer going to draw.
I guess to be fair, to win the game from here, you need to draw something like a rabbit, so you can ink, get to enough ink to play B prep, top deck B prep, stabilize from there. That's realistically how you could still win this game.
Yeah, so rabbit on the top into an inkable into B prep. Jafar's going to take out Sisu.
But at this point, it might already be too late. If it was like a rabbit instead of the goat.
Seen any spies? Hey, then good to see you, mate. Not really on stream. There's an Emerald Amethyst deck still in the mixer, but it's up against DeCandio's Steel, not Steel Songs, Ruby, no, Steel Sapphire, so it might struggle there. Yeah, Brian just with an incredibly wide board. This is without Diablo card draw as well, which Alberto also really struggles to deal with, so you can just see why it's such a miserable matchup. Alberto is going second, of course, because of being the lower seed. Certainly doesn't help their cause, but yeah, this was my experience playing. I played Ruby Amethyst for a game or two yesterday, and my friend played Bucky against me, and I just thought, why? This is just miserable. This is absolutely miserable. And that's how it looks. So how Alberto looks right now. That's how I feel when I play against this deck. I despise it. It is the one deck that they've ever released, which I think was a bit of a miss. I think it is very, very Oh, okay. Well, Alberto gets the flex points. So the Enchanted Maui. It's the one deck I really just don't think is good for the game. I think it's really unhealthy. Restricts a lot of decks being playable as well. 5 damage on Beast, but it's still alive apparently. What is going on with these dice, mate? How is this happening again? What is going on? Why is there 5 damage on the Beast?
Maybe it's like the camera angle that makes us think on the... No, but it looks like it's just...
It's definitely just a 5.
That doesn't matter. Yeah. I was trying to find excuses for them.
It's in the cove. Okay. It's in the cove. So this time the beast did have 5 damage on it.
But the octo damage was not in the cove.
Yeah, the octo damage was not in the cove. And I was like, I'm not doubting it because on the last time it was like, no, it wasn't actually an 8 damage counter. I'm like, wait, is this actually a 5? But yeah, that makes sense. It was in the cove. Yeah, and that's the experience of Ruby Amethyst against Bucky, particularly going second. But we'll see if Ruby Amethyst can maybe pull off something a little bit more going first. And I have to say, in the whole of Lille, I don't think I saw a single game that was this disinteresting. And that's just what the Bucky deck feels like to me at times, unfortunately. Not many decisions were really made there. It just won.
I think we actually weren't at times not doing justice to them as the mirror in the interesting decisions that game provided. Sure. But this game, there was not a lot.
No.
This game was complete blowout.
Yep. And I don't think there was exactly much either player really had to think about. It just kind of played out, which is what the Bucky deck does if not disrupted. And there's very, very few decks at the moment that can deal with it efficiently. Would really love to see in the next set 5, like some ways for colors like amber, amethyst, perhaps to deal with Bucky a little bit better, just outside of Ruby. With Sapphire and Steel decks at the moment, it's the only real way you can deal with it, which I don't really love. But let's see, Alberto. This is for a Mickey. This is for a Mickey. Brian can taste it.
And Alberto is going first this time.
Alberto's already got
the first man in the world to have 2 Mickeys. 2 out of 500 serialized Mickeys.
Pascal gets inked and in comes the Chernobog's follows. A nice opening for Alberto. Brian, going to be looking for that Diablo shift line, you would imagine, because Alberto's not going to have much in the way of removal. Teeth and Ambitions. Of course, Brawl could come through on turn 3. Not sure if Alberto's even on Teeth and Ambitions, but obviously it's not very good here onto Chernobog's followers. Edge, no spoilers. You will get banned. Just fair warning. We want no spoilers in the chat. It's an instant ban. Permanent. So no, thanks. Cheers for checking. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're all good. Sorry if I'm being a bit negative about the Bucky deck, but I'm just speaking my truth. Speaking my mind. I did predict that the Bucky deck would not win as well. I'll be very, very amazed if it does manage to win the whole thing. I think the meta's just so warped around it. This Ruby Amethyst deck is kind of the one deck which is not good into Bucky, but a lot of the other popular decks are very, very strong into Bucky decks. But you can even still be very strong into it.
Even those, I think the matchups are close, so
yep.
Can still get there.
Robin Hood versus Chernobog's followers down on the board. I think Alberto's definitely going to be happy not to see that one-cost Diablo shift threat.
There's the Flynn.
The Frenemy. So Frenemy is gaining 3 lore if Alberto has a character with more strength than any of their opponent's characters. But a tie does not count. Chernobog's followers is going to quest for 1. Doesn't look like they're going to be drawing with it. Play passes on over to Brian. What do you think about not drawing with Chernobog's here and opening it up to potentially being removed?
You definitely don't draw. Like, the Robin Hood is a much bigger threat than the followers.
Agreed. Yeah, and it's really important with like the Chernobogs. Similar kind of thing with the Bucky. You kind of need to pick your moment to get rid of it. As Ursula comes through, might be looking for a Teeth and Ambitions if it's in the deck. I'm not sure if it is. Couple of Sisus and a Brawl. Pretty good hand for Alberto, although definitely going to be upset that the friends got discarded. They did in the previous turn ink a non-song card, so perhaps a little bit punished there not to ink the friends on the previous turn.
Yeah, right. So usually it was just straight up a mistake. Right now there's an argument that you can still maybe try to get the friends out because often the Emerald Steel player wants to go Bucky into Floodborn and then maybe you have time to get it off, especially when going first.
Mm-hmm. Now, is this the time the Chernobogs is going to draw? It is, with that Robin Hood shift threat, but also that Ursula Deceiver also being a very clean trade onto Chernobog's followers, with Ursula remaining on the board. Sisu comes through, and this is the combo you're really looking to pull off with the Frenemy when going first. Sisu's going to be juiced up because the player going second has that extra card in hand as well. So Sisu getting 1 strength for every card in Brian's hand. And of course, with that Frenemy on the board, this is really the combo that Ruby and Amethyst is looking to do when going first. Plus 4 strength, plus 1 strength. Okay, we found our answer. That's just plus 4. Oh, have we got a plus 5? Oh. This is the most fun part of the tournament for me, seeing the Sisu counters. I want a Lorcana challenge shirt. That'd be cool. Ursula, Bucky, Stormrage on. Diablo's in the mixer as well for Brian. A very powerful looking hand. The Bucky gets discarded, or sorry, inked. And in comes a shift Robin Hood.
I assume the Bucky was just drawn and it's very much off tempo at any turn after turn 2.
And it's going to be the Stormrage on sung by Robin Hood, which is, of course, going to remove it from the board and deny that 3 lore gain from Sisu being very, very strong here. Sisu currently is chilling at 5 strength with the 4 cards in Brian's hand.
Almost enough to deal with the Robin Hood, but not
almost.
Quite.
And also Sisu with this 4 willpower is a huge deal, right? Because if you could get that 1 extra, then it would be enough to remove the Robin Hood and remain on the board. The 4 willpower on the Sisu and questing for 2 makes it an extraordinary
card.
Let's go. That's big. So yeah, Sisu with just that 1 strength still remaining. Sisu gets
1
inked.
willpower.
Yeah, 1 willpower.
At least the Ursula is able to take that out. So Ursula performing really well this game. Discarding a card and now dealing 1 very relevant damage.
Yeah, I doubt that Brian is able to empty their hand enough to keep the Ursula on the board. Because they would need to just have, what, 1 card in hand? Yeah.
Yes.
Which is not going to happen
I don't think they're using 4 here. But even if the scrap looked very efficient for the Sisu, this took up their 4 ink turn, and their 4 ink turn is a very important turn for Ruby Amethyst, so it was still quite expensive.
So Taylor says, I really don't see why you'd run Amethyst over Steel if you're running Frenemy in a tournament. Well, the big reason is card draw. Steel and Ruby suffers from a real lack of card draw.
And goats and castle.
Yep.
It's a bunch of reasons.
Your mic is going a bit weird, mate.
My mic is weird.
Yep. I'm muting you. It's like unplug it. It's like an internet thing. It's like I mentioned to you the other day. I'm not muting you, you're fine, but it's like you're getting a text message or something. Okay, it's kind of bad, not gonna lie.
Just mute me.
That's fine.
Is it really me?
I think you're fine. Thought your speakers were going bonkers? No. As the deceiver of all comes through. Brian is doing this. This is what I've learned. If I'm trying to look intelligent while I'm playing Lorcana, I start doing this with my hand. Pointing the table in different directions while I play Bucky on turn 2. I think it's fine again.
Fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's some kind of like, I was saying, chat, you might have that sound. It's like if you've got speakers, whoever's phone is close to the cable, cell phone close to headset cable. There, it's back. It's back.
What do you mean it's back?
The sound's back. I'm muting you again in a minute. Is your phone close to your headset cable, mic cable? Throw it away.
Somewhat.
Yeah, get it further away. Yeah. Okay. Crab still on the board. Also, the deceiver got removed by Brawl. Currently, Alberto's on 2 lore. Brian just on 1. Alberto went first in this game, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Just yeah.
I mean, I was a little bit distracted with the mic.
I feel like your mic got loud though. Can you speak again?
Test.
That's fine. You're fine. Just.
Oh.
I did see the Emerald Amethyst list earlier on today, but there was a couple of them. There was one with Jacques and there was one with 4 Dolores. I'm going to assume it's the one with 4 Dolores that is still in it. Is that correct? That list looked nicer to me. A lot nicer. Sudden Chill gets inked. In comes the Beast Tragic Hero.
This is another check where if this doesn't get removed.
Mm-hmm.
Gets out of hand, but of course
Peaking
it does get
Undisputed.
removed.
What a card. And the Crab's going to quest for 1. 1 ink still remaining for Alberto. Not sure in terms of how many cards they have in hand.
Looks like
1
2.
ink being not spent. Yeah, does look like 2 in hand. Diablo, Storm Rage on, Sudden Chill, and something else for Brian. The problem here for Alberto, they're only on...
like a Sudden Chill Diablo turn, yes? What's the problem? Oh, that they need both of these cards?
Yeah, that is a nice Sudden Chill.
If they had an Inkable, they could have played Medusa last turn, but they weren't stuck on 5 ink. I think they need to keep the Rabbit.
I think they have to keep the Medusa. They have to keep
Medusa. Against the Diablo, they definitely have to keep the
Medusa. They have to keep Medusa because of Diablo, and I think that they're going to come to the same conclusion, just hope for a top deck.
It's a very difficult decision still. Because if it's not exactly Diablo, you'd rather have the Rabbit.
That sounds... His mic was making the same sound mine makes when my cell phone is too close to the receiver. Yeah, I thought the same the other day, like he's getting a text message or something.
We fixed it, didn't we?
It's like subtly there still, but not anywhere near as bad.
Put my phone away.
Yeah, good idea. Okay, Diablo does come through. It was the Medusa that got gotten rid of.
Yeah. I honestly think this decision was extremely close, and the only reason, well, not the only reason, but I think a big reason why maybe it looks like a mistake is because we know that
we
there
have
was the Diablo coming
intel.
down.
Equally though, like Diablo being an uninkable card at this stage in the game, I feel like it's kind of likely that one would have been found.
No, but also if it gets found early, like they just play it.
No, not necessarily into Brawl.
I guess with the Robin Hood, they didn't want to play early. But even here, the Rabbit's not bad. It just provides them with one draw now.
The thing is, It wouldn't be bad most of the time, but this rabbit, like, bouncing around doing stuff is so useless into Diablo. Like,
yeah, but this already drew a card. So if we still find an answer, this is better even against the Diablo.
Of course, the other thing that could have happened is you get rid of the Medusa and you top deck an Uninkable.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, in a matchup
then why the army is coming.
In a matchup that you're struggling for, I mean, the Medusa again could be bounced back by the Mims potentially down the line for clearing other stuff. Again, you definitely do make a good point that we have the luxury of seeing that Brian had the Diablo, but I would definitely have preferred seeing that rabbit enter the the discard. And here's the problem with the Diablo: the rabbit's drawing, but so's Diablo. The fox gets inked. Alberto's got, I think, just looks like 2 in hand. Goes for the snake, and guess what? Diablo draws as well. Oh my goodness. And this is the problem with the rabbit. Like, it's not even good against the Diablo you can't answer. It's just, like, actually bad. Yeah. Painful for me, to be honest.
I mean, honestly, you're still winning this game if you can just... Even if you give your opponent a bunch of cards, if you can draw cards, ink each turn, and then play B-Prep, like, you can still beat this deck.
They drew an uninkable. Okay. Even still, I think at that point, I would personally have taken the risk. I might have got punished for it. Pretty convinced I would have discarded the rabbit there. I found myself discarding rabbits a lot when I've played against Emerald Steel as Ruby Amethyst. I'm not sure if that's correct, but
it used to be very correct set 3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Set 4, you can keep it a little bit more.
Bucky Boy comes down, and this is the thing, right? This Diablo, all it takes is it's just an answer or lose card a lot of the time.
Oh, there's the B-Prep.
Okay. Do they have enough? I don't think they do. I think they're at 6.
Ink goat, B-Prep.
Oh, there's a goat to ink. Thank goodness. Double quest. Yeah. All right, that is big.
This is how the rabbit can win.
Okay, well, the rabbit did the job. B-Prep clears the board. That's one way to remove a Diablo, isn't it? My goodness. Amazing.
Bayern also committed a lot to this part. They didn't keep any character in hand.
Yep. Oh, that is a stinker of a hand for Brian.
So
Boom strength.
And suddenly Alberto Garcia is back in it for his second serialized mini.
Whereas the Speci line would have just lost them the game on the spot because they would have top decked the uninkable.
I mean, it wouldn't have lost on the spot. You can still like pass the turn, then play. Yeah. Play Medusa, but I think this line.
Oh, Alberto! This is why Alberto's got already got a Mickey Mouse, and guess how many Mickey Mouses I've got? None. 0. He's got infinitely more Mickey Mouses than I do, mate, and you can tell.
Yeah.
2 rabbits on the board versus a Jafar Dreadnought. In comes the Medusa.
That's the Medusa.
Adios, Jafar.
Jafar would have been pretty good here.
And the Rabbit's Quest putting up Alberto to 10.
Ooh, but there's the Beast now that the Medusa has been used. The best draw on the deck.
Yeah, but Alberto's at a point where this Medusa could be bounced back very, very easily if they have the right cards for it. And there it is. Bam! This is why I love the Medusa and Tremaine with this bounce package.
They have the snake as well.
Bah! Adios,
so they don't even need to ink for this. Also, they have a fox in hand, if I saw correctly. So
Brian
they could do this again if they just have an ink.
Brian was not happy about that. You see the delay in them actually putting the beast into the discard. It was like they did not like that. They did not like that. Can they draw off the Diablo after Be Prepared? No. Because the Be Prepared resolves and then the rabbits go into the bag. So then when you draw with the rabbits, the Be Prepared is already cleared. So the Diablo is already in the discard. That was a pretty good explanation, right?
Yeah, but you can draw off, like, let the Storm Mage on. Killing your, or banishing Diablo.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just know that. I mean, I know.
It's
people
because
have explained it to me, but
it's because the Storm Rage on has to resolve first, and then the Diablo is removed from the board. Yeah, because the Storm Rage on resolves first, then Diablo leaves the board. So even though it's got 2 damage counters on it when Alberto draws a card, as they take it, the Storm Rage on hasn't actually resolved. So the Storm Rage on resolves, similar like the Be Prepared here resolves. So Diablo then is removed from the board. Whereas if you Storm Rage on a Diablo, the Storm Rage on is played, it deals the 2 damage, but then it still has to draw, and then Diablo is removed from the board once the Storm Rage on is resolved. Which is a bit weird, to be honest, but that's how it works. Doesn't feel like it should work that way, to be honest. But it feels... I mean, it makes sense that it works that way, but it's unintuitive, isn't it?
Yeah. Not super intuitive.
Alright, well, come on. Press 1 if you want Bucky to win. Press 2 if you want to see Bucky lose. Guys, please.
It's mod abuse.
I'm gonna put it into slow mode if you're not careful. Alright, here we go.
What do you mean? Moyen has a fridge? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Come on, Alberto. Do it for everybody. Become the double Mickey champion. This is the ultimate test. Taking down Bucky on the draw as Ruby Amethyst. We didn't see the mulligans, unfortunately. That's another thing I really would love to see a little bit more of, the mulligans.
Right, I don't remember seeing anyone mulligan.
Yeah, the camera's panning to it after the mulligans have taken place, which was not the case in Lille, I don't believe. Alberto doesn't look too happy with the hand.
Oh. But also, now, Brian knows there's 1 friend. And Alberto knows that Brian knows. So does Alberto ink the friends?
Yes.
They do.
They do, but yeah, Alberto's like, please don't shift that Bucky boy. Wait, they tried to play Cusco. Game violation, disqualified, unlucky. Of course, just a little.
And now they're on the back foot.
Is the Diablo shift in there? There's a couple songs.
There's no Diablo shift.
Oh my goodness, there's no Diablo. That is humongous. In fact, do you know what? There's not even a Bucky.
I think I would have inked.
There is a Bucky, sorry.
One of the 3-cost Ursulas over Bruno. But they're both not great.
Well, 1 3-cost Ursula can be brawled, and then the second can come through. I think that's what Brian's going for here. Double Pascal.
Often the second Ursula's not even worth it anymore.
Now, Alberto went to Quest, but is maybe changing their mind, considering should I be challenging into this Diablo here to deny the shift play? They're certainly considering it. Now, the Pascal here is a bit of a hope and a dream, right? Because with all the damage that Alberto can be gaining, especially off this Ursula Deceiver of All, both Pascals can be removed with a single Ursula Deceiver of All. Does take the trade because they're very scared of the Diablo shift threat down the line. Because it could also take out those Pascals. Pascals are very, very bad into the Diablo shift. Ursa's inked. Oh, not also the evasive tags on pass. Okay, I guess it's fine because it's not always evasive.
They might have already had Diablo, but not had a song. And then they shift as soon as they get the song.
Yeah, I take it back. I'm fine with the evasive tags on Pascal because they're not always evasive, right? It's when you see like the fox. We haven't seen it this set, but in the first Atlanta, like the fox was given rush and it was annoying. But yeah, here's the Ursula the Deceiver of All doing the business. Alberto didn't have a single card to play, no brawl. We don't know how much they mulligan for it, but I think when Alberto kind of showed Brian the hand off the Diablo, you kind of saw them being pretty unhappy. Brawl not only able to deal with Diablo, but also this Ursula the Deceiver of All. And in comes a 4-cost Jafar, which is going to force Alberto to discard a rabbit. And in comes the strength of Raging Fire.
The triple rabbit Medusa hand.
Still short on ink for Alberto as well. Ursula is going to be either questing or singing. You would imagine it's going to be a sing-song. Just get those Pascals off. Otherwise, you're opening up yourself to a fox onto the Ursula. But it looks like it's a quest. A fox off the top would be huge here for Alberto. It's a Sisu off the top.
But also this, if they do sing the song, then they need to draw ink for the Robin Hood, and they need to ink the card they draw. Now they have the luxury of, if they draw something like a beast, they can still ink the strength. Aha! I can see the future! Crazy.
It was a big punish, though, if the Fox came off the top here. These Pascals would be pretty difficult for Brian to be removing anytime soon, and the lore could really be racked up by Alberto. Ursula is going to be singing still.
Now they get an... Wait, now this is insane. It also removes the evasive. Jafar gets to challenge.
Yeah.
And you get to develop the beast before the Medusa comes down.
Pascal no longer evasive as well.
So they got hugely rewarded, the risk that they took.
Yep. And you can see, as I mentioned, like the Pascal is just not good in this matchup. It happens a lot where that second Pascal is then just cleaned up. Really, we want the brooms, the Chernobyls there to be drawing and filling the hand to give yourself more chance of finding what you're looking for. And this is how it feels to be a Ruby Amethyst player playing against Emerald Steel in set 4. Pretty impressed that Alberto even managed to get a single game here.
And if Alberto went first, no, I think this matchup can be fine, but like if Alberto went first, they can Medusa the turn after Beast comes down. But with Brian going first, this Beast on curve has so much more value.
Yeah, and Espresso does make a good point that the be prepared is the out here for Alberto. So it's important for Alberto to keep inking as much as possible each turn.
I think that's the reason why this matchup can be winnable. Not you still always lose the early game, but if you can draw enough cards and get to like 6-7 ink, suddenly, because Emerald still gives you some time because they're not questing for so much, the be prep can really get there.
Brawl takes out Ursula. Brawl played, of course, does mean one less card in the hand, though, or in the inkwell as well. Moreover, because it is an inkable card potentially. But slows
another beast. So even if the Medusa comes down, there will be another beast.
And that Bucky is just still on the board, which is just suffocating Alberto's hand and making it very, very difficult for them to get to that 7 ink mark.
And I want to say, Brian, isn't this a moment where you just quest with Bucky? What are you afraid of?
Yeah.
Maui or Fox? Maybe banishing the Bucky? If it's Maui, that means it's not attacking the beast. I would have loved to see the Bucky quest.
Medusa comes through. 6 ink for Alberto. No cards in hand. So yeah, the Bucky quest was basically a free lore there, right? For Brian?
Yeah. Not like almost free.
Almost free.
But the lore was more valuable than the minimal downside.
The beast has continued to draw for Brian though, so Brian's hand is stacked. The card advantage is very, very real, and these Flynn Riders are also questing for a whole bunch because no cards in hand for Alberto. This would be a really bad time for Alberto to draw that Be Prepared as well, because they're still at 6. Could then potentially be discarded the following turn. So wouldn't be able to play it, but something like a Friends off the top here could be nice for Alberto, perhaps. Just get a little bit of extra card draw.
There's even the discussion to be had. Maybe you can just not discard rabbits, but discard Medusas, just so you can play rabbits, ink to 7, and top deck that beat prep.
Brian's going to go for the Robin Hood.
I'm not sure without it we're winning, but it's just because they had the second beast as well.
Quest of Jafar, even though Medusa could trade into it potentially and survive the hit. Here we go. Top deck for Alberto. Big top deck. 6 ink available. Doesn't look happy, does he? Doesn't seem like that is what Alberto was looking for. Let's have the hand cam, please. Please. Friends on the other side, apparently, based off the fact that it's just popped up. I mean, that's a good top deck if it is Friends.
I guess it's like Medusa or Maui is really what you need.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no reason to be
Medusa.
sad about that.
Yeah, I mean...
That's one of the very few
that
cards.
That was an insane top deck. Wow. Suddenly we've got a game.
They didn't clarify what they're banishing.
Alberto then, and as I mentioned, this Medusa can go into Jafar and remain on the board.
Oh, they didn't challenge anything.
Go for it. Why?
I guess Robin Hood can challenge it, but I feel like that's fine. Maybe you have to just top deck another Medusa for the Robin Hood. But now the Flynn. I think these Flynns have been doing so much work.
Yep.
Maybe that was one of the missing pieces that a lot of people weren't playing in the Emerald Steel builds.
Yeah, it gives it that extra punch. I've seen some players also playing this 1-cost Flynn as a nice shift option. Yeah, the Flynn, as soon as you've got Bucky, the Floodborn tag on this card is worth a lot. Here we go. Another top deck for Alberto. Third Medusa. I don't know if it was third Medusa, by the way. Just predicting.
Needed to be... what does it even need to be? 12?
Brian 8 lore away from the win. Friends into Ink into B prep. That would be pretty good, wouldn't it? Could sing Friends with Medusa. That's what Boxloid has said. But it's definitely something. Bucky removed by a Medusa. It's a bounce. That's a pretty good find. It might not be enough, but another Medusa ready to go for the next turn. Is it too little too late for Alberto? The Bucky value to just suffocate Alberto's hand.
I think this might have been worse than just inking Fox. And the main reason for that is just... I don't know, this way you still can't play a top deck B prep. I guess also Flynn is questing for one less.
Yeah.
You could try to banish the Robin by challenging into it twice, replaying the Medusa on Flynn. It's a very close game.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, not only is the Bucky suffocated Alberto's hand, but the Beast Tragic Hero just drew Brian so many cards, even without Diablo here. Just so many threats. The Beast, the Diablo, and they all just kind of answer or lose cards. And now the addition of the Flynn as well. In comes another Robin Hood. Another 1-drop Flynn. Alberto needs to be prepared, but they have an uninkable card in hand. And only 6 ink. Medusa's going to remove the Flynn.
That will be game.
But that is GG.
Impressive how they clawed their way back into game 2, but game 3...
Really well played to Alberto.
The Beast into Beast was very hard to deal with.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the way Alberto played, but pretty much my experience playing against Bucky, it's miserable. It's very miserable. Not Bucky. When I say Bucky, I mean like Emerald Steel, Bucky, discard in set 4 as it's currently built. I just think the deck has so many answer or lose type cards. Big reason, it's an incredibly expensive deck as well, around $800 or so. The Beast Tragic Hero. You've got the Ursa, the Deceiver of Alls. You've got Bucky, which you can't even answer a lot of the time for a lot of decks. Very, very meta warping deck and restricting a lot of decks, which otherwise could have been in the meta game, I think. But Bucky, I'd still be very surprised if it takes it home. Sapphire Steel, Ruby Sapphire, still the picks for me. I think Sapphire Steel, Brendan DeCandio is my favourite for it at this point. I think Sapphire Steel was the deck I picked to win it at the start of the weekend. I think he's the last standing Sapphire Steel player. The only downside is
one Ruby Sapphire that's still fighting for me.
Damn. Okay. Guys, please avoid all spoilers in the chat. It's very, very important. because we don't know what game we're seeing on the stream next. I don't really think the bracket should be public knowledge, to be honest. It's a bit of a disaster, that. I'll give all this feedback. I've got a whole bunch of feedback. I think that it's been really good overall. I've been really, really impressed. Really enjoying the games. Definitely just a few things to iron out, though, to improve it.
I enjoyed the games a lot.
I definitely, I mean, it's an honest mistake. I just definitely think that the bracket should not, if we're having games which are kind of being broadcast after the fact, which is great, by the way, that we've got multiple games per round we're able to watch without a big downtime. Definitely important for the bracket to not be available to the public anywhere at all.
I don't know. The bracket still likes to follow. The public still likes to follow the bracket.
Yeah, but if you've got a public broadcast, then the bracket shouldn't be updated until.
I mean, I don't know how it should be. I just know that, for example, in Hearthstone, I think it was common practice that there was like this publicly available bracket.
Yeah, but were any games being shown on the stream but in delay? That's the question.
Yeah. Yes, they were.
Do you think Bucky is better without? No, definitely I'd play them personally. Would definitely play Elsa the Deceiver. It's just too good not to. You just see the value of it here. You already want to play the songs as well, right? Just play the songs.
I think I would have played without it. I think the songs are often very good off the shift lines and setting up the Ursula. Instead of playing a flat one can like lose you a good amount of tempo.
Get banned. I'm banning people now. You spoil games, you get banned. Simple. I need some more mods in here. Ducky, you seem like a responsible mod. Thanks. Right. Guys, don't mess with Bucky. Bucky's gonna... sorry, don't mess with Bucky. Don't mess with Bucky or Ducky. Ducky will ban you. Do not hold back. Hey, we've all good to you. Sure. Ducky, if you know how to do that, it'll be a winner. Thanks everyone for being here. I really appreciate it. Jan, where can people find you if they want to see more from you? And you also offer coaching, right? For Lorcana?
Yeah, I have a weekly podcast with Brandon and Kara on, it's called Podcana, on all platforms, and we do some videos on the site.
And if people want coaching from you, they should send you a DM on this Twitter here, right?
Yeah.
And if people want coaching from me, they should send me an email or something, or message me just in my Discord. You can just like put in my Discord you're interested in coaching. Join the Discord, by the way, it's popping off, or you can email me. I have a lot of time for coaching at the moment, so let me know. I can coach you in how to beat Jan Moyen in constructed finals. Just like last weekend, isn't that right, Jan?
I wasn't even playing my own deck. I was given 60 cards and I had to play them. And you barely won because you top decked Holy World on 0 cards.
That's true, I did do that. Jan beat me in the draft, embarrassingly so as well. It wasn't even close. Jan absolutely broke the draft meta with the Florist Tour.
Oh, it was so good. Oh, the big shitters.
Yep, language please. The big shifters. Was that?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I said.
Apologies for any viewers at home offended by my friend's profanity. That just slipped out, didn't it, Jan? Can I get a formal apology to the people in the chat, please?
Or that can be our dynamic. I use profanity and then you apologize for me.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, excuses.
Let's not make that a thing. Should I open a pack?
I have some German packs laying around.
Okay.
But whenever I opened a pack, the inside was like worth less than €1.
Alright. Set 3 or set 4, guys. Type in chat. Set 3 or set 4. Wait, what do you want to see?
Set 4.
Set 3 or set 4? Okay, set 3 has it. I'm kidding. Let's go Thriller Vice. So I didn't get I did get an enchanter from set 4. I got Ursula, Sea Witch Queen, of my draft packs. Jan, if you got the Ursula, Sea Witch Queen enchanted in our draft, would you have picked it or would you have passed it to me?
I would have passed it to you.
You would not have.
Not because I don't want the card, but because I wanted you to have it.
Oh.
I would have for sure passed it.
Rip.
It's also just not very good in draft.
It was not very good in draft, you're right. Alright, here we go. I've got an aerial. I've also got a pack.
Sure, I can also get a pack.
I have not got a single Diablo yet. I opened a whole box on the Lil stream and I didn't get a single legendary. I guess it was half a box. No, it was like a box. It was like 2 halves of the box. Because Baker, Lorcana Villain got the flipping, the Diablo. And all the rares. Alright. I've got a new way of opening packs. I call it straight to the good stuff. BAM! Oh my goodness. The most broken second best broom in the game. What do you think about Yen Sid with this broom and the 1-drop broom? Good or bad?
What's this broom that you're showing?
It's the 2/3 evasive on your turn.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
BAM! Oh! This is a good pack, actually. I mean...
It's a playable pack for Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, it's very playable.
I have a German Piglet pack that's on extra luck because I haven't opened it in months.
Oh, we've got an interview, 1 sec.
You're the Golden Mickey here this weekend.
Yeah, thanks. I was aiming for one in Atlanta. I didn't get it, but I was able to convert here. So
congrats, mate.
I just got done with my match, so I haven't taken it all in yet, but I'm sure eventually I'll have it in my hands and then it'll hit me.
Yeah, it'll sink in once you actually get it. The look on the players' faces when they finally get presented one's pretty nice. We'll have that for you later today. You've been playing some Emerald Steel for a while here. It's done you pretty well so far. You've been playing it through multiple different set releases. How does it feel to finally convert on this kind of stage of the deck?
A couple times. Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Emerald Steel from last set.
Sorry, I don't really
I love playing that deck. It's probably like one of my favorite decks to play, and I've been playing card games now for like nearly 20 years. I was a little bit less ecstatic about this one, even though it might be a little bit more high power level. There was a lot of red-blue in the field and blue-steel, which is can be a tough matchup. But you know, even on the draw 3 times leading up to this, top 64, 32, and 16, I was able to get it done. So.
Wait, he called it 16, not the Octo Finals.
How are you liking your chances going in top 4 and maybe actually secure this full championship?
Well, I haven't seen what I'm playing yet, but if I get to play another red-purple, then I'm liking my chances of winning the next one. If I need to play a mirror match, it's going to be scrappy. I'm not playing Grab Your Swords, which is a key card in the mirror for a lot of people. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. But even if I play red-blue or blue-steel, it's going to be a slog. I mean, honestly, all of my matches thus far have been 3 games, so in the top 64. So it's already been a long 6 hours.
Well, you got a few more ahead of you, hopefully, Brian. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Okay, interview's over.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the top 8. We just saw the interview.
Pack time.
Rufus, Katze aus dem Waisenhaus.
Ah, Rufus. Is that good?
Rufus.
What's Cogsworth in German? I bet it's not as cool as Big Ben.
I don't know. Let me Google.
What do you mean you don't know? I thought you were a massive Disney fan. Okay, I have is this Errol's Grotto? No, it's Winter Camp. Whenever a character quests while here, remove up to 2 damage from them. If they're here, remove up to 4 damage instead. That's pretty bad. Speaking of pretty bad, I got first aid. That's terrible. Up next, I got Raya. All the Rayas suck. This one is pretty bad. Pico. This is from Encanto. Oh, Gunther. Okay. Okay, we're into the games. Straight to the back. Bam! Bam! And bam! Okay, I'll take the aerial. That's kind of nice. All right, we're in game 2 here. We're on Ruby Amethyst again versus Emerald Steel again, but Kurt is taken it the first game. So are we about to see the Ruby Amethyst gamer take down the Emerald Steel gamer? Oh my goodness! Remember this card, the Lena Saberwing? There was this guy in.
Yeah, someone played it in Mufasa.
No, it wasn't in Mufasa. It was in.
On Perdita. Was it Perdita Mufasa?
Yeah, I think you're right. It was the Perdita Mufasa that probably inspired the tournament winners.
Cloud Shatter.
Oh, I'm gonna apologize again for my colleagues' profanity. I'm not gonna ever be inviting them back on my channel. In fact, I'm gonna have to kick them from the call. Sorry. It's been nice knowing you. Bam!
Aurelianischer Gyrosensor.
Bam! Oh, the music. That's kind of good. Sisu, hello.
Alles Legacy.
Alright. Bucky's down. Pegasus is down. That's a pretty big threat. So, Kurt managed to win when going first, which is what you want to see if your name's Kurt, innit?
Oh, they didn't show us game 1?
No, we might be live, I would assume. Or maybe it's just like a timing thing. Would have loved to have seen Kurt take it down going first. Really, really nice to see Ruby Amethyst still able to do it. So, Ruby Amethyst has gone twice first. And it's won both times, but we didn't see yet Ruby Amethyst able to take it down when going second. But the Broom and Chernobyls here, working out quite nicely together. There's a whole bunch of songs, including a couple of Beaking Undisputed. The frenemy gets inked. 1 ink still remaining as that Chernobyls was played down.
Shift Pegasus in hand for Dominic Couch.
It's not Dominic, mate. It's just Dom.
No, it said Dominic earlier, no?
Nope, it's just Dom.
No, but when they played against Joshua, I think it said Dominic. Did it not?
I don't know. Diablo gets inked. It is going to be the Shift Pegasus, and we're going to get the evasive tag on Bucky now, because Bucky is now going to be evasive. Evasive tag? If there's no evasive tag, is it actually evasive?
Yes.
No.
It's a low value grab your sword.
Grab your swords removes the Chernobyls followers. That is very low value, isn't it?
Is that really necessary?
That does not seem necessary. I would have preferred to see just on questing for 2 there. Preserve the card in hand, no? Save it for a rainy day.
Bucky.
Oh, look at that evasive Bucky. That's how you know it's evasive. Remember, guys, if it doesn't have a big black...
Wait, you could have just quested for 3 anyways because it's evasive. Didn't even need to play the grabber sword to protect the Bucky.
Yeah,
questing.
That definitely did not seem like a good decision to go for the grabber swords at that stage.
To be fair, I guess Kurt Spiess's only play was the Fox, was it? In their hand?
Yep.
Which is like, Dom didn't know that, but it did really block this turn 3.
Yeah, Chernobyls would have been a nice way of drawing cards, of course, for Kurt. Dom has the Diablo down. That's another card for Kurt to discard. It's time to say goodbye to some of those rabbits, I think, mate.
I think you need the rabbits. You just go rabbit, rabbit, ink, ink, ink.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I guess rabbit this turn is fine because Diablo is not exerted yet. So you can get 1 rabbit in, sing Be King Undisputed. Thanks everyone for being here. We're past the Octo finals, we're now into the quarterfinals.
Into the Quattro finals.
Sure, we'll go with that. All good wins, Drone. Honest mistakes happen. It seems like it wasn't the game selected for the stream, which is fortunate anyway. Far Cry 1 timeout wasn't necessary. Dude, I actually said I was going to ban people. I did it myself. I said I was going to ban. I just wanted to get the message gone as quick as possible. But yeah, I could have definitely put something in the title. Thanks for the advice, but it was me, Winstone. I actually did say I actually banned the other guy that spoiled it. I actually just banned him. But so honestly, I wouldn't mind about the 10 minutes because the other guy just got banned. So I think 10 minutes, honestly, I'm gonna go fight. Yo, Lorcana, good to see you, bro. Hope you are, mate. Now he's gonna get inked. Rabbit comes through. Card drawn. It's goat. You seem a little bit quiet over there, Jan. Are you not engaged by this Bucky gameplay?
Mate, I woke up at 7 a.m. and played 10 rounds of One Piece. And now I'm watching Emerald Steel against Emerald Steel, then Emerald Steel against Ruby Amethyst, and now Emerald Steel against Ruby Amethyst. What are you expecting?
You're not really bringing the Disney magic, mate.
Oh, okay, sorry. Also, it's hard to really see their hand when they keep doing that. I just want to commentate on the game. I can't even see the cards. But that's a nice way to hold your hand from Kurt. The tower.
Oh.
I've never seen that before.
Did you see the Candio discard pile earlier?
Yeah, no, I hated it. It's not allowed. Or at least it shouldn't be.
Why would it not be allowed?
And because it's much easier to get confused, pick up the wrong card, pick up a card from trash when it's half your mat.
Yeah, we didn't watch the first game. Kurt is 1-0 up. Yeah, we joined this kind of halfway through, it seems. As the other game was a 2-0, I imagine we just hopped to this. It's probably live right now. There's the rabbit. B King undisputed. Dom has a couple cards available in hand. A sudden chill. Yeah, all good, Ducky, thanks.
What would you get rid of here as Dom?
Pegasus, maybe? You've got the sudden chill Ursa. That's just very good value, isn't it?
I guess all of the other three have to stay for value, but so your Pegasus, your questing power needs to go, maybe?
Which just kind of highlights how good these other cards are, that's what we're considering. I think Ursula would be the other option, wouldn't it? It's one of those two.
I have a new favorite comment in chat.
Yeah? Oh, the Disney Princess one?
Yeah. I am a Disney princess.
Rabbit comes through. It's going to draw a card into another rabbit.
Okay, Dom doesn't miss the draw trigger on Diablo. Spam, I also draw a card.
When I play against Diablo, I see, like, as I play a rabbit, like, my opponent reach towards the top of their deck.
Mm-hmm.
I very intentionally just stare them down in the eye before I draw my card and look at them with disdain. Yesterday when I was playing with friends, I was like slapping my friend's hand away from the deck. Like, no, stop. It's not fair. Please. Yeah, we still haven't seen Emerald Amethyst, which is really disappointing, but hopefully there's still time for that. A couple of rabbits, a fox, and a Maui. Or is it just one rabbit that's being shuffled around so quickly it looks like two? I think it's just one.
Sudden it's chill. A fox and a rabbit.
Couple of Diablos. I mean, one way of clearing the double Diablos, of course, with the Be Prepared. One Diablo exerted. The Pegasus is also questing. Bucky remaining where it is for now. But Dom is getting pretty close to that 20 lore mark. I think that puts him at 10.
But also, Kurt is going closer to that 7 ink mark.
Yep. That's not a bad
just
B
needs
King.
To draw some more cards for Dom.
B King again, but again, these rabbits. The good news is it's only one Diablo exerted. Otherwise, the rabbits would be net negative card draw, and the second Diablo gets exerted. There's a rabbit. Gonna draw.
That's an ink. Ink is good.
I love King Undisputed. Do you think it's a 4 of having watched these games? A lot of players on 3. I just don't see why you wouldn't play 4 of it. It's so good. I'm on the Lady Tremaine ×4 King Undisputed hype train.
I don't know about that for Tremaine, but King Undisputed's very good.
Thing is they like, it doesn't even go for the sing song. Maybe wants to keep the card in hand, so they still have the Fox to ink for the B prep top deck. Would you imagine that's what they're going for here?
Yes, I think they're just trying to gain that extra advantage out of their only out, which is B prep. It's like them recognizing this is how they could still have a chance.
Do you think your disdain in Diablo is rooted in your lack of owning Diablos, or your lack of owning Diablo is rooted in your disdain for it? If I had Diablo, there is not a chance I would play it. Not a chance. No way.
Diablo devoted Herald.
I just think the deck is incredibly toxic. Very uninteractive. Very boring.
This doesn't look great, but if they draw a B prep, yeah.
Yeah, Kurt,
I give them a non-zero chance of winning this game.
Kurt is kind of popping off, but I mean, 1 card draw for Kurt, and Dom's going to draw 2. That is not great for poor old Kurt, is it? B prep off the top though, and it all changes. B prep. Oh. Look at the smile on Kurt's face. Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's nickable.
Hey.
That will be 1-1.
Yeah, that was really fun. That was sarcasm, guys. It was not fun. There is nothing fun about Diablo, and it costs $800 as well.
How much does one Diablo cost? Not 800.
No, the deck does.
Yeah. No, not if you cut the Ursula's.
Sure.
Then it costs 600 or 700.
So, if you B prep,
Diablos are 50.
Yeah, green wolf. The B prep triggers, and the rabbits go into the bag. So then the B prep goes through. The Diablo is cleared. The rabbits are cleared, and then you have the choice to draw from the rabbits from the bag, with all of the cards in the discard. Yep. All right, here we go. Come on, Kurt. Guys, press 1 if you want Ruby Amethyst to show Bucky how it's done. Press 2 if you're a Bucky believer. Mods, ban anyone that presses 2. That's a joke. That's a joke.
Wait, am I your mods?
No, I hope not.
No. Shit.
Oh, dude! Please stop swearing. This is a PG, family-friendly stream I run here, for reals.
Yep. My bad.
That's fine. Can you apologize to the people of the chat? Say, I, Yan Moy, would like to apologize profusely. Hey, I'm great to see you. Yan?
I'm very focused on the game.
Can you please apologize?
No, you should have apologized to the Uber driver. When you went into the store and let everyone wait.
I wanted chewing gum. My breath smelled.
TikTok.
I didn't have I left my toothbrush. I didn't brush my teeth. I
know.
I had to brush my teeth with your toothpaste and my finger. I needed some chewing gum. All right, here we go. Magic Broom comes down on the board. And Sisu is inked. Definitely Ruby Amethyst has a much better chance when going first. Diablo...
Oh, is it top 4, Mickey? In this tournament?
Yeah, top 4. This is for Mickey.
Oh, this is the final game for Mickey.
This is for Mickey, yep.
It's exciting. And again, they see there's one song in hand. So does Kurt agree? And but they top deck the uninkable song.
Definitely ink the song.
Maybe this means they keep the friends.
No, you've got to ink the friends, because then you're encouraging your opponent not to play the Ursula, right?
It's one way to play it for sure.
Double brawl for Kurt. Diablo answers are aplenty, and also Ursula the Deceiver of all answers are aplenty. It's a good hand for Kurt, you know. I really like it. Yeah. I think we're going to see
to follow his ongoing game plan, he really needs a rabbit.
Friends inked here, I anticipate. Friends to be inked, perhaps. The Diablo is available for Dom, but they did see that Kurt had a brawl available. But of course...
Oh, do you think they do the trick?
What?
The trick where you play Bucky now, but you shift the Diablo not into the ball turn, but into the 4-ink turn.
Okay.
Which is like, I think, a huge edge to be gained against ball decks with Emerald Steel.
So I think the decision from Kurt here on going for the Maui is they say, okay, if you Ursula, you're not Buckying me this turn, right? When you really want to Bucky me. So potentially greedy line from Kurt, but they're kind of saying, okay, if you Ursula me, it's friends, but it's like, then you're not Buckying me, so do I care that much?
And then also then you keep King Undisputed.
Diablo's just going to quest for 1, so there is the option here of shifting, discarding.
Yeah, I like this play.
So this is the trick.
Wait,
do you think Chernobyl is the...
Did they even have the shift Diablo? Did you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then that's very good.
Chernobyl could have traded out the Diablo there to deny the shift play, but Kurt decides to instead draw a card. Of course, could brawl this Diablo still. That would feel... But the Sisu's available. The Sisu's... Oh, Ink Sisu. Are they going to hard cost friends? Do you like this?
I think I like it.
I think I like it too. Unorthodox. But Kurt's trying to get to that 7 ink mark, so they need a fat
They're trying to outdraw this. And also they didn't have a rabbit or something, so they're still like trying to get a 4 ink play.
This is a real matchup with Ruby Amethyst going first. Going second, it's miserable for them, but sudden chill.
Aha! The shift Diablo into the 4 ink turn. This is how you do it, chat. I'm very excited to see this. This is so much better. I mean, okay, they don't have a rabbit or something, but like still, this into their key turn instead of just onto a random turn, or into their perfect brawl turn. And now also you're overloading the balls.
It's pretty good.
This does multiple things.
That is pretty good.
And he kept the sudden chill in hand. Bam! Diablo, I draw a card.
That is pretty good. Brawl comes through. Diablo's bye-bye, but Ursula remains on the board. So yeah, as Jan mentioned, kind of shifting in, using the new shift ability of Diablo to get 2 threats on the board at once. Can't brawl both.
And to not do it into the 3 ink turn, but into the 4 ink turn. So now they brawled, or not on turn 3, but on turn 4, and left 1 ink.
Ursula, sudden chill. Double discard for Kurt necessary.
Kurt has no turn for a play anyways. I know, but I'm still excited because this is the correct way to play this. Dom doesn't know Kurt's hand. And technically King Undisputed is like...
B-King and a Snake are discarded. Maui double brawl is not a bad hand at all if your name is Kurt. But
yeah, it's still very winnable from here.
Let's not forget as well.
There's no like snowballing card draw. What?
No ink has been spent yet this turn for Dom. 4 ink remaining.
And no ink will be spent this turn.
No ink spent. That is not ideal. What was
and
the
now
card
the Maui
drawn?
Can challenge
what was the card drawn?
Bucky or the Ursula.
Fox drawn. What'd you go for, the Ursula or the Bucky boy? I think the Bucky's got to go, blood. Take your opportunity.
I think
you've got the brawl for the Ursula down the line.
But the Maui will be left on 4 willpower. The double Storm Mage on us, isn't that a bigger threat than the Bucky? We already had a decent amount of...
I mean, when are you ever getting the opportunity to remove Bucky ever again? You're just not. Kirk makes the bold play.
It might not be an issue. Because I guess with the 2 brawls... Wait, is it brawl?
Yeah, double
2 brawls in it. You can Ursula it next turn, so as long as it doesn't do something now, you can still remove it on the risk. Consecutive turn.
Pegasus comes through and Kurt.
And so the Ursula doesn't punish, and you have the brawl.
What's off the top? It's a goat.
A goat.
It's fine, it's ink.
It's a goat.
Definitely looking for those rabbits, aren't you, at this point?
Here, or do you ink nothing?
I think you ink goat. I don't think you can. I don't think you can afford to give up the brawl as an answer for Diablo.
But I think you still want a proactive play if your opponent doesn't play anything. So I think you just not ink.
Yeah, I can
sit on this.
And that is exactly what Kurt decides to do. Grab your swords, and now the Robin Hood has been drawn. That's a pretty good
Robin Hood is another
deck.
Big threat.
And the Pegasus with evasive is not easy for Kurt to deal with. There's very, very few ways for Ruby Amethyst to deal with evasive cards.
onboard it survives.
That's pretty good.
And there's not a lot of removal in these Emerald Steel decks.
Yeah, Castle's very, very strong against it, and you can also move the Maui in as well, without even having to ink. Seems like a good top deck, that.
I think at this point maybe you have to ink, not because you have to, but because when you draw 2 cards this turn, I think there's a bigger likelihood of you actually needing the 1 extra ink. And Kurt Spies agrees.
Yep.
3rd game I watched him on stream, he has been on point.
Yeah, and I also like the decision to hold on to that Brawl there, just getting ready for that potential Diablo, that potential Ursula again. In comes Ursula, going to take a peek. Well, Brawl is not a song, mate. It's an action. So that's not going to discard anything. But that 1 damage from Ursula could be important because it could be the amount needed to polish off the castle. And also Maui with that 4 willpower. Is it 5, in fact, I beg your pardon, is enough to remove the Robin Hood and remain on the board. And Dom is looking a little bit unhappy. Kurt is pulling off the miracle. Come on, Kurt. Do it for the culture.
I think he might regret questing with that Bucky into a 5 ink turn.
Yep.
If you had like a very good another song for Ursula to sing, maybe there's more value in it. But without any song in hand, I feel like maybe could have just kept the Bucky alive.
Yeah, and I think that's also why Kurt just had to take that opportunity to remove the Bucky.
Draw for castle. Draw for turn. Yes! Didn't miss the trigger. No, because you missed it in an earlier game.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Okay, so Kurt, 2 lore on the board finally with that Queen's Castle. Dom over on 6. 6 ink available for Kurt at the moment.
There's a B prep?
Okay.
Don't tell me there's a B prep.
It certainly is. Oh my, Kurt's doing it.
Wait, that's insane.
Kurt's
doing it. Did we get rid of Brawl or Churnabox? Probably of Churnabox.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Kurt.
Okay. If I show up in Bochum and I'm playing Emerald Steel, I apologize, but it makes me so happy to see Emerald Steel lose.
Yep, me too.
It's Stormrage on, draw a card.
Stormrage on.
We don't talk about target. Bruno.
Oh, it's Bruno and grab your swords in hand. Kurt gets 2 more lore for the castle with that 1 willpower remaining.
No, the snake top deck. If they kept the Churnabox followers, they could develop it. Now they cannot.
What is it now?
What is it?
Bro's played 2 Stormrage on for no target.
It's a strength of a raging fire.
What is happening? And yeah, the Diablo did probably reveal the Maui, and that's exactly why note taking is not welcoming Lorcana for me. I'm glad that's a rule.
Another castle!
Oh, the castle's so good here. Kurt, stop it. Let's go, Kurt. Aladdin comes through. I mean, it's something, innit? It's not much. 4 lore for the Queen's Castle. No card draw yet. Is it? Oh, it's a Cuzco. Okay. I mean, you can go Cuzco Snake. Get them both on the board.
It's not awful. And also, they're already at 14 lore. Next turn,
my
castle will be punished.
Goodness. Brawl gets inked. The Cuzco comes back in. And 2 is spent. And they both move into the Queen's Castle on 7 willpower.
So they finally decided to get rid of the Brawl. Which does definitely make sense. From their perspective, they're getting this draw a lot.
Grab your swords here does clear the Cuzco, but not the Mim. Similarly, Bruno could clear the Mim.
Stormrage on are gone to talk, because we don't talk about Bruno, the Mim also.
Yep.
But then there's no Stormrage on for the Cuzco.
Yeah, imagine if the Stormrage on was still available here, right? You can sing it with the Aladdin and then go for
but they definitely needed to cycle it when they did.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just bad ordering.
Bad ordering?
Bad order of the cards in the deck. Yeah, my apologies. I didn't phrase that too well. The cards were not in the right order on the deck for Dom. Kurt is 8 away, going to be gaining 4 from castles and can quest for 2, so could get to 18 if Dom doesn't remove any threats here. You would imagine the castle's got to go at least to the left.
Yes. But then do you play grab your sword here? That doesn't feel good at all. I think you have to develop first.
Robin Hood for 5.
But he puts them at 16.
Double draw for Kurt. Well, triple draw with the normal as well. Not exactly the greatest hits there, is it? Not at all.
It's an awful hand, but at this point it might be enough.
Still no rabbits in the whole game for Kurt. Not a single rabbit. We know that Kurt plays crab as well, which could have been nice with the Cuzco here potentially. Double Quest puts them to 16. That's exactly what they're going to go for. And you would imagine here for Kurt, just go as wide as possible. But that grab your sword is certainly a threat as well, if they're not careful. Deciding between the Cuzco and leaves the snake. Trades. What do you think about this trade rather than just holding and potentially gaining lore off the Mim?
I think it's fine because as long as the castle is gaining lore.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. And does go for the Cuzco, right? But even though Cuzco gets removed by grab swords, it's also drawing your cards, isn't it? Diablo comes through, but it's too little too late, my friend. Kurt looking to do the impossible and take down Emerald Steel as a Ruby Amethyst player. Surely.
That's impressive for sure. Also, 12th seed against 13th seed, which meant Kurt got to go first in game 1.
Yeah. Very, very negligible difference there, but it all matters. It all counts. Dom assessing their options. Grab your swords can be sung. But that's, of course, going to mean that the Queen's Castle remains very much intact and very, very difficult to remove anytime soon. And
I do think we will soon have our first semi-finalist.
It's our second semi-finalist. The last one was also a semi-finalist. The Rat.
Oh, the Rat, okay.
So the Rat might have another Ruby Amethyst gamer to play in the semis. I'm not sure.
I would
apparently someone offered
to not watch Emerald Steel.
Apparently someone offered Kurt to split the last round and he decided to play out and 2-0'd his opponent. Got a high CD.
What a man.
What a Chad.
I saw an interview, I think Zach Bivens said the same, where they could have split to make top cut, but they were like, nah, I want the higher seed.
Yeah, but they did split with the Candy. They also tweeted though.
Okay.
True. Oh, I would be down for Brendan DeCandio to top the challenge. Even though I called it DeCandio deck building in my video this morning. In fairness, the deck was incorrect. Grab your swords it didn't come through. Strength of Raging Fire instead. So 1 Cuzco and a Queen's Castle. Castle puts Kurt to 16. They're not quite. Oh, but the Medusa. This is where the card draw really comes through. So there was 1 draw there for Cuzco, and then being removed. There was 1 for the castle, 1 for turn as well. If you're wondering why there were so many cards drawn, Cuzco's going to put them to 18. Oh, 19, I beg your pardon. So they're only a goat away. They don't have it, but they do have a Medusa. Is it Diablo or Robin Hood? Probably Diablo. Goes for Robin Hood. Sisu. Castle. It's like checkmate, innit? It's checkmate. Oh my goodness, that is wild. Holy moly.
So Kurt Spies with Ruby Amethyst. 3 times on stream, 3 times very well played. Getting another slot in the semi-finals.
Ooh. Kurt. Well, if I'm going to put up my bracket prediction, I did predict Kurt to make it through to here. But they're now here. Go on, Kurt. Great to see. They played we didn't really see the aggro approach from Ruby Amethyst too often, but there was that one game. We didn't see game 1 of that series either, but there was that one game, wasn't there? Earlier on, where they played 3 Flynn right in front of me. That was wild when they went first. Speaking of wild, I'm wild. Oh, for an interview. Oh, no. Cool. A pack. I'm supposed to be like saving all these packs for like one big opening, but so have you got no more packs?
I have some more, but this pack was again, just every card was worth 1 cent. And I could have sold the pack for 4 euros or 5 euros. I don't know whatever it is. Very expensive to open these packs.
Oh. Bah. Prince Philip.
What did you open? Okay.
That card could actually be alright, right?
Yeah. If it wouldn't cost 9.
I got a foil Pegasus 1-drop. That's actually pretty poggers. What do you think about pick a fight to answer Bucky? That's insane, isn't it?
Sounds pretty insanely bad.
What about Namiri? 4 cost, uninkable bodyguard, 2/4 in steel, quest for 1, uninkable, but it can challenge readied characters. Insane, right?
I actually know that card.
It's a legendary.
I don't know the name.
What about Triton's Decree? Bam! Ooh. Goofy. That reminds me of that Gamescom Goofy I won by beating you. Remember that?
No.
I'm not gonna lie. Opening packs doesn't feel great. Somehow. I mean, I love packs. Do you know what does feel great? Getting Enchanteds.
Winning a golden serialized wiki.
True.
So, I don't know.
I only don't like opening packs because I'm poor. Okay, are you gonna go?
I don't know. But this cast would be dead without me, so
it's so true. It would be so dead. Don't leave me alone with this lot. This card, guys. Play 4 of this card in your Ruby Amethyst decks. Lady Tremaine. Oh, that's big, your mate. It's also worth mentioning in Germany it's an hour later than it is over here, right?
Yeah.
Daisy Duck. Jasmine. We got Sisu. Feel free to go to bed.
But it just doesn't feel great to watch the Octo finals, but not the finals.
Yeah. Furora. I feel like the quality of super rares got pretty bad. Do you remember when super rares used to be good? I mean, I guess there's Ariel, the ward Ariel. That's pretty good.
Why do you despise Couch? Did he also do something? I'm setting the over-under for Moin Falls Asleep on stream at 47%. Nice one.
Okay, I've got a test for you. Which card is this? He sent the eels away when they came with the sea witch's offer. He didn't need her help making trouble. This is an easy one. He sent the eels away when they came with the sea witch's offer. He didn't need her help making trouble.
He sent the what away?
The eels. If you get it right, I'll give.
What's an eel?
It's like flotsam jetsam. They're eels. If you get it right, I'll give you the card. I'll ship it to you. No cheating. It's really you definitely know the card.
Is it Nessus?
Oh, okay. So yeah, it is the River Guardian. Everybody's favorite card. I beg that we get to watch Jordan more. Please don't show us this. Please show us this. There's no way we get shown this, right? It has to be this. It has to be. It has to be. I beg. I beg. We haven't seen Emerald Amethyst on stream all day, and it's got this far. It's time. We got 4 different decks in the semis. That's pretty nice. We got Bucky. We got Ruby Sapphire. We got Ruby Amethyst. We got the top 4. No Sapphire. Wait. Yeah, no Decandio on Sapphire Steel. He got knocked out to Emerald Amethyst. That's surprising, right?
Yeah, I thought that was the best matchup. I didn't think so. So Amethyst is still in that type.
Oh,
we haven't seen either of these on stream.
Thank goodness.
And it's the semifinals.
Thank goodness for that.
Oh, I'm so happy.
I was so worried we were about to see Ruby Amethyst against Bucky.
Gold, play Merfolk. That's my type of deck.
Oh. Yes. It's like Prince John's Purple Dream without the Prince John.
They were second on
the
Swiss as well.
Yeah. They play four Dolores Madrigals.
But you see, it was a top 64 cut, but recently we've only seen like top 15-ish seeds because these people have had the dice in the best of 3s.
Mm-hmm. And they had a good day 1 performance, so they're good. There's also a factor in that.
The best Sapphire Steel player went top 8.
I was like, what is that? I looked on the cameras.
So are you sending me Nessus?
No.
Why not?
I'm busy watching the semi-finals, mate.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, it's one from my head. Okay, so Flynn and Merfolk opener. I mean, I did just feel like there had to be still a place for a Merfolk deck in the meta. It's just so quick, right, into Ruby Sapphire. And Jordan is going first into Ruby Sapphire. This is exactly what you want to be doing. No. Merfolk Flynn. This is where...
If you go Merfolk Ursula, you have much better chances because that means you're not getting 1 jump ahead on.
Yeah.
But Flynn's fine, but like you would prefer to play Ursula too.
Or double Merfolk.
In this matchup.
The way I won my Stitch championship Matt was in the finals. Merfolk by turn 2, Prince John turn 3. GG. Oh, up against Ruby Sapphire. We didn't talk about Bruno. Opening green cards with a green screen is not...
So the Ruby Sapphire is still in it for me and he has to play against Emerald Amethyst? Oh,
yeah.
No. But you could go like Medusa into B-Prep. But it's so much lower.
So all these guys have already got the Mickey. They're all Mickey owners. We're watching 2 Mickey owners battle it out. Diablo, Flynn, Merfolk for Jordan. It's getting pretty late over here. Another Diablo. No threat of Sisu just yet. So there's no shifter on the board. There's no...
Yeah, you're allowed to use ink proxies. They're using empty sleeves, aren't they?
Ah. So what are they doing with the cards which they ink?
They are below their discard pile.
So what's the logic of that?
I don't know. I saw the ruling that you're allowed to do this. I just didn't know what's really the point.
Maybe so they can't get their ink
and accidentally flip their ink. Maybe.
But is the
safety measure?
Yeah. Friends
There's
sung
no
by
B-Prep
Diablo.
in hand yet, which is really what they need.
And Ursula does the check for it as well.
Yes, but it doesn't check the top card of your deck.
It certainly doesn't. It certainly doesn't. This is the perfect turn for Tomasz to draw it. This is the turn to draw the B-Prep.
Tomasz. No, I think it's Tomasz.
Tomasz. Here we go. B prep off the top.
No, you're pronouncing the second syllable. I think you pronounce like focus on the first one.
Tomasz.
Tomasz.
That's what I said.
No, you say Tomasz.
Tomasz.
You say Tomasz.
I think we're too tired for this.
I mean, we did point out that it is about top decking. Be prepared this turn.
Yep, that's kind of all it comes. I mean, I don't think that Tomasz would be thinking this hard if it's be prepared.
Yeah. So what they're thinking is, oh, I actually cannot remove Diablos because then I'm dead on board. So I do this other play where I'm hopefully not dead on board. Oh, no, where I'm still dead on board.
Yep. Jordan takes it down just like that. Simple as you
going
like.
First, with the Merfolk on 1, it will be very difficult for Tomasz, but
yep.
I'll be rooting for them because I'll be rooting for Ruby Sapphire.
Merfolk, pretty good card, isn't it?
There've been a lot of games that's been about top decking B prep. Yes.
So the big question mark really for a Merfolk deck is how can you build a Merfolk deck which can also beat Bucky, right?
I think this deck's decent against Bucky because you play 4 Peter Pan's Shadow Finder.
Yep. And maybe you could play Kicker as well, potentially. I think there might be one in there.
Yeah.
Gives you a little bit of something on the Ursula Deceiver.
The beast, the sad beast bounce is a little bit of an issue.
But you can just try and kind of race them, right? You get there very, very quickly before that's really a big threat.
You have to try and do that.
Queen's Castle can also be a pretty big problem for Emerald Steel. Yeah, so if you try and build like a more aggressive Emerald Steel with Merfolks, you're just bad in the mirror. But maybe Amethyst is just what you need to be still quick enough. I always loved Emerald Amethyst. Emerald Amethyst was the deck I switched to at the end of set 3.
Yeah, I played it and deal.
Yep, I would have played it too if I wasn't casting. It would have been my pick. Did you see that? Jonty went to take a sip, but thinking it wasn't on camera, and then put it down. I think. Just made me laugh.
My eyes are open, but they're not watching.
So Tomasz are going to be going first this time.
Yes. They could also choose to go second, I guess.
Yeah, they could. Jordan Moore looking pretty happy. On the other side of things, Tomasz not looking too happy.
Jordan's deck might not have 4 Peter Pan's Shadow Finder. It's just, I think I might be playing, if I was playing with Amethyst, with the versions I'm testing currently, I'm playing 4 Peter Pan's Shadow Finder.
That's a lot.
I don't actually know their deck list.
Yeah, I know they're 4 Dolores Madrigal.
No, because in Amethyst, the Shadow Finder isn't just an answer for Diablo, but it's also good for your own Diablo because it gives evasive characters rush, which means if your opponent has a character with 1 or less strength, you have a Peter Pan Shadow Finder on the board, and you plot down the Diablo, you can immediately challenge, which gives you the extra draw because it's exerted already the turn after you played it. So it's a very nice thing about Shadow Finder in Amethyst.
That is a pretty big deal, yeah, because when you're playing Shadow Finder in like Ruby Amethyst as a potential answer, there's nothing that you're giving rush to that you care about. But yeah, the Diablo is actually very impactful, right?
Yeah, because sometimes against a Flava Charm or maybe like a Merfolk or a 1 strength Ursula, there's times where you can exert it immediately, which is very, very good.
That Sisu is a threat, right? Because Ursula Deceiver, if this was a B prep in set 3, that B prep's gone. But Sisu, not the case.
Also, again, we had the B prep.
That's a Ursula Deceiver, by the way, on the board with the glare there.
Okay.
Sisu comes through. Are we going to get the Sisu counter to let us know how much strength it's got?
Please no.
Please yes. Yeah, Ursula on turn 2 is definitely very, very slow if you're missing a song entirely. Not questing for much, not applying much pressure with something like a Flynn in terms of hand space. Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell is an interesting card for Diablo. How have I not even thought of that? Because that's actually... Wait. Why? How have I not thought of that before?
I don't know. I mean, it was the answer people played for Minimaus, so
yeah, I know, but
works,
that's
works
actually it's actually really good, right? A turn 4 answer for Diablo is very similar to like shifting.
It's a bit late, and you need something on board, but
it's a little late. But it's not that late, is it?
And it's on an inkable too.
That is. Wait a second. I mean, I'm seeing why Jordan's got such a good record.
Okay. We weren't able to ramp post, or Tomasz wasn't able to ramp post the one jump, but contesting the bot with the CISO, answering the Diablo with the brawl. Now you need to get like a Flava Charm going, and then you're in a very, very good spot. So by that I mean developing a popsicle, playing the Flava Charm.
The Lucky Dime discarded because of the Merfolk.
Mm-hmm.
Flynn is getting inked.
A Glare Goat.
Glare Goat. my 2 cans of energy drink are running out they ran out a long time ago, but the caffeine is running low. But we're sticking with it.
Wait, actually, but if I drink this, I will not be able to sleep.
Yeah, don't do that. Bad idea.
But okay, no product placement. I will not show it. But I have some caffeine.
Okay. Why is it not product placement?
Because I'm hiding it with my hands.
Okay, you do you.
Yeah, see, no one knows. Chat doesn't know.
5 for Maui. So it gets removed. Play passes back on over to Jordan, who's going to draw. 4 ink available. Currently 7 ink, 7 law. Tomasz down at
of course
0.
It has caffeine.
Goes to 8. Goes to 9 with the snake. They have another 2-drop to play down here to get a little bit more aggressive. Oh, could be a 3. Diablo, hello. A little bit late for Diablo, but could pose a threat. 6 ink for Tomasz.
Tomasz. Oh, that was good.
It looks like a Polish name.
Yeah. It definitely exists as a Polish name.
So it's a zh sound. Tomasz. Is that right?
Tomasz Sobkowicz.
Yep. Jedziemy. Do you know what that means in Polish?
What?
Lecimy, lecimy, nie śpimy.
Oh,
it means know what that means. No sleep, let's fly.
Makes sense.
It actually does. Well, there's like one Polish guy watching this, like, why does he know that?
I know Jako Tako.
I don't know what that means. Yo, the peeps, thanks for the prime.
I don't know what it means in German, but I don't know what it means in English. It means like so and so.
Comme ci, comme ça. That's what I mean. That's how you say it in French. Yeah, Greatstone Dragon for Tomasz.
What's the Glare card? Is it gold?
Yep.
No.
Glare goat. Playing very quickly, aren't they? They know it's getting late over in Europe. I'm usually in bed by 10 PM. It's past midnight. Ice Spot comes through. Sisu's going to quest for free. Very nice questing power on Sisu.
Oh, my girlfriend went to sleep at 10 yesterday.
Oh,
then I woke up at 11 to tell her.
Another flex.
Too early to sleep.
Another flex that you got a girlfriend.
No, I tried to go through that part quickly, but I thought the story was funny.
Wait, tell the story again.
I just woke up 1 hour after she went to sleep to tell her it's too early to go to sleep.
Okay. Queen's Castle comes through. Jordan might just be doing this still. My goodness. This is a never-ending onslaught. Tomasz, with 3 cards in hand, is only 11 lore away themselves, but Just 4 away. The Merfolk, the castle have to be cleaned up.
Honestly, castle might be the best card of set 4. It was so good in set 3, but the decks have become so much worse at dealing with castle in set 4.
Castle's been popping off for me in my Amethyst Steel deck.
Like Emerald, Amethyst, Amethyst Steel, Ruby Amethyst. Castle is the MVP.
Jordan Moore, absolutely popping off. This game was so quick. We're going to be able to watch the other semi-final, and it's going to just be Diablo chilling on the board and the Ruby Amethyst player crying.
Ruby Sapphire is crying.
Right now, absolutely it is. Maui, not a bad option, but you got to remove both the castle, the Merfolk.
The only way to stay alive is really to let the castle and Diablo stay on board.
Yep.
Wait, is it a gold? No, it's a snake. Okay, the glare snake.
Tomorrow's thinking about it again. Already has the Mickey in the bag.
First, so that they get 1 less damage.
Yep.
It was like almost a miss sequence.
And here we go. Jordan gonna draw for castle and draw for turn. All they need is a goat. Diablo can quest for 1.
That's 19.
Goat time. Boss is on a roll out of nowhere. 3. That's not a goat. Oh.
Every single character has to be removed now.
The Chernobyl.
Plus the castle.
The Mim. Goes for the Maui. Would you not just leave it?
No, to protect the castle.
Protect castle. Yeah.
Because you only lose to like board wipe after Mauis have cleared the castle.
Ink's
There's
Jacques.
only one Maui on the board.
He's the guy playing Jacques. He's not the guy playing. Oh my goodness. Okay.
What's a Jacques?
It's the 1/4. Oh, let's go, Jordan. So he's not the guy on Dolores. He's the guy on Jacques. Oh my goodness.
What's a Jacques?
It's a 3 cost inkable, 1/4 quest for 2 gives an opponent character reckless.
What?
It's like Lyle Tiberius Roke, but inkable and quest for 2. It's definitely a reasonable card. When I saw it, I was like, if this was set 1, this would see a bunch of play, but it's not going to be quite good enough. Give Diablo Reckless is spicy.
How do you spell the Jacques?
That is spicy. So there's so many Diablo texts. There's a Tinker Smells and a Jacques. J-A-Q. Jacques. Damn, this deck is spicy, bro. Emerald is the answer to Emerald. That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
What if it's time for Lyle again?
Lyle Tiberius Roke, your favorite.
Yes. You're reckless.
Oh, come on. Give us the other game. I'm ready.
Rocky has hex proof.
Hexproof? Is that some kind of Hearthstone reference? Dude, I'll ban you in this chat right now if you talk about that.
Say it's from Gwent, the Witcher card game.
Look, you want to see my Gwent art on my wall? Gwent's dead, guys. Rip. It's not. Look at this art. This was my favorite Gwent card. So what this card did was it purified a card of your choice. That's pretty cool, right?
Oh, in Hearthstone?
Nope.
There was a card called Purify. That was like known as the worst card in Hearthstone. It was a 2-mana card. Silence one of your characters. Draw. Was it draw a card? I don't know. Probably. Wait, no. What was Purify? It's definitely bad card.
This was the Fisher King. They just put a card on top of your deck.
Yeah, silence a friendly minion. Draw a card. For 2 mana. Fisher King.
Fisher King.
Wait, I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, you can take longer if you want.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh.
Don't mind me.
Oh. Wait, where is it?
It's 1 a.m. for me and like midnight for Spessy. What's that? Grand World Masters.
Don't mind me.
Twitch Rivals Champion.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Mine was Gwent World Masters.
What does it mean?
It was one of the it was given to the 8 people that got to the first Gwent World Masters, which was like big. Freddie was in it. Big like 100,000 tournament, but then COVID lockdown literally happened when the players traveled. So they never gave them away. Were you in it
too, or did you buy Freddy's?
They never gave them away, so then I got given it as a gift.
Oh, but you weren't at their first top 8.
Oh God, no. And also this chair. This chair I also got for free. Thanks CD Projekt, my guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, my chair's missing.
So Jan won this Twitch Rivals thing. He won the Marvel Snap Twitch Rivals, and then I introduced him to Lorcana the next day, and then I don't think he ever played Marvel Snap again.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't really because of Lorcana. Look, my chair is missing. This thing. On the other side, so I need a new chair. CD Projekt.
Bam.
I was exhausted.
Frenemy, hello. Ooh. My room is filled with empty packs.
Oh, my window's open. That's why there's flies. Okay.
These packs are loose. Can you hear that? Is that normal?
I don't know. I would ask for a refund. If no enchanted.
Bam. There's not been one card I've really been that excited about yet that I got from these. Why are we both sat with medals, mate? It's a little bit cringe, isn't it? We're both sat here with medals on, mate.
I mean, -1. You just got yours.
Yeah, mine's cooler though. Mine's worth more money, guaranteed.
Yeah.
I could probably sell this for a couple grand. Maybe more. I'm never gonna sell it, not a chance.
Yeah, I wouldn't sell it either because you've earned it.
No one would. Yeah, no one would buy yours though. Oh. Actually, I would. I'll buy it off you. How much?
My medal?
Oh, this is a card. No, yeah. How much for a medal?
I'm not selling my medal.
How much? Give me a number. I want it.
2,000.
Okay, deal. 2,000 rupees. GG.
Rupees.
Dude, why were people like Savage baited people to actually play this card for so long? It was mind blowing.
Which one?
Chain Po. More like chain.
That would be
more like chain poo.
I think might be fine the card. 180 million Indian rupee.
No deal.
It's 2k euros.
I know. Bam. Oh, the new big bad, I think, of Disney Lorcana. Hades double dealer. I think he's the new big bad of Disney Lorcana, mate. Because this one's the legendary card, but the common has like card text which basically says he's the next big bad. Piglet, double legendary pack, and I'm still disappointed. Like,
so will we get to see the other semifinal next or the finals?
Hopefully the semi. I mean, I don't see why.
What do you mean? Hopefully the final.
No, I mean, because surely the semi-finals on go. I don't want to be right back screen when we could be watching the other game. I don't understand why we're not watching it yet, to be honest with you.
True. What's this break for if it's pre-recorded until now? I guess now it's live.
It's live.
I still want to see the game.
I got a double legendary pack and I'm not even happy.
Which one?
Hades and Piglet. The Hades 4 is kind of cool.
What do you guys think about green songs? It's like what's
Bro, why did I buy these, man? Why do I do this to myself?
I think it's not good against Ruby Sapphire either. Is it even good against Emerald Steel?
What?
Green songs. Like Ember.
I think the deck's like almost good. I think you might need to play Bucky and Ariel, is my opinion on it. You can like play the 4-cost Ursula. That's kind of okay.
Oh,
because you shift
it. Hexproof is from Magic the Gathering. I didn't even know where it was from, but you just assumed. Speci assumed it was from Hearthstone. But I knew the term from somewhere.
I got Hades again. Pog.
But wasn't it?
These packs suck. Dude, I did not get one Diablo. I'm 4 boxes deep. Should I open an Inkland's box net? Inkland's box? It's just a Speci pack opening, innit? I mean, this is... That was a bit dramatic, mate.
What do you mean dramatic? I'm dying.
Ooh. Another terrible legendary card, but cool. We go again. Oh.
So you just finished watching the first match in the top 4, and Jordan took it home with the Amethyst Emerald deck.
Amethyst Emerald. Did you expect to see that in the semifinals of the Lorcana Challenge?
Absolutely not. Leading up to this challenge, everybody was saying how poorly positioned Amethyst Emerald was, and so the fact that it made it into day 2, I was already really excited to see. But the fact that they're now in the finals is wild.
It's wild. It is absolutely wild. It's a really fun deck, though. It's a fun combination, and we saw how fast it can be with Jordan's games there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking before this about how popular it was in Into the Inklands and for set championships, and then when Ursula's Return came out, the Sapphire Ruby decks that originally were a great matchup for that deck got the Sisu lines that could banish a lot of the characters that were being played in Emerald Amethyst, and then of course some of the other decks that were really strong like Emerald Steel had the removal for all of your Amethyst and Emerald cards as well. So people thought it wasn't going to be good, but Jordan found a way to make it work.
Here we are, yes, going into the finals. On the other side, though, we have a match coming up that are 2 decks that I think people expected to see here.
Is there anything dodgy in there?
We have Kurt and Brian playing a Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel deck in the finals, and I mean we're very familiar with this matchup.
Yes, we are. We've seen it before. And now here, what do you think these players are thinking?
You know the sneeze that you said was
before. I mean, we just watched him take down an Emerald Steel deck.
My nose is bleeding.
Able to cast, and one thing that was
wasn't so dramatic after all, was it?
A lot of cards that say draw a card.
It was a big
really good, especially into this matchup of Emerald, where there's a lot of discard that's going on. So I think Kurt's pretty familiar with this, and I think Brian is also going to be thinking of the same thing.
There's not one card I pulled from this whole box.
I need to discard Kurt's hand. This is the game plan for my deck. Discard
I got one
things,
Bruno.
Find the Buckies, play the Floodborn characters,
Hades.
and win.
Every pack I opened so far,
to get to that 7 ink a little bit further and bounce back.
Yeah. Well, both these players have already earned that golden Mickey, so congratulations to you for that. But let's jump in and see who can make it to the finals with game 1 of this match.
On to top 4.
I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We haven't seen Brian play yet, you and I, but we've watched Kurt, and this deck, I mean, it's really, really strong.
Yeah, typically against
Kurt's the highest
earlier
seed,
in the
thank
stream
God.
that Green Steel or Emerald Steel usually has a pretty decent matchup.
Maybe we'll have 0 Emerald Steel in the finals.
ability to discard their hand.
Really
and even though they play
like the rat,
this,
though.
a lot of the Ruby Amethyst lists aren't playing as many draw cards as Kurt is. But even starting here in the beginning,
they kind of
we see
half shouted me out one time that they won a tier tournament
character that when it
with
quests, you have the opportunity to banish the card and then draw a card, just replacing itself in your hand while gaining a little bit of lore.
Thanks to Brindleball,
so really
who put me on
the
this
name of
deck,
the
and I
game
guess
here
to
for
you
Kurt
who
is
inspired
draw cards,
Brindleball.
draw cards, draw cards.
Right, and the main reason for that is we see a Bucky that Brian has in his opening hand, so we can expect that to be played on turn 2. As soon as the Bucky comes down, we see the Robin Hood on 1. There could potentially be a Shift Robin Hood come out that is a Floodborn character, so that would require Kurt to discard cards. And the reason it's so important for Kurt to keep his hands really full is so that he has more options of cards to discard, and he doesn't get down to a spot where he doesn't have any cards in hand.
We've seen this from Kurt a lot with the broom
the Chernobog followers, banishing it to draw a card.
Again, definitely a big fan of these one drops in Ruby Amethyst.
Just immediately playing another Chernobog's followers, banishing the magic broom to draw a card.
Oh, sorry. It's probably a bit scuffed audio-wise. There's a lot of talk in there, sorry. I was enjoying the commentary, though. Yeah, so Kurt obviously being the high seed gets to go first. Bruno inked.
But they missed on the 2 ink turn.
They missed what, sorry?
They missed that. I guess they didn't miss. They just decided not to play Flynn on 2.
Yeah.
They didn't have a snake, which they would have played.
It's possible they drew the Flynn.
They drew the Flynn off the... Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Broom?
Maybe.
But also there's so much 2 damage removal, but probably would have gone for the Flynn still. I mean, it wasn't going to gain any lore, was it? You'd probably just rather have the extra card that you inquire, I think, for Kurt.
Yeah, I do think Ink is more valuable than a 2-2 on board.
The Flynn on the board compared to a card in hand of the Inkwell in this matchup, we've seen Kurt's kind of strategy is just get to that 7 mark, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then clear. Get to the 6 for the Medusas as well to answer those beasts as soon as they come down. Especially when you're going first. Pretty important. No brawl for Kurt, though. That is going to be pretty devastating. And it's a discard, of course, as well with the Bucky and Diablo being a Floodborn.
If you get to brawl it next turn, you're probably still fine. If you go like Rabbit on 4, then brawl Cusco on 5 or something like that. Or brawl Snake, ideally.
Didn't see what was drawn there. I think Sisu maybe. 3-drop. Why is Brian holding this card above the Inkwell like that? What is going on here?
They were not completely sure about the card. But they reduced it.
That was weird.
I don't know. Yeah.
Love these sleeves from Curtis. His 4th time on main stage. The rabbit comes through. Is it
Might be the most streamed player of the day.
Yep. It's not a brawl. Brian. Has the Flynn Rider, which we saw pop off earlier. Not going to be good right now, and it's uninkable. That is the downside, of course. 4 ink going to be available, but the Jafar is the card they're hovering here. Now thinking about the strength instead. I would be surprised if they don't go for the Jafar this turn as a Floodborn. But maybe they were just going to go for the Flynn as a Floodborn instead. But Jafar does come down. Bucky's going to force the discard for Kurt. Goes for a Maui. There's another one in reserve. Diablo's going to quest for 1. Robin Hood so far remaining where it is. Bucky's certainly not going to be questing anytime soon.
What do you think? Shouldn't Diablo also draw when it's your turn so you can strength a rabbit and then draw off it if they draw? That would be more fair.
No. Doesn't quest with Robin. Obviously the Robin could have been removed by Rabbit and then maybe Rabbit bounce back. Still no brawl, but there is a Medusa, which is not too far away from being able to be played.
Instead of the Snake, so if Snake could draw into it, like Snake bouncing the Rabbit.
Yeah, but at this point now the Diablo's just drawing off that as well, right? So it's definitely not ideal.
Yeah, but it's still, I guess, the best thing you have available. They go Fox instead. Why?
Definitely a bit of a curious play there. Maybe they want to get just some extra stats on the board to stop the Jafar questing.
But I think your out here is drawing Brawl of playing the Snake on the rabbit instead.
Well, also, what if you... there wasn't a Brawl there, so definitely wasn't punished for that decision.
I mean, not directly, but I think it's the wrong decision.
Yeah, but not punished in this case. But... And yeah, with the Fox, it definitely seems like the Cuzco was kind of the follow-up play there, but kind of second-guessing themselves a bit almost. Decided to hold on to it entirely. The Rat draws a Diablo 1 cost. Probably just going to be going into the Inkwell. Currently, Kurt at 3 lore, Brian at 2.
Next turn, finally, the Diablo will be answered anyways. With the Medusa.
Yeah, but Medusa would really love to be hitting Robin Hood, right? For example.
Yes, but at least now, this means that there's no snowballing character on the board because they can't develop a Sad Beast. And then as soon as that is stopped, maybe you can freely draw cards, maybe you can slowly start to stabilize.
Yep. Yeah, and this Kurt's got a really healthy hand in Inkwell here. Like a lot of considering the amount of cards Bucky's been discarding, and that's the third. It's the third Floodborn. Done a really good job. Like not playing that Flynn on turn 2. Definitely not an orthodox play, but also we saw the value of the Churnabogs and the Magic Broom. Kurt able to be at 3 lore, but still those cards replace themselves every time. Also just cycle the deck, improve the odds of finding the cards like Brawl. So you see 3 cards deeper. Sisu, the card found, it goes into the Inkwell as well. In comes Madame Medusa, the boss. Diablo is gone. Adios. Of course, this Medusa can be bounced back potentially as well and replayed. Although it's going to take a little while. And that was the Fox, able to remove Jafar. Maybe that was why they went for the Fox the previous turn, as they can make that trade to just slow Brian down as much as possible. Every quest matters potentially. Ursula's going to get inked. 2 spent for the glare. And another spent
glare
for the glare. So it's a Flynn and is it a double Bucky? What is that? It looks like is it really if it's double Bucky, it's a double discard. It looks like a Bucky, doesn't it? And we've seen Brian, or also known online as the Rat, do this before where they played the Bucky and Flynn on 6 ink, and they've done it again. He's done it again! Do you know that meme? Arsenal Fan TV?
Maybe. I don't know.
Harry Kane, he's done it again. Oh, Beat King Undisputed is a pretty interesting find.
Doesn't do anything here really. Oh!
Rabbit.
It's another Fox.
Brawl was the draw. Fox was already there.
It's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. You imagine it's going to be the Medusa which gets bounced back.
No, you have to bounce the Rabbit. So you draw B-Prep, because otherwise you cannot win the game.
Okay. So you're saying that even Medusa answering the Flynn and the Robin Hood ain't enough?
Yeah, because like next turn they're already on how much draw?
A lot.
You banish like Bucky and Robin here. Then they could already quest for 2, 3 plus Flynn. Also, if you bounce Medusa, you have like Flynn quest for 1 more immediately.
Yeah, so this Medusa was on the board, so it's ready to challenge. And of course, the Fox has Rush. Juicer targets the Bucky.
So you could have chosen to brawl Flynn instead of play Fox, but I do think you need to be digging for actual ways to win the game instead of just slowing the way you lose the game.
Yeah, I can see it. Brian looks like a Storm Rage on, and a 2-cost card of some regard. Is it an Ursula maybe? It is an Ursula Deceiver. Now, we don't talk about Bruno, which I don't think can quite be spent here, but the Ursula Deceiver cannon, bye Be King Undisputed, but it's not the Be Prepared that Brian was perhaps hoping for. Top deck. Kurt's done it before. Be Prepared off the top, and it is probably Kurt's game to win or to lose. But without the Be Prepared, it's an uphill battle. Big moment.
The Maui.
Not the worst draw, but not what Kurt was looking for. Goes. Oh, thinks about the rabbit. The problem with the rabbit here is you can't go for the Maui, right?
Yeah, but I think it increased your hand size so that Flynn quests for less, so drawing cards removes some of the questing power too.
Very, very true. Very, very true. 7 ink available. Could potentially rabbit, ink, rabbit. See, this is, guys, if you want to look intelligent, if you're playing Lorcana, you don't know what you're doing, just point at the table. It's big brain strategy, and learn how to shuffle without looking.
I like the Flynn package. I've never been a big fan of the Pegasus package anyways.
Yeah, the Flynn's popped off. This is like another very, very difficult card to answer, which this deck has just got an abundance of.
Yeah, and it's a Floodborn that just quests for so much
as well. Excuse me. I'm gonna sleep well after this. I'm hungry as well, bro. Thanks all for being here. Appreciate you. Give the stream a like if you're watching on YouTube. Why not? Robin Hood's gonna quest. Ursa's gonna quest. Brian is getting pretty close. And this is when Kurt was going first as well, let's not forget. Brian's just 1 lore away. Kurt needs to be prepared. If they can find the Be Prepared, it's still doable. It's not a Be Prepared though. Nah, it's GG.
And that was the game they went first, which is an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's not all over because look, the rabbit could draw the Be Prepared. It doesn't, and that is GG. Obviously, if rabbit's played, there's not enough ink. Double castle. Big baller move. GG. That's a quest for 1. And Brian, also known as the Rat, with a 3 in the TH3 Rat, takes it. Going to be another attempt here for Kurt to go first. You have to say the Bucky into Flynn wombo combo was pretty damn good. Pretty damn good.
Caster saying he couldn't find the early threats to get early cards to get rid of the early threats like Bucky and Diablo. Okay, there is no card that gets rid of Bucky. I guess King Undisputed, but it doesn't really because it's never the only character.
What about Pick a Fight?
In Ruby Amethyst.
Pick a Fight. Teeth and Ambition. Yep, I got nothing. Why is he the Rat? It's just his online alias. What's the final prediction? Nah, it's going to be the Jacques. We know Amethyst Emeralds in the final. They have Tinker Smells, they have Jacques, and they have the coin. They're the higher seed. They're going to bring it home. Tinkerbell's going to be nice into the Flynn as well. The Flynn's not going to be so good against the Tinkerbell. Kurt versus Brian. What's going on? A little bit of banter between the players.
Looks like it.
Do you like a little bit of banter with your opponent before you play?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
Do you also... So, hypothetical question, Jan. If you were to drop out of a tournament in round 1, but you beat your opponent, would you give them the win?
I think if I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Oh, I've seen the mulligan. Nice. Okay, first time. Looks like Brian's getting rid of 3. Now, a little bit of a misplay from Brian. Because they're giving information up to Kurt here before they need to. As the player that goes first, mulligans first. Then the player going second, mulligans. But Brian's put these 3 down on the table. Could be a bluff. But you are giving very small, but still some information to your opponent. That it's a 4. 3 on the table being kept. Would you agree that Brian should not be giving up any information to his opponent at this stage?
Yeah, of course it's a minor thing, but still he shouldn't be doing that. My camera's on again.
Lovely.
Constant stream of blood has stopped. There's none left.
That was quite the sneeze, my friend. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
That looks like some nice brandless drink.
Yeah. I brewed it myself.
That's some pretty good shuffling from Kurt, I'm not going to lie. I'm impressed. Whoa. Imagine Brian's just like, yeah, I'll give that a little shuffle, lad. Not sure you've done enough there. If that was Jan would have grabbed it and just started ripping the sleeves off, mate, with his aggressive shuffle.
Stop it!
Diablo's in hand, the 1-drop. Is there Brawl available for Kurt? No, doesn't seem so, but in comes the Chernobog's followers. Sisu goes into the Inkwell. Brian, going second, has already done the business going second. They did also say that every one of their games so far has gone to game 3. And they also said, yeah, well, wouldn't mind another Ruby Amethyst matchup. And sure enough, they got it. And look, Diablo can see the hand. There's the B prep in the hand is a complete calamity for Kurt. It doesn't look good, mate. It doesn't look good, does it?
I mean, if do they have an Ursula Deceiver? Because if they don't,
I mean, they will at some point, right?
Maybe not before the B-Prep's played.
It's a long time away.
That's the hope.
Especially
you could also just opt to discard it off a Bucky discard.
Also interesting to note, the Chernobogs does go for the draw here when the snake was the only turn. Oh, there's a frenemy in there. Frenemy was drawn, so frenemy.
No, but you don't want to play frenemy. You just want to play 3/3, I think.
Yeah.
And they have the same amount of
cards. Which
is
why the card draw was a little bit surprising to me.
Keep the snake.
Might just be going for the old magic broomer, or maybe even not playing it. Yep, doesn't play anything. Brian has the Diablo, has the Bucky. Do they have a song? Doesn't look like. Or is that 3 cost of strength?
No, it's a Latin. Huh? Is that a Baboom?
Oh my
Baboom
goodness.
is not a song. Huh? Baboom? Not a song.
Can it be an action?
No.
I thought.
Oh, is it an action?
I guess.
Oh, it's a shot.
Baboom popping off on main stage. It is an action. Damn, I do love a bit of Baboom.
Oh, it's an action card, not a song. Okay.
I do love a bit of Baboom.
my bad, chat.
Brian is as they say, popping off. And this game is over. I'm sorry. You know, Jan, I was, trying to teach you a thing or two about casting, keeping the suspense. Yeah. No, this game's over, mate.
But I don't love that we didn't develop that Kurt Spieß didn't develop the snake on 2. Do they really think a card in hand is better than a 3/3 on board? Is that what they are saying?
Maybe they were just like looking for the brawl, trying to dig deeper to find brawl, which I think is reasonable. And also they know they've got the B prep, so maybe like the only out is that extra card in hand and just clearing the board with B prep. Diablo's going to draw when Kurt draws.
As Brian the Rat, not questing with Bucky only plays around 1-drop Fox. Is it still good to not quest? Probably yes. So 1-drop Fox would punish a lot, I guess.
Brian draw for the rabbit there, or did I miss it?
I don't know. Apparently, Chad said he missed the draw in game 1 also.
Wow. I think they just drew for turn there, so I think they did draw for Diablo. Robin Hood gets inked. 2 ink spent on the Glare Jafar. There's a Bucky down, so it's going to be a discard for Kurt.
Oh, hey, Shinmiri.
Oh, Shinmiri.
No,
the famous Shinmiri.
Shinmiri line yet,
guys,
though.
can we get the hype for Shinmiri in the chat and the Shinmiri line? You guys have all heard of the Shinmiri line. Well, here's Shinmiri.
He invented the Shinmiri line.
He is the inventor of the Shinmiri line. Everyone knows, mate. Everyone knows.
I lost the finals of a tournament to Spessy doing the Shinmiri line.
That's where it originated, yeah. Shin told me that was the line I needed to take against you. I was in Lille, and like there was like 2 guys playing against each other. I kind of walked past, and one of the guys just shouted out, going, "Oh, damn it! I should have done the Shinmiri line," and looked over at me. We might even see the Shinmiri line in the finals.
Yeah, there's Murphok in the finals. This is the new Shinmiri line.
Friends comes through. 2 card drawn. Oh, the rat has forgotten to draw 2 for the friends. What is he doing?
Oh, no, but they inked after. It's over.
They tried to race it.
Oh, they did.
Like, no. Quick, I ink, you can't draw. New life hack, you just slam the friends, slam the ink. No.
Bam!
Well, I mean, Kurt's game plan to hold on to this, be prepared for the whole game. Just try to get ink in the inkwell every turn and preserve cards in hand. So far, it's working. It is working. This is not all over, Jan.
Yeah, because Emerald Steel, it takes them some time to really get the lore going.
But I mean, they're getting there. And all it would take is an Ursa the Deceiver for Brian off the top. And even then, it's looking rough.
I don't even know. That's drawing too.
Why is there a label with Rush written on it? It's not really necessary. Completely agree. They in the original, in the first challenge event in Lille, in Atlanta, they had them, and I was kind of molding over it. They're not really using the Rush one anymore, but there is like what they're doing is they're giving the tags like evasive to cards which only sometimes have evasive. So there's like a card called Vitalosphere which can give a card Rush which wouldn't usually, and they're using them for that, which I actually kind of like. But they were overusing them in the previous Atlanta one, but honestly, it's been quite nice. But yeah, like previously they were giving Maui Rush.
If the win condition is to just ink to be prep, right? Surely it's not good to play friends, which is draw 2, your opponent draws 2, which increases the chance to find Ursula, but also just uses a card on like symmetrical card draw instead of just using it to ink. Say, okay, I will play B prep in 7, and then we play another game. I feel like the draw 2 is kind of counterproductive there.
Did they really forget to draw again? Maybe they're not wanting to mill themselves. And Brian knows that B prep is in hand. They've just seen it again, but they saw it all the way back on turn 1. Making sure that the B prep didn't get to... Well, they just checked again with the Glare Diablo, didn't they? Not a natural mill deck, unfortunately. No. So Brian's playing a new card, Diablo, which can draw every time when it's exerted that your opponent draws a card during their turn. It's a controversial card.
Just because he missed the draw trigger sometimes. Especially he's trying to justify it by not wanting to mill yourself, but that's not really the reason.
Yeah. Exactly. Brian has less cards in hand than they should have, I think, because I think they've forgotten to draw with Diablo. At least once or twice.
There's a few songs, but still a decent amount of refill post B prep.
Brian now questing for a whole bunch. That's for 4, putting them up to 10. Kurt all the way down at 1.
But you see how long Ruby Amethyst wasn't impacting the board at all, and still Emerald Steel can't quest for that much, especially if they don't want to exert the Bucky.
Exactly, Shin.
Yeah, on their draw phase, but also during the entire turn when they draw.
And it's also got a shift ability, which you can pay nothing to shift it on, which happened this game. And it's a Floodborn, so it discards with Bucky. Yeah. Sudden chill.
We're discarding them down to 6.
Just 1 card left. Imagine if Kurt draws the uninkable off the top. Look at this board.
Brutal.
Uninkable.
Friends.
Oh, Pog. Pog. Okay. Well,
but still now they're out of cards.
Somehow Kurt actually sang this Be Prepared that was played the Be Prepared, which is in the opening.
I told you that is one way to try to win this.
And now they
now a Medusa off the top. And then we're in a jigger chance. How you would say it.
Yeah, exactly like that, I guess. Maybe. No. That's not a Medusa, mate. Kurt.
That will be Emerald Steel against Emerald Amethyst in the finals.
Dude, this game's still got a long way to go, man. Don't call it before it's over.
You said it turn 1 or like turn 2 when they shifted Diablo that this was over.
Was I wrong?
I kept it up until turn 8. I did good here.
The crab gives Beast Challenger 2? Challenger 3, rather? Not gonna matter.
And now
the Ursula Deceiver comes now.
Play like Ursula Deceiver of all.
Yep.
Maybe another character, and then you draw another B prep. And then a Medusa. Why is the lore counter still on 6? Surely they're on like 10-ish.
Yeah, it's not on 6. Shouldn't be. You're right. Yeah, it's 10. It should be 10, I think, right?
Yeah.
Because they quested with like a Robin Hood and like an Aladdin and something else.
Maybe the Bucky. Probably the Bucky.
Bruno on to Crab. It was played for 5. Crab gets discarded. Ursula looks at Kurt's hand. There's nothing to see.
Oh, then now they don't contest more. Now you draw Maui. Maui!
Oh my goodness!
And you didn't play out the. Oh, you went for the Bruno.
Ah, and they didn't use the rush. They didn't use the rush tag to show that Maui had rush.
But now, isn't there a chance now? Maybe.
I mean, maybe.
Jafar, maybe a few bad draws.
Yeah.
Now a B prep, bang. B prep, Medusa.
8 lore away for Brian. It's a Cuzco.
One bad draw away from actually losing the game. No, there's no EU event today. I wish. Next one is in Bochum.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it, mate. I think it's pronounced Bochum.
It's not pronounced Bochum.
I don't know.
Cybers? What is a Cybers?
Here we go. B prep off the top.
Has anyone ever seen Cybers? Who is Cybers, Bessie?
Spyby. You met them. Where's Cybers though? I'm curious.
Oh, they're outside.
I'm just curious that the left commentator is Cybers. No. You mean like from Gwent Twice Strike? It's Spyby who you met in Gamescom, but no. Yeah, I've slept in the same room with both of them together at Gamescom. It was us three. That was the first time.
Those guys.
That guy, you mean? that was the first time.
Was it not multiple?
That was the first time you ever played Lorcana.
Oh, okay.
GG. Well, big up to Kurt. What a performance to get the Mickey with Ruby Amethyst taking down Emerald Steel in the quarterfinals.
Now I want to see the Jug tag in the finals.
Same. I'm really excited for the final, actually.
Can they keep up with Emerald Steel?
I'm so excited for the final, mate. Let's have it. Let's have it. Right, guys. Press 1 if you think Emerald Amethyst. 1 for purple, 2 for Bucky. 1 for purple, 2 for Bucky. 1 for purple, 2 for Bucky. Yes, Shin. 1 for purple, 2 for Bucky. Mods, everyone that types 2, ban them.
I don't know why I'm not a mod.
Guys, please stop spamming the chat. It's very annoying.
You have like a million mods and I'm not one of them.
1 second. What's your
It's more an _HS. Oh.
Get absolutely timed out, son.
I mean, that's one way to thank a friend for spending the entire night co-casting for free.
Dude, I plugged your coaching.
Yeah.
Guys, Moyen does coaching for Disney Lorcana.
And one of my students made top 32.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
I think, and one of them also was top cut in Lille too.
Okay. Guess how many of my students made top 32?
I don't know. 10?
None. None that I'm aware of. I actually didn't do any coaching for the last.
And I don't remember if there was someone that made top cut Atlanta. Maybe.
So, what are your credentials as a coach versus my credentials as a coach?
I'm great at the game. And actually, I think I'm pretty good at teaching too. But I haven't studied teaching like you have.
Yeah, that's right. Degree. It's all I use it for. I use my degree to say that I have a degree in teaching for the coaching sessions that I don't do that often.
How many students did compete this time? I don't know. I mean, I'm not coaching that much, so couple at most.
Jan has a podcast, don't you?
Yeah.
With Brendan and Carl.
Lorcana. Yeah.
Should we link it?
Yeah.
It's pretty good. I heard sometimes you even have cool guests like that Spessy guy.
Sometimes, yeah.
That's pretty cool. I'm great at the game, emotional damage. I mean, he says that, but let's not forget who. Oh my goodness! Did someone give me money? Someone gave me money. When did that happen? View activity, dude. Wait. Oh, this is the guy that gave me money earlier. My YouTube just didn't update it properly. Well, thanks again to that guy that gave me $99 at the start of the stream. That's epic. Alright, guys. Into the Inklands. I shouldn't have opened this. Why did I do that? Dude, I have like all the Inklands. Alright. It's for content. I have a flipping box of Ursa's Return still to open, and I just ripped open my Inklands box that I probably should have sold. Good thing I have 3 more.
I think Brandon. So Brandon the Candio played, but Brandon from the podcast, I don't think he got a ticket for Chicago.
Okay, Jan.
Yeah.
What is this card from Into the Inklands? Supersized tidiness.
It's Gantu.
It's not. That's from set 1.
Supersized.
Supersized tidiness. It's
Baloo.
No, it's something. The Big Sweeper.
It's Magic Broom.
Yeah. Magic Broom, the Big Sweeper. What does the card do?
It's 6 cost 2/6, resist 1, quest
no,
for
it's
2.
3 cost 1/5.
That's not a big sweeper, it's a small sweeper.
While this character is at a location, it gets +2 strength. Alright, we've got Louis the Chill Nephew. The Gizmo Suit. It stands in the Hall of Lorcana waiting for someone to speak the secret words. Wait. Maybe that's like a set 5 spoiler.
Even now we're using this overlay of the different brackets.
Oh, look, it's the Octo Finals.
Already in the finals.
I miss the Octo Finals, man. Those are the best kinds of finals. Never mind the finals.
No, we did actually watch some great Octo Finals.
We really did. I mean, the Octo Finals are worth it just for the name. Oh, Fishhook. Pog. Wendy Darling. Oh, I got a foil Mono Thatch. That's pretty pog. It's pretty pog, mate. What other good Inklands cards? Ursula Deceiver, of all. Is there much else?
Yep. Robin Hood.
Robin Hood. Yep. The Candio was 1 off a stitch. That's a heartbreaker. I would have loved to have watched that game. It's a real shame that one wasn't picked for the broadcast.
You mean 1 off a Mickey or?
1 off a Mickey, yeah. What did I say?
1 off a Stitch?
Yeah. Oh! The Cursed Merfolk, the ultimate Shin Miri liner. We're about to see the Merfolk pop off on the main stage here. So do you think Emerald Amethyst is the deck? Do you think it was the meta breaker? Do you think it's gonna do it?
I want to see their list. Does someone have their list?
But look at this, look. Emerald Steel, Ruby Sapphire, Sapphire Steel.
I don't know how they beat Sapphire Steel.
Scuttle probably missed. Magic Carpet. China Bog. China Boy.
Oh, someone linked the list. I'm looking at it.
I'll put it up on screen.
Yep.
I think this was the one I didn't like the look of that much compared with the other.
Wait, 3/7 cost Ursula?
Yeah, I like that card to be fair. I've got it in Enchanted too. I mean, it makes sense with the 2 cost Ursula. Oh, do you know what? I was mean about this deck, but I do kind of like it. I do like it. I wasn't that mean. I just said the crab I wasn't convinced by mainly, I think.
Does it only play 6 1-drops?
No, 10. Some Merfolk, Pegasus, Chanabogs.
Merfolk.
Deck does look good, to be fair.
Oh, Pegasus, yeah.
It looks very fair.
Looks a bit fair, yeah.
2-click card pickers.
I like that it still plays Mother Nose, like a few Mother Nose best, even if
Agree.
Even if it cuts the 3 cost Ursula, right?
Yep.
No, did it? Yeah.
Yeah, it did. That's actually really
I was testing it without it too, but then I cut all them. I was only playing like 4 friends for Bruno. This one doesn't play Bruno at all, which is interesting. Only 3 castle. It's an interesting list for sure.
It really is.
Maybe I need to experiment more with this deck.
With Jacques. I like I think the Tinkerbells and the Jacques is what's kind of giving it the source against Diablo, right? I like the idea to drop the Ursulas in a brawl meta to some extent. You're probably just playing Diablo on 3 most of the time anyway in this deck. It's not quite the threat overload that the Steel deck has. It doesn't look that spectacular on paper, does it? But
not really. But against like Ruby Sapphire, just playing a Merfolk Flynn opening or Merfolk
Yeah.
First opening while having Rabbit, Castle, Goat late game. Like that's already very good against them.
Oh. So should I see where I predicted Jordan Moore and Brian to finish?
Sure. I'm looking at the bets list now.
Jordan Moore, where are you? And Brian. I don't think I did Brian. So I put the Candia through. One of them I didn't get through. Can you just tell me if anything comes on screen that's good? Where is my mouse?
2 small Flynn, 3 big Flynn.
What are the 2 finalists called again?
Brian Curtate and Jordan Moore.
No, Brian. To be fair, Brian, I picked her to get knocked out in the first round. But it's because they queued into the legendary Paul Scott, who was just the guy that I just believed in because I like the look of the deck. I put Paul Scott to go all the way to the semis. I mean, to be fair, I was pretty happy that I got this part of the bracket spot on. This part was all correct. That's pretty good. And I put Brennan DeCandio to get here, and he got here. So overall, it was a pretty solid effort. Pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that. I wish I didn't open this box though. To be honest. Are you gonna be in Poland and Warsaw? Yeah, I should be. Warsaw is a city I like a lot.
Man, I just want to know if I made top 32 in today's tournament. Isn't it crazy that you can go A2 and not make top 32?
How many players?
I think 1,000.
Jeez. 1,000 webcams.
Yup. And they sell out?
You might have made the top cut, but then they watched the VOD footage of your dodgy webcam.
No, there was nothing dodgy about it.
How do you feel when you're playing a webcam and you can't aggressively shuffle your opponent's deck? That must be hard for you.
I mean, I that's actually pretty bad. So some opponents, when I see their shuffle, I would love to shuffle their deck, and you can only just tell them how to cut it. But you can go like, okay, 3 piles, this, and then like X cards to the bottom.
That is...
There's some things, but... One of my opponents did a very weird shuffle.
Yeah?
Where they just, like... It's like, how... You know how kids shuffle? Where they just, randomly, they put a few cards, put it into this pile, then a few cards, put it into this pile, and then... That was supposedly their shuffle.
I'm gonna find my deck. 1 sec. I have so many wrappers on the floor, bro. I'm gonna find my deck and you can tell me how good my shuffling is.
Okay. I'm very new to card games. I don't think my shuffling is great, but it was not what they were doing. I'm sure. But I feel like I'm trying. Okay.
In my hand right now, I have the $1,000 Meta Breaker. Sorry, $100 Meta Breaker.
Oh, wait. I need to shuffle up in the air so you can see it. I think it's okay. It's like, oh, aggressive.
Look at my no-look shuffle. Oh, yeah. That's actually pretty good. That was a pretty good shuffle, mate.
Yeah.
Look at that. I watched Zan do it yesterday. Oh, look at that.
Are you having a seizure, mate?
That is a mean shuffle. Look at the friction on that I just got.
Friction?
I mean, look at the... That is clean. All right, so guys, here's the key to shuffling. With this, I'm kind of like flicking it open, but look, you go bottom corner Dan. Bottom in. You can see that. Bottom in. Bam!
The sound of cards going from near min to LP. What does LP mean?
That is so good. I'm just such a good shuffler. Next thing, you know, I'm gonna be like, you're gonna see me on the main stage doing a bit of this.
I mean, maybe the sleeves go to lightly played. The cards don't care.
This is what Jan's like every time I'm playing against him.
No, I don't even do that.
They still have Frank Carson spelt wrong on the stream, bruv. That's not how you spell his name.
Oh yeah, it's with an E, not an I.
You know, I'm not.
How did DeCandio lose? I think his opponent got 20 lore.
Brilliant. Or did he get decked out?
No, I do agree. I think that was like one of the best matchups in the entire top cut to hit Sapphire Sea into Emerald Amethyst, but still losable. They didn't have the dice.
Yeah, so Emerald Amethyst popping off. My pick would have been Amethyst Steel.
Maybe got his wheel discarded and then got outvalued.
Alright, here we go. Liam and Jonty, good luck, fellas. Best of luck with the cast. Shuffling's quite fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't get addicted to it.
So this is how I actually shuffled when I was playing against Jan before. I'd just do this.
Yeah.
It's actually accurate.
And also like that, like...
Okay, confession time.
Very possibly seeing the cards.
Confession time. I have played 2 games of Disney Lorcana where I literally drew the hand that I had the previous game, and I think it's because I didn't shuffle very well. It's like, oh, I'm sat there like with my hand, and I'm like, wait a second. This is the exact order of the cards that I had in the last game. It's like, what do I even do that? I can't tell my opponent, like, mate, I didn't shuffle. I can't do, like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? I don't know. And my opponent, when I was playing all the cards in the exact same order, was thinking the same. They were like, you didn't shuffle, you're a dirty cheat. And I guess I am. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, but I don't think people, like, immediately accuse you of ill intent, but it does, like, come off as possibly having ill intent, even if it's just you not...
Even if it's just me being a drip. Yeah. Thing is, like, not shuffling correctly is bad, right? You want a shuffle deck.
That's why you shouldn't
pile shuffle.
Have an issue with me shuffling your deck if you don't.
You shouldn't pile shuffle because it's not randomized.
Yeah, it is not randomizing. It's in the rules.
So I spoke to a guy that plays. Was it Diablo? And they put the Diablos or the Buckies when they before they shuffle, they split the Buckies up and then shuffle. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean that's why pile shuffling isn't shuffling, because you can do that and then.
But a good old pile shuffle into a normal shuffle.
Yeah, but you could just do a normal shuffle and not waste the time pile shuffling. Okay, I think that could be fun as casting, but right now I will probably for a while just prioritize playing, so I will probably not be on official broadcasts in the near future.
I don't think you get invited, mate.
No, I would get in.
I don't know.
Yeah, I would get in.
You have to get Disney approved, mate, and you keep swearing on the dumb stream.
No, I don't. You apologized for me every time, so I'm good. Also, this is an unofficial watch party, so I behave differently here than I would on an official broadcast.
Oh, same. Yeah, same. Same. Like, I wouldn't be molding about watching the Bucky mirror earlier. I was so mad. the whole first round of like the Octo finals, when it was like we could have watched Emerald Amethyst for the first time, and in came the Bucky mirror. I was so mad.
Or you can make a channel point prediction if you want for the finals.
Yeah. Good idea.
I'm not a mod.
How do I do this? I need Bane. Bane was the only guy.
Slash poll?
No.
Yes.
Predict. I want it.
But the finals are starting.
The next one was Bane from years ago. Alright.
Oh, Brian is doing the thing again where he mulligans first, although he's going second.
Uh-oh.
Kind of just to visualize it in his head, I guess. Unless Jordan has already shuffled. Has already mulliganed. Could do a ban list prediction. Yeah, but those videos always come off as you asking for bans, and I am not really asking for bans.
Alright guys, enjoy. It's the final. Thanks all for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Jan, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yep.
Jordan versus Brian. Emerald Amethyst for Jordan, who will be going first as they're the lowest seed.
When it's inked, indicating maybe that they don't have another song.
Yep.
Or that they want to get rid of all of their songs before opponents turn 2. We see a Diablo and a Bucky and a big Diablo and a song.
Yeah, I imagine that the overlay's going to be bugged out.
Overlay's going to be bugged?
Yeah. The overlay saying Jordan's up, but that'll be a bug. They'll fix that.
Yeah. Now we can see the hand. No, don't take it away.
It's going to be a bug on the overlay. There's no way we didn't get shown that.
So you know how sometimes when you have only one song in hand, you should shift out the Diablo on one immediately. Or, for example, if you don't have a Bucky. Because if not, for example, you saw the Ursula. Maybe they Ursula your song away and you don't have another song to shift.
And there comes the Ursula.
Or action.
And this is another... Oh, but the Baboom is the anti-Ursula Diablo shift.
Yeah, it's the anti-Ursula Diablo shift. On top of being the anti-Diablo removal twin.
Yeah, Jordan's also gone first here, guys, right? So no panic. It's definitely just an overlay bug. If it was a 2-1, then Brian would be going first. And if it was a 1-0, Brian would be going first. It's definitely just an overlay bug. Do not panic. So the Ursa, like the Emerald deck is kind of trying to counter the Bucky deck in some departments. It's trying to disrupt.
I'm not sure that means it's favored. Maybe it just means it's like less
it's got a chance. Yeah. It's got an opportunity. And going first as the more aggressive player is definitely going to be impactful for Jordan being the lower seed here. So looks like Brian, also known as the Rat, is going to ink an Ursula Deceiver of their own.
I wonder what they use to shift. Maybe it's the Sudden Shell? What would you use here? Yes, you also have to let the Storm Mage on to deal with the opponent's Diablo.
Does look like it's going to be Sudden Shell, which gets discarded, allowing the Diablo to shift in for free. Which, of course, is a Floodborn. Bucky's going to discard.
Oh, you don't think Storm Mage on? Why do you not just think Storm Mage on?
It might be happening still. They can exert and put the Storm Rage on top.
I think in Lorcana you declare the card first, then you pay the cost. Technically.
Storm Rage on comes through, removing the Merfolk. That is a pretty damn good play to deal with the Cursed Merfolk. It's going to be a draw for Morden.
And now they still kept the Baboom for opponents.
Draw for Brian as well, because of the Diablo, of course. Tinkerbell gets inked. In comes another Ursula Deceiver. And the Bruno was found off the top.
2 discards already happened, but if the Diablo is sticking, they will be totally fine. This is where something like a Peter Pan Shadowfinder could have come in clutch, but it's not in their list. So so this deck needs to answer it with Tinkerbell?
Yeah, which just got inked, by the way.
Yeah, because everything on the board has 1 strength.
Yep. Baboom onto Pegasus. Not exactly the most amazing play either. Robin Hood gets inked. Diablo's going to quest. Bucky's going to remain ready and therefore not able to be challenged.
Yeah. So the Baboom isn't great on the Pegasus. The reason it's played is because Jordan Moore is playing 2 Merlin Crabs in their deck.
Yeah.
Just fully protect the Diablo from that.
Jordan's at 3 ink.
So now they emptied the entire hand. That's why they inked the friends instead of playing it.
And that
also
is
the Diablo on the board, of course.
It's a Flynn Rider there that's on the glare. It's not looking great for Jordan, is it, to be frank?
No, which basically boils down to... I mean, it's the Diablo Bucky shift Diablo curve, and the Diablo just sticking around for a while. Also, the Storm Rage on helped a lot.
Yeah.
To keep a card in hand. And even with the Tinkerbell, they had to discard so many cards.
It's not what you're looking for if your name's Jordan Moore. The triple Ursula the Deceiver on the board. But a lot of questing at least, up to 9. You can certainly see how the deck can beat the Emerald Steel discard, but hasn't been the cleanest draws off the top here.
So first, taking the card draw of Jafar, challenging into an Ursula. Not afraid of the Flynn lore, it seems.
Not really sure there's too much off the top that Jordan would even be that happy to see right now. Not like giving the Diablo Reckless is doing much either for the Jack. There's the Hidden Cove. Costs 1 to play and it costs 1 to move characters in there, and the characters are going to get 1 extra strength, 1 extra willpower. So Diablo's now 3/3 if it has been moved in there. +1 strength.
+1 strength and willpower.
Where's the +1 willpower? They didn't print that one, mate.
Oh.
Bruv, that's actually triggering me.
Yeah, that now it's like... It would be better without anything, I feel like. If it's just displaying half the info, I don't
agree.
Love that.
Also, it's not super clear Diablo's in the cove.
Yeah. I mean, it's just laying
with
a gap.
Are we using a dice to...
No, that's the damage.
Oh, thank goodness.
The Flynn is still on the board. They opted to challenge us to not have to discard in that spot.
Yep, Jordan up to 12. They're getting there. They are certainly getting there. And that is a pretty good find. Are we going to ink? With the Bucky still on the board? We certainly are. And the Fox is going to remove the Jafar. Double Diablo down on the board, though, for... That Diablo looks mean. It's the foil Diablo in the light. Looks pretty sick.
Yeah, these games, I'm not saying there's no interesting decisions in them, because there definitely is. It's just they can quickly go to a point where it feels hopeless for one or the other player.
Yep. I'm not a big fan of this deck, as it might have been mentioned once or twice on the stream.
+1 strength. But at least still like move it a bit closer to the cove.
Yeah, right.
Are they just ignoring the Flynn? Surely not, okay.
Oh, the Bucky with 2 strength takes it down.
Which now means if the Hidden Cove is taking out Bucky, also gets banished.
Yep. Yeah, so explain this Bucky with 1 damage counter is because the Cove is giving it not just 1 strength, but 1 willpower as well. And that is GG. Jordan picks up his deck and goes next.
But the 1 willpower is temporary unless the Cove gets banished. The damage counter still stays, so that's why it would then get banished.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Jordan Moore 1-0 was not just preemptive, it was also just wrong. It's 1-0 for Brian the Red Curtate.
Dear.
Yeah, the Diablo into Bucky, Shift Diablo, Sing Stormrage on. Have to come back from.
It's very anticlimactic, unfortunately, isn't it?
A little bit.
Very bit. I mean, if you think back to the finals in Lille, it was so exciting. This was just absolutely rubbish. Really, really, really poor. Like, just poor in terms of very low decision making. Very little skill involved with that. It was just unfortunately, yeah. It's a shame. I think it's the first deck I really just don't like. It's just unfair. It's just unfair.
Yeah. I never loved Ember Steel.
Yeah.
Because like it has these unfair playlines, but
Amber Steel.
Just some of them.
Emerald Steel, you mean?
No, Amber Steel.
As in
I mean, I was never in love with like the Cinderella on 1.
Sure.
And then suddenly whatever 1-drop you play, they play Stormage on, and then or the Shift Queen, Shift Woman, not Whole New World before you could do anything.
Just play Steel Farsa.
Easy. Okay.
Yeah, just play Steel Farsa.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Just play Steel Farsa.
That's actually true, guys. Just play Steel Farsa with 4 grab your swords. What could go wrong? Come on, Jordan.
Oh, look at the shuffle. What?
Oh, that's cold. There's still a big smile on Jordan's face. We love to see it. Was round 9 yesterday, isn't? Brian's feeling good. Jordan's still having fun. We love to see it. Good luck to both players, but especially good luck to Jordan. Just because I'm a Bucky hater. Brian's lovely. When I say Bucky hater, I actually like Bucky. It's actually the Diablo. Actually the Diablo I'm a hater on. It's all of it kind of combined. Come on, Jordan. Does have the Jacques. It's an uphill battle, though. They're going to have to win. Going second in game 3 if they were to take it, but they're going first again. Merfolk opener. It's a Diablo again. Jordan's having flashbacks to the previous.
This time we have the Jacques.
It is a stream error, yes. It's 1-0 to Brian. Still haven't fixed it. It is.
I wonder where the Ursula performed over the tournament.
0
like the big
to Brian. Yeah. Shift 5, right?
Yeah. Shift 5, 4-7.
Well, she's in the ink. And in comes the Flynn. Merfolk quest 4-2. Does it? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now that is not the right score. It is 1-0 to Brian. That is a fake score.
Think you want to be questing? I don't see the reason not to quest. Earlier your point has to discard like
I am also struggling to see.
It's not like we can just get rid of all the characters so like Merfolk safely gets to quest twice without getting challenged. I don't see that happening either.
So
maybe there's something I'm missing.
The thing I can think of is that they want to bounce it back with Fox and then be able to replay it again down the line. They don't want to let the Diablo trade it out right now.
But then if Diablo has to has to challenge it now, and it's not being shifted on this turn, that would allow you to play Fox on the Flynn and take out the Diablo, which would be nice.
Yeah. Curious.
Diablo quests, I guess, but if Diablo just should never quest against the 4 Fox 2 Crab deck.
Bucky.
Too many punishes.
Certainly. What?
No, I don't think this is good at all.
Diablo quest for 1.
Which is where Flynn is often, like, I played lots of Emerald Steel set 3, where it's often very nice to have this Flynn body over Murfolk body, so you can grab it to take out the Diablo.
Goes for the Cloud Kicker instead of the...
I guess maybe
Fox?
If this was... Maybe this was just their vision all along. So now, if they want to challenge, Bucky has to challenge.
Pretty interesting stuff from Jordan. The score has been fixed, thank goodness. As you can see, it is 1-0 to Brian up the top.
Now they're really racing them.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Justin's mentioned that maybe the Fox, Brian was wanting the Fox to take 1 damage, so then a Storm Rage on could polish it off. But the Cloud Kicker, the option, perhaps bamboozling Brian a bit as well. The Cove enters the board. It's going to cost 1 to move characters in there, if you want to get that 1 extra strength and willpower. Excuse me.
Now, is it maybe time for Bucky? I don't know if you're not so I know you really want this to stay around, but challenging here can prevent a lot of lore gain.
I'm really triggered by the +1 strength when it's also +1 willpower. It's like, please don't bother with that if it's doing half a job.
Something for Bucky to shift Diablo, bounce Diablo quest for 4 and make Brian with Bucky. Yeah. No, I can see it. I guess I was kind of judging some of these plays without even seeing or like recognizing all of the cards in the hand. And with that context makes some more sense.
Untimed rounds, by the way, everyone. I think in the top 8 it becomes untimed, whereas before it's 70-minute rounds. So definitely worth each player just taking all the time they need, really, to make sure they make the right decision. Brian passes play on over to Jordan, who's going to draw. 3 ink available. Jordan currently on 4 lore. Brian down on 1 lore. Friends is going to be sung. 2 cards drawn. In comes a Diablo and a Rabbit. Friends is going to go...
This Cloud Shitter has done so much work.
Yeah, the Cloud Kicker. Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Protected Flynn and Murfolk from being challenged into, and now singing the Friends. And suddenly, Jordan Morris had 8 lore already.
Murfolk's pretty good. Oh, 9.
9, at least 10, as soon as the code leaves Battlefield. Leaves, what's it called? It's not Battlefield, is it?
It's play.
Leaves play, okay.
It's the Illuminary.
Okay.
I don't know. Why was Jordan on the draw first game? Because Jordan has a... no, they weren't. They were on the play.
Jordan was going first.
Yeah, Jordan's gone first both games. There was just a bit of error with the overlay, which was suggesting that Jordan was 1-0 up when they went. Pleasure, David. I'm glad you've enjoyed. Yeah, Kit definitely proved me wrong. I wasn't a big fan of the old Cloud Kicker. I mean, if ever it's good, it's definitely when you can sing songs of it as well, which in Amethyst you absolutely
I think it was even better last set because Ursula 3 was like a much bigger threat than it is now.
The mirrors were very, very popular. Before Emerald Mirrors, the kit was not doing much, but then then it really, when it became more popular, became a really, really nice option in that. The Jafar's going to come through. Bucky's going to force Jordan to discard. There's a Mother Knows Best, a Diablo, or a Rabbit. I would expect the Diablo to go. How about you?
Yeah, me too.
And it is. The Diablo selected.
Set it up. That's punished very easily by Baboom, Stormmage on.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that Andre makes, is that Brian is not playing any copies of Grab Your Swords. So a board like this is definitely a little bit more problematic.
When he in his interview he said like, so which is like apparently or supposedly how people tech for the mirror. So he didn't seem convinced that it even does that much. Even in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it can be discarded, right, with Ursula. Maybe you've even still got the threat of it as well if you're shifting something in. So Bucky now 1 willpower. So if
still getting rid of the Flynn, so just hoping to find ink to play the Robin next turn.
So Jordan can remove the Cove here, and Bucky will be removed as well. That 1 damage counter will remain. Bucky loses the willpower bonus from the Cove. So that's an option rather than challenging Bucky directly. Gonna draw. It's a Rabbit. A Tinkerbell comes through, which is of course the option that Jordan has to deal with Diablo a little bit later on, but only when it's played. It gives evasive to another character for the duration of your turn.
Interesting turn, because you want to be drawing to offset the Bucky and, you know, find some stuff for the later stages of this game. But at the same time, at some point, you do want to be setting up the Tinkerbell to really get in the 2 lore per turn.
Fox is off the top. Decision on if Jordan inks this turn with Fox.
They go for the Mother Knows Best this turn, which is probably necessary just to not give the Jafar draw.
Yep. So Kick sings Mother Knows Best, and Jordan decides not to ink either the Fox.
So that meant we. So the value banish on. Wait, what? Why didn't we challenge the Bucky?
Well, when the Cove is removed next turn, the Bucky will go. So they decided instead of removing the Bucky to remove the 1.
But I mean, we bounced the Jafar, so it's also an entire card that we're losing for this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure it was worth an entire card. Just to like protect the gold here. It's a close call.
They're probably kind of
Mother Knows Best, providing them so much tempo. Without the Mother Knows Best, I think you would just fall behind on a board state like this.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Kick Cloud Kicker again, proving its value with the Mother Knows Best and the Friends being sung by it. Really popped off her.
It's MVP of this game.
Really is. Well, maybe Bucky would have a word to say about that.
Oh, someone in the chat is asking you for a tutorial on shuffling. That's the wrong person to ask.
I am not the person to ask, but I am actually going to be doing videos on this kind of thing soon. Yep, that's a plan. I've got a new top-down camera setup at some point soon. I need a bigger desk, which I'm going to order this week. And then I'm actually going to do stuff like that.
They opted to play the Jafar here instead of the Robin Hood? Really valuing that card draw?
Basically, the key to a good shuffle is what I learned yesterday. You put the bottom corner in first, kind of slide it in, and then push the rest through. That's the key. It's like, just open it up a bit, bottom corner, like, bam, and then push. And you know it's a good shuffle because you can feel the friction of the cards a bit.
Yeah. That was surely part of the reason. But now the Bucky.
So the Cove's still on the board. But the Goat trades the Bucky out.
Right. Also, there's the okay. So it must be the shift one because the Bucky can trade anyways because they know it would die or it would get banished when the Cove gets banished anyways. So
good job, you created yourself.
Now the Cove is also sticking onto the board. Anyways. Until the Fox was found.
Gone. Jafar loses the buffs of the strength and the willpower. Jordan at 9 ink, lore. Flynn gets inked, putting them to 5 ink, and Ursula sees the Robin Hood. Not what they were hoping to see right there. But Brian is all the way down at 1 lore, as Robin Hood does come in.
They draw a card for a turn?
Yeah, it's right in front of them. I don't know what it is, though.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, it's there. It's like almost not on the main cam.
Yeah, I think they're told to keep like their hand if they put it down off the mat. Which makes sense. Jordan, 2 cards in hand, I think. Comes with the rabbit, draws a card. 1 ink still available. Inks an Ursula, so 2 ink available, and goes with a Flynn. That's a pretty nice card to play at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, because this really turns on the race even more.
Quests with everything. And Brian now.
Which I like. There's two good trades on the board, but still, the third character probably gets to quest twice.
Yep. Jafar
it was actually not necessary, because like this card draw with such low hand size from Brian does hurt. Maybe could have waited another turn and then quested with everything.
Robin Hood goes into... Is it the Fox? It is. 2 lore for Brian with the Robin Hood taking it. Puts them up to 3. 5 ink going to be spent for another Robin Hood. 2 cards in hand for Brian.
From now on, it seems hard for Jordan Moore's exerted characters to stay alive. Brian is finally wrapped a hold onto the board.
Jafar gets inked, and in comes a Robin Hood 1 cost, and that is all the cards from both players' hands, so we're in top deck mode, I do believe. Triple quest, that is for 4 lore. So 17, is that?
And a Pegasus.
Oh, that's a pretty good top deck, isn't it?
Yeah, because that means he's going to 19 almost guaranteed, and any character he draws is threatening to go to 20.
And a goat as well.
Brian didn't seem that happy.
Brian would love a we don't talk about Bruno right about now. Can still draw with the Jafar.
The trigger on questing with your characters might have been pulled 1 turn too early. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Didn't really gain much by going for it, right?
Yeah, we gained 1 extra lore, but we gave them 1 draw. And at a very critical point where
1 draw, but 1 less lore. But they're 1 less like lore that they could have got by questing is not really impactful at this moment in time.
Yeah, and then you would have had 5 characters questing the turn after, and then they get their draw. But then still, you get like I'm not even sure you lose lore by doing it in a way where you quest with 5 on the turn after instead of 3 and then 2, or 3 and then 2.
I had a line here that I was kind of interested in Brian maybe taking, which was actually sacrificing the Robin Hood intentionally to get an extra card draw there to increase the odds of finding the Bruno to answer this Pegasus. But they decided instead to leave the Robin Hood on the board.
Probably also interesting because I don't think sacrificing the Robin Hood necessarily changes their clock.
Mother knows best.
And they do need that draw, so that will be 1-1.
GG.
I think there was a lot of small things that were definitely difficult decisions.
But Brian now gets to go first for the first time in this matchup, and Brian is going to be looking for the Diablo, Bucky, Diablo, Storm Ranger on Wombo combo thingamajiggamabobber. Well, best of luck to all the players. It's been a lot of fun, Jan. Thanks for joining us.
Hey?
We've got 1 game left. Unless the overlay was right all along and that's over. It's not.
That would be anticlimactic.
Remember, the both players already have the Mickey Mouse, but the winner gets the full folder of set 4 enchanteds and foils. Sheesh. Come on. I want to see the Ursula Sea Witch Queen taking it down. That's lore friendly, right? The first Ursula's Return.
That could be cool.
Challenge. This is the finals, Keith. Is the audio horrible? I hope not. Is the audio horrible for anybody? Jan, speak.
Test 1 2 3.
My audio's fine. Okay.
Sounds okay.
Cool. My mix amp was having some problems, but basically the company that made it went out of business, and there was a bit of a bug with it, but it seems like it's been fixed because I got a firmware update. All right, 7 cards drawn for each player. Jordan's gonna be going second. Brian is gonna be going first. So Jordan gonna be looking for answers for Diablo, which there's not that many of. Tinkerbell is one. A little bit late though. And again, Brian's going to be mulliganing first in theory, so I'd like to see Jordan just waiting to see exactly how much Brian mulligans. We can see a Diablo. Stormray John getting tucked away by Brian. Still has a strength.
Assuming Jordan will keep the Ursula Deceiver. That's the only card. Makes sense.
Is that a full 7?
No, they kept the Ursula Deceiver and mulliganed the rest.
Okay, 6. That's a big mulligan.
Makes sense. There was no 1-drop. There was nothing of...
Alright, who wins the battle of the shuffling? Whose shuffling's more impressive?
I mean, Jordan's shuffling is very good, but it's so good, I don't understand why they put in the effort to, like, the cards they threw away, right? To put it, like, in the middle of the deck there, then in the middle of the deck there. When their shuffling's so good, it really doesn't matter. They were truly randomizing their
Nice
deck.
little handshake. Love to see it. Best of luck to everybody, but especially good luck to the player.
Oh, that's not a lot of ink. What is that?
Oh my goodness.
But, like, it's probably fine. They just need to draw ink off the top, play an unequal 1-drop.
Diablo gets inked. I thought Diablo was about to look at the hand, but...
With a hand like this, you don't have the luxury to play out an inkable 1-drop instead of the uninkable one.
Yep.
So I'm assuming that gets it.
Definitely nice to draw into an ink, at least at this moment. Pegasus into Merfolk. And this is the game that decides it all. The Robin Hood on the board. The Cove is drawn. Bucky Boy in hand. Do you expect to see Bucky Boy come through? Absolutely. I answered the question for you, mate.
Thank you. Decided to ink Sad Beast over Hidden Cove as an interesting decision here.
Robin Hood, first law on the board for Ryan, and play passes on over to Jordan, who's going to draw. Does find some more ink, and it's a Tink. Could deal with the Diablo, but inks the Tink.
Comes down.
The Deceiver.
Hits the Storm.
Ooh.
And suddenly the hand from the red looks a bit...
That does not look great, does it? Doesn't really have much to play this turn. Can play the Cove and move stuff in.
Which means this was very important. Storm Rage on. I mean, that's very fine.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Merfolk, just hard playing that.
And was this the same decision from Jordan not to go for the Merfolk quest here? It was no Merfolk quest. So 2 lore sacrifice.
I mean, now this is a very different decision because this is much better against Shift Robin Hood.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they could also see.
Then it discards their last hand, so like.
Yeah, they saw the last hand. They saw the hand, right? So very interesting. Definitely, as it turned out with the top deck, it was 2 lore miss, but the Diablo now suddenly, without the threat, well, there's still that strength. Okay.
But this Storm Mage on really bridged their hand into the turns where they do have playable. So now they can just play 4-cost Floodborn, 5-cost Floodborn.
And it's Flynn Rider. His own biggest fan.
Guarding the rabbit, one of the 2.
Robin Hood quest for 1, putting Brian up to 2.
The Bucky Flynn is such a crazy combo because if you dump your entire hand to play on the Bucky, suddenly the Flynn's questing for 4. But if you keep cards in hand, the Bucky will keep getting the discard value in.
And Diablo singing Mother Knows Best. Okay. Flynn goes back to the hand, but of course the concern there for Jordan is it's a Floodborn. And it's going to be coming back to bite him quite soon.
If they quest it, maybe the Hood challenges and then they want to play Fox, but this way they were able to develop the Diablo, and the Storm Rage on has already been used on the turn where they would have bricked, so might be hard to answer this one.
Still does have strength, which can clean up Diablo, but it's going to be pretty awkward in terms of ink. Only at 4 ink, and of course the strength not able to be sung.
You'd want to be developing the Beast this turn, but then you'd need to ink the strength.
Flynn's back.
And also then Beast would draw on you at the start of your turn.
Merfolk was discarded here, which was...
There's the big Ursula!
Oh! The Sea Witch Queen. Oh my goodness.
Exerting the Robin Hood. Bam! Merlin Rabbit trades.
The Sea Witch Queen.
So, but now, if any Inkable, that is an Inkable, and they can play Beast and sing Strength of a Raging Fire with Flynn on the Diablo. And then what are you going to exert with Ursula?
So Ursula Sea Witch Queen stops characters, any other character, from exerting to sing songs. So she can be exerted to sing songs, but songs can still be played. Diablo removed by Flynn. That's not bad, is it? Look at that. Flynn, even in the mirror, being able to remove Diablos and remain on the board.
Not able to sing Strength, but a 2-3 stat line turns out to be very good against a 2-2 stat line.
Brian on 2 lore. Jordan in the league currently on 4 lore.
I remember the rat from Hearthstone.
And that's a pretty strong hand, though, for Jordan with the Friends and the Queen's Castle. But, of course, Friends cannot be sung by the rabbit, which you might often see because of the Ursula Sea Witch Queen also impacting your own characters. Beast comes through and Queen's Castle is discarded, keeping the Friends on the other side. Are you surprised that it was the Queen's Castle instead of the Friends there? 4 for Tink. Oh, Rabbit into Flynn! The Tinkerbell's absolutely popped off.
So both Ursula and the Tink have popped off this game.
Oh my goodness. That is such value. So in case you guys are unaware, the Tinkerbell here gives one of your characters, or any character on the board, evasive for the rest of the turn. So it allowed this Rabbit to challenge the Flynn, polishing it off. Is the Sea Witch Queen going to quest? Is it going to sing Friends? It's going to quest for 3, I think.
No, I think you need answers.
Okay.
You're not winning the race against, if your opponent's drawing 2 a turn, you're drawing 1 a turn.
Turning down 3 lore to sing Friends. Are we going to see an ink and... Surely not. I mean, you could ink, but I very much doubt that you're going to want to bounce any of these back to your hand.
Use the stream with the Master Muzzy playgroup. Muzzy is actually streaming Hearthstone right now, which doesn't happen very often. Muzzy is Hearthstone OG.
Banned word in this chat. Queen's Castle goes into the inkwell, but no card played. 2 draws for Brian with the Beast. Bucky boy still on the board.
Another Beast picked up. And Beast is really a card that can give issues to Emerald Amethyst, unless they can Mother Knows Best and then race, but that doesn't really seem...
Yeah, no way of damaging it really, right, either. You can't like offset the card draw. Yeah, Jordan's still only at 4 ink. And this is the thing about the Emerald Steel deck. Not only do you have to get through the Diablos, the Flynns, but then Beast just comes through and reminds you of why it was the most sought after card from the second set.
So the race can sometimes be slow with the Sad Beast because you don't want to exert it so it can't be damaged, but still at some point everything will be turned sideways.
Just gonna read the Ursula Sea Witch Queen card text. Why not?
I don't blame them.
Yeah. Diablo comes through. It's a Floodborn, so the snake's discarded.
So basically just making sure the strength can still be played as long as it's not sung.
Yep. Beast is going to quest as well. Which puts Brian up to 4 as well. And it's looking pretty good for Brian right now. The Sea Witch Queen only with 4 strength. Not quite enough. Friends is going to be hard cast.
And there's the crab.
That's exactly what they were looking for, possibly. Bye-bye, Beast.
Bang. Thank you for exerting. GG. I'm actually not sure it needed to be exerted.
There's another beast where that came from, however. Diablo's now the next threat.
Yeah, now there's again 2 must answer threats.
Yeah.
And please discard 1 for me.
Yeah, and discard. It's gross.
The Reckless?
The Jacques?
It's nice.
The Jacques?
So the Diablo we would be able to answer with the Jacques, but then there's again the beast on the board.
Jacques and Goat it is for Jordan in hand. Flynn and Diablo for Brian.
So the Goat picked up? Yes.
Brian is just 1 lore ahead at the moment.
Jordan really needed to pick up a card that you can play on this turn, but now one of these cards needs to be inked or will be discarded next turn.
It's going to be Jacques, surely. It's got to be, right? Huh?
Not the Jacques.
I'm a bit confused about what just happened there.
I think they were told to exert an opponent's character when Ursula quests.
Oh. Okay. I didn't even know that was a thing. Forgot about that part of the card.
It's how they traded with the rabbit into the Robin Hood in the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, I completely forgot about that part of the card.
I didn't know whether it's mandatory or not. I guess it is mandatory if they got reminded by the judge.
That's good to see though, the judge on it, all over it.
Mm-hmm.
Bucky's getting
I'm not sure whether this Goat did more than the Jacques.
Yeah, I'm also not sure.
Now the Diablo will draw again.
Both players having a good time.
Although the Jacques was kept in hand just in case maybe there's no Floodborn, which it's probably a risk you need to take at this point.
Yeah. Another Diablo. Jordan nods. Brian looking to take it home. Still behind in terms of lore though. Jordan is ahead. But for how long? With this beast and the Diablos ticking along. Really, the Emerald Amethyst deck just looking to go under the Emerald Steel, win quite quickly. The longer this one goes on, you can see that the advantage is swinging towards Brian, but the beast is no longer going to be drawing a card as it's now damaged. But the Diablos, or at least one Diablo, will Brian remember to draw for Diablo? Oh, they do. We've seen them forget.
Also, I don't think is the discard pile right next to the characters? I don't think it should be like that. From Brian.
Yep.
So it can easily be confused for a character on the board.
Well, it can from our perspective, but there's a fat chunk of set of cards there, right?
Yes, but still, that's why it shouldn't be like this.
Well, Jordan's only 7 away. Beast and Ursula Sea Witch Queen enter the discard piles. Double Diablo.
Also,
you're gone.
They were gaining lore slowly and just gaining card advantage, but now with the Flynn Rider on the board, they will also raise very, very quickly.
Bucky and Robin Hood for 7 ink. Double Diablo, Flynn Rider quest. No cards in hand, I don't think, for Jordan either, and the Bucky goes through as well. That is a big jump in lore, and I think Brian's going to be threatening lethal the next turn. 7 away. It's all even right now. 3 ink for Jordan is being spent on... Is it a friend?
Kit on the Flynn.
It's the kit. I mean, that is definitely a huge deal.
So Brian can only go to 19 lore, and he's trying to win the race this way.
Jordan,
the Pegasus can be removed on board. The Goat will at least gain 1 lore. The kit is not exerted, so they could go to 18.
The Pegasus can taken up by Diablo, right?
Oh, yes. Then it's 17. But even 18 wouldn't be enough.
Brian.
He needs a bounce, yes, but I doubt the Goat is going to be left up.
Brian Bruno's the kit. Diablo removes the Pegasus. The Robin Hood removes the Goat. So Jordan gets 1 and Brian 2.
And I don't think there's any outs for Jordan Moore. Still an incredible showing, bringing Emerald Amethyst into the finals of Chicago Disney Lorcana Challenge, but Brian will be crowned our champion.
GG's. Diablo Bucky takes it down. I said at the start, it's probably the deck everyone thinks is going to win, and I told you it wouldn't happen. And that's why you don't listen to anything I have to say.
Yeah, but it really shows how, the Red had experience on the deck throughout these entire sets, and I think they've really
nailed it.
Yeah, I think that really showed, and they gained an edge in deck building with the Flints.
Yes.
And also they piloted really well.
Yep. They certainly did, and we're going to have an interview, I imagine, with the Rat, which I'm pretty excited for, or Brian, known as the Rat online. The Rat once did actually say thank you to me in a winner's speech, by the way. I was doing the interview, mind you, which might have impacted it. And it was more thanks to Brindleball and also, I guess, Spessy, because it was your deck originally. Do you think that's going to happen again? Do you think the Rat's going to go, I was a big fan of Spessy Lorcana, which all the streams, Friar Tuck for life. Do you think that's going to happen? No? Yeah, me neither. You're quite quiet over there, mate. Is everyone alright?
Yeah. No, someone said, would be game if you just quested with Earth turn 4, but I think they did. Didn't they do like a reasonable thing?
It was a bit weird not to. Oh.
I didn't expect a hello back. Thank you. Just for everyone's knowledge, my name is Megan. I am the Global OP Manager for Disney Lorcana. And I didn't expect that either.
Go on, Megan.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us this weekend. And I have been walking around all weekend talking to you, and I love the Lorcana community. Everyone has been so kind and welcoming and able to talk to me about things that they want to see, and I can see the excitement on your faces when you are talking to me about Lorcana and the events. So thank you so much for everything that you are doing for our community and for being here and competing with us this weekend.
I think she's talking to you, Jan.
So I'm going to introduce Tannen, who is going to be introducing our top 4.
Good job.
Thanks.
Hey, Lorcana fans, how's everybody doing today? We've got 4 people back here that bested over 1,000 competitors in your challenge here this weekend. I'm excited to introduce them. I don't know if they might be more excited to get their golden Mickeys. But coming in at 4th place, we've got Kurt Spies.
We were very impressed with Kurt's gameplay, weren't we? And his muscles.
Yeah. I've streamed 3 times.
Good job, Kurt.
And played pretty well all 3 times.
What number? What number?
Yeah, Kurt Spies,
everybody. Number reveal.
Coming in at 3rd place, we've got Thomas Sobkowitz.
They're giving a random one, by the way. It's not.
Good job, buddy.
Why does 4th place get to choose? Like
and your first finalist.
Well, it's random. You don't choose.
Jordan Moore.
Oh, you pick the card.
Well, it worked for Frank. Frank got left with 100. Jordan, MVP.
Woo. And your Disney Lorcana Chicago Challenge champion, besting over 1,000 players, Brian Cortade.
Good job. Big congrats.
Great job, buddy.
They should also say known as the Red.
Oh, the trophy. First look at the trophy.
I'm going to overwhelm you with more things.
Oh,
you ready?
goodness.
I'm going to put this right
I got it.
there. Yay! Woo!
I just want the 30K card.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We're past the finals now, and huge congrats to the top players.
I
with a special congrats to Brian Cortade taking
down
a lot of
fun.
the Disney
Thanks everyone for watching.
Yep, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you, Jan, for joining me. Thank you, judges, for judging the tournament this weekend. Thank you, players, for playing. Thank you for casters for casting, broadcast team for broadcasting. Thank you to devs for creating and viewers for viewing. Scummy, time the ad. Dude, I don't time ads. It's just Twitch doing its thing. Who should we raid? Is there anyone Disney Lorcana-ing? Should we raid their Spaniel stream?
Yeah. I don't know. Let's
raid David.
That's on you. Bye bye. Good night.
Bye. Oh, invalid username. ¿Qué pasa? Alright guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. I guess I'll just watch the end of the stream, see if there's nothing we miss, right?
Has been just incredible, and if you get a chance to come to one of these events, I hope you take the opportunity, because there's just so much excitement around this game and so much to do for all kinds of players.
I can't recommend it enough. There's so much hype around Disney and the card game and the community. It is awesome to meet everybody in person, all the people that we interact with online all the time. So yeah, I can't recommend it enough.
Yes. All right, we have that interview ready for you now.
Oh,
so let's go ahead and jump on over to Tannen.
Hey everybody, for the last time from the floor, we've got Brian Cortate, our winner, with us. And hey, I just said that, the winner of the challenge. Has it really sunk in yet?
No, honestly, it really hasn't, but I think it will soon enough, for sure.
Yeah, you got your hands on that golden Mickey already. I know it's something you've been, dreaming of since you've been playing this game, and with a deck that kind of is your deck too, right? Like, you've kind of been on this for a while. Does it mean a little bit more to you getting it done that way?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to get done with Emerald Steel. I'll probably lose some sleep over some of those Diablo triggers I missed, but, it's a long event. I'm sure chat's not losing any sleep over it, though. They're probably posting me into oblivion, so.
Ever the perfectionist. Look, if I was in your spot, I think I'd sleep just fine right next to that golden Mickey, and that's a good way to take care of it.
Yeah, no, I think I'm actually going to sleep just fine. But, always just trying to improve. Even after winning, I'm still thinking forward to Dallas and the other challenges. I mean, honestly, I just have a great time playing. I've been loving the game. I've been playing card games for 20 years. I've played a lot of them, and I think Lorcana is here to stay. So,
are you definitely going to be at all the challenges?
I'm going to try to go to as many as I can. Probably not any of them in Europe, though.
Well, Brian, this one went pretty well, so let's hope the rest of them go that well. Again, congratulations.
Thanks.
Well, congratulations once more to Brian on being the Disney Lorcana Challenge champion here in Chicago. We are wrapping up here, and we want to say thank you from Jonty and Liam on the remote team, Tannen, and Brandon and I here in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us for all the fun this weekend.
Yes, thanks so much, and be sure to tune in to the Lorecast happening later this weekend, or this week.
The Lorecast?
We'll do a watch party for that too.
When is that happening?
The Lorecast is happening this Wednesday on June 12th at 10 a.m. Pacific. And you can find it here at twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana.
And why should the Illumineers tune in, Brandon?
To celebrate what is coming next for Disney Lorcana.
What does that mean? Online client? Online client? Online client? Online client? Online client? Please? Pretty please? To celebrate what comes next for Disney Lorcana. I mean, set 5 comes next, but online client? Maybe? Maybe? Alright. It's been a pleasure, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. I enjoyed it. There's not really any Lorcana people to raid. Who should we raid, guys? Oh, I know. I'll raid Bebo. This guy Bebo is doing a walk across Japan. That's a great person to raid. They're on day 51 of walking across Japan. Easy. All right, guys, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much. I really enjoyed it. A lot of fun. Have a lovely rest of your day. See you on Wednesday for the Lorecast. Also, YouTube is going to have some paper gameplay coming up this week. Look out for that. I got a $100 Meta Breaker deck. Not Emerald Steel. Amethyst Steel. That's what I would have played this weekend. I think it's really good. I think it's really, really good. I'll do an event recap video tomorrow morning probably with the deck which one. See you soon. Bye everyone.